Eyes in the Darkness by Meyari. Chapter 1, Watching Eyes.
My heart. It doesn't matter how often you say it, I will not agree that my duty to my family outweighs my right to live my life freely. Yes, I know. The weight of magic against my soul distorts my perceptions. Perhaps dramatically, as you claim.
Harry's blood pounded in his ears. He held his wand low, at the ready, while his hand patted around in his open trunk for his invisibility cloak. The crouching thing across the way stared at Harry with gleaming eyes that reminded Harry of the time he'd come downstairs early in the morning and Ripper had gone at him. Those gleaming, quicksilver eyes were the only warning he'd gotten. Well, that plus the rising growl that had started so low that it was like a lorry rumbling by 2 blocks off before rising to a rattle of doom that still showed up in Harry's nightmares. The huge dog thing across the way next to number 2's garage didn't growl. It crouched low, its belly against the pavement. Harry thought he heard the shuffle of a tail wagging for a moment, but it stopped as Harry dragged his invisibility cloak out and carefully, without looking, shut his trunk again. It didn't move at all as Harry carefully tugged his trunk further back towards the hollow between the shrubs and the wall he'd stopped at. Why didn't the thing just go away? Uncle Vernon was bellowing like a maniac just a few doors away while Aunt Marge shrieked as she floated up towards the sky. There was a rope around her ankle when Harry dared a quick look her way, but nothing dangled from it, not even Uncle Vernon who tried to grab her when she started blowing up after dinner. Served the old bat right for talking about Harry's mum that way. He looked back at the huge dog and blinked that it seemed to be laughing. Jaw open just enough that Harry could see wicked long teeth, yeah, but its lips were all loose and happy, not tight and snarling. Good boy, Harry whispered at the dog. Go home. Go on now. Just, shoo. He pulled the cloak around his shoulders, inside out, damn it all. As Harry tugged it off one-handed, several cracks of apparition happened up at number 4. Harry gasped and scrunched down in his old hiding place between the shrubs and the wall. It had been a couple years and he really didn't fit half as well as he had. The huge dog dashed over, shifted to a scruffy man who grabbed Harry's wand right out of his hand. Shush, the man hissed. He tapped Harry's trunk, shrunk it, and shoved it at Harry. Harry blinked once, shoved the trunk in his pocket and then slung the cloak over both of them even though the man stank to high heaven and was utterly and completely filthy. Then he grabbed his wand and took it back despite the way the man tried to cling to it. Mine, Harry hissed at him. Sharing is caring, Prongslit, the man hissed right back, but he let go of the wand. Shush. I want to hear what they say. They, it appeared, were Aurors. 3 of them. One was black and tall and bald, which Harry only saw because he pulled off his purple, embroidered dashiki. He stared up at Aunt Marge with disbelief while the younger of the 2 women grinned. Her hair cycled from blazing red waves to fluffy black curls before going back to straight and purple. The 3rd woman sighed, lowering a monocle to rub her eyes. Well, get her down. I'll deal with the Dursleys. You obliviate that horrid woman's memories. Again. Yes, ma'am, Director Bones, ma'am, the younger woman said as flung a sloppy salute at Director Bones. She got a steady glare from Director Bones that made her cheeks go red along with her hair, but Director Bones strode into number 4 without commenting on the cheek. The man shook his head, pulling a wand that he pointed at Aunt Marge. You're going to be demoted if you keep that up, Tonks, the man said. His voice was a bass rumble that Harry barely heard, despite listening as hard as he could. Ah, come on, Shacklebolt. You've got to wonder why nothing's ever done about all this, Tonks huffed as she cast a broad spell up Privet Drive to catch everyone who'd come out on their porches to see what was going on. It looked like she'd caught everyone but Mrs. Fig who hadn't so much as twitched her curtains aside to see what was going on. Shacklebolt grunted, eyes on Aunt Marge who drifted down towards them cursing a blue streak. We're doing our jobs, that's all. We've been called out to obliviate people here a dozen times in the last 4 years, Tonks snapped as she did just that to everyone watching them. The kid shouldn't be acting up this way. There's something wrong. I've turned in a dozen reports of abuse myself. I know you've turned in twice that. No one seems to give a damn because it keeps happening. This is where he's safe, Shacklebolt snapped, but he didn't look terribly convinced of it. In fact, he looked downright sick to his stomach as he restored Aunt Marge and then obliviated her without listening to a single word she bellowed at him. The switch to a docile, quiet Aunt Marge was more shocking than the conversation somehow. Harry shivered next to the man, trying to control his panting breath. The Aurors knew what he went through. They'd reported it but been ignored, which meant that someone powerful was determined to keep him here. They'd made sure that no one on Privet Drive would see how he was abused. If they did notice, well, they'd just be obliviated and forget about it. It was the only thing that made sense. Not very safe if he's blowing up his aunt and running off into the dark of night, Tonks grumbled. Right. That's the lot of them. Can we go find him now? Harry clutched the man's arm. They'll find us. Hold on to the cloak, the man said. I'll sidelong us. What? Harry asked a bit more sharply than he intended to. He had just a moment to see Shacklebolt turn towards them, and then the man grabbed Harry, who clutched his cloak, and they twisted, somehow. It was distinctly like being sucked down a tube and flung out the other side against a wall that knocked them back a good half-dozen feet. Harry gulped air as the lump of lead that was his dinner tried to climb up his throat. He wheezed a breath, shook his head, and instantly regretted it as his dinner came right back up and spilled out over the sidewalk. A moment later, the man still supporting Harry, his head cleared. Bit hard there, I admit, Prongslet, the man said, but it was the best I could do. I don't particularly want to do this, but it's the safest place I've got. With you along, we should be able to get in. I'm pretty sure my mum locked the place up so that I couldn't get in before she died. Ah, what? Harry stared at him, still clinging to his invisibility cloak which barely covered the two of them. Actually, no, their feet showed right on up to their calves because the man was a good bit taller than Harry, if twice as scrawny. Looked like he'd been starved for years on end and smelled like he'd never been allowed to bathe at all. You've no idea who I am, the man said with a sag to his shoulders that made Harry wince. Sorry, no, Harry said. Face seems familiar, but that's all. It's been a bit of a day. Week. Month. Hell, it's been a bit of a life. Let's leave it at that. Who are you? Do I know you? You're not going to kill me now that you've kidnapped me, are you? The man opened his mouth to, visibly, say something reassuring that he clearly didn't believe, only to shut it slowly and frown as Harry went on. He shook his head, licked his lips, and then shrugged. Considered it more saving you from being obliviated and shoved back in that pit, actually, the man said. But no violent death. I'm your godfather. Swore a magical oath to keep you safe and take care of you if anything happened to your parents. Kind of fell down on the job on account of being in prison for the last near dozen years, but, well, I can do better now. Hopefully. I mean, if we can get inside my parents' hellhole of a house. No name but magical oath to protect was good. Harry considered that and nodded. Good enough, Harry said. Let's go inside. Number 11 or 13. The man grinned and wagged his filthy, shaggy eyebrows. 12, actually. The black ancestral home is at 12 Grimald Place. He bowed slightly and beamed as the buildings across the street shifted like the bricks to get into Diagon Alley. They rumbled aside, moving to allow a whole new and slightly larger townhouse to appear between them with grimy, unpolished numbers, 12, on the door. Wow, it's a mess, Harry said, staring up at the grimy windows and trash-covered front step. Yeah, the man said with a tired sigh. It's a pit and full of dark artifacts. Be very careful what you touch. You're still my godson and my heir, though, so you should be able to open the door even if I can't. I hadn't, quite, worked up my nerve to try it. The house elf is batty, racist and horrible, just so you know. Old as the hills, too, which explains the mess. He's too old to keep things up anymore. But it's a place to crash that no one can get into, especially if I can borrow your wand for a quick minute to see if anyone left wands behind. Beggars can't be choosers, you know. He led the way across the street, staring at the grungy doorknob like he expected the snakes around it to bite him. Go on, Harry said. Give it a go. We can't stand here all night. You know they're looking for me. And me, the man said with a hollow laugh. When he gripped the doorknob, he winced as if he expected to be hexed for it. Nothing happened that Harry could see. After a moment, the man blinked and cautiously opened the door. It creaked like the hinges were rusted solid, but it opened for him. Huh, guess you weren't locked out, Harry commented as he pushed the man inside. Once the door was shut, Harry pulled the cloak off, shoved it into his pocket and looked around at the place. Grim old place was horrible. Pit was a very good term for it. The walls were dark and grungy, both with years of grime not cleaned off and dark, ugly wallpaper that was peeling in places to show dark, ugly paint underneath. The carpet puffed dust when Harry scuffed a toe against it. Every painting in the entryway seemed to be magical, but they were covered with so much dust that Harry couldn't really make out what was on them. So, now that we're inside, what's your name again? Harry asked. I'm assuming it's Black. Did your family have to take their names so seriously that you decorated everything in black? This is a bit ridiculous. The man cackled. Oh, I'm serious all the time, Prongslet, but yeah, it's a decorating nightmare. I'd love to get the place and start over. Might have to, if I ever get the trial I have coming. Black. Serious. No. No, Sirius Black. Harry stared at Sirius, jaw open as he tried to make coherent noises come out his mouth. Didn't work at all. All he managed was garbled noises like someone strangling a goose. Sirius grinned at him, laughing quietly even though there was a sort of pain in his eyes that Harry didn't like. He'd been laughed at too much, hunted too hard, and apparently, if Sirius was telling the truth, he didn't deserve any of it. They both whirled as a pop echoed in the entryway. Harry had his wand pointed instantly while Sirius grabbed a walking stick from the troll leg stand by the door. Master Sirius has come back, the elf said, glaring up at Sirius. Yes, I have, creature, Sirius said, still pointing the walking stick at him like he intended to impale the elf any second. This is my heir and godson, Hadrian James Potter Black. We're going to lock down the wards and then have a talk. And baths, Harry said, staring at creature with horror. What is it with filthy pillowcases for house elves? I don't get it. How's that showing how rich and powerful a pure-blood family is? I'd think you lot would give them spiffy little tuxedos as uniforms, made out of sheets or tea towels or something. This is ridiculous. You're as filthy as Sirius is and he stinks to high heaven. The whole place is a disaster. What's up with that? Creature glowered at Harry, running his filthy hands over his even filthier pillowcase as if offended. Creature has been working hard. Have to finish last request for Master Regulus. Good Master Regulus, not like ungrateful Master Sirius. Should have been Master Regulus who lived. He muttered the last bit, looking more than half mad, which kind of fit with Sirius, who looked half mad with grief and rage and exhaustion at the mention of whoever Regulus was. Right, Harry said before either of them could have a go at each other. Okay. So, what's that last request? Maybe I can help with it. Cannot, creature said, drooping like a grimy, wilting flower. No one can. Creature has tried and tried to destroy it. Nothing will kill it. Tried basilisk venom? Harry asked. Then flinched when Sirius turned to stare at him with his jaw open. Creature jerked and stared up at him open-mouthed, too. What? It worked on Voldemort's cursed diary. Might work on whatever it is for you, too. Creature's ears came up and his eyes went wide. Cursed diary? Sirius squawked. What cursed diary? Creature popped away, startling Sirius into whirling and then startling him again a moment later by popping back with a small golden locket. It felt nasty. Way too much like the diary had when Tom had manifested himself while draining Ginny. It had tiny emeralds picking out a S on its cover. Harry's skin crawled just looking at the thing. That's... Harry slapped Sirius's hand, keeping him from reaching out and taking the creepy thing. Not again. He'd learned that lesson with the stupid diary. Put it down, Harry said while reaching into his pocket for his trunk for the basilisk fang he'd brought home with him wrapped up in a sock. No, wait. Which room can we use that won't be too badly damaged? Parlor? Sirius suggested, rubbing his hand, as he pouted at Harry. The parlor had the same grimy decor, a portrait of a stern-faced older woman with gray eyes and a nose just like Sirius's, and a nice open place in the middle of the room. Harry put his trunk down, tapped it with his wand to unshrink it, and then rummaged through the mess inside to find the basilisk fang. There it is, Harry said, looking up to find the portrait and Sirius in a sneering match with Creature clutching the locket to his chest while glowering at Sirius. Right, whatever. I don't care. Bring the locket over, Creature. Let's get that thing destroyed and then everyone, all of us, is getting a bath, clean clothes and food. Creature didn't look too hopeful, but he still put the locket down in front of Harry who shrugged, unwrapped his fang, and then swiftly stabbed the tip of the fang right into the locket's cover. Harry flinched as the expected wail, black blood and billow of smoke came off the locket. He kept on shoving the fang into the locket's cover as hard as he could. What the bloody hell, the portrait screeched. What is that? Bloody buggering fuck, I wish I knew, Sirius breathed. The stern-faced woman in the portrait stared at Sirius, mouth open just a hair, before she nodded firmly exactly once. Sirius nodded back with his lips all pruned up like Aunt Petunia at her most disapproving. Which really didn't matter right that moment but was something that Harry noted as he kept shoving his basilisk fang into the damned locket with what strength he had in his right arm. It was still way too weak after the bite, despite Fawkes saving his life. They all winced, Harry too, as the scream rose to skull-splitting levels. Harry pressed the fang harder, putting his full weight on the fang, and was rewarded with a popping sensation as it broke through the locket and punctured the floor. The scream stopped as suddenly as it started, and Harry sighed. About 2 seconds later, the cloud of black, oily smoke dissipated into nothing, and he was left with a destroyed locket sitting in a slowly dissolving hole on the parlor floor. Well, that's that, Harry said as he used the chain to wiggle the fang free from the twisted, blackened mess of the locket. All fixed, Creature. Now, how about those baths and food, Chapter 2, Coming Clean.
I don't care. I don't. The greater good, as you call it, does not outweigh my rights as an individual. My sister should bear this burden, this anchor around all of our necks. There's no reason whatsoever for it to afflict father, me, or my brother. Mother doesn't even feel it.
Sirius breathed. Just breathed. Shower water flowed down over him, starting out hot and clear and wonderful before turning muddy brown as it sluiced over his body. No reason to start with the rose-scented olive oil soap Creature had put in Sirius's shower like the little troll he was. Like Sirius was going to use Mother's soap. He'd smell like a rose vomited all over him if he did. Giggles tried to bubble up past his clenched teeth. Merlin's saggy balls, what the ever-loving hell had been happening to Harry while Sirius was in Azkaban? The boy was far too scrawny. He favorited his right arm as if it had been stunned and was just coming back to sensation. Those clothes were a disgrace. His hair, of course, was a disaster, but that was about the only thing that was right with Harry. Too small, too skittish, much too dead-eyed calm about truly black magic. What the bloody hell? Sirius whispered. The water swirling around the drain was only mildly brownish, so Sirius grimaced and soaped up. Rose soap. He was going to yell at Creature so hard for the damned rose soap. Cedar and rose would be okay. That was Regulus's scent. It would have set Sirius to sobbing in the shower instead of gritting his teeth and raging, yeah, but it would still be better than this. Sirius paused. Huffed. All right, fine, better that Sirius didn't break down right this second. Angry was better than wailing and beating against the tiles of his shower. After all, Harry looked like he was half a second away from breaking before he went into the guest room across of Sirius's suite. Really, what the bloody hell? Sirius asked. What's that kid been through? He just rolls with a Grim who changes into an, admittedly, filthy disgusting stranger dressed in rags who apparated him to a pit like this? I would have been screaming my head off until the curiosity got to me. Granted, Harry had been properly wary at first. Wand at the ready, nice low stance, didn't take his eyes off Sirius for a moment. He'd been ready to blast Sirius into oblivion if he had to. Unlike Moody, who would have nodded approvingly at Harry's response up until that point, Harry had even given Sirius a chance to go away when Sirius didn't immediately attack him. Changed when Amelia showed up, Sirius said thoughtfully, tipping his head back to scrub rose soap suds into his hair, not that he expected it to do much with the matted disaster his hair had become. That's when he hid. Not when faced with a Grim. When faced with horrors. What, and I repeat, what the bloody hell? Hadn't been that good of a conversation to overhear either. Tonks was all right, probably. At least she'd questioned the whole thing. Sirius really needed to know just what Harry had been through with Petunia and her whale of a husband. It didn't look good at all, even in the short time Sirius had been watching from the shadows. Too much yelling, too much hitting, too many shouts of "freak" to make Sirius happy. Reminded him of dear old Mum, really. Bloody fucking hell, Sirius grumbled as he rinsed and tried to work the matted knots free from his hair. Creature popped into the bathroom, thrusting a bottle of Sleekeasy's potion into the shower. Master needs this. Rose soap. Sirius complained even though he took the potion and set to work pouring about half of it onto his hair. Is all the soap the house has, Creature said with a little sniff of disapproval that didn't hide his smirk one tiny little bit. Sirius drawled. Sure it is, you vicious troll, you. What the hell? Seriously, what the bloody hell? Creature does not know, Master, Creature said in a much more subdued tone. Master Harry Potter is too young to be that way. Masters is not supposed to be like that until they is much, much older. Much older than Master Sirius is. Yeah, no kidding, Sirius agreed. The potion did its miracles, loosening all the mats and soothing his frazzled, horrible hair until he was able to rinse the loose hair out and then shampoo the whole awful mess until it was properly clean. His scalp felt like he'd lost a pound of dandruff and his skin was boiled lobster red by the time he got out of the shower. I have got to trim this mess, Sirius complained as he dried his now waist-length hair. No, hip-length. I could sit on this. This is ridiculous. Master should braid it and put it in a proper queue, Creature said hopefully enough that Sirius stared at him aghast. Creature can powder it, too. No, Sirius said, pointing at Creature who scowled. That style's not used anymore, not even in the Wizengamot, Creature. No. Absolutely not. Forget it. It will never, ever, ever happen. More muttering not at all under Creature's breath, all about ungrateful masters, and sad decline of the great and powerful black family. Which, you know, fair. Sirius was doing the exact same thing right back at Creature as he dried off, shaved properly for the first time in nearly 12 years. He rubbed his smooth cheeks, sighing happily once he was done. So much better. Then he went to see what, if anything, he had to wear. Pants, thank Merlin, were there in his wardrobe. Socks, too, nice thick warm ones that Sirius beamed at once they were on his feet. It had been 8 years since his other socks rotted away despite everything he'd done to try and preserve them. No one got new socks or pants in Azkaban. They were lucky to get food on a daily basis. He had a choice of 3 pairs of black trousers, 2 whole shirts both of which were silvery gray, and 16 jackets. All the colors of the rainbow, all too loose, but Sirius couldn't exactly complain. Better still, his warmest winter robe hung in the wardrobe, so he got to wrap up in its deep blue gorgeous warmth before pulling on a pair of old dress shoes that weren't all that poorly fitting even if Sirius had to lace them as tightly as possible to keep them from sliding around on his feet. Creature stood by the door, hands clenched in his pillowcase. "You know, you can probably talk him out of the whole uniform thing," Sirius commented as he shut the wardrobe. Creature tried, Creature admitted. He scowled. Master Harry Potter will not change his mind. Creature must be clean. House must be clean. Must have uniform. Creature does not know what a uniform looks like. Valid point, Sirius said. Let's go get him to explain because I'm as clueless as you are. Must be a muggle thing. Though, you know, I do see his point on being snootier than everyone else by putting uniforms on the house elves. I'm surprised Grandfather Arcturus didn't do that. Or Mother. She'd have rubbed that in Lady Augusta's face in a blink of an eye if she could have. Creature snorted. Not a sneering snort, not even the "you're being an uncultured swine of a master" snort. An actual snort of laughter. Bloody hell, what the fuck had Harry done to them all? Killing that monstrous locket had addled all their brains. Especially Sirius's if he was actually looking at Creature with some sort of approval. Right, where's Harry now? Sirius asked. Master Harry Potter is cleaning the kitchen, Creature said with such mortal offense that Sirius barked a laugh. Is not funny. Masters is not supposed to clean. No, but he's been raised like he is a house elf, Sirius explained as he headed downstairs with Creature stumping along at his heels. He's in a new place and he's nervous as hell. Not surprised at all that he decided to get a bit of control by cleaning. You want him not to cook and clean, you're going to have to stay ahead of him. Clean it before he can get to it. Cook it before he can realize he needs it. Creature nodded slowly, obviously taking the advice completely seriously. Creature will do so. That sounded like a threat. Sirius pressed his lips together to keep from barking another laugh. Harry was in the basement kitchen, scrubbing away at the stove like he intended to take decades of grime and use off of it in the next hour. You're offending Creature, Sirius warned Harry, who jumped, whirled, and lifted his arm to wing the soapy steel wool he'd been using at Sirius. I told him I wanted it clean, Harry replied with a glower at Creature, who pouted and clenched his hands in his filthy pillowcase. Told you that you needed a uniform, too. Neither of us knows what that should look like, Sirius said, plopping down at the kitchen table and staring at Harry. Got a sketch? Description? Something to work with? Great, Harry complained. He set down the steel wool which immediately disappeared. Creature didn't even bother looking guilty for stealing it. Harry rolled his eyes and went to sit at the table with Sirius, rubbing his right forearm like it ached. Butler's uniform, Harry said, almost bored as he described it. Generally they're in dark colors, trousers for men, simple shirt, button down, cuffed, with a waistcoat and jacket. Can have tails if it's a formal situation, not otherwise. Tie is usually a bow tie, very simple, very plain, no bright colors. Most often a butler or servant will have a pocket watch so that they always know what time it is, making sure that they get everything done on time for their masters. I'd assume you'd want one with the black. He waved at his chest vaguely, insignia or something. Shield. Whatever that coat of arms thing might be. Probably make the tie in black colors. Or the whole thing black colors, though I don't know what those are. Everyone working as a servant wears one. Girls in skirts. Guys in trousers. Highest ranking has the best waistcoat, tie, and pocket watch. Like that. Sirius nodded thoughtfully. All right. That sounds good actually. Socks and shoes, too. Yes. Harry rolled his eyes and blew a raspberry at them. Of course. What? The Black family is so poor that they can't afford socks and shoes. Really? Sirius cackled. Oh, you're going to be great at this. Okay, right. Do that, creature. And yes, it all has to be clean. You heard him. It's snobby, be better than everyone else, time. Clean uniform, clean you, polished until they shine shoes. Creature sighed as if he was felt utterly put upon, but his eyes shone with a decidedly worrying gleam. Creature will do so. Creature is not sleeping in it, though. Nope, night clothes for that, again as a uniform, Harry said entirely calmly. Little dressing gown and all. Slippers, too. That way if someone comes in the middle of the night like a rude Burke, you show up in your very nice night clothes and glare them down for being so rude as to show up without warning. Yeah, very worrying gleam in Creature's eyes. He popped away, but the instant he left the kitchen stove was 1,000 times cleaner than it had been. Counters and floors, too. Ha. Apparently all Creature needed to do his job was a reason to one-up everyone else. All right, Sirius said, waving for Harry to follow him. Upstairs. I know there are wands in this place. Let me borrow your wand to summon them all, then we'll properly lock down the wards. I thought you did that already, Harry said, following Sirius upstairs with a little limp that Sirius desperately wanted to check out. He shouldn't be moving like he was 200 years old, not when he wasn't even 14 yet. Not properly, Sirius said. Locked the flue and made sure the wards would refuse anyone entrance, but the wards aren't completely under my control yet. I need a wand of my own to do that. Yours doesn't much like me. I mean, it'll work with me, but not for long. A quick Accio wands had 43 wands flying in to settle on the second parlor table. All of them were dusty and old, of course, but they looked solid enough. No ratty cores showing at the ends, cracks, or sparks of magic coming off them. Accio wand holsters, Sirius said once he'd got all the wands laid out for a proper testing fest. 10 soared in, plopping on the table next to Harry, who stared at them with a puzzled expression. What are these? Harry asked. Sirius's brain stopped working. Total stop. He stared at Harry, mouth open, trying to connect two consecutive thoughts with anything other than his father's many warnings to never store his wand in his pocket lest he shoot his prick off. Don't tell me you keep your wand in your pocket, Mom said from one of the paintings on the wall. She scowled at Harry. You're blast your member off, young man. Harry laughed. Yeah, right. No, Sirius said, firmly enough that Harry's eyes went wide, and he leaned back in his seat. She's right. It's stupidly dangerous, and your dad actually did wound himself that way. You're getting one of these, period. But, how? Harry protested with all the teenage superiority that a 13-year-old could muster. It was a lot more than Sirius had realized anyone could pull. Wands don't just do magic by themselves. Sirius waved Harry's objection away while sorting through the holsters. Depends on how upset you are, how stable your magic is at the time, and what ambient magic is around. Plus, some really old wands can actually do things on their own. If a wand's used long enough, it develops a degree of, I wouldn't call it intelligence, but they can make things happen and influence their wielders in bad ways. Anyway, single holster, worthless, both of them. I should toss those. Ah, there we go, 20. That's the ticket. Now we just need one more for 20. As Sirius sorted through the small mountain of holsters for another one that was in good condition, self-adjusting for size, and which held a minimum of 20 wands, Harry stared at Sirius with his mouth open. Got one. Sirius exclaimed. Nice and new, too. You take that one. Here's your wand. Put it in first. That's your primary. You'll want to try and find a wand that works with each of your favorite classes and then a dueling wand that you can use whenever you get into a really nasty fight. I won't suggest that you have a wand specifically for the unforgivables because you absolutely should never use those. But be aware that there's a lot of magi who do have wands like that. Moody, my old instructor, had 3 wands specifically to use in the deadliest battles. You know, Harry said as he carefully put on the holster, nodding as it fit to his arm, and then inserted his wand backwards first. It didn't go, so he switched it around, then nodded when it worked. I really need an explanation of the blow your dick off thing. Ron's brothers said the same thing, but they were laughing when they said it. Oh, lovely, Sirius groaned. This is so not fair. I swore up, down, left, and right that I was going to run for the high hills when Prongs had to give you the little wizard's lectures. You do know where babies come from, right? I don't have to explain where not to put your prick. He started testing wands, pushing all the ones that didn't work for him to Harry while keeping a small stack that worked with him despite what a mess he was. A few felt good for the future, once he was healed up a touch, so he kept them, too. Harry followed suit, testing wands, and stowing the ones that worked for him despite the ferocious blush that covered his face. Yes, I know where babies come from, Harry said so stiffly that Sirius grinned at him. Aunt Petunia gave me that lecture. Oh, lad, I am so sorry, Sirius said, shuddering. She was always a horror. Can't imagine what a nightmare that would have been. Probably as bad as the one I got from my mum up there. At least you never brought home a bastard child, Mum snapped at him. It's quite simple really, young man. Your magic flows first and foremost through the core of your body. While you're young, or when you're profoundly upset, the magic can manifest on your skin. Your wands are uniquely tuned to interact with your magic. If you store your wand in a pocket or against the core of your body, it can and will respond when your magic manifests. Sirius nodded grimly. It's not pretty. Your dad had a scar right across his right thigh, on the inside. Nearly hit the femoral artery. Did clip the tip of his prick. Blood everywhere. Screaming. Not pretty. Remus and I dragged him off to Pomfrey, who read the riot act at all of us. The rat, well, he passed out as soon as it happened. Not sure he ever got the proper lecture. No wands in your pocket from now on, understand? Harry nodded slowly. He tried to say something and completely failed to make anything other than gibberish come out his mouth. Lots better than how Sirius had reacted with James's little disaster. Remus had gone green. Peter, well. Fuck Peter. Sirius would catch him and kill him soon enough. So, you get all of the ones that work for you? Sirius asked once they'd gone through the stack of wands. I think so, Harry said with a frown. None of them were quite as good as my wand. That's normal, Sirius said, waving for Harry to follow him. As you hit your magical maturations, you'll find them easier to use. It's part of growing up. In the beginning your magic is so unsettled that one wand works best. The more you go through, the more magic you do, the more wands will work for you. Harry hesitated and frowned at Sirius. Question for you. Sure, Sirius said, hand on the doorknob of the tapestry room. How do you feel right now? Harry asked, still frowning intently at Sirius. A bit worried about getting this place locked down safely, but more or less okay. Sirius said, staring right back at Harry. Ah, well, you're not exactly stable, Harry said. He shrugged his shoulders. Did you realize that you were weeping a bit ago? Or giggling briefly? I mean, right now, this second, you're gripping that door handle so tight that it's creaking. Sirius started and stared at his hand. White knuckles. Ha. His hand did ache pretty badly. He sighed. Lovely, Sirius said and shook his head. Don't go to Azkaban, Harry. The Dementors will completely mess with your emotions. Doesn't matter. We still have to claim the wards and then get healing. Come on. The ward stone is hidden in here. Sirius pushed open the door and winced as a desperate whine sounded. He cleared his throat, shaking his head at Harry who looked worried about him. There were so many names blasted off the family tree. So many. He rested his fingers on Regulus's name, watching his hand shake even though all Sirius consciously felt was sorrow for his lost little brother. Yeah. They both needed healing. Lots of it and as soon as Sirius could arrange it. Chapter 3, Broken Links.
That's the part that bothers me the most. That mother, she who would have been vassal to the Potter family, feels nothing whatsoever while the rest of us suffer is unconscionable.
Harry looked around the room, trying to figure out where the so-called ward stone might be. All he saw were walls covered with a tapestry woven with a family tree. It was pretty. Actual tree done in gold against a rich green background. The branches spread all the way around the room with people's names and the faces move. Harry breathed as he realized that the little faces were looking back at him. Oh, yeah, Sirius said. He grimaced something like a smile, only about 10,000 times scarier, and shrugged. My mum was batshit insane. She blasted off anyone that she didn't approve of. I should be right here, but I wasn't good enough for her. My little brother Regulus, was the good heir, the one who should have inherited according to her. Why didn't he? Harry asked cautiously. The mood swings Sirius showed were pretty alarming. He'd darn close to torn his hair out during the whole killing the locket thing, all while giggling like a lunatic. He'd gone from genial to delighted to dripping tears and then jaw-dropped horrified in a matter of moments while they were choosing extra wands. Well, Harry had 15 extra wands now, not that he had a clue what to do with them. He just took the ones that seemed to work with his magic, more or less. Sirius had seemed to have a real purpose as he tested his wands, casting little spells that he paid no attention to and taking mock battle poses as if seeing if they moved right in his hands. He'd chose a solid 20 wands, filling his holster. Despite his intention of throwing the single wand holsters away, Sirius hadn't even noticed when Harry took them. If what Sirius and his mum said was true, Ron and Neville both desperately needed proper wand holsters. They all kept their wands in their pockets, Seamus, and Dean, too. Maybe Hermione had been right that it was a very bad practice, though she'd made it seem like it was more a risk of falling and breaking your wand than blowing portions of your anatomy off. If that was actually a real thing. He wasn't sure, despite Sirius's mum confirming it. But if it was real, well. Wand holsters for Ron and Neville. Maybe he could grab some of the other ones later, pass them out to all the Weasleys and Dean and Seamus, too. Sirius sighed and tugged at his long, wild, wavy hair like he was going to get a knife and saw it all off at the nape of his neck any second now. He died. No one knows how. I guess. I mean, I always thought that old Voldy killed him, but apparently Reggie betrayed Voldy, stole the locket and somehow died for it. We really need to get that to the goblins, see what they think it was. Wards? Harry asked, stopping Sirius before he could go herring off to another room. Right, yes, Sirius said, wagging a finger at Harry. Wards, food, help to get to the goblins. Should be able to fix this thing up once we control the wards. That'll tell me if there are any relatives we can go to. Or we can just go to your seneschal, Amal. Who? Harry asked. He winced and did his best not to back away when Sirius whirled to stare at Harry with wild eyes. Okay, be careful about mentioning the seneschal, whatever that was. The last thing Harry wanted to do was set Sirius off any worse. If that was possible. How can you not know Amal? Sirius asked in a slow, careful voice that didn't at all match the wild look in his eyes or the keening he made under his breath. Never heard of him before, Harry said with a shrug. How do you feel right now? I mean, what emotion are you, having? Sirius blinked. Nothing much at the moment. Bit horrified that you've been kept away from Amal. I mean, he's your seneschal. He takes care of all the paperwork and stuff for your lordship. Lordship. Harry sucked in a breath and then sighed. Right. Well. You're apparently really not aware when you're acting crazy. Crying and laughing and, right now, shaking like you're having a panic attack. I'm not. Sirius paused as he held up his hands, which shook so violently that Harry was surprised he could even hang onto the dark oak wand he'd pulled out of his holster. Oh. Oh. Oh, damn, I thought I was better off than this. I've dissociated entirely, all the way instead of just partway like I thought. It's the Dementors. Long-term exposure to them does terrible things to your mind. Right, well, that makes the whole help from the goblins thing even more urgent. Wards first. Always good to have a clear sequence to follow. Wards, food, then get help. Good, Harry said, mentally tagging Dementors, dissociation, and what the bloody hell bankers could do for healing as things to research as soon as he could slip away from Sirius. So, where's the ward stone? Right over here, Sirius said. He moved to the center of the room and waved his oak wand. For a moment, during which Harry wondered wildly just how crazy Sirius actually was and if he was safe in Grimmauld Place with him, nothing happened. Then a panel in the floor abruptly popped up, revealing a trapdoor that led downwards. The first 2 flights of stairs were wood. Sirius lit his wand with a quiet lumos and headed downwards. Harry followed suit, doing lumos as well because why not? As unstable as Sirius was, extra light was a very good thing. Be better to have his own source of light given that Sirius might randomly decide to put his lumos out. Ha! Actually, having all those extra wands might be a good thing. If Harry dropped his normal wand, he'd still have a wand to use. Have to mention that to Hermione when he got back to school. Maybe there were second-hand stores where you could get wands or something. Hermione would certainly enjoy researching how different wands reacted to different spells and different people. After the first 2 flights of stairs, the stairs turned to stone. Big stone blocks formed the walls, ones with chisel marks still showing on their flanks. They went down another 2.5 flights worth of stairs, Harry counted, before they came to a big iron-banded door that had no lock at all on it. It's in here, Sirius said. He muttered something under his breath and then shuddered violently as the door swung inwards without either of them touching it. Be careful where you step. Try not to step on any of the lines. There's a path to follow to get to the stone. We have to be careful this time. The next time we visit it'll be fine. The ward stone will know us, welcome us in. Right now it doesn't know us except vaguely. Not one bit of which made sense until Sirius stepped into the ward room. It was a fairly large room, about 20 foot by 30, 12-foot high ceilings that arched overhead with heavy beams made of huge 1-ton blocks of stone carved to shape. The walls were plain stone, more of the hand-chiseled sort like the stairwell, as was the ceiling between the beams. The floor was polished obsidian, smooth and sleek as glass and black as night. When Sirius stepped into the room, that sleek black floor suddenly lit up from within. Lines swooped around the room forming a series of interlocking circles connected by angles and lines and squares. Runes bracketed every single circle, inside and out, and ran along either side of the other lines, too. The room hummed with power, drawing Harry's eyes inwards and inwards and inwards to a big chunk of stone about 6 inches shorter than Harry was tall. That had to be the ward stone. It was striped, black and white with a few bands of vivid green rock running through it. The stripes folded and twisted like the chocolate bread that Aunt Petunia bought for special tea parties that had been layered and twisted into something exotic despite the perfectly ordinary dough. Those stripes ran through the ward stone, thick and thin, twisting into a pattern that was beautiful, if as inconsistent as Sirius. "Stay close," Sirius told Harry quietly. "Once we're to the stone, I'll cut my hand. You'll need to do it, too. Working with the wards requires blood. Not a lot, really, just a few drops." "Okay," Harry said slowly even as he hurried to all but walk on Sirius's heels. "Why's that?" "Why's what?" Sirius asked absently. His teeth chattered as he led Harry on a winding, ridiculously switchbacking path through the glowing lines on the floor. Harry stopped looking at the runes and things after a few steps. They gave him a horrible headache that throbbed right between his eyes when he stared for more than a couple of seconds. Felt rather like someone was trying to hammer a bloody iron railroad spike into his forehead. Or maybe some little man inside his head was trying to hammer his way out. Hard to tell, either way, when it hurts so much. "Why's it take blood?" Harry asked. "It depends on the sort of ward," Sirius explained perfectly calmly between his teeth chattering and shaking fits. "The Black family has old wards, really old wards, that were cast before the ministry was created. Old wards like those are all blood-based. Hogwarts used to have wards like that, but I think they tore them out and replaced them with newer wards. The goblins are supposed to come in and fix them up every 100 years or so. Blood wards only need the attention of the Patriarch and the heir to keep working properly." Harry said with a slow nod that nearly knocked him off his feet. "Stupid headache." "Yep," Sirius agreed. He took one big step over a final glowing white line and held out a hand to Harry to make sure he made it across safely. "Here we go. This is simple really. I'll do the hard bit, which'll mostly be hard because I'm a bit mucked in the head right now. You just introduce yourself to the stone, bloody hand anywhere on it, and let it feel your magic out. Should be just fine." Harry nodded, winced at the stab of pain through his skull, and then grunted a yes-sounding sort of noise through his gritted teeth. Putting cuts on their hands was a simple enough thing. Sirius used his wand, different one from the one he'd been carrying on his way in, to make a little cut at the base of their thumbs. Right hand for both of them. Then Sirius took a deep breath and pressed his hand against the stone. Magic leapt up all around them, in sheets that rippled like the layers of black and white and green in the ward stone. The sheets of magic danced around the room, zipping along the lines of the glowing circles until the entire room blazed with light. It hurt like nothing else ever had. Harry panted, shaking, and barely managed to keep himself from groaning when Sirius, eyes still shut, nodded for Harry to put his hand on the ward stone. The Black family magic went through Harry like he'd been hit with lightning. Bright, blazing arcs of magic that tore his head right open and dropped Harry to his nerveless knees. He gasped for breath between the waves of pain, unable to do anything other than suffer. The pain was. It felt like. He couldn't. Distantly, very, very distantly, Harry heard Sirius shout something, but it was so far away from the crackle of the magic and the dark cloud of pain and anger boiling up off his forehead. Oh. Not his forehead. His scar. Merlin's bollocks, Harry's scar was just like the diary and the locket. Harry snarled and pushed at the darkness trying to cling to him. No. Just no. He wasn't having that awful mess inside of him. That it had been there all this time was bad enough. Maybe Professor Dumbledore hadn't lied when he said his mum's magic protected him. The magic suddenly turned teal and rose and gold. Harry wheezed and then laughed as the screaming black cloud died just like the diary and the locket had. Warmth surrounded him. His mum's warmth. Wetness flowed down Harry's cheeks. It tasted like tear salt but felt sticky like blood. Both? Maybe both. The Black family magic eased. It shifted from lightning to a warm, thick blanket that cocooned Harry in something that felt amazingly good. Kind of like his mum's bright rose gold and teal magic but with a more masculine edge. There was something fractured in that blanket, sharp-edged and worried. Harry blinked and then blinked again to get his eyes to focus on Sirius, who was kneeling right next to Harry, hands out as if he wanted to grab Harry but was afraid to touch. Harry laughed and let himself topple into Sirius's embrace. "Really glad I made you bathe before we did this." "Prongslet, I have no idea what you just said," Sirius said with a wet sniffle. He hugged the air right out of Harry's lungs. "Bloody buggering fuck, what is it with you?" Even James wasn't this dramatic, and he went out of his way to do ridiculous things. Harry snickered. It felt good to be held. The lines of the runes underneath them didn't feel so intimidating anymore. His head, despite the tears and blood slowly dripping down his face, felt way better, too. That whole throbbing headache was gone, thank Merlin. Harry said with a bit of effort to enunciate the words properly, that I'm really glad I made you bathe before we did this. You'd have been horrible to hug before. Sirius barked a laugh, rocking Harry side to side. "Oh, Prongslet, I'm glad you inherited your parents' senses of humor. Try not to give me more heart attacks like that, okay? At least not until after I've seen a proper healer." "No promises," Harry replied. "Upstairs again." Sirius sighed and nodded against Harry's hair. He, stunningly, gave the top of Harry's head a little kiss as he hugged Harry more tightly for a moment. Then he healed Harry's hand, mended his own, and then stood on legs that didn't shake at all. Sirius gave a pass at healing Harry's forehead, too, though it didn't feel like the wound closed up all the way. Less blood oozed down his face, but that was it. Sirius's teeth didn't chatter, either, despite Sirius looking so damned pale that Harry half expected him to pass out at any moment. They stopped 3 times on the stairs up to the tapestry room when Harry ran out of breath, and another 4 times for Sirius, who seemed to have all the lung capacity of an asthmatic 80-year-old man who'd smoked 6 packs a day his entire life. They were both sweaty once they got back to the tapestry room, which, oddly, looked much, much cleaner than before. Not a single cobweb in the place. The tapestry seemed much brighter, as if someone had given it a good dusting. The wooden floor gleamed suspiciously. Harry peered at the floor, then at Sirius when Sirius snickered and shook his head. "What?" Harry asked warily. "Creature did not like you taking his cleaning away from him in the kitchen," Sirius said with a huge grin and actual merriment in his eyes. "I think he's decided he has to clean everything before you have a chance to get to it first." "God," Harry groaned, rolling his eyes. "Seriously?" "I'm always serious, Prongslet," Sirius said. He wagged his eyebrows at Harry and then laughed, a real, true happy laugh when Harry lightly shoved his shoulder. Right. I'll leave it be for the moment. Let me see if I can get this tapestry fixed up a bit. I really do need to know if there are Black family members who aren't associated with the Death Eaters that I can try to get on our side." The spell Sirius used was a version of Repario that Harry had never heard. He was tired enough that he didn't really get what it was until Sirius said Repario. Something familia sanguis Repario something funditus was what it sounded like to Harry. What it did was make the entire tapestry shiver, shake itself off so dramatically that dust billowed in the room, and then reweave itself from the top down. Every single thread twisted like a startled worm before shimmering and reforming exactly as it should have been. The burnt places sent off showers of ash before the neighboring threads lent bits of themselves, filling in the holes. In a matter of 30 seconds or so, the entire tapestry shuddered and squirmed itself into shimmering, beautiful perfection. Dozens upon dozens of new names appeared on the tapestry. Whole new branches formed up that hadn't been there before. Branches that had dead-ended suddenly had new twigs and leaves and lines leading off from them. Did the Black family disown like half their members? Harry asked once the tapestry settled down into being just, a magical tapestry showing the Black family line. Something like that, Sirius said. He went over to his spot, sighing that Regulus's name was still picked out in silver instead of gold like Sirius's name. Harry's name was there now, too, linked back to Sirius with a thin gold dotted line and with silver lines back to his mum and dad who appeared in silver on the tapestry. Their pictures were so young, so much younger than the man and woman he'd seen in the mirror of Erised. "Oh, there you two are," Sirius whispered, sniffling dramatically. "Bugger, I'd forgotten somehow that we were such close cousins." "They're so young," Harry whispered, unsure why he whispered but unable to raise his voice when he wanted to break into tears like Sirius, but he couldn't quite let his guard down so far. "The pictures stay the age you were when you died," Sirius confirmed. He brushed his fingers over Harry's name. "You're not allowed to die until you're 290, you hear me? I want your picture to be the oldest on this stupid thing." "How long do magi live?" Harry asked after opening his mouth to say something sarcastic and then thinking before he let the quip come out. Sirius probably wouldn't have taken it well if Harry admitted that he didn't expect to make it to 18, what with the way his life had been going. Frankly, Harry didn't let himself think things like that all that often, but after the day he'd had so far, well, he figured he was justified. "At least 200 years normally," Sirius said with a ferocious frown. "Most don't live much past 250, but blacks and especially potters who don't get themselves killed in stupidly dramatic ways can live much longer. I think you had an ancestor about 8 generations back who lived to nearly 300, but I'm not sure. The Dementors did a bloody number in my brain." Yeah, definitely not good to comment about Harry's certainty that he wasn't going to survive to 18. On the other hand, Sirius hadn't shown the slightest hint of weird mood swings since they left the ward room. His voice and his eyes and his body all seemed to be feeling the same things at the same time. Maybe the ward stone and the Black family magic did him some good, the way they'd done Harry some good. Maybe a lot of good given that whatever it was in his scar had been driven out and destroyed like the diary and the locket. "Huh. Right, well, I need to wash my face," Harry said. "While you do your checking, I think I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to battle Creature for the kitchen. I really am hungry. We need sandwiches or something. I'm thinking grilled cheese. With ham. A lot of ham." "You do that," Sirius said, grinning at Harry as if he thought the idea of winning a fight for the kitchen was cute. "Good luck with it. You'll need it. Just, go easy on your forehead. It's a mess." "Feels way better," Harry said, gingerly touching the bloody mess that was his scar. "I'll be gentle. See what you can find and then we'll meet in the kitchen, right?" "Right," Sirius said. He nodded and went back to studying the tapestry with bright, intense eyes. Not one facial tic or grimace. No tugging at his hair. The ward stone apparently had done him a lot of good. When Harry headed back up the stairs, the rug running up the steps was aggressively clean. The paintings on the walls were all brighter. Even the dust in the corners looked to have been vacuumed out somehow. Baseboards were spotless, gleaming with polish that had just a faint hint of lemon to it. Harry snorted. "I still want to cook, Creature." He could have sworn that the wallpaper got aggressively brighter as Harry passed. Didn't matter. Harry was still going to keep up his cooking skills. He'd earned them at the end of a swinging frying pan, and he'd be damned if he'd let anyone, Aunt Petunia or Creature, take his joy away from him. Chapter 4, Tentative Plans.
Grandfather's plot worked very well for her. She's free as a bird, able to live and cast magic without a dragging weight upon her core.
Sirius sat at the table in the kitchen, sipping his tea while watching Harry and Creature passive-aggressively argue about what to have for late dinner. Really late dinner. He wasn't sure exactly what time it was, but it felt like midnight. What a day. The kitchen sparkled, it was cleaner than Sirius had ever seen. Every single cabinet was perfectly spotless. The floor hadn't been this clean since it was installed. Creature had cleaned the stove to within an inch of its life. Sirius wouldn't be surprised if the metal was thinner than it had been from all the scrubbing Harry and then Creature had done. None of which had stopped Harry from marching in, plasters across his bruised forehead, and setting to work making grilled ham and cheese sandwiches. Creature had already made sandwiches, nice thick beef with Swiss on the crusty bread that you got from the best bakeries because only they had the old-style wood-fired brick ovens that would cook a loaf in minutes. He'd made soup, a thick tomato soup. He'd even made a beautiful salad full of wild and domesticated greens, topping it with pansy, lavender, and nasturtium flowers. "Master Harry, there is sandwiches already," Creature finally said, glaring up at Harry. "Yeah, I see that," Harry said. "They look great, really, they do. I'm not knocking them. I've just got a craving for ham and cheddar. Beef's fine. Really. It's great. Not what I want." Creature heaved a sigh, muttering under his breath. Master Harry should be sitting down before he falls down. "No," Harry declared, hands locked on the counter so tightly that not only did his knuckles go white, his wrists did, too. "Creature," Sirius said, waving for Creature to come over. "Go on, make what you want, Prongslet. But you're eating some soup and having salad, too. No gorging yourself on cheese toasties, got it?" Harry stared at Sirius for a moment and then breathed a ghost of a laugh. He nodded once. As Creature stomped over to Sirius, using those shiny new shoes of his for great, echoing effect, Harry peeled his fingers off the counter edge and set to work making a quite moderate ham and cheddar sandwich with very thinly sliced bread. Barely any ham at all and only enough cheese to stick it all together. He didn't even put butter or mayonnaise on the bread before he started grilling it. "He needs this," Sirius murmured to Creature. He kept his eyes on Harry's stiff back. "Let him cook things, please. I think it's barely keeping him together right now." Creature frowned and then nodded slowly. Creature is still complaining about it. Is not Master's place to be cooking? "Unless that Master is someone who wants to cook," Sirius said with a little grin into his tea at the way a thundercloud all but formed over Creature's head. "It's a skill he likes. Good practice for potions, anyway. Let him. That's an order." Sirius did chuckle at Creature's huff as he stomped, loudly, back across the kitchen to bang around in the cabinets while muttering and complaining. It didn't take very long before Harry's shoulders shook with laughter from the sheer outrageousness of Creature's complaints. As if Harry was going to ever make a full 10-course meal for 100 guests, all while tying Creature to a chair and making him watch. Pretty quickly, Harry came over with his very small, very plain ham and cheese sandwich. Sirius served up a salad for him, then pushed one of the bowls of soup to him. Harry grimaced. "Can't eat that much or don't like it?" Sirius asked. Harry stared at Sirius like a deer caught in the headlights. Very much like James when Lily caught him mid-prank. Oh, Prongslet. He really should never have let Hagrid take Harry. That one mistake had cost them both so much over the last decade. Harry looked down at his skinny sandwich and shrugged one shoulder. "I can't eat a quarter of one of these sandwiches," Sirius said. He shrugged a shoulder right back at Harry. "They feed you one very meager meal a day in Azkaban. My stomach's badly shrunken. Pretty sure that Petunia did the same to you. I don't expect you to eat it all, Prongslet. Do your best. Eat a little of all three. I figure we'll be having multiple meals a day to try and get back to a healthy weight." "I never get this much," Harry said as he picked up his sandwich and started eating it slowly. "Beef never has agreed with my stomach. I didn't want to risk getting sick." "It can upset people's stomachs," Sirius agreed. Your dad was that way. He'd take ham and chicken over beef every time. Got it from his mum, from what I could see. She'd never touch beef if she had a choice. If that's all she had, she'd eat a bite or two and then declare herself too full to touch another morsel. Harry stopped staring at his plate as Sirius talked. Merlin, the poor kid, was starved for anything about his family. There was no way that Petunia would have said one word of Lily. The bad blood between the two of them had been epic, legendary in their school days. Lily and James's wedding had almost been ruined by Petunia's vicious sniping and her oath of a husband's insults. But he should have heard about Lily and James from school, shouldn't he? Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick both knew Lily. So did Snape, the slimy Burke. Hagrid had adored James. Any of them could have told Harry stories. I didn't know that, Harry murmured. He started in on the salad, eyebrows going up in surprise. Creature makes a mean salad, Sirius said, grinning as Harry plowed into it. Make sure that you eat the flowers, especially. They're good for digestion and stabilizing your magical channels after an injury or a fight. I think we can both use it. You're not eating, Harry said, frowning at Sirius. I ate already, Sirius said. He shrugged. You took a while. Showered, Harry admitted around a bulging mouthful of salad. Felt gross. He swallowed, tried the soup, and groaned, muttering uncomplimentary things at Creature, who marched around the kitchen unnecessarily cleaning things with a smug expression on his face. Sirius had to pour himself more tea to laugh into at the two of them. It was like Harry just got Creature on an instinctive level that even Reggie hadn't. Of course, Reggie hadn't ever been made to work like a house elf. What did you find out? Harry asked as he ate a good third of the soup, then picked away at his sandwich, clearly getting full already. Amal is still Seneschal of House Potter, Sirius reported. He shows on the tapestry if I touch your name. None of your family's vassals are still there, but that's no surprise. They wouldn't show when they haven't sworn to you. Can't tell if they're alive or dead or what. Harry frowned at Sirius. Yeah, I figured you had no idea about vassals, Sirius said with a sigh that came from his toes. We'll talk about it later. Or I'll let Amal explain it. He's way better at that stuff than I am. I went out of my way to avoid learning it, and frankly, the Black family never had many vassals. We either outright adopted people into the bloodline or we bound them with contracts. Vassals are a Potter thing. Okay, Harry said, shaking his head. And the goblins? I've got a cousin whose wife works for Gringotts, Sirius said with his biggest, best, making mischief grin. Anthony Black is the son of Marius Black, who was disowned for being a squib. With me taking Patriarch, he'll feel the family magic pulling on him. His wife Lacey will feel it, too. I can send Creature to them, arrange for Lacey to meet us at Gringotts and get us to the proper account managers. I still haven't figured out a way to get to Amal, though. I can't send Creature there. Why? Harry asked. He pushed the meal away, rolling his eyes when Creature popped over to take everything away. Knowing Creature, he would save the sandwiches to push at Sirius at every opportunity. He might, given how Harry and Creature worked together, make a completely different set of sandwiches to push on Harry at odd moments. Sirius sighed, frowning into his tea. I should have had a trial. Dumbledore had the right, authority, and the power to give me a trial at any time. No one even questioned me, Prongslet. I was just seized, stunned, and woke up in Azkaban. Had a lot of time to think. He put you there deliberately, Harry said, jumping straight to the conclusion that Sirius had ended up with on 87 separate occasions over the years. To gain control of me. And to keep the Black and Potter votes in limbo in the Wizengamot, Sirius said. He shook his head that Harry just stared at him blankly. You're killing me here, Prongslet. The things you don't know. Sirius finished off his tea and waved for Harry to follow him. They made their way up to the second floor to the library. The black double doors were matte, not shiny and polished, but Sirius suspected that not even house elf magic could make these doors gleam. The wood was a dense magical version of teak that had been enchanted with old, powerful blood magic to ensure that every book and paper brought into the library would be preserved and protected against all damage. The spells had been there for at least 6 generations. If they'd been redone in the last 100 years or so, Sirius would be astonished. Didn't matter. The doors and the bookshelves made of the same near-black magical teak made sure that everything inside was safe. Unlike Hogwarts's library, the Grimmauld Place library was 1 story high with narrow windows that let in virtually no sunlight unless the beam hit at just the right angle. As soon as they stepped inside, the lanterns flared to life, working to banish the darkness that always lurked in Grimmauld Place. Despite the lanterns, the library was a shadowy, dark pit of a place. It really was past midnight. Sirius could just see the moon from one of the windows. Its gleam seemed afraid to brush against the heavy bookshelves and their many, many books. It wasn't as impressive as Hogwarts's library was, but it was still perfect for this. When he'd first went through Hogwarts's library, Sirius had been appalled that none of the books on the Wizengamot, on law, on history and culture and the ancient and noble families were there. Lily had always believed it was deliberate. Now, looking at Harry as he stared around with a sort of blank surprise that abruptly sharpened into ferocious curiosity when he realized what the titles were versus what he must have expected after spending a couple of years at Hogwarts, Sirius thought she might just have been right. The center work table with its hard, wooden chairs stood like an altar to uncompromising blood purity idiocy, waiting for the books to be pulled down so that someone could go be poncy in people's faces. I haven't seen any of these, Harry said after wandering about for a moment. I know, Sirius said. He grinned at Harry's sharp look. Hogwarts doesn't have these books. They haven't had them for, at least the last couple of generations. I've asked the portraits and the older ones remember all these books and more being there. The more recent portraits only remember a few. Now. Pretty sure there's even less than there was when I was at Hogwarts. Harry nodded very slowly while running his fingers across the big leather-bound copy of the Laws of the Wizengamot and Duties of the Lords of Magic. Dumbledore took them out. Lil's always thought so. The law books were much too detailed for what Harry understood. Sirius went to the shelf with the books his father had given to Regulus, and Sirius after Regulus protested that Sirius was older, when they were just learning to read. A broad overview should help Harry get the idea of what was going on with the Wizengamot. Merlin knew that getting into the details and really understanding all the batshittery laws that had been passed in the last 400 years was a lifetime's work. This'll give you a start on the Wizengamot, Sirius said. This one is good for figuring out the various families and all the nonsense associated with being you. And with being me. This one here is wonderful for understanding the whole Vassal thing I mentioned. And this one explains the house elf situation. Harry stared at the 4 leather-bound books like they might bite his hands off if he took them. This is all stuff I need to know right away. Ma'am, not today, but the sooner you get the 10,000-foot view the sooner you'll be able to see when someone's bullshitting you, Sirius said. He grinned as Harry grabbed the books right out of his hands. Short explanation, magical Britain lives in the Dark Ages, and we're all inbred idiots who don't know to come in out of the rain. Your mum's words there, quoted nearly directly. I see, Harry squeaked around a giggle fit. She didn't think much of magi, I take it. Sirius rolled his eyes and strolled over to one of the big leather chairs that his father had insisted the library needed. The whole place was spotlessly clean already. It really was amazing just how inspired Creature was by a combination of hoity-toity and passive-aggressive competition. The chairs were horribly uncomfortable. Stiff seats, arms that were too high for supporting your arms properly and too narrow for you to keep your arms inside either. The back of the seat was so squashy that you felt like it was about to swallow you. At least they didn't stink anymore. When Sirius sat, Harry did, too, though he scowled once he'd perched in the chair. "Horrible, aren't they?" Sirius commented with a sigh. "Hate these stupid chairs. Yet another thing I'm going to have to change about this pile." "You should," Harry said, shaking his head after a moment spent fidgeting and glaring at the chair. "So, about the elves?" "Right," Sirius said. "Short version is that if I send Creature to Amal, it's as much as saying that I'm looking to get a marriage contract with you, which is about enough to make me throw up what little I managed to get into my belly." From the way Harry gaped and then grimaced, he felt the same. Harry skipped through the house elf book, then paused to frown at one page. Rather more intently than Sirius would have expected, given that Harry couldn't have had much to do with house elves before. Stealing a house elf is cause for a blood feud?" Harry asked in that panicky high-pitched tone James always got when Lily caught him in the midst of a really bad prank. "Prongslit," Sirius said warningly, "do not think about going out and—" "Oh, bugger. You've already stolen someone's house elf?" "Maybe," Harry said. His cheeks were far too red as he looked anywhere but at Sirius for the answer to be anything but yes. Sirius groaned. "All right, as long as you didn't free the elf, we're fine. If he's free, you're in big trouble." Zero eye contact, not even to flick a glance up at Sirius to see how much trouble he was in. "Whose?" Lucius Malfoy's elf," Harry groaned. He collapsed back into his chair and then sat right back up again because the chairs really were that uncomfortable. "But he was abusing Dobby and I couldn't just let it go on. Dobby kind of helped me, you know. Not well, but he helped me. He wanted to save the great Harry Potter or something. That was—" Sirius wasn't sure exactly what that was, actually. He flopped properly in his chair while staring at Harry, who went red, then pale, then slowly twice as red as before. This kid. What the bleeding hell was with this kid? James wasn't that much trouble when he was 13. A prat, certainly, but not this level of, whatever it was when you swooped past trouble on your broom and bombed straight for suicidally ridiculous. "Let me get this straight," Sirius said slowly. "You stole Lucius Malfoy's personal elf, Dobby. The oldest elf the Malfoy family had. The best trained and wheeliest and smartest elf of any elves that I've ever met." "I guess," Harry said, now wide-eyed by the description of Dobby. "I mean, I freed Dobby. I thought he was way younger than Creature, though." "No, apparent ages don't mean a lot for house elves," Sirius said. He rubbed his face with both hands and groaned. "I mean, yes, but no, because house elves are complicated. Anyway, you freed him?" Harry nodded. "No bond to him?" Harry shook his head. "And he's off doing, what?" Harry shrugged. "I think he decided to see if he could get a job at Hogwarts, but I don't know for sure. I mean, it only happened right at the end of the school year. For all I know, he might still be partying." A beam of moonlight lanced through the window behind Harry. It lit strange silvery highlights on his mop of rioting curls. Harry didn't seem to notice it. He was still staring at the blood feud page. Sirius hummed, capturing Harry's attention again. "Did you ask him for anything?" Sirius asked. "Anything at all?" Harry laughed under his breath, shrugging, "asked him to promise not to save me again. He kind of broke my arm and got me locked out of the 9 3/4 platform and some other stuff." He laughed and agreed. Then he popped away. "He did agree," Sirius said as hope bounced up in his heart. "That's good. Try calling him." "Why?" Harry asked so suspiciously that Sirius had a wild moment of wanting to go tear the Dursleys' stupid throats out with his teeth before going after Dumbledore so he could go at Dumbledore's bollocks with a 20-pound sledgehammer. "Well, Chapter 6 goes into it," Sirius said, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees so that the chair would stop destroying his back. "If I send Creature to a mall, it's one thing. If you, the Lord of the ancient and noble House of Potter, send your elf, well, that's just calling on your seneschal. Dobby could go and take care of getting Amal working things and it's fine. Between Dobby and Amal, honestly, we can probably get everything worked out by noon tomorrow. Well, not my trial, and I'm pretty sure the ministry's going to be a pain about the boy who lived nonsense, but getting you your rings and having both of us healed and all that? Amal, Dobby and Lacey together would be stunningly effective. It's our best chance of getting what we need to heal and be safe from everything." Sirius watched Harry's face go from confused to surprised to angry for a tiny moment before he settled on the sort of blank-faced nothing expression that had marked his destruction of the locket, and Harry calmly ordering both Sirius and Creature around. That blankness made a very nervous hippogriff twitch in Sirius's stomach. Damn it all, what had Harry gone through to make him lock down his emotions that way? Chapter 5, Elf Surprises.
Do you realize that Ariana cries herself to sleep every night? That she's done so since she was born? Not a single day of her life has passed without Ariana struggling under an unfulfillable bond that she neither chose nor wanted.
Harry slumped against his brand new bedroom's door, exhausted. Flat utter exhausted. Just when he'd thought things were going to be better, Sirius had insisted, politely and with too much annoyingly unassailable logic, that they needed Dobby. He'd tried to argue the point. Harry'd even explained that Dobby had literally set an out-of-control bludger on Harry with the full expectation that it might cripple him. Didn't work. After giving it a good try, within the limits of arguing with suspiciously stable presumed murderers who had escaped from prison and who had, actually, been better by far than Harry's stupid family, Harry had cringed and called Dobby. Who'd answered instantly, beaming and delighted, until he saw Harry's bruised forehead. Then Dobby had almost taken off Sirius's head in his furious overreaction, which had set off a raging battle between Dobby and Creature, who might not necessarily like Sirius from all the things he'd shouted about terrible Lord Sirius and disappointment to his mother Lord Black, but damn if he was going to let anyone hurt his Lord Black. That only ended when Harry outright tackled Dobby and sat on him. The amount of magic that had surged through Dobby's wiry little sock-covered body had been terrifying. It wasn't until Harry begged Dobby to do him a favor, to help him out, that Dobby had started sobbing and beating his head against the floor the way Dobby always seemed to do when he thought he'd done something wrong. So Harry had scrambled to reassure Dobby and get him calmed down, all the while sniping at Creature so that he'd be all posh and formal, and giving Sirius the glare of death for getting Harry into that stupid situation in the first place. When Dobby had finally popped off to go talk to Amal, Harry's seneschal, which he still didn't know what that was, Harry looked at the clock and couldn't believe that only 10 minutes had passed. It had felt like a decade. At least. Maybe 40 or 50 years. Right, Sirius had said, rubbing the back of his neck and grimacing like he really, truly regretted insisting that Harry call Dobby in. It's heading towards 1 in the morning. I'm exhausted. You've got to be exhausted. What say we go collapse in beds and sleep late tomorrow? Like Harry would say no to that. So now, Harry sat on the floor of his bedroom, staring across the semi-formal parlor towards the doorway to where his actual bed was. I have a suite, Harry whispered, staring around the sitting room in confusion. I have a bloody sitting room that's nicer than Aunt Petunia's parlor. What the bloody hell? Despite the dark curtains that might be forest green or maybe navy blue in actual daylight, the room wasn't bad. It was very, very clean. Very clean. Harry frowned. Creature? Harry asked. Master Harry is to be sleeping, Creature said when he popped in. He was wearing a very nice set of jammies in deep navy blue or black, hard to tell in the dim light, with a forest green dressing robe over top. His slippers were fuzzy and bright neon green, though, which made Harry grin. "I love the slippers," Harry said. His face hurt with how hard he grinned. "You is supposed to be in bed," Creature repeated, preening just a little bit despite his scowl. "I know," Harry said. It's this place. Why is everything so dark? I feel like I'm in a funeral home or something. Was it always like this?" Creature shrugged, putting his hands in the pockets of his dressing gown as if he were Uncle Vernon discussing Harry's failings and how perfect Dudley was with Aunt Petunia before they headed off to bed, both of them more relaxed for having an alcohol-heavy hot toddy as a nightcap. "Is this way because Mistress Walburga liked these colors, Master Harry?" Creature said. "Creature can change it, but Lord Sirius must say so first." "I'll ask him," Harry said. Then he sighed and thumped his head against the door. "You're cleaning everything before I get to it, aren't you?" "Why? The place was a disaster when we arrived. I didn't guilt trip you into it, did I?" Creature snorted at the very idea of Harry managing to inflict a guilt trip on him. Creature did not have enough magic to clean. The locket was too evil, too strong. All of Creature's magic went to fighting it. He did not have enough left to do anything else. Now, with it gone, Creature has a link to Master Harry who is very, very strong and to Lord Sirius who is also strong. Creature has more than enough magic to do any cleaning that is needed. Is how house elf magic works. Master Harry's friend. Dobby is eating his own soul by being free. We'll have a very good time running around being a free elf but will die in a year or so. Creature would not want to be free. Creature is looking to live to be very, very old, serving Master Harry's great-great-great-grandchildren. That. Harry opened his mouth. Then shut it. He blinked around the room, stomach clenching into a knot in his belly. "I saved you by destroying that thing?" Harry asked finally. "Oh yes," Creature confirmed with a confident little nod. Creature would have died in another 4 or 5 years from fighting with it. Is better now. Master Harry should be going to bed. His friend will show up in the morning, shockingly early, no doubt. Master Harry should get as much sleep as he can before his friend ruins sleep for him. Creature started shoving Harry away from the door and then into the bedroom where a set of Gryffindor red pajamas waited for Harry. He kept right on bossing Harry around, getting him changed, his teeth brushed properly, and then he outright tucked Harry into the amazingly comfortable bed. "Master Harry will have warm milk and will sleep," Creature said, snapping his fingers. The glass of warm milk was quite small. A plate with a ham and cheddar sandwich appeared next to it. Creature has put preservation spell over the sandwich. Master Harry will eat it when he wakes up, no matter what time. Creature will know if you do not. You're not the boss of me. I'm the boss of you, Harry grumbled, even though his heart felt like it might just swell right out of his chest at having someone take care of him the way Dudley always got pampered and spoiled. "Is sweet that Master Harry is thinking this," Creature said, patting Harry's hand before popping away. Harry laughed and drank his warm milk. There was a dash of cinnamon in it. Stunningly, it actually did warm him up and relax him. He ran a finger over the sandwich, smiled, and then curled up under the fluffy blankets that were warmer than anything he'd ever had. Not even Hogwarts's blankets and beds were this nice. The next thing he knew, it was morning. Beams of sunshine arcing through the windows illuminated lazily drifting dust motes. Harry stared at them, put on his glasses, and then stared harder because wow, he'd slept until mid-morning. It must be 11 or so. It took him a minute to realize what had woken him up. Someone was pitching an absolute fit outside of his suite. The walls were thick enough, or someone had cast spells on the walls, to keep sound from carrying, so Harry couldn't figure out who it was or what they were saying. Probably Sirius. Maybe the mysterious Seneschal Amal or Sirius's cousin Anthony and his wife Lacey. Harry got up, ate his sandwich, sticking his tongue out at the plate when it disappeared, and then got cleaned up. The only clothes he had that were halfway decent were his school clothes. That was what he expected to find when he hesitantly checked the wardrobe lurking beside his bed. Nope. The wardrobe was full of fancy clothes that Malfoy would have been delighted to wear. Greens and silvers mixed with blacks and very muted blues. They all looked about the right size, maybe a little too long and too loose, but so much better than anything Harry had to wear. Even his school clothes were a bit tight. He'd grown over the last year. Black pants, a silver shirt, and then the red Weasley sweater that Mrs. Weasley had knit him for Christmas worked well enough for Harry to dare a peek out into the hallway. There was a whole clot of people there, all of them looking upset enough that Harry pulled his wand automatically. Sirius looked like he was about to tear his hair out in fistfuls even though he'd braided it back into a long queue at the back of his neck. He was doing the crazy-eyed, about to start screaming face at a man with skin the same color as Harry's. That man had moppish black curls similar to Harry's, and a horrified expression that Harry was more familiar with people on Privet Drive pointing at him. A woman about the same age with black hair and a strict expression that would have made Aunt Petunia sniff disapprovingly despite actually approving stood tapping one perfectly shoed foot. They had to be Amal and Lacey, the people that Sirius had wanted to contact. The one that had Harry hesitating was a goblin with a poof of white hair, very long, very sharp-looking claws, and very sharp teeth who was cursing like a gravel crusher that had been given language skills. Harry eased the door shut. Did he really want to go out there? No, I totally need to go out there, Harry sighed. Right. Great. Okay, fine. Dobby? Master Harry Potter calls for Dobby. Dobby asked, appearing in a startlingly loud pop with a huge grin. Yeah, Harry said and then hesitated again. Are they, he hooked a thumb towards the argument on the other side of the door, allies? Friends? Can I trust them? I mean, I know I can trust Creature, mostly. Sirius, too. But I don't know them, and Sirius is kind of messed up so I just want to be sure. He winced at how lame that sounded but Dobby just nodded as if it made total sense to ask. They as allies, Dobby declared with so much confidence that the nervous knot in Harry's stomach slowly loosened. Seneschal Amal Swashlin is sworn to Master Harry's family. Is not able to harm you and is sworn to protect, help and support you. Mistress Lacey Black is very, very scary, and very, very good at curse breaking in wards. She is married to Master Anthony Black who is Lord Sirius's cousin. They is already sworn to Lord Sirius while you is sleeping so they cannot be betraying either Master Harry or Lord Sirius. And then Silver Claw is Master Harry's account manager at Gringotts. He is being trying to contact Master Harry for years and years and years about the account. He is ally, too. Okay then, Harry said. He frowned. What are they all yelling about then? Because they were still out there yelling about something with really angry tones of voices. The walls were still keeping Harry from hearing anything significant, but there was no way to hide that sort of angry. They is angry because Master Harry was treated badly, Dobby said. He shrugged. And because Lord Sirius was not given trial, and because is probably even more of bad Voldeghost's soul pieces around and no one is knowing where to find them. Is a lot of yelling about that. Harry nodded slowly. That's fair. I kind of want to yell about that, too. But it all meant that Harry really didn't have a reason to stay in his room, hiding. He sighed and put his hand on the doorknob. Then he stopped and turned back to Dobby. Hey, Creature said something last night before I summoned you that I wanted to confirm, Harry said, sitting right down on the floor, much to Dobby's horror. And, I'd really like you to be honest with me, Dobby. I mean, I know that you're grateful to me and everything, but I never learned a bunch of stuff I apparently should have, so you'll be teaching me this for the very first time. I'm only asking because I know nothing about this. Nothing at all. I didn't even know anything about house elves until I met you, not even that house elves existed. Dobby stared, mouth dropped open. He sat down, too, tugging at his socks nervously. Now that Harry had the time to just sit and look at Dobby, he did look a bit paler than he had when Harry freed him. Not too bad, just a little bit less color in his already pale cheeks and some slightly darker shadows under his eyes. Dobby will answer truthfully, Master Harry Potter, Dobby promised. Okay, so Creature said that house elves die within a year if they're not bonded. Harry said. He winced at the way Dobby flinched. I'm not gonna be mad about it. I mean, you so clearly weren't upset when I freed you. But I didn't know that. I would've tried something different if I'd known. Dobby will not die in a year, Dobby admitted, very reluctant, not meeting Harry's eyes, or doing anything but tugging at his socks. How long? Harry asked because oh yeah, there was something there. Master Harry Potter is noticing too much, Dobby grumbled under his breath. Dobby is old and strong. Dobby can live for 3, maybe 4 years without a bond. Possibly much more if Dobby can work at Hogwarts. Is much magic there that Dobby can use? Harry opened his mouth and then shut it. He held his hands out to Dobby, who teared up before gently putting his hands in Harry's. He doomed Dobby. Sure, he wasn't Malfoy's elf anymore, but he was going to die and there wasn't. Do you want another bond? Harry asked Dobby hopefully. I mean, it wouldn't have to be me. I bet Sirius would take you on if I asked. Or the Weasley family. They're an old family with lots and lots of people you could take care of. Could they take you? I don't want you to die, Dobby. Really, I don't. I wanted you to live and do all the fun stuff you want to do. Dobby shook his head hard. Dobby does not want a bond, Master Harry Potter. He is free. He likes being free. It is worth it to die soon if Dobby can be free to do just what he wants when he wants. Dobby is studying to see if he can figure out how to live much, much longer without a bond. But Dobby thanks Master Harry Potter for his kindness. If Dobby did want a master again, Master Harry Potter would be the best master ever. Dobby would pick Master Harry Potter over any other master. Dobby dashed away his hovering tears before they could fall, so Harry cleared his throat awkwardly and did the same. Hermione was not going to like this. She'd gotten all fired up about house elves after Harry freed Dobby. Before they'd parted at the platform, she'd said something about finding all the books she could so that she'd understand more about them when she came back to Hogwarts in the fall. All right, Harry said, clearing his throat again when his voice came out too rough. Well, if you change your mind, come find me. I don't have a clue how to claim you as my elf, but if you want it, I'll figure it out. You can walk me through it. Dobby grinned at that, eyes still a little shiny. Dobby will do that, Master Harry. Dobby could not have a master who was clueless. He would have to train Master Harry up right. Just Harry, Harry said as he groaned and laughed. I could probably use that whether you're mine or not. I mean, not now. I really should head out there. Yes, Dobby said. He fidgeted and then beamed. Harry. Yes, they is allies and is wanting to help you. They is all worried about. Harry. Want to make things right for you. Dobby has been listening in, along with Creature. Can Dobby ask questions? Oh, sure, Harry said, waving away Dobby's worried look. I mean, we're friends. I think we're friends, anyway. Anyone who shares socks slimed by basilisks should totally be friends. Dobby cackled over that, ears wiggling with delight. Dobby likes that. Dobby was wondering about Creature's clothes. He has not seen house elves in clothes since he was very, very tiny. Was different when Dobby was very young, very different rules. That's interesting, Harry said, wagging a finger at Dobby because he kind of wanted to write that down so that he'd remember to follow up on it later. Gonna ask you to tell me Baby Dobby stories later. So, Creature has uniforms now. Because I really, really hated the grubby pillowcase thing. I figured that if the Black family was so powerful and old and rich, they'd dress their house elves better than most families dressed their family members, you know. Creature really liked the snobbiness of it. And, you know, made me feel way better about the whole situation, too. Is the way it used to be, Dobby said, bouncing excitedly. Dobby will be glad to tell. Harry, stories later, but now should be going and talking to Lord Sirius. Is much to do. Dobby will come later for stories. He popped away with a shy little wave. Harry sighed and dragged himself up off the floor. It hurt to think of Dobby fading away in a few years. He seemed so young and energetic. That he would just give up and let go of life so that he could be free was horrifying. Which probably was why Sirius stopped mid-word when Harry opened his door. Sirius hurried over and carefully put a hand on Harry's shoulder, but his whole body all but screamed that he wanted to hug Harry until Harry's spine popped and he squirmed free. So Harry just stepped close and carefully wrapped his arms around Sirius's waist. The next moment, Sirius hugged Harry so hard that his back popped. Lost all the air in his lungs, too, but that was all right. It kept Harry from whimpering. Okay, bad dream or something else, Prongslet. Sirius murmured into Harry's hair. I really don't like that Dobby's going to die, Harry muttered into Sirius's shoulder. It sucks. I hate it. But he doesn't want a bond, not with anyone. Sirius sighed, arms gentling around Harry. I'm so sorry, Prongslet. That does suck. There wasn't anything to do about it, so Harry pulled back, rubbed at his face with the back of his hand even though it had to make him look like a little kid, and turned to face the others. Lacey really was intimidating, in that nothing will make her stop sort of way that Aunt Petunia occasionally got after Dudley got in trouble for something at school. Amal had a cheerful sort of face, so his worried expression looked super awkward. I think I saw you at the bank on my first trip there, Harry said to Silverclaw. He frowned. Maybe. I mean, Hagrid hurried me out pretty quickly so I'm not sure. You did, Lord Potter, Silverclaw said with a tight-lipped smile that was surprisingly gentle for being as scary as it was. Those claws of his set off sparks as he tapped them against one another. I attempted to intercept you every time you visited the bank. Unsuccessfully. We should have had a long discussion. Harry shrugged. Well, let's go down to the library and do that now. There's certainly enough to discuss. All the adults exchanged looks that were darkly grim. Harry's stomach lurched around his ham and cheese sandwich. Oh great. Something else had happened while he was asleep. Just what he needed. Chapter 6, Gathering Allies.
Aberforth is much the same, despite the vassal bond only falling on the female side of Mother's line. He claimed that there was a shadow lurking over him when he was just 4 years old. 4. I thought at the time that he meant a literal shadow as we were playing in the garden behind our old house in Mold on Wold, but subsequent discussion showed that he meant one upon his magic.
The library rang with silence once they'd all stopped talking. Sirius counted the seconds, knowing that Harry wasn't going to last long before his shock transformed into fury. Or vicious plotting. Fury if he took more after James and plotting if Lilza's temper matched most closely to his. Or maybe something else if Harry'd found a way to be furious at people that was all his own. Harry sat in his transfigured chair, mouth open as he stared at them all. What? I know, Sirius groaned from his spot lounging in his transfigured chair. Like any of them would be comfortable sitting in the original ones. It's ridiculous. The Prophet's gotten even worse since I went to Azkaban, which I wouldn't have thought was possible. While Harry slept, Sirius had decided that the library chairs of doom needed to be made into something comfortable instead of torture devices hiding in plain sight. The stupid things definitely had needed it. Needed it. Sirius had always sat on the floor before. The chairs had been that uncomfortable. Now they were properly squashy, comfortable chairs with a nice suede sort of fabric in a nondescript brownish color because Sirius's permanent transfigurations always ended up being an odd sort of dappled brownish shade instead of the solid color he'd been going for. They were nothing much to look at, but at least his chair held him comfortably. And Harry. That was good, too. From the look on Harry's face and his white-knuckled grip on the arms of his chair, Harry wasn't going to get his legs to support him anytime soon. Couldn't really blame him for that given the nonsense in the Prophet. You're supposed to have kidnapped me, Harry said, squint dialed up to about 11,000 as he peered at Sirius and then at Amal, who sat watching the two of them like they were a dueling match that was unexpectedly good. Not just kidnapped me, but that reporter, what's her name? Rita Skeeter, Lacey said with enough venom that Silverclaw nodded approvingly while Amal winced. Rita Skeeter is claiming you kidnapped me, raped me, and then ate me for dinner, Harry said with growing outrage. And people believe this? With no evidence at all? Yep, Sirius said, sighing. They do. Sort of. Everyone knows you're missing. No one has a clue what happened, though. So they're making up wild stories, and no one is better at wild stories than Rita Skeeter. Sunlight glittered through the windows behind Harry. Enough light poured in that Harry's mop of unruly hair looked more like a sculpted steel halo than it did like hair. The light also, occasionally, when Harry turned his head just so, transformed his glasses into mirrors that reflected the rest of the room while hiding his eyes. That happened as Harry sat there, breathing through clenched teeth, nails about to tear the arms right off his transfigured chair. Then he lifted his chin, and the green of his eyes was electric with Harry's magic. Not to the point where it danced on his skin and made his hair twist like the snakes of Medusa, but close enough that it hummed in his voice when Harry spoke. Harry glowered at Silverclaw, who raised one eyebrow. Can I sue her? I wanna sue her. Her and those people who wrote the books about me when I was still living with the Dursleys. More like Lil's, then. To Sirius's surprise, Amal beamed like he'd just been given the best present ever. Silverclaw looked pretty damned happy about it, too, but then Silverclaw was the sort of goblin that loved making magi miserable and taking their money, so that wasn't too surprising. I'll get started on it as soon as I get back to the office, Amal promised. He rubbed his hands together and chortled. I've wanted to do that for years. Sirius grinned at him. Don't give us away as you do it. If you say it's because your lord said to, you'll have Dumbledore and the Ministry breathing down your neck before you can blink. I will assist, Silverclaw said, tapping his luxurious claws together and setting off little sparks. It's about time someone took that Skeeter woman down several notches. The Prophet could certainly learn some discretion as well. Might not be the best choice ever for their first act, but Sirius couldn't really blame Harry. From what Amal had said before Harry woke, the Prophet had been ragging on Harry pretty much non-stop since his arrival back in the wizarding world. None of which mattered all that much right at this moment. There were bigger issues to be dealt with. Sirius sighed and slouched a little more in his chair as he ran his tongue along the backs of his teeth, tasting the stout tea creature had made him and the sourness of not enough sleep. 2 hours of sleep, another 2 of tossing while having raging nightmares, hadn't exactly given Sirius the chance to recuperate that he needed. Hopefully once the others got going, he could sleep properly. You know, the problem I have is that I don't know how to get a trial and get guardianship of Harry. There's so much going on behind the scenes and we're stuck in here. It's not like we can go out and start asking questions. You could, Harry said. He flipped a hand at Sirius and continuing to talk even when Sirius glared and waved at him to stop. You just have to do it, you know, in your other shape. Prongslit, I hadn't actually told them about that yet, Sirius said with a groan. Oh. Sorry. Harry said without looking all that sorry at all. Teenagers, really. Not that it mattered. Sirius had intended to tell them all but not until Anthony showed up. Telling tales of James and Lily's death and his escape from Azkaban wasn't something that Sirius wanted to do twice. He looked to Lacey, who raised one eyebrow, somehow making Sirius feel like she just implied that he was as young as Harry and that he had less than a quarter of Harry's common sense. The Black family really, truly had a type. No wonder Anthony adored her when she could do that with just a look. Stop that, Lacey snapped at Sirius. Ah, if only I'd met you before Anthony, Sirius said with one hand pressed against his chest because of course he wasn't going to stop it. I'd have chased you all over Britain and France. I'd have hexed your bollocks off, Lacey replied with enough ferocity that Harry shrank back against the cushions of his chair. You're not my type. Sirius snorted a laugh. I'm a black. Anthony and I look near enough to twins that we could probably fool people who didn't know us. Lacey rolled her eyes. No, you don't. You're nothing alike. So, what are we waiting for? Harry asked with the expression of a child desperately wanting to change the subject or escape from his elders' flirting. I mean, not that it isn't important to know that people think I've been eaten alive, but shouldn't we be doing something? Lacey reached over and patted Harry's knee with a much kinder expression. Did nothing to keep Harry from wincing away from her. Ah well, the Potters always did go more for brains than for vicious and dangerous lovers. Later, once the others had gone off on their missions, Sirius was going to have to ask Harry if he'd met any especially brainy people at Hogwarts. Pretty much inevitably, one of those brainy people was going to end up being the Lady or Lord Consort Potter. That was just how the Potters worked. If he hadn't met anyone especially brainy, then Sirius was going to have to watch who Harry met when he went off to university. He was sure to meet some big brain types there. We're waiting for my husband, Lacey explained. She shook her head. He's a bit of a bird brain at times, but no one is better than Anthony at getting copies of files and records that he shouldn't have access to. Sent him off to the ministry to get copies of whatever they conjured up as trial records for me, Sirius explained. And records of your home visits, medical records, and other child welfare stuff, Amal said. There won't be any, Harry said slowly enough, eyeing Amal doubtfully. No one ever came to visit. I never went to see a doctor. Even my glasses are just a pair that Aunt Petunia picked out of the charity bin for me when one of my teachers realized I couldn't see the board in class. Silverclaw ground his needle-sharp teeth and set off showers of sparks as he cursed in gobbledygook. Lacey, if you could get a healer here sooner rather than later, that would be lovely. Sirius had to raise his voice to be heard over Silverclaw. Done, Lacey said with an outraged huff. Really, I don't know what was wrong with them. Who treats kids that way? Harry shrugged one shoulder. It was the whole neighborhood, actually. But one of the Aurors who came to unshrink Aunt Marge said something about having to obliviate everyone multiple times. I think they were given encouragement to be that way. Maybe. I mean, Uncle Vernon just is that way. He smacks Dudley around as much as he does me, and I know Aunt Petunia is kind of afraid of his temper when he's been drinking, but... Well. I really wonder if someone didn't, make sure that I was treated poorly. Someone, Dumbledore, certainly made sure I couldn't raise you, Sirius said. Wouldn't be too surprised if it was true, though I've no idea why he would do that. He's always on about the greater good and sacrificing for everyone else's welfare. Frankly, Sirius wouldn't be too surprised if Dumbledore was behind it all. It didn't really make sense. If he was a truly dark wizard, well, it would show. Fawkes wouldn't stay with him. There were all kinds of spells on the Wizengamot that were supposed to show if someone had suddenly started doing dark magic. Someone should have seen if Dumbledore did start going down a dark path. But then, it was just as likely that Dumbledore honestly believed that he was doing the right, good, just, and light thing by sending Harry to live with people who abused him. He might honestly believe that Sirius had gone dark and evil, that he'd killed James and Lily, gone after Peter, betrayed everything he'd ever believed in or done. And monkeys might fly out Sirius's arse at any second. He couldn't know. Not right now. His mind was too much of a mess after Azkaban for him to have any real faith in his thought processes. They really needed a healer. A couple of healers, including one specializing in mind healing. Maybe a whole team of them. Merlin's sagging balls, he should probably bring in a healer who specialized in healing house elves. Who knew what that locket had done to Creature after all these years fighting with it? The floof flared to life downstairs. Sirius sat up a little straighter, nodding to Lacey who stood and hurried to the door. To Sirius's surprise, Harry frowned and cocked his head to the door like he'd felt it, too. Creature popped into the floo room and told Anthony where to go. Lacey met him on the stairs and in moments Anthony bounded into the room vibrating so hard that the thin little sheaf of papers in his hand rattled. He really did look a whole lot like Sirius would if his hair was shorter. Granted, Anthony wore his hair considerably shorter than Sirius ever had. His hair was barely long enough to cover his ears, thick, black, and curly in a way that looked studied instead of messy. Anthony had gotten the silver eyes, the black nose, and the black cheekbones, which meant that he was stunningly good-looking. "Wow, you really do look a lot alike," Harry said, staring between Sirius and Anthony. "Yep," Sirius agreed. "Prongslet, met my cousin Anthony Black who's now the official heir after you. Anthony, meet Lord Harry Potter, my godson and heir and the kid who everyone thinks has been raped and eaten." Anthony groaned and rolled his eyes. "I cannot with that nonsense. They ought to fire that woman." "What did you find?" Lacey asked like the terrifyingly efficient person she was. "Not much," Anthony said. He nodded to Sirius while laying out 4 sheets of paper. "You apparently confessed to the killings and to betraying the Potters. That's less than 6 inches and 4 of the inches are details of who took the affidavit. There's one sheet that says you were remanded to Azkaban for life, but there's no trial and no evidence that anyone did an investigation. The other 2 sheets are really stunningly short transcripts of the interviews with the Muggles who witnessed everything, all of whom were obliviated at the scene." "That's bullshit," Amal said, glaring at the sheets over Lacey's shoulder. "I've seen 6 times that on a minor Muggle baiting charge that was dismissed before it could go to court." "Yeah," Anthony agreed. He put the last sheet of paper down, scowling at it. "Harry, all you've got in your file is a note saying that Albus Dumbledore has sealed all your records to keep you safe. There's nothing else. Anywhere. I even checked with the Department of Records and played brainless idiot with Madame Umbridge, which was a horror. Hate that woman. No one has any other files, records, or anything related to you. Even your parents' wills are missing and that's ridiculous. They should be on file with the Ministry." "Not if they were sealed prior to being read," Silverclaw said. "Which they were." The sheer lack of records said more clearly than a trial that something was wrong. In Sirius's experience as an Auror, the Ministry didn't breathe without making a record of it. He'd had one memorable and very good behavior-inducing stint early on of being assigned to the records department after he'd pissed Moody off. Where most of the Ministry was fairly self-contained, other than the Department of Mysteries, the records department sat behind a nondescript little door set in a quiet corner of the lower levels between the game department and the child welfare department. It looked like nothing, just a door to a file room. Until you opened the door and discovered a miles-deep maze of bookshelves, filing cabinets, boxes, and racks of records. Scrolls from floor to the ceiling 20 feet overhead. Carefully indexed filing cabinets that bit you if you dared to put something back incorrectly. File clerks who Sirius still swore were some sort of offspring of elder gods enslaved and forced into a human shape because they seemed to shift shape every time you glanced away from them. There were records going back well past the formation of the ministry, past the days of Hogwarts' foundation, back past the first arrival of Magi on the island. Sirius was pretty sure that if he kept hiking into the dark, terrifying depths of the records department, he'd find records of Magi in Rome, ancient Egypt. If he kept going long enough, he thought there might be records from the dawn of time kept on clay tablets and slabs of rock painted with vermilion and charcoal. Well, that's fairly conclusive, was all Sirius said out loud. Anthony nodded with a similar sort of grim understanding. Yep. Someone earnestly wanted you out of the way and for no one to know anything about Harry. Yeah, but are they the same person or a different person? Harry asked. Sirius opened his mouth to say, of course they're the same, because he knew that Dumbledore had to be behind his lack of trial, but the puzzled frown on Harry's face prompted Sirius to think about it for a second. It wasn't actually that invalid of a question. Were they the same? Sirius turned to Silverclaw, who stared at Harry with blatant fascination as he tapped his graceful claws against the table. The question had gotten Silverclaw thinking because not one of those taps cut gouges out of the wooden tabletop. Across from him, Amal had his head cocked so far to the side that you'd think he had an owl animagus form. Anthony just hummed while looking at Lacey, who frowned and leaned forward to study Harry. Why do you say that? Lacey asked. Harry shrugged, obviously uncomfortable with all of them staring. Well, it's not the same thing. Tossing Sirius in prison and throwing away the key is one thing. That's one and done, effectively. Me. There should be records of accidental magic going way back to when I was a toddler. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon complained about the weird things that happened when I cried after I arrived. There was stuff at school. This all started with Sirius and I overhearing two Aurors discussing repeatedly obliviating Privet Drive and filing literal dozens of abused child reports. That's not one and done. Yeah, Sirius said. He waggled a finger at Lacey before bouncing up to pace the length of the library. Yeah. They are totally different. Dumbledore certainly has a part to play in my not getting a trial, but frankly, most of the Wizengamot would have benefited by my being locked up. They all knew I was a radical and determined to change everything about how it worked when I got the lordship. That's got nothing to do with Harry, though. Silverclaw nodded slowly. A very good point, Lord Black. We have requested many times to talk with Lord Potter and nothing ever came of it. I don't know how you requested it, Harry said with a helpless little shrug, but I never got anything from Gringotts. I mean, never. The only time I had any contact with you guys was when I went to the bank myself. I never got anything, Amal said with much more horror. You've been requesting things. Monthly, Silverclaw confirmed. What the hell? Amal squawked. Did you ever get my reports? I've been sending you quarterly reports ever since James married Lily. Silverclaw turned and peered at Amal with hard, glittering eyes, so intent that Sirius's feet stumbled to a stop. At the same time, Anthony eased backwards until he was behind Lacey, who just watched Silverclaw like seeing the goblin radiating fury was nothing to be concerned about. Since their wedding, Silverclaw said very slowly, enunciating every single syllable with careful precision. Are you quite certain about that timing? Yeah, Amal said. He huffed. I went quarterly after the wedding. My predecessor was doing them monthly, but James and I agreed that there was no need for that. Silverclaw bolted to his feet, magic crackling around his claws and lifting his fluff of white hair until he looked like he'd been struck by and then captured a lightning bolt. Harry shrank back into his chair with enough fear that Sirius moved between him and Silverclaw. What do you mean there were monthly reports before that? Silverclaw snapped. Gringotts has gotten no reports at all for 3 generations. Chapter 7, Unexpected Results.
You yourself have seen the weight I carry. There are days when it's a struggle to simply raise myself from bed, to eat and walk and talk. Every single task requires enormous force of will, all because of grandfather's selfish actions.
The Potter family had a mansion. Harry wasn't sure what to make of that. Well, that wasn't quite true. He wanted to scream and throw things at Dumbledore's head. Like knives. Maybe a sledgehammer. Possibly Hagrid's hut. He had a bloody mansion and he'd been forced to live in the cupboard under the stairs, to wear rags and eat table scraps. It made no bloody sense. None at all. But that wasn't the worst of it. Not only did the Potter family, Harry, have a mansion, he also had 16 houses in various places in Britain, Scotland, and France. With one villa in Rome that was apparently quite lovely and had traditional Roman baths heated and maintained by magic. There were so many places he could have lived. All of them were warded, and safer than anywhere he'd ever been. Much safer than Privet Drive. Hell, from what Amal said and Lacey confirmed with increasingly incredulous questions, they were all much safer than the house his parents had lived in Godric's Hollow. Why would they move to Godric's Hollow? Lacey asked for the 6th time, this time in a voice that could have broken glass. Even Aunt Petunia couldn't screech with that much volume and outrage. All I can tell you is that Dumbledore claimed that the Fidelius would settle best over the cottage, Sirius said with a lazy grin that looked incredibly stupid. Every time Lacey got louder and angrier, both Sirius and Anthony stared at her like she was the best thing they'd ever seen. Anthony had cause. He was married to Lacey. Of course he thought she was the best thing ever. Sirius was obviously still cracked in the head if he was so delighted by a woman who looked like she was ready to start carving people's bollocks off at any second. He's a black, Amal murmured to Harry. They've got a type and Lacey's it. The two of them had moved off by the windows at the far end of the room, as far away from Lacey and Silverclaw's outrage. It was way safer on the far side of the room. Lacey wasn't likely to spill her outrage all over them if they weren't right there, but Harry wasn't all that certain that Silverclaw wouldn't outright murder Amal. I don't understand what happened to the records, Harry murmured to Amal, because no, he was not ever going to get into what the black type was, thank you very much. I know Silverclaw thinks that it was a deliberate thing, but who? How? Why? I really don't know, Amal said with a tired sigh while rubbing his forehead and running his hands through his hair. I seriously don't. I mean, it's got to be some sort of male ward. Except not just male. There are records generated all the time in the magical world. You can find pretty much anything out if you know where and how to look. Until Silverclaw and I can compare notes, there's no way to know when the whatever it was hit. Knowing when will tell us who, probably. And the way it's happening should come from that. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He frowned out the window, staring at the perfectly normal street outside. Grimmauld Place felt like it should be out in the countryside, set off on one of those grand estates with acres and acres of land carefully groomed around it. Or, more accurately, it felt like it should have acres and acres of land that had fallen into ruin around it while it slowly dissolved back to its component parts. You know, until Creature got his nose out of joint and set to work fixing and cleaning everything. Harry shook his head. Right, we need more information. Dobby. Friend Harry Potter is calling Dobby. Dobby exclaimed, grinning up at Harry. His pop echoed in the library, shutting off Lacey's latest round of protests and Silverclaw's continuing gravel crusher cursing. Harry grinned at him and offered Dobby a hand which Dobby took with a shy smile. Harry thought about pushing some magic to Dobby, did a little bit, but Dobby shook his head no and smiled gently at Harry. So no, that wasn't going to happen, darn it. Okay, so, we just discovered a thing that you might be old enough to remember clearly, Harry explained. Apparently there's some sort of mail ward or something making any records of me disappear. Silverclaw and Amal have been sending reports and stuff to each other, but they don't arrive. Yes, Dobby agreed like it was perfectly obvious. Is not a ward, friend Harry. Is a curse. Potter family was cursed to be famous at very start of Grindelwald's war. Part of curse is making records disappear. Makes it easier for curse to make things up about you's family. And about you. And no one knows about it because the curse disappeared the records of that, Harry said, feeling somewhat like he'd been hit by the bludger again. Great. Okay. Fine. That's a thing we'll have to deal with. Any idea of who did it? Dobby shook his head. Dobby does not know. Dobby was a Malfoy elf. The masters did not do it. They thought it was a very stupid curse when they hears of it, but only for first 10 years or so. Then Potters is dying, and people is making up horrible, amazing, ridiculous stories about the Potters and is being believed. Then the masters is thinking was very sneaky, very mean curse. But they is never knowing who cast it. My records say that your ancestors tended to live to a ripe old age, Amal said thoughtfully even though he'd gone grey with horror and shock. His knuckles were white where he gripped the windowsill. Up until the turn of the century, Potter men lived to 250, 275 years. Then, somewhere between 1900 and, around 1915 or 1916 my predecessor realized that a third of his clients were dead. Mostly accidents. Duels. Stuff that just happened. He didn't say anything about a curse, not seriously, anyway. Agreed, Silverclaw said from the far side of the room where he was tapping his claws together and setting off a spray of blazing sparks that looked like they were going to scorch the table and the floor. I would place the probable start of the curse in the winter of 1899, personally. That was when the Potter fame began to grow. And when records began to occasionally be difficult to find. Okay, so that means it's not Dumbledore. Harry said with a frown. Dobby shrugged. Dobby does not know. Does not feel like Dumble's. His magic is very different. Dumble's did cast many spells on friend Harry. Not all is doing good things to friend Harry's magic. Should be getting the blocks off of you's magic, friend Harry. And soon. But no, do not think that troubled fame curse is Dumble's doing. Harry sighed. Blocks on his magic. Lovely. Another thing to worry about. He did his best not to flinch as Amal, Sirius and Lacey all pulled their wands and started casting diagnostic spells on him. Amal's and Sirius's were pretty much identical to what Madame Pomfrey always cast at him when he ended up in the infirmary. Oddly, he did feel the diagnostic spells sweeping over him a good bit more clearly than he had before, but that might be related to the hole whatever it was that had been in his scar. Lacey's diagnostic, though, was approximately like having Dudley's friends hold him while Dudley practiced his boxing on Harry. You know, with less bruises, black eyes, and bloody noses. It still pounded into him, poking and prodding, dragging everything out of Harry until he was shaking and barely standing. Didn't help that Lacey looked furious by the time the diagnostic was done, snarling right at Harry instead of away from him the way she had before. I didn't do it, Harry protested automatically. No, but you will, Lacey snapped as she pointed Harry at the closest squashy chair. Sit yourself down, young man. You're not moving a muscle until we get a healer in here. Dobby, I need healer Smethwick. Tell him that the request is confidential, that it's coming straight from me, and that I have a child affected severely by dark magic. Go. Dobby's eyes went wide, and he popped away. Lacey put her wand away into her wrist holster with a snap of her wrist, eyes still sparking and flaring with her magic. It wasn't quite dancing on her skin, but Harry could actually see it moving over the core of her body. Just like Sirius and the portrait downstairs had claimed. Ha! Harry turned to Sirius who was as pale as Amal. You know, I think I'm going to claim all of the wand holsters, Sirius. I've got a bunch of friends who need them. You. Sirius blinked at him several times, glanced at Lacey whose magic was still shifting on her skin, and then grinned. You got it, Prongslit. Let me know and we'll get even more. Don't want any accidents like your dad had. Amal squeaked and started snickering. The color rushed back to his face in a ferocious blush. Horrifyingly, Lacey rolled her eyes and Anthony snickered while Silverclaw smirked. Did everyone know about his dad nearly blowing his prick off? Harry shook his head. So not going there. Not now, not ever. What did you mean by dark magic? Harry asked because changing the subject was definitely in order right that second. Who knew what sort of joke Sirius and Anthony would start tossing out? They were sure to egg each other on, too. Lacey sighed and sat in the squashy chair closest to Harry. She wasn't quite within easy patting Harry's knee range, but she still leaned over and did just that despite Harry kind of sort of maybe a little bit cringing away from her because of the temper she'd shown. Harry, you've been exposed to death magic, Lacey said. There's also some sort of curse, residue from a traumatic unicorn death, a ridiculous amount of basilisk venom battling phoenix tears in your bloodstream, and you clearly have multiple blocks on your magic that are keeping you from being able to use your magic properly. That's just the big stuff. My diagnostic showed more, a lot more. Beatings, starvation, sleep deprivation, stress fractures from working physical labor too long and too young, the list goes on and on. You're a mess. I'm stunned you're half as functional as you are. I wonder if what did you call it? Harry said, more to Sirius than to Lacey. The death magic? I wonder if that was what was in my scar. Lacey snorted. That scar is the most magically clean part of you right now. There's a tiny bit of residue of some of the darkest magics around, but it's been purged beautifully. The family magic did something when I took control over the wards and claimed Harry as my heir, Sirius said, more to Lacey than to Harry, though he never took his eyes off Harry. That's why his forehead is all bruised up. Healer Smethwick is good, Amal said, patting Harry's shoulder reassuringly and smiling hesitantly when Harry started and stared up at him. Really good. Trust me. He can be a bit abrupt but he's terribly good with kids. Part of why I chose him, Lacey confirmed, not that their reassurances did a dang thing for making Harry calm down. Now, normally I'd insist that you eat before he got here, but with everything that's going in your body, he might just purge all the food from your system anyway. Oh great, Harry sighed. Another hungry day. Fine. I'll deal with that. I really need to know more about my estate and that whole vassal thing you mentioned, Sirius. Amal promptly perked up and beamed, especially after Sirius gestured grandly right at Amal. Well, I'm the one to answer that. There aren't many ancient and noble families that take vassals anymore. The Longbottoms still do. The Bones family used to, but I don't think they have in the last couple of generations. Your father planned on taking both Remus and Peter as vassals, personal ones, because of the bond between the four of you. Sirius muttered something while pouting. His pout wasn't half as impressive when he wasn't raging and tugging at his hair. Probably thought it was more like a glare, but really, it was a spoiled brat sort of pout. The kind of thing that Dudley pulled when he knew he wasn't going to get what he wanted but still wanted everyone around him to know that he wasn't happy. Amal glanced over at Sirius and then rolled his eyes. Now, your family also has hereditary vassals, Amal continued as if Sirius wasn't a pouty thing at them all. Your father never had a chance to swear any of them to his service. Went into hiding too soon and then, died. But they're still around. Your grandfather did swear a couple in, but his father, your great-grandfather, forbade two families from serving ever again. What did they do? Harry asked. Had to be something serious if they were forbidden, and this was some big deal, responsibility and honor and all that, which is what it seemed to be to Harry. One of the families had reached a level where they were old enough to qualify as ancient, Amal said. The Shafiq family. They're in the list of the Sacred 28, by one generation. Your great-grandfather was perfectly happy to see them off on their own, and the severing of the vassal relationship was amicable. There's not many of them left in Britain, sadly. They mostly moved to other countries after Grindelwald's war was over. The other family was forbidden to serve outright. Ever. That was recent. Very recent, actually. His face went all serious and pale as he pulled in a long breath and then let it out even more slowly. Harry frowned at him because that wasn't good. Didn't even need to hear what Amal had to say to know that he needed to brace himself for it. The other family was the Not family, Amal continued. He glowered at Sirius, who squawked and straightened up to stare at Amal with horror. Yes, exactly. I have no idea why that's a problem, Harry said. I mean, there's a Theodore Not at school. He's a prat. Skinny and very smart, but definitely a prat. Though, now that I think about it, he isn't part of Malfoy's little pack of bullies. I seem to remember Hermione saying something about how Not said he wasn't interested in joining anyone's gangs, mine or Malfoy's. Or anyone's. Amal nodded slowly. That tracks. The magic of the vassal bond carries over, you know. Since his family, his father in particular, was cast out for joining you-know-who back when he was just starting out, Theodore probably instinctively resists joining anyone. The vassal magic won't let him. That's not horrifying at all, Harry muttered. What is it with magi and slave bonds? He shook his head when Amal frowned at him. Also when Lacey raised an eyebrow. It would have been really nice to have had the energy and time to read over those books Sirius gave him. Right now Harry knew absolutely nothing about vassals, and that put him at a huge disadvantage. Okay, so, Harry said while frowning, because this might make things more complicated. Or not. Who knew at this point? A vassal is like, sworn to me. Can't betray me. Something like that. Mostly yes, Amal said. He paused and wobbled a hand. The betrayal can happen, but there's some really bad consequences for it. That's what happened with the Not family apparently. I have seen the records of what happened, but I can't read them. They're sealed in the Department of Records. The only person who could unseal them would be you. What I do know is that your grandfather tossed Thomas Not out for taking the Dark Mark. That's not Theodore's fault, Harry protested. Agreed, Amal said. He shrugged. We might be able to sneak into the ministry and see those records if you want. There might be something there that can help you. Please, Harry said. What about the others? There are others, right? Yep, Amal said, grinning. I'm one. My family served your family for, donkey's years. Back since the Crusades of St. Louis, actually. Swore the oath in 1273. There were two other families who were Potter vassals, one of which appears to have died out a couple of generations back. There might be descendants somewhere. Possibly. Not likely, but you never know. The only surviving vassal besides me that you've got left is Alastair Moody. Sirius's jaw dropped open. What? Lacey asked so flatly that it made Harry wince along with Amal. The Moody family were vassals for the Potters, Amal said. He bit his lip as Lacey started cursing. It wasn't something that they put out there. It was considered an official secret of the Potter family. The Moodys always worked as Aurors, really good ones, and protected the Potters on the side. Alastair Moody took his vows to your grandfather, but never got the chance to swear to your father. Prongslit, Sirius groaned, rubbing his face with both hands while slouching down in his chair so far that he almost slipped right out of it. What is it with you? Mad-Eye Moody is your vassal. Bloody fucking hell. The drama never stops. Harry shrugged. What else could he do? It wasn't like he had any idea who Moody was. And what kind of name was Mad Eye anyway? He was going to have to ask so many questions. And get a chance to read those books Sirius had given him. Soon. Maybe. No, wait. Dobby would be back soon with the healer Lacey had sent for. Harry turned to Amal, who straightened up as Harry focused on him. Weirdly, Lacey and Anthony did the same thing. Silverclaw didn't straighten at all. He smiled a close-lipped smile, a scary one that felt like someone was going to get gutted, so Harry ignored him in favor of nodding to Amal. "Tell me everything about vassal bonds," Harry said. "I need to understand it before I can do it, and I doubt we have much time before things go pear-shaped again. I mean, even without the healing coming up, we've got stupid reporters spreading ridiculous lies. We gotta be as ready as we can before something goes really wrong." Chapter 8, Loosened Bonds.
If only he and father had cursed the Potters properly. Given that we cannot be together as we wish, I do understand grandfather's motivation. Would that he carried it out before mother was born, of course. Perhaps then, none of us would carry the misery we do. But no, grandfather didn't think about the consequences that compound with every generation.
"He's going to be just fine." Anthony's soothingly impatient words slowed Sirius's pacing for a half a step. Or so. Maybe. Well, not at all, really, but Sirius wanted to think that it helped. He appreciated Anthony's willingness to stand by him after everyone else buggered off because Sirius was in such a snit over Harry's healing. He'd snapped Amal's head off, snarled at Silverclaw and nearly gotten his bollocks cursed off by Lacey, who really, truly knew how to get through to a black man. "There's so much wrong," Sirius complained as he strode up the hallway outside Harry's suite. "What the bloody hell did those muggles do to him?" "Not as much as they wanted," Anthony grumbled, glaring at Harry's closed door. "But more than they should have gotten away with. That bloodline curse of his must be a doozy. I can't imagine who would have put it on the Potters." Sirius sighed and stopped at the other end of the hallway, staring out the narrow window at the back garden. It was already improving despite Creature's lack of experience with gardening. They'd had a completely different house elf who took care of the garden, but she'd been even older than Dobby and tired. He thought she'd died sometime when he was 12 or so. Mother hadn't mentioned it. He'd had to find out by coming home for the holidays and finding her head on the wall. Bloody mother and her bloody fucking horribleness. "James always claimed that the Potters were long-lived," Sirius said. He looked over his shoulder at Anthony, snorting a laugh that Anthony was staring at Harry's door like he wanted to take an axe and chop it down. "He's going to be fine, you know." "Don't you start," Anthony countered with a rising grin that had that edge. The edge that was so much like Regulus's smile when he was about to pick a fight sheerly for the fun of it. Sirius's breath caught. He flailed out a hand and caught the windowsill before his legs gave out underneath him. This was the hallway where he and Regulus had fought the most. Their suites were opposite to each other and, frankly, Mother's suite was a floor up while Father had always had his suite warded so tightly that no noise got into it. It had been a safe place to play, as much as Grimmauld Place had anywhere safe. As they got older, it had been the place where their shifting relationship drifted and warped until they'd gone from best friends united against the elves and their parents into enemies who could barely stand to be in the same room with each other. But Reggie hadn't been totally gone. The Reggie that Sirius knew before Hogwarts had still been there, hadn't he? He'd stolen that locket, brought it home and hid it away so that Creature could destroy it. Sirius didn't doubt for one moment that the locket had been Voldemort's. Who else could have created a monstrosity like that? Harry's scar. The locket. Harry had said something about a diary. "Oh," Sirius said as the family magic abruptly pushed down Sirius's grief enough that he could catch the thread of images the family magic kept shoving at him. "Oh. What?" Anthony asked with commendable wariness. "It's..." Sirius sighed and tugged at his braid. "I've got to cut this mess. But no, not that. The family magic keeps pushing my mind back to Reggie. My little brother. Regulus died back before the end of the war, but no one knows how or why, Anthony confirmed with a curious look as he crossed his arms over his chest again and leaned against the door opposite Harry's suite. What about him? Sirius snorted. He really is going to be okay. Anthony groaned. I'm never living that down, am I? Probably not, Sirius agreed. He laughed a little and then tossed the braid back over his shoulder. Reggie stole a locket from you-know-who. It had some spectacularly evil magic on it. The same sort of magic was on Harry's scar and, apparently, a diary that Harry killed with a fang from the basilisk he killed in the Chamber of Secrets before the end of school. They both froze as Healer Smethwick opened the door and came out to lean against the wall with a tired sigh. He didn't look exhausted. No sweating, no shaking, nothing but a drawn expression and a frown that made Sirius feel like he was a schoolboy again and in trouble for yet another prank that went wrong. Is he all right? Sirius asked. Oh, yes, Healer Smethwick said. He opened his eyes and sighed. The boy will be just fine. His magic is free, properly, and already working with the healing spells and potions I gave him. The elves are keeping an eye on him during the current phase. By morning, he should be as good as gold. Or as good as can be expected short of goblin healing rituals. Thank goodness, Anthony sighed, rubbing his face with his hands. Okay, great. What about Sirius? He's a bloody disaster. Healer Smethwick snorted and smiled at Sirius, who puffed up with offense even though Anthony was absolutely right. He was a disaster and had been practically from the moment he was born into this bloody family. Right, Healer Smethwick said. Into your suite, young man. I've a great many scans to do and then we'll see just what you need to have done. Fine, Sirius said. He led them both to the other end of the hallway where his father's suite, the master suite, lay waiting. Sirius hadn't wanted the bloody thing, but between Creature puffing up like an outraged pigeon and the family magic all but shoving him into the room, it had turned into his immediately after he claimed the wards and sent Harry off to bed. At least Creature had cleaned the suite up to the point it didn't feel like he was about to walk in for a round of punishment at the tip of his father's wand. The dark wallpaper was now light cream. Father's heavy forest green drapes, upholstery and carpets had been replaced with shades of red and gold, accented with some nice royal blue. It looked much better, even if Sirius did say so himself. Neither Anthony nor Healer Smethwick commented on the room's renovation, sadly. Sirius pouted a little but let himself be prodded into his bedroom, into his night clothes, and then into the great four-poster bed. So, while he's scanning, Anthony said quietly, out of respect for Healer Smethwick's ability to make them both utterly fucking miserable if they didn't stay still and quiet for the scanning, what were you saying about Regulus? Sirius sighed and didn't turn his head to frown at Anthony because absolutely no way was he getting Healer Smethwick angry at him. The family magic keeps bringing him back to my mind. There's a link there. The locket that Creature had that Harry destroyed feels like the gunk that came from his scar. Harry swears it was just like the diary he destroyed, too. And, well, if you know who made 3 of these evil bloody things, what's to say that he didn't make more of them, you know? Good point, Anthony said with a careful nod of his head that Sirius could just see from the corner of his eye. Question is, what were they? Why'd he create them? And how many more might there be? Horcruxes, Healer Smethwick announced and then immediately glowered when Sirius sat bolt upright to stare at him in horror. The boy had an imperfectly made Horcrux in his scar. It's been fully purged, and his magic is now free to restore him to proper balance. The locket and diaries left marks on his magic as well. They were clearly properly made Horcruxes. Not a term I'm used to. Anthony said quite hesitantly. Bloody fucking hell, what is with that boy? Sirius whined as he flung his arms out across the bed like the drama queen that Remus always accused him of being. How? Just how? This is insane. Every time I think we've gotten to the end of the drama, there's another level of him being twice as ridiculous as me. Anthony burst out laughing, the ass. Sadly for Sirius's pride, Healer Smethwick grinned at him, pale blue eyes sparkling with amusement in a way they just hadn't before. There were some serious brains behind that bland, stern mask, and possibly, a very considerable sense of humor. The humor in Healer Smethwick's eyes faded after a moment. He is a potter. They're known of late for their deadly situations. Yeah, we know, Sirius said with a tired sigh. So, Horcruxes. How many can a person make? I believe it depends on the amount of magical power available to the Magi in the first place, Healer Smethwick said as he continued scanning Sirius. His stance was rock solid, shoulders low and firm, belly tight, legs spread so that you could hit him with a whole set of bludgers and not make him sway. Said a lot about the amount of power Healer Smethwick had going for him. And the amount of damage Sirius had going for him, because why else would Healer Smethwick use scans that required that much power? Great, then he could have made a whole raft of the damn things, Sirius grumbled. He glanced over at Anthony, who was pale-faced and staring at the scans Healer Smethwick was doing. Anthony, I need you to get with Amal and Lacey. Do some arithmancy and whatever detection spells you can to figure out how many we're looking for. We're gonna have to find them all and destroy them. Will do, Anthony said with a ready nod despite the tragic expression growing on his face. Think we should get the goblins involved? Probably. Sirius said slowly. He thought about it and then nodded. Yeah, we should. Make sure to get Silverclaw in on that. Who knows? The goblins might have a way to find them. Or curse breakers who can deal with the stupid things better than Harry's brute force method. I mean, seriously, he just out and stabbed the things with a basilisk fang. That boy. Healer Smethwick's lips twitched. Your father did say at some point that he hoped that you'd have a child just like you, did he not? Sirius stared at him, mouth dropped open in outright horror. It set Anthony to snickering into his hand, turned away as if that made his laughter less obvious. Healer Smethwick grinned and suddenly looked 50 years younger despite his close-cropped white hair and many, many wrinkles. I'm officially too sick to be teased this way, Sirius complained. You are, actually, Healer Smethwick agreed. I'm going to have to bring in a whole set of potions for you. Some identical to young Mr. Potter, some very different. The effects of Azkaban will likely be with you your entire life, but we can mitigate the worst of it. However, none of that can happen until we unblock your memories and magic. How bad? Sirius asked. Worse than Harry, Anthony said, no longer laughing. He'd gone back to too pale and too worried as Healer Smethwick talked. Someone. Dumbledore, Sirius interrupted. Wanted you to be very unstable and very weak, Anthony continued as if he hadn't been interrupted. He did nod to concede Sirius's point, though. This is, probably going to hurt. Oh, there's no probably about it, Healer Smethwick said. This is going to be agonizing, so you'll take the potions I give you with no complaints, understood? He shifted stance and recorded all his scans on a scroll and also into a small notebook that had to be his patient logbook. A whole series of potion bottles flew up out of his carpet bag, gleaming in the dim golden mage lights of the bedroom as they settled on the bedside table. Sirius sat up on his elbows and studied them. The only one he recognized was a surgery-level pain potion that would knock him so flat he'd be lucky to be able to get to the toilet to piss by himself late tomorrow night. That bad, huh? Sirius said. Yes. Lovely. Sirius grumbled at Healer Smethwick's implacably stern and very bland blue eyes. He had every bit of his magic locked down so tight that his eyes almost appeared muggle in the lack of gleam in them. There was no point to complaining as it wouldn't make a bit of difference to what had to happen, but Sirius still complained as he took his 9 potions, grimacing at the taste of each of them even though they weren't all that bad. Didn't taste like utter shite. The last one was even lightly flavored of apple and cinnamon, which left an almost pleasant taste in his mouth as Anthony and Healer Smethwick helped Sirius settle back onto his pillows. Now, none of that. Sirius mumbled around his growing lethargy as Healer Smethwick opened his pajama top, exposing Sirius's bony ribs. I'm not into that kind of thing. That thing. You know. Healer Smethwick snorted. Young man, your grandfather tried that line with me far too many times for it to be effective, especially since he most certainly was into that sort of thing. Sirius's jaw dropped open. He stared at Healer Smethwick, who raised one eyebrow and smirked. Behind him, Anthony's jaw was just as wide open as Sirius's, so that wasn't actually something he'd imagined. Which it should have been. That was. Wow. Yeah. No. Yeah, Sirius was going with no. So much no. He got another amused snort out of Healer Smethwick, and then there was magic in his face. Bright blue and gentle up until it surged into his head and his chest and his fingertips. Sirius gasped, jerking against the magic, wrenching his innards into knots. The agony in his belly was nothing compared to the fire ripping through his mind. Sirius heard sounds, grunts, short screams, whimpers. He didn't recognize the voice, but they went so well with the memories tearing free inside his head. You can't just choose, Regulus whispered the night before Sirius went to Hogwarts for the first time. You can't, can you? Don't know, Sirius admitted in an even quieter whisper so his parents and the elves wouldn't come separate them on the last night he had to defend Regulus from Mother's insanity. But Grandpa Arcturus claimed that if I really wanted to go somewhere else, I could. Regulus nodded. And pursed his lips as Regulus meticulously folded his own clothes to put them in his own trunk for his first trip to Hogwarts. The last year had not been kind to Regulus. The shy boy that Sirius had known and loved had disappeared into a stuffy formal little bastard who would barely even look Sirius in the eye. He'd meet Mother's eye, though. Hell, he'd look right at her and smile. Like the sun had come up and bathed him in warmth. Then Regulus spotted Sirius watching from the end of the hallway. He froze and snapped the book he'd been reading shut. Every bit of that laughter, that joy, disappeared as if he loathed letting Sirius see any emotion other than pure hatred. You're a complete failure. Mother bellowed as she cast Cruciatus on Sirius for the second time in the last hour. Why was I cursed with such a failure as an heir? Behind her, Regulus stood prim and proper with his hands loosely clasped behind his back. His expression was so distant that Sirius would have thought that Regulus was watching a firstie's failing piano recital instead of his older brother being tortured day after day after day by their mother. You will do better, damn you. Mother hissed as she let the Cruciatus go again. Sirius panted, his whole body twitching and aching from the torture. He gulped for air and curled up one lip to snarl. No. It's not like that. Regulus hissed, glancing over his shoulder to watch for James, Remus, and Peter coming up from behind him. You don't understand, Siri. She's getting worse. You didn't come home, and she was so mad. So mad. Can't you just try? Well, I'm sorry that I didn't want to be tortured to death by my own damned mother. Sirius snapped at him. I don't want to die, Reggie. She will literally kill me if I don't do what she wants. Yes, Regulus said with a sort of intensity that caught Sirius's attention even in with panic hammering his heart against his breastbone and terror making his hands shake too hard for him to pull his wand out. Yes, exactly, Siri. I have to obey her or. Regulus pulled his sleeve back down, hiding the dark mark tainting his wand arm. His expression was perfectly blank as he turned to Sirius. Dumbledore sighed as he slowly, creakily passed a piece of parchment across his desk to Sirius. His office was silent, painfully silent. All the little clicking, ringing, spinning gadgets he loved so much were still as death. I am so very sorry, my dear boy, Dumbledore said. His eyes had gone dark with magic. And grief. So very sorry that you felt we had to do this. Sirius took the piece of parchment and lifted it to read it. Regulus Black is presumed dead. It is assumed that the Dark Lord Voldemort killed him. I do not care because he was a prat and I never cared about him. Something shifted in Sirius's head as he read the words so carefully inscribed on the parchment. A spell. A memory charm. Why would Dumbledore memory charm him? Or had Sirius asked Dumbledore to charm him? Why in Merlin's name would he do that? I really don't know about this, Padfoot, James said, gnawing on his thumbnail and twitching like the nervous stag that he was. Look, someone has to be the bait, Sirius said reasonably. I'm the wild one. You're the golden boy, destined for greatness with the beautiful girlfriend. Remus? We couldn't have Remus do it. His furry little secret will get in the way. And you know Peter Flat couldn't. He's not cut out to be a spy. I'll make great bait. Yeah, but what about Regulus? James asked. 6th year. That had been the very end of 6th year. The ripping pain in Sirius's head slowly ebbed away. The memories that Dumbledore had locked away inside of his head were free again. Not quite connected to the rest of his memories. They felt like bloody-edged pieces of glass falling endlessly through his mind. But they were free again. 6th year, the year that Voldemort started really recruiting students. He'd marked so many of the older ones over the summer. More got marked over Yule. By the end of 6th year, Sirius, James, and Remus had all been afraid that they were going to be killed in the hallways. Not Peter, though. A memory ripped free, slicing his mind as it wiggled out of the hole it had been hidden in. I don't much want to do it, Peter had murmured as he and Sirius trudged back from the greenhouses side by side. But I've got Death Eater relatives. Close ones. Dumbledore thinks I could get some info from them. He's got some charms that'll protect my mind. Some other tricks I can use, too. That's bullshit, Pete, Sirius complained. You've spent your whole bloody life distancing yourself from them. What'll your mum say? How's Dumbledore gonna protect her? Peter's eyes gleamed in a strangely disturbing way as he shrugged and smiled wryly. It's taken care of. Mum'll be just fine, promise. Look, I'll see you later. I gotta go, talk with Dumbledore about the details. Pete, Sirius said, not that it slowed Peter down. Wormy. Peter waved one hand without looking over his shoulder. Sirius's head throbbed. His entire spine felt like he'd just spent a week under Mother's wand. Worse, his stomach was so queasy that Sirius nearly threw up when he managed to lever one eye open. Hey, stay still, Anthony said as he gently put a hand on Sirius's shoulder. Healer Smethwick stepped out to get more pain potions. You burned through the lot of them and then passed out. Yeah, Sirius said in a croak that made him cough and then curl into an agonized ball. With Anthony's help, Sirius managed to drink a small glass of water. Stunningly, it stayed down. He flopped back on the pillows, panting, and trembling from the pain. When Anthony tried to stand up and move away, Sirius grabbed his wrist and didn't let go. Sirius? Do not let Dumbledore find out where we are, Sirius ordered. He stared up into Anthony's eyes as they went wider and wider. Do whatever you have to, but keep Dumbledore away from both me and Harry. Make sure all, Lacey, Silverclaw and Healer Smethwick know. Dumbledore is an enemy of the House of Black. I just don't know how much of a threat. Yet. Anthony sucked in a long breath, staring at Sirius with wide, shocked eyes. As in, magical vow of enmity for all time. Sirius nodded even though every single hair on his head hurt, along with everything else. He couldn't have taken the vow if he wanted to, not right now, but he would as soon as he could. Well, as soon as he was sure his memories weren't playing tricks on him. Right, Anthony replied grimly, eyes dark and determined. I'll get Lacey on it. Now stop being stubborn and go back to sleep, you idiot. There's gonna be more memories breaking free. If you sleep, they'll slot into place less painfully. Yeah, right. Sirius let Anthony tuck him in because it was too much effort not to. Only after Anthony left the bedroom did Sirius open his eyes to stare up at the curtains draped over his bed. In the darkness of his bedroom, the warm crimson looked nearly black with just a hint of red like blood gone almost congealed. Should have thought of that. Might need some gold to lighten that up. Sirius snorted and then glared at the curtain some more. Dumbledore had played them against one another. He'd trapped James and Lily, denied Remus the support he needed as a werewolf, failed utterly to support Severus and Regulus and the other Slytherins. And he'd set Peter up to be a spy before wiping that memory out of Sirius's head. What else had he done? What memories had he taken? From who? And why? Chapter 9, Study Break.
A simple blood-wasting curse, a karma curse, something that ensured that we'd be freed quickly from this suffering. But no, grandfather and father had to craft the most ridiculous curse ever designed to kill the Potters one by one over decades.
This is. Harry paused and stared at the book on the so-called Sacred 28. Messed up. Dobby snickered at the end of the bed where he was lounging. He'd shown up around the time Harry woke up and explained that Sirius's healing had been even worse than Harry's. That honestly seemed impossible. Harry had screamed until his voice broke, dislocated his own shoulder and then gone into convulsions at one point. The thought that Sirius had gone through even worse getting his blocks removed was kind of horrifying. Well, a lot horrifying. Totally and completely horrifying. Sort of like this pretentious and ridiculous book. They really think that inbreeding somehow makes them better? Harry asked Dobby. They does, Dobby said. He was sprawled out on the bed, hands over his belly as he slowly wiggled his feet and did absolutely nothing whatsoever. Has never made sense to Dobby, friend Harry. We house elves is very, very careful not to cross lines too closely. Makes for sick babies who cannot learns what they needs to learns. Yeah, I think so, Harry said, shaking his head. How am I supposed to take Ron and Malfoy seriously when they mouth off about being pureblood this and pureblood that? I mean, now that I know it means literally marrying their own cousins. Sometimes siblings, Dobby said with a grimace that Harry copied because ugh. Ugh. Right, Harry said, setting that book aside. I'll come back to that one. Let's see, which one's the one that talks about what etiquette I have to follow? And where's the one that has all the charts about the current and past laws? Dobby levered himself up on his elbows and peered at Harry's books. They is under your pillows, friend Harry. Yous puts them aside so yous don't lose them. Safe spot. Harry snorted as he fished the books out and shook his head. You gotta watch out for those safe spots, Dobby. You can lose something permanently in a too safe spot. Dobby knows, Dobby said. Hogwarts has special room for all things lost and forgotten. Come and go room. Friend Harry should go check there. Dobby thinks there might being things like the diary there, but come and go room is hiding whatever Dobby thinks he feels from him. Or it is hiding. Dobby is not sure. Harry's eyebrows went up. He grabbed the little blank book he'd chosen for keeping to-do lists, adding, check come and go room at Hogwarts, to his list of urgent things to get done ASAP. Then he went back to studying all the ways he'd offended Malfoy without even knowing it. No wonder Malfoy had decided that Harry was his sworn enemy. Harry counted at least 6 ways Harry had offended him before the first day of class was over, on top of the train and Madame Malkin's shop. It wasn't just Malfoy, though. He'd 100% certain offended Hannah Abbott at least twice in the last 2 years, probably a lot more than that. Avery, Bulstrode and Flint probably, if they hadn't rolled their eyes at him and Ron and Hermione, had cause to declare a blood feud what with all the insults he and Ron had leveled on them during potions and data. Crabbe and Goyle, well, Harry wasn't sure that they noticed anything other than threats to Malfoy. Harry had definitely insulted them on a couple of occasions, but Malfoy said way worse right to their faces so they might consider it no big deal. Maybe. Ernie Macmillan didn't have cause for a feud, but Harry certainly owed him a formal, written apology for the whole thing where he'd knocked Ernie over after getting in a screaming match with Malfoy back in May. Not that Harry especially wanted to give him one, but he owed it. There are so many people I offended without even knowing it, Harry sighed. He dragged over the blank book he was using to keep track of who he owed things to and started noting down people's names and then listing what he'd done to piss them off as per the etiquette book. Fixing that's going to take forever. Friend Harry is going to try? Dobby asked with idle curiosity. He was sprawled back out on the foot of the bed, but on his belly now instead of on his back. His toes still twitched like it was driving Dobby nuts not to be working continuously. Harry studied him, mulling both Dobby's strange-for-a-house-elf behavior and the implications of his question. Well, it seems like I probably should, Harry said slowly. He looked at the book and then back at Dobby who perked one ear up without looking at Harry. I mean, it's something that's kind of important according to, 8 of these books now. Making allies and not offending people, I mean. Maybe, Dobby said. He rolled onto his side so that he could meet Harry's eyes without having to turn his head. But Dobby thinks friend Harry should consider what message that would send. Friend Harry was not knowing any of this. Everyone at Hogwarts is knowing this, even if some like little brat Malfoy. Oh, I love that name. Harry gasped and grinned at Dobby who grinned right back and wiggled his ears proudly. Is never admitting it, Dobby said as if Harry hadn't interrupted. All the professors is telling other students that you is not learning what you should have been learning. And not telling me that I should have been learning it, Harry said once he managed to pick his jaw up off the bedspread. Why? I mean, seriously, why wouldn't someone, anyone, take me aside and say, you know, go read some damned etiquette books before you get yourself into a blood feud? Dobby shrugged one shoulder. Friend Harry is already in a blood feud. Moldy Shorts is killing friend Harry's parents and trying to kill friend Harry 2 years in a row now. This time Harry slouched back against his pillows, arms crossed over his chest. He didn't say anything because the only thing that was likely to come out was swearing that would remind him of Uncle Vernon in a rage. Harry absolutely refused to be anything like Uncle Vernon, so he had to sit there, stewing, and biting his tongue until he could edit all the curse words and fury out of his words. They all expect me to die before I grow up, don't they? Harry said. Dobby nodded sadly. Friend Harry is probably going to live about as long as Dobby will. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Moldy Shorts is still trying to kill friend Harry, after all. He is old and smart and powerful, and friend Harry is young and untrained and unprepared. Harry scrubbed his hands over his face as he fought down another round of vicious cursing. If people would just teach him things, then he wouldn't be untrained and unprepared. Though maybe that had something to do with the supposed bloodline curse the Potters had going. Honestly, being cursed to be forgotten, misunderstood, and gossiped about made so much sense of Harry's entire life that he had no problems at all accepting that it was a real thing. What made him wonder was who'd done it and why. The book he'd skimmed over before starting in on the etiquette books had implied that you needed to know who and why and what before you could remove a curse. It wasn't, not really, a thing that Harry had to fix himself. Lacey was a curse breaker, after all. He absolutely was going to throw the whole problem right at her once he was allowed out of bed. Someday. Maybe tomorrow. I really want to know what happened to all those records, Harry commented. How does a curse make them disappear? Dobby does not know, Dobby said, flopping back over onto his back. He sighed so gustily when Harry picked up another book that Harry raised an eyebrow at him. Dobby didn't respond. Harry leaned over and carefully poked Dobby's bony shoulder. Dobby's lips twitched but he ignored the poke. So Harry laughed and shook his head, going back to his books. "Friend Harry is not asking?" Dobby asked, peeking from the corner of his eyes at Harry. "Nope," Harry said as obnoxiously cheerfully as he could. "None of my business. If my friend wants to talk, he'll talk. If not, none of my business. You don't have to tell me a single thing if you don't want to." Dobby giggled and sighed just as gustily as before, but he grinned as he did it. Then he wiggled his shoulders and shut his eyes like he was going to take a nap. His hands were tight over his belly and his toes didn't stop twitching. It was odd. Very odd. And very unusual behavior as far as Harry could tell. Not that he knew much about house elves, but he'd never seen Dobby so still, so passive and quiet. It was the exact opposite of what he'd come to expect from Dobby. None of his business, though. If he couldn't apologize to everyone that he'd offended in a zillion different ways, and he couldn't break the curse, then the next most logical thing to work on was the whole Vassal issue with Theo and seeing if he could find out who'd locked Sirius up and thrown away the key. "All right," Harry said after skimming over the Vassal Bonds book and finding nothing that made him think he should do something else. "I need to get hold of Mad-Eye Moody and take his Vassal Bond, you know, if he wants to give it to me. I need to figure out what's in the records of the Knot families being cast out. Then maybe I can get Theodore to stop being such a prat and he could be another ally. And then, after all of that, we need to work on getting Sirius a trial. Which he totally deserves after all the stupidity got him locked up." "Those is good plans," Dobby commented, eyes still shut. His fingers clenched over his belly. "Thank you," Harry said. "Any suggestions?" Dobby shrugged a shoulder and then shuddered as if moving was horrifically uncomfortable for some reason. "Dobby does not know. But Goblins is very good at plotty plots. Silverclaw is best for it. Friend Harry should be asking Silverclaw." "Good idea," Harry said. He wrote it down. Studied the Vassal Bond book more carefully. Took notes on it. Studied the one about the Sacred 28, cross-referencing it against all the etiquette failures he'd had so far. All the while Dobby lounged tensely on the end of Harry's bed. His toes twitched harder and harder, faster and faster. His fingers started flexing over his belly. Once that started up, Dobby's breathing sped up, too. He frowned and then snarled and then started panting as if he was in pain. No. Dobby snapped. He wheezed, hands spread out in the air, fingers trembling. "Dobby is all right. Dobby is just fine. It is fine. No problems. Dobby is not needing anything." "Okay." Harry said slowly. "You look like you're detoxing. I mean, when a muggle gets hooked on drugs, they have to either wean themselves off them or they go through withdrawals. That's kind of what you look like." Dobby laughed so mirthlessly that Harry's jaw dropped. Dobby was not knowing that other people's had the same thing. Is very not good. Not nice at all. "You're..." Harry shook his head and stared at Dobby. "You're trying to go cold turkey and not touch wizarding magic." "Yes," Dobby agreed. His teeth chattered for a moment. "I is very hard. Dobby is old. He is strong. He does not need wizard magic. He is wild. Wild. He can live with wild magic. He can." Harry stacked up his books and notes. He set them on the bedside table. Then he pulled Dobby up so that he could lie on the pillows and curl up under the top blanket instead of twitching on the end of the bed. Dobby spluttered about being moved, not that Harry let that stop him. "I'm recovering," Harry said as he took one of the more sleep-inducing political books that Sirius had picked out for him. "You're recovering. Recovery is done in beds, with covers and pillows. So you get to be in bed, too." Dobby narrowed his eyes like he was trying to glare, but his grin slowly snuck out. He curled up in a ball under the covers and sighed just like he had before. But this time, after the sigh, Dobby's twitching feet slowly stopped moving. His eyes drooped shut and then stayed shut. Even his fingers clenched on the top blanket slowly relaxed. Harry kept reading, going back over paragraphs until he thought he might have figured out more or less what the author was trying to say. 3 pages in, Dobby started quietly snoring. 4 pages in, Harry yawned so widely that his jaw cracked. Nope. Not that book. Harry set it aside and picked a different one that wasn't one paragraph of dense text spread across 3 pages. How could anyone read a book like that? Hadn't the author ever met an editor? Weren't people supposed to make their books readable? The other books were just as dense, just as confusing, just as worrying in all the stuff that Harry hadn't learned, hadn't done, or should have done, which meant that he'd messed everything up before even meeting Sirius. Heck, some of the stuff in the etiquette book was stuff he'd messed up before he started primary. When Dobby rolled over, muttering in his sleep about spinach and cheese, Harry gave up reading as a lost cause. He worked on his lists instead. The list of people he'd offended and how he'd offended them turned into 3 lists: who to earnestly apologize to and why, who to explain to and offer to apologize, and who cares, it makes no difference with them anyway. Somehow, Draco made it onto all 3 lists. Harry studied Draco's name and then made a list for very annoying people who need to be addressed separately. It was a list of 1 for the moment, but hey, that was all right. Harry would figure out the whole Draco question later. Much later. That prat set aside, Harry started rooting through the etiquette books for formats for proper apologies. He shook his head when he realized that all the etiquette books had nearly identical apologies. The only things they differed on was what apology gift you'd send along and why. He got 8 apology letters carefully written while listening to Dobby snore softly and then stopped because his hand was cramping. That didn't stop him from writing up a very short list for what needed to be done when he was allowed out of bed again. Go to the bank for any and all records of his life, money, and the curse. Go to the Department of Records for anything they could find on where the curse came from. Contact Mad Eye Moody and offer him a vassal bond. Contact Theodore not about a vassal bond, but don't let his dad know about it. Harry shook his head. If he managed to get one of those done properly, he'd be surprised. Given Harry's luck and all the people hunting for Sirius, they'd be lucky to get just 1 step started before everything blew up in their faces. Chapter 10, Risky Choice.
Decades. I've never understood their stupidity. I never will.
Sirius blew out a shaky breath as Silverclaw sealed up the little bottle with the copy of his memories of Lily and James's deaths. There were 3 bottles. 1 for Lils and Prongs, 1 for Hagrid taking Harry, and 1 for Wormtail betraying Sirius and blowing up the street. After telling Silverclaw about the Horcruxes, and waiting out his furious cursing, Sirius had dug through his still-healing memory to find what was needed for him to get a proper trial. Silverclaw took the bottles and nodded quite respectfully as he meticulously documented each of them. Weird how Silverclaw's bare stone office seemed so welcoming this time, especially compared to all the previous times he'd been to the bank. Before, when he visited with his father, he'd been chilled to the bone and outright terrified of the goblins. The one time he'd gone with Mother, it had been so horribly uncomfortable and downright embarrassing to be seen in public with the racist old biddy that he'd sworn to blast his own prick of rather than go with her to Gringotts again. Now the stone walls seem like walls. Silverclaw's wide obsidian desk was just a shiny black desk. The chairs were still horribly uncomfortable, but that was nothing that a discreet wandless cushioning charm couldn't fix. The next table over, Harry and Amal were so busy with the records problem that Sirius suspected that neither of them had noticed the chairs. Or anything else. They looked almost as frustrated as Silverclaw's assistants, who were half a second and one more misplaced parchment away from tearing all their hair out while cursing until they passed out. He'd spent 2 hours giving depositions to the goblins who'd gone full formal with all the legal scribes and specially enchanted quills and parchment formalities. Between the depositions and the memories, Silverclaw was pretty sure he could get Sirius a trial with the ICW. Even if the Ministry tried to hide everything, the ICW could stomp all over them. If the Potter curse didn't mess them up. Harry'd spent the last 2 hours on the other side of the room with his head together with Amal and Silverclaw's assistants, trying to figure out just where and when the curse was leveled on the Potters. It had been a total bust. Files went missing. On the damned desk. In plain sight. Amal had taken to keeping his hands directly on records he wanted to come back to because otherwise they disappeared entirely, like they'd been portkeyed somewhere else. It was the damnedest thing that Sirius had ever seen, and he'd seen James's disaster area of a desk with stacks and stacks of unrelated paperwork mingling in with books and half-empty teacups that James always claimed had been empty, washed and put away. "Oh," Sirius breathed. "Problem, Lord Black?" Silverclaw asked, eyes as sharp as his claws as he studied Sirius. "No, I just realized," Sirius said. "I mean, James's desk at school and his home was always a disaster area. He claimed 1,000,000 times that he didn't leave it that way. We all swore that he had his own personal gremlin messing up his desk. I guess we weren't wrong about that, after all." Silverclaw looked over to Harry and Amal, who showed no signs of having heard Sirius's revelation. "I would wager that he did. My assistants have always complained of files going missing. I never realized that it was an actual effect. We're going to have to go to the Department of Records," Sirius complained quietly as he rubbed his hands over his face and then tugged at his ponytail of too long hair. "That's not ideal. Especially with Harry in tow." "I've sent for the strongest glamours and charms we have," Silverclaw announced as if he'd just said that he was wrapping Harry in the finest goblin armor complete with war wards spelled into the breastplate. "If it is possible to disguise and protect him, we will do it." Harry looked up and smiled wryly. "I've disguised myself before, you know. It doesn't last very long, but I can usually get people to think I'm someone else for an hour or so. Depends on whether or not my hair and scar are visible. Those always seem to give me away." "Which gives you away where?" Sirius asked, turning in his chair so that he could really study Harry. It made Harry's cheeks go red, but he stared back at Sirius with a completely blankly calm face. Without the blush, you'd have never known that Harry was uncomfortable with the scrutiny. Did he use that face at school? To deal with all the whispers and pointing that had to go along with being the boy who lived? Sirius would bet that he did. How many of them took the time to really study Harry? Had any of them noticed that he was wearing a mask 98% of the time? He would ask later, after they made it back to Grimmauld Place. Those kids, if there were any who had looked past Harry's calmly confident mask, were the ones that Harry could trust. The rest of them were varying degrees of useless, much like the majority of the kids Sirius had gone to school with. How many of them had ever realized that Sirius's wildness was a mask to hide just how terrified he was of dying at his mother's wand? "The hair in the Muggle world," Harry said, brushing a hand over his messy mop. "The scar and glasses in the magical world. I'm pretty sure that with a different pair of glasses in a different shape and a glamour to cover the scar, I could walk right down Diagon, and no one would recognize me. Better clothes, too," Amal said without looking up at any of them. "Damn it all, even with my hands on them, I've lost 6 separate reports. We have to go to the Department of Records. Those files have to be going somewhere, and I'll bet my eye teeth that they're all going there." "Are eye teeth worth anything magically?" Harry asked while staring at Amal with enough fascination that Sirius grinned. "Depends on whether or not you're going to do a blood rite to bind the person's bones to your building's foundation stone," Sirius said when Amal just grinned at Harry. Harry's jaw dropped open. "What? You asked, Prongslet," Sirius replied. He waggled his eyebrows as Harry stared and spluttered and then turned to Amal, who shrugged and nodded. Ew, Harry said. Right. Never betting my eye teeth for anything then. Okay, so charms and stuff to make me unnoticeable. Or just unremarkable. Unremarkable, Silverclaw said. If you're quite finished with the file battle, we'd best hurry. There is no saying how long we goblins will be able to quiet the gossip surrounding your visit. The idea of just how much chaos would be unleashed if anyone knew that Sirius was here, especially in Harry's company, got the three of them moving really fast. The Black Vaults had some mildly old-fashioned robes that were still in good enough shape that they would work as disguises. The robes for Sirius and Harry were just shabby enough to look like they were honestly old and worn instead of shoved off in a vault and forgotten about. Sirius's hair was charmed Malfoy white blonde. All of his hair. Everywhere. Harry snickered when Sirius checked in his pants and grimaced. Harry ended up with a masking burn scar that covered half his face, piebald hair as if the burn went up over his scalp, and hair so curly that it looked like a halo. His new glasses were in fact quite old with tortoise-shell rims in a wildly unbecoming cat's eye shape, but Harry stared around through them as if they were amazing and wonderful. How long has it been since you had your glasses charmed to match your eyes? Sirius asked as they pulled on the robes over their clothes. Harry hummed as he settled his battered old messenger bag with the bottomless charm over his shoulder. I wasn't aware that you could do that. I don't think I've ever had glasses that matched my eyes before. Bloody fucking hell, Promslet, Sirius complained. Every time I think I've gotten to the bottom of the awful shite in your life, another layer of terrible gets revealed. If I wasn't being hunted by the entire ministry, I'd go give your aunt and uncle a visit to teach them about being decent human beings. Wouldn't work, Harry said. He shrugged. They wouldn't have been memory charmed a million times if they could learn, you know. Fair point, Sirius sighed. Stepping out onto Diagon Alley was, perhaps, scarier than facing down Voldemort and dueling him. No one looked twice at Sirius. From the little nods in his direction, he'd guessed that most of them saw the hair and assumed he was a Malfoy relative from the continent come to visit. Harry got even less notice, probably because he trailed along behind Sirius fussing with his messenger bag as if he was making sure that all his files, as if he actually had any, were properly settled inside it. Amal walked at Sirius's side, doing much the same thing with his bag, though Amal muttered and complained the whole way about ministry this and records that, to the point where when they passed two very junior Aurors that Sirius didn't recognize, Amal got some wry smiles and snickers once they'd passed. The ministry itself hadn't changed at all. Same stupid statues in the entry, same apathetic junior Aurors checking wands and giving out badges. Same ridiculously accurate and completely unbelievable badges generated for them all. Sirius's said Lord Black, facing his fear of records. Amal said Seneschal Potter, going to battle with records. Harry said Heir Potter Black, risking his life for records. Thankfully, the Auror on duty didn't look at a single one of the badges or they'd have been doomed on the spot. There were, bless their souls, a handful of lovely young witches giggling together behind them that the Auror was all in to check in. With every bit of flirting he had in him, not that Sirius thought the witches were going to notice the junior Auror, but hope sprang eternal apparently. The lifts took them down to the proper level, letting them out just up the hall from the nondescript little door to the Department of Records. As always, the hallway was quiet. No one going to or from, though Sirius could hear people chatting behind the doors to the Department of Child Services. No shouts or growls, so it must be a good day today for them. Hopefully it would remain that way until long after they all got the bloody hell out of the ministry. Right, so, stay close, Amal told Harry. The records department can be a bit confusing. And the staff are a touch odd. A touch? Sirius said, clearing his throat because it came out in an entirely too high-pitched squeak. I'm a clerk, Amal drawled, eyes dancing with amusement that didn't make it to his mostly calm face. I think my standards are a bit different from yours. Harry looked between the two of them with that perfectly blank face that seemed to go along with him being ready to do anything necessary. Not necessarily bad, but not exactly a good thing. Sirius still wanted to know just exactly what had happened to the kid that he was that hardcore at 13. It was ridiculous and pointless to think about once Amal opened the door to the Department of Records and led them inside. It looked like, well, an office. There was a perfectly ordinary counter where you had to sign in. The clerk behind the counter seemed normal at first, but every time Sirius looked away, he had the distinct impression that the clerk looked different when he turned back. Slightly different hair, the skin a bit lighter or darker. Had the clerk's name tag said Joseph or Joseph? Sirius couldn't remember. He never could. It was part of what always made him want to get the hell out of there as fast as possible. And it was what made him stay back as Amal signed them in and chatted quite companionably with Joseph/Joseph. Harry stayed at Sirius's elbow like the personal attendant he was supposed to pretend to be. Does he have claws?" Harry murmured, tugging at Sirius's sleeve. "Maybe," Sirius replied without looking at Joseph/Joseph's fingers. "Don't know. Won't check. Can't make me." Harry snorted a little laugh that was higher pitched than it should be. "Is the ceiling higher than normal or lower?" "I can't tell." "Nope, don't see anything at all," Sirius said. He clenched his hands around the lion head on his cane because otherwise he was going to run like hell, and that was just ridiculous. They needed to do this. Sirius's existential dread at the thought of dealing with the records and the staff here was just going to have to go away. Not that it would. "Right," Amal said with a bright smile. "Come on. We should be able to find what we need back in the older file blocks." Adam claimed that all Potter-related documents automatically go there. No idea why, but apparently it's been that way for longer than anyone can remember. "Adam," Sirius said. "The clerk's name is Adam." "Right. Well. Lead on." Not turning his head to look at the name tag, which hadn't said anything close to Adam, took so much effort that Sirius got an instant tension headache radiating up the back of his head from his shoulders, which felt like they'd been transmuted to red-hot braided steel cables that someone was hammering on. Harry did look. He gripped Sirius's sleeve so hard that he nearly pulled Sirius off his feet. Sirius still didn't look. "Nope, not going to, no way, no how." "You're muttering," Amal murmured. He was all amusement as he looked over his shoulder while walking straight through the end of a block of record books stored on huge bookshelves that soared up towards the ceiling. Here, with that bookshelf, the ceiling looked like it was 6 miles overhead. The other bookshelf across the aisle looked to be no more than 6 feet tall. Either way, Sirius couldn't reach an arm up to touch the ceiling, not that he would have dared to. "I think I'm justified," Sirius protested. He and Harry flinched their way through the gate at the end of the bookshelves. "This place always gives me the collywobbles." "Oh." Harry gasped once they came out the other side of the gate. "It's like the platform at 9 3/4. "Oh, sure," Amal said far too casually when this room in the records department was a whole series of floating platforms connected by vaguely drifting stone slabs. Stars filled the space between the platforms, providing a uniformly gentle blue-white light to read by. There's a lot of places like that in the Ministry. Apparently, the Department of Mysteries is even more stunning than this. "No," Sirius said firmly enough that both Harry and Amal stared at him. "Not even close. This is. It's much worse. Much more impressive. Much more terrifying." Amal rolled his eyes. "Sure it is. Anyway, we've got one more gate and we'll be at the spot where the Potter records are kept." That one more gate felt like walking through a volcano. Harry and Sirius emerged gasping, smoking, and smelling scorched. Amal passed through the gate without a single issue. He didn't even look like he'd gotten mildly warm. The Potter files apparently had their own room, one that was shaped like an unbroken egg, if you could see one from the inside. A pearly white dome arched over their heads. The records, most of which were scrolls, though there were stacks and stacks of books on the table in the center of the room and a set of open file cabinet trays for loose parchments, spiraled in from the arrival point to a huge egg-shaped marble table in the center of the room. "Huh, someone's been here," Amal said once they made their way to the marble table. "This is worrisome. It's all records on you, Harry." "Oh, for fuck's sake. Here's the records we were working on in the bank." "How did they?" Amal subsided into spluttered complaints that drew Harry in. The two of them started going over all the records that had been pulled out and left on the table. Sirius frowned, tapping his cane against the dark gray marble floor. "Who'd pulled the records? Where were they? Were they coming back?" He took up post just a bit away from Amal and Harry, watching not just the spiral path back to the gate into the room, but also the bookshelves which looked only 2 feet tall until you got close to them. Then they soared up to 18 and 20 feet tall, full of records upon records upon records of the Potter family. Someone could be in here, hidden by the shelves, and none of them would know it. Sound certainly didn't carry. As soon as Sirius stepped more than a yard away from the table, he couldn't hear Harry and Amal's animated discussion about the records lying there waiting. His heart lurched to a spot as a too familiar mop of curly brown hair appeared on the far side of the table. Sirius darted over and grabbed Harry and Amal. "Run! Run now!" "What?" Amal gasped. Remus's head came up. His eyes went gold as he sniffed the air. Harry was already turning as Remus's lips curled back in a snarl that exposed canine teeth beginning to grow. "Run!" Sirius shouted, shoving Amal ahead of him even though he didn't think that it would do any good. No one could outrun a werewolf on the hunt, especially not Remus now that he'd caught Harry and Sirius's scents. Chapter 11, Vassal's Vow.
Every time I see a Potter, the stump of that damnable Vassal bond aches inside me. And then the cursed grandfather laid on the Potter stabs at me to make me move away. Drawn towards them and away at the same time, it's intolerable.
Harry ran like Dudley and his gang were on his heels. The pure panic in Sirius's voice was more than enough to get his feet to fly up the floating stones in the second chamber of records. He didn't know why they had to run, not yet, but given the howl of fury that came from the egg chamber where all the Potter records were kept, Harry sure as heck wasn't going to stick around and ask. Thankfully, the floating stones didn't shift a lot as Harry jumped from one to the next. He, somehow, managed to remember which of the arching stone slabs was the one that led back to the main Department of Records Lovecraftian Room of Doom. Not that the whole darn place didn't smack of something right out of Lovecraft, especially that clerk with the claws and the glittery eyes whose name tag had been Engel or Yumat, not Adam. Harry stumbled as he came out of the first gate, then squawked as Amal smacked into him and drove him straight into another man's arms. That man shouted something about vigilance and then whirled to point his wand at Sirius as he came barreling out of the bookcase with his fake blonde hair flying and his gray eyes wide. "Don't stop!" Sirius gasped. "He's right on our oh shit. Moody." "Wait, Mad-Eye Moody?" Harry asked as he grabbed Moody's arm so that he wouldn't curse Sirius. "Who's chasing you?" Moody demanded as his mechanical eye locked onto Sirius. He snarled. "Black. You." Harry's heart pounded so hard in his throat that he nearly threw up over Moody's shoulder. This was one of his vassals. Or he should be. That meant. "You swore to the Potter line," Harry said, clinging to Moody's arm. "Do you keep to the oaths or are you forsworn from me?" Moody's head snapped around. He stared at Harry, both eyes wide. Then he gasped and swallowed so audibly that Amal and Sirius flinched back. "I am for you, boy, Moody said, but I need answers and I need them quick. Angry werewolf on our tail, Sirius babbled. Need answers from the records, but he won't listen, not yet. We've got to get out of here right now. Moody cast a spell at the bookshelf, silently. There was a weird moment where the bookshelf flexed like rubber and then someone, the werewolf with the shabby clothes and glowing gold eyes obviously, started clawing at the gate. It was so very much like something out of a horror movie that Harry flinched. We've got 3 minutes, Moody announced. Do you swear to protect, defend, aid and help me in all that I must do? Harry asked, condensing the Vassal oath from the etiquette books he'd read yesterday. Magic shimmered between them, fast and urgent in gold-edged burgundy that reminded him of the Gryffindor common room late at night when most everyone had gone to bed. Moody blinked. I do so swear to protect, defend, aid and help you, my lord. Still need answers. The magic sparked between them, forming a cord that bound Harry to Moody and Moody to him. There was a moment where Harry could feel Moody's desperate worry and fear both for Harry and of Harry, then it flipped into a sort of determined competence that Harry knew very well. It was just like the mindset he got when there was something that had to be done and he had to do it, no matter how nasty the job might be. Right, well, get us to a place where we can apparate out of here and we'll explain the whole mess, Harry promised. Preferably in about 2 minutes 30 seconds. Moody grinned. Follow me. For a man with only one good eye and a peg leg, Moody could run. Really, really run. Harry barely managed to keep up with him despite all his Harry hunting training with Dudley. Sirius wheezed as he struggled to keep up. Amal had a grip on his elbow and hauled him along. They didn't go back to the elevators. Instead they ran to a stairwell and then up the stairs which moved like an escalator under their feet. Moody didn't bother waiting for the stairs to convey them upwards. He ran up them as if he was Harry's age instead of really old. Once they were all on the stairs, Moody shot another silent spell at them, and they whizzed upwards so fast that Harry had to grab Moody's elbow to keep from falling over. It took something less than 6 seconds for them to hit the top of the stairwell. Moody flung Harry out of the stairwell, grabbed Amal and Sirius, and flung them out, too. Then he charged through the door, casually scooping all 3 of them up before they even hit the ground, setting them on their feet with a wave of his wand. Run! Moody snapped. They ran. Past a dozen or so identical doors, past a looming, creepy empty stone arch that Sirius pulled Harry well away from, and then upwards again until they were in the atrium where they'd arrived. Follow me. Moody ordered, striding across the atrium with his wand in his hand. Absolutely everyone got out of the way. Aurors dove for the walls, eyes wide. Several rich purebloods in the kind of expensively understated robes that Draco always wore stiffened and then oh so casually made sure that their path didn't intersect with Moody's path. A literal pathway that Moody opened for them so that they could get out of the ministry as quickly as possible. Where to? Moody said once they strode out of the building on his heels. I've got Harry, Amal said. I've got you, sir, Sirius said though he looked anything but happy about it. Harry felt the first pinch of apparition just as Sirius took Moody's arm. At the same time, a howl echoed through the atrium doorway, followed by people's screams. Then they were gone, squeezed through a straw and spit out at Grimmauld Place. 3 far too long seconds passed before Sirius and Moody arrived. Run! Moody snapped. Into the house now. Harry ran, dragging Amal with him because Amal hadn't let go of his sleeve. Creature was at the door, ears back and face paler than normal. He didn't so much run up the stairs as get flung up them as both Sirius and Moody shoved Harry in front of them. He tumbled along the floor, shiny new glasses going flying, and came up just in time to see the werewolf arrive across the street. Creature slammed the door and then Sirius slapped one hand against the door, muttering something that locked the wards on Grimmauld Place down so hard that Harry's ears popped sharply. Bloody hell, Moody complained companionably as he rolled back to his feet. Been a long while since I had to outrun a werewolf. You get into even more trouble than your father and grandfather did, boy. Harry, please, Harry said, squinting up at Moody. Do you see my glasses anywhere? They went flying. Friend Harry is not taking care of his things well, Dobby said. He offered Harry the new glasses and grinned when Harry just shrugged. They is not suiting you, friend Harry. Not at all. No, but they let me see a whole heck of a lot better than my old ones did, Harry said. He clambered back to his feet. So he can't get in, right? Probably not, no, Sirius said, still pressing against the door. I think. Maybe. It's Remus. He's. If anyone could, he probably could do it. There's a lot of the warding curses that wouldn't do more than inconvenience him. We might have a couple of hours. Maybe less if he goes to get the ores. Moody grunted. Good point. Harry opened his mouth to ask what they could do to keep the Aurors out if and when Remus remembered to call them, but Moody just waved one hand before muttering something under his breath. A silvery mist poured out of the tip of his wand, swirling into a series of shapes that almost looked like otters or a stag with a majestic rack of horns only to shift into a lion and a tabby before settling on a swirling vortex instead. On the trail of Black and Potter, Moody said to the swirling silver mist. I think Remus Lupin got the wrong idea about what I'm up to. Don't go mucking up my op. I'll report in again in an hour. The vortex whooshed off through the wall, leaving Moody to nod firmly. That takes care of that, Moody said. He grinned at Harry's curious look. Patronus spell. Above you yet. Give it a few years and you'll be up for doing it, for sure. They can carry messages, drive away Dementors. Very useful spell. That should keep anyone from backing Lupin up either way. Doesn't solve the problem, though. We still have an angry werewolf trying to batter down the wards. Harry blew out a breath. Okay. Good. Fine. This was good enough. For the moment. Right, Harry said. Okay, so, who's the werewolf and why is he so determined to get at us? Old friend of your family and he probably believes all the shite published by that Skeeter woman, Moody said. Sirius flinched at the word friend, but he nodded for the rest of it. Friend or lover friend? Harry asked Sirius completely seriously. Because a lover friend is going to be way more stubborn about the supposed betrayal than a friend. Ah, Sirius said. His cheeks went so red that they colored his glamoured hair strawberry blonde. Well. Great, Harry said with a tired sigh. Why would things be easy? Okay, Amal, get away from the door. You've got all the stuff we managed to track down. Obviously, we don't want to kill him, but we can't trust him until we get him calmed down. Amal hurried back into the house, ducking into one of the perfectly gleaming parlors and then coming back out without the files he'd managed to copy before Sirius sent them running through the Department of Records. Moody, Harry said, turning to him, how do you stop a werewolf long enough to get him to listen? No bloody clue, lad. Moody laughed and shook his head. We don't talk to werewolves. We put them down. It's a bloody tragedy, but that's what it is. Lovely, Harry groaned. Sirius, any ideas? Silver burns, Sirius said so sadly and reluctantly that Harry almost went over to comfort him. It was only Sirius's hand pressed against the faintly quivering door that kept Harry where he was. Wood through the heart will hurt like hell and slow him down until he pulls it out. Only decapitation will kill him. And, honestly, I doubt that Mooney will listen to any of us. Harry nodded slowly. Great. Creature, Dobby, any suggestions? Creature could restrain, Creature said slowly and hesitantly enough that Harry was pretty sure that it would only be for a little while. Dobby could restrain easily if he had a bond to friend Harry, Dobby said quite confidently, but wouldn't work well to restrain. Wolfie man would just keep fighting and hurt himself to get to you. He sees friend Harry as cub in danger. Harry blinked. Then grinned. Does he now? All right then. That's something we can work with. From the scowl on Moody's face and the frown on Sirius's, they really were not going to like Harry's thoroughly half-assed plan. Harry wasn't sure he liked it, but if Dobby was right, and he didn't have any reason to think that Dobby was wrong, Remus wasn't going to hurt Harry. What's the strongest stunning spell you can think of? Harry asked Moody. Something fast and not likely to be blocked. He'll see me casting it, lad, Moody said, shaking his head. Oh, no, I'll cast it, Harry said. He shrugged. I reckon we let Remus in, let him grab me, slam the wards shut tight, and while he's growling at everyone else, I spell him in the back. Or stab him if that'll be faster and more effective. I'm assuming that basilisk venom will kill him just like it does most everything else. Sirius's jaw dropped open. Prongslet, we are having a long conversation on how you got this way after this is over. What? Harry protested with a frown that only made Moody stare at him and Sirius shake his head. We can't keep him out there for long. People will notice. Someone will call the police and they'll call the Aurors. We're on a short timeline, here. Basilisk venom, yes or no? No, Moody said. He gave himself a shake like a dog that had just crawled out of a lake. Best thing for you to do is hit him with Incarcerus. He should listen to me once he's in here. No, he won't, Sirius said, wincing as the door shook. He's going to batter his way through the wards soon. You're not wrong, Prongslet, but I officially hate this plan. What plan? Harry said, snorting a laugh at Sirius's glare. I'm punting. It works really well. Creature, be ready to help me hold him down. Dobby, get a bucket full of nice cold water to dump on his head. Amal, seriously, I want you out of the way. You're the only one of us who can wander around freely right now. Ah, right, Amal said. Not happily, but he looked resigned as he ducked back into the parlor, grabbed their copied files, and then scooted off towards the floor room. Once he was away and Dobby was back with a nice big bucket full of water, and a huge grin, Harry nodded to Sirius. Sirius looked to Moody. Moody nodded, fingers tightening around his wand. Harry quickly drew his wand, tucking it behind his back where it wouldn't be quite so obvious. Not that he expected that to be effective, long-term, but he wasn't looking for long-term. He was just trying to get Remus down for a few seconds. That should be enough to get him to stop and think if he really was Sirius's former lover. I hate this, Sirius commented in a falsely cheerful tone. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Harry didn't have the chance to see Sirius open the door because the instant he dropped the wards, Remus apparated into the hallway. He spun, wand out, and apparated directly in front of Harry. His growl was a terrifying thing, what you'd expect to get from a huge monster, not from a relatively shabbily dressed man with wrists so thin that they looked like they were made of fine porcelain. Still, right in front of Harry, one arm spread to keep Harry at his back and away from everyone else. Well, that was nice of him. Easy, lad, Mooney said. This isn't what you think it is. Harry put the tip of his wand against Remus's back and nodded when he froze for just a moment. Incarcerus. The spell had virtually no wand movements, just the will and the word, so it worked perfectly. Thick ropes whipped around Remus, binding his legs together. He flailed, barking a wordless shout, and then toppled when Creature waved both hands and snapped Remus's arms to his sides where the spelled ropes caught and held them. Harry grabbed Remus's wand, dancing backwards just in time to escape Dobby's bucket full of water, which had ice chunks in it. Big ones. Gah! Remus spluttered, eyes wide and no longer glowing gold. Chunks of ice clung to his cheeks, forehead, and nose while water dripped off him and soaked into the hall area rug. What are you doing? What's going on? Remus also stopped struggling, stopped growling, stopped looking like a terrifying monster just about to break through his human skin into something that would haunt your nightmares. Instead, he was just a wet, flustered, somewhat shabby man staring up at Harry and Dobby in shock. Harry grinned. "Huh, what do you know? It worked. Great job, Dobby." Dobby added extra ice to be sure Wolfie Man listened, Dobby said, grinning. He snapped his fingers and the bucket filled back up again. "Dobby will do it again if he has to." "What?" Remus said, staring at Harry and then lifting his chin so that he could stare at Sirius, who sort of shrugged helplessly, and Moody, who had one hand over his face and his wand dangling from his fingertips. Not that Harry thought Moody's wand would be useless in that pose. Moody had a solid enough grip that he could probably precision cast like Professor Flitwick or Professor McGonagall. Just, not the firm battle grip that could have been used to stab someone that he'd had before. "It's kind of a long story," Harry said. "You willing to listen? And maybe help?" The Potter bloodlines apparently got some sort of curse on it and Sirius got caught up in it. He's totally innocent, by the way. Oh, and Dobby is a free elf. Don't ask him to do things for you since he's conserving his magic. And Moody is my vassal. So don't mess with him because I'm pretty sure he'll curse you into little bloody bits if you threaten me. Remus stared even longer at Harry, mouth moving without anything coming out for the longest time. "What? Let's get you dried off and then we'll have tea," Sirius said with a tired sigh. "Or something stronger." "Definitely stronger," Moody said. "Give your oath, Lupin, or I really will curse you." "I swear on my magic to listen to what you all have to say," Remus said slowly, obviously thinking over each word before he said it, "and that I will not try to take Harry or turn anyone in until you've had a chance to convince me." His magic, gold and wild, swept over him. Harry frowned, putting his wand back into his holster. "One more thing," Harry said. "Swear on your magic that you will never betray me to my enemies, to Molly Weasley, or to Dumbledore." Absolutely everyone stared at Harry for that one, but really, how could he let Remus go without a proper oath that he wouldn't betray Harry? "Molly Weasley?" Sirius spluttered. No, the boy's got a point there," Moody said. "Molly's an amazing dueler and that temper of hers is terrifying." "Exactly," Harry drawled, waving both hands at Moody as if it was self-evident, which it was. Remus shook his head and then sighed. "I don't understand it, but all right. I swear on my magic that I will never betray you to your enemies, to Molly Weasley or to Albus Dumbledore." Only once the vow settled into Harry's magic did he let Remus go. Harry turned to Creature, who sighed and shook his head at the mess of water soaking into the carpet and floorboards. "I think it's time for tea, Creature," Harry said. "Dobby, might as well keep the bucket around. Who knows? You might need to throw it at someone before the explanations are done." Dobby crowed. "Dobby will be ready." Chapter 12, Warrior's Soul.
Something must be done. You agreed with me on that before you stormed off the other day. Gellert, please come back and listen to me. I swear that my plan isn't half as mad as you think. Besides, you were the one to suggest modifying both the curse and the vassal bonds of the Potters. The curse should be easy enough to meddle with given that I'm heir to it.
Sirius breathed in the rich citrus of the Darjeeling tea that Creature had chosen for their impromptu tea party. As often as he'd shifted and stayed with Remus during the full moon, Sirius had never taken Remus's lycanthropy for granted. Remus was dangerous. He just was. Remus was also kind, hesitant, and profoundly emotionally scarred by having been attacked as a child. He was brilliant in ways that compared to Lily, favorably. The man could teach a rock to do magic, witness his helping Wormtail, the traitor, through transfiguration. But he was still dangerous. All the time. Not only at the full moon. He was so damned smart, so grimly determined to do whatever he put his mind to, that nothing and no one stopped him. Until Harry Bloody Potter decided he wanted a chat. What the fuck? Seriously, what in the name of Merlin's saggy balls had happened to Harry to make him this way? Okay, Harry said once he'd added about a cup of milk to his half cup of tea and then added 6 sugar cubes. We have tea. Moody has fire whiskey. Dobby has his bucket of ice water, with extra ice and a generous dollop of salt to make it even colder than normal. Yes, Dobby does, Dobby declared with a huge grin that Harry echoed. Why don't we get started at this? Harry suggested far too brightly. I'll start since everyone else, but Dobby, looks kind of like they've gotten hit up back the head with a cricket bat. Sirius started snickering. You're not wrong, Prongslet. Which made Harry grin like a normal 13-year-old before he launched into a marvelously detailed and aura-level debrief that would have done Sirius proud back when he wasn't hunted by the Ministry. A much too practiced debrief that touched every single thing that should be touched and left out all the unimportant stuff that only got put in reports no one read. Suspicious as hell, that. Moody obviously thought so, too, as he narrowed his good eye and slouched down in his chair as Harry went over the whole blowing his aunt up, kidnapped and rescued by Sirius thing. Amal took notes, extensive ones that he didn't let out from under his hands the whole time he wrote. Remus leaned forward, gently twisting his teacup in his hands in precise quarter circles, all the while keeping his eyes locked on Harry. Every few seconds, Remus's nostrils flared as he breathed in Harry's scent. All of their scents, actually. Sirius hoped that he could get with Remus later and find out what Moody was feeling underneath that paranoid scowl. So, because we knew that the files on me were disappearing oddly, we decided that we had to go to the Department of Records and see what they had there, Harry said, adding a couple teaspoons more tea to his doctored sugar milk. Did any of the records make it back here, Amal? No, Amal huffed, glaring at the paperwork under his hands. They were still there when I put them down to get my tea, but now they're gone again. That's why I won't let go of these. I think the curse, spell, whatever it is, steals them as soon as people stop touching them. That's likely, Remus agreed entirely too mildly. James always complained that the instant he set anything down, like homework or thank you cards, they disappeared. We tested it once, late at night in the dorms. It did seem to happen quite reliably, but only to things related to the Potters. Yeah, Harry said, wagging a finger at Remus. So, one of the things that Amal revealed was that the Potters had that curse thingy. The other thing he revealed is that the Potters kept vassals. Moody is one. He swore himself to me and helped us get here. Amal's another. Hey, do we need to do the oath all formal-like instead of casual the way we did? Oh, eventually, Amal said, still writing furiously. There's no rush on my part. I've been working for you all along. The seneschal is somewhat different than a regular vassal. They all tend to have different duties and different oaths. As far as I'm concerned, I'm good. Ha, Harry grunted, nodding slowly as if that made sense. Which maybe it did. Sirius didn't know. He was going to have to take back the book on vassal bonds before he had a long, long chat with Remus. If, of course, Remus would consider being a black vassal. He might not. Remus's eyes snapped from Harry to Sirius as his nostrils flared. One eyebrow went up in the familiar old, "You're an idiot and I don't know why you are the way you are" expression he got when he was amused by Sirius's oddities instead of annoyed. Sirius snorted into his tea and wagged his eyebrows while shrugging. Wasn't like they hadn't been through that conversation a million times before they finished fourth year. Wow, Harry drawled. You two really are lovers, aren't you? Obviously, Moody drawled, smirking into his fire whiskey. Ought to just get married already. You're most of the way there. Remus went as red as Sirius did. That's not really possible. Completely aside from the whole running from the Ministry thing I have going, Sirius agreed, Remus is, in fact, a werewolf. He's not allowed to get married, legally. Well, we're gonna fix that, Harry said with enough disgust that Remus smiled at him for the first time. That's ridiculous. Anyway, I assume that Dumbledore had you hunting for me, and since no records of me stay where they're supposed to, you went to the Department of Records to see what you could find out. Remus huffed, glanced at Sirius with a clear, "What is up with James and Lily's son?" expression before nodding to Harry. Exactly that, actually, Remus said. Dumbledore never has done a deep examination of the records. He did mention that Madame Pomfrey complains endlessly that she can't keep records of you around because they seem to go missing as soon as she files them away. The same thing happened during school. Professor McGonagall took to keeping her grade book in her pocket, shrunken down so that it never left her person, Sirius agreed with a little laugh. Did that first year, I think. I'm not sure she ever stopped. Harry blinked. Wow, and no one ever went to try and track this thing down. It's messing with everyone's lives, destroying record trails, and getting my relatives killed, but it's not worth investigating. That's bizarre. Oh, people checked, Potter, Moody said with a long, tired sigh. He shut his good eye. That side of his face looked exhausted and very sad. The magical eye roamed around the room, idly scanning everything around them. Sirius really wondered how Moody stayed sane with that thing in his head. The next second he shook his head. Moody hadn't been sane since he was younger than Sirius. The war, all of the wars Moody had fought in, had seen to that. Harry frowned. So, we need to get the goblins involved. Do you think they have curse breakers who could help figure this out? I'd like to ask them about it. And, honestly, if I could talk to Theodore Nott, I'd like to. His father is a Death Eater, Remus protested immediately. His father was a Potter vassal who got tossed out for becoming a Death Eater, Harry explained before Sirius could do more than open his mouth. From what I've seen, the whole vassal thing is messing with Theo. I'd like to talk to him, maybe see if there's anything I can do to, give him a little more peace. He's pretty clearly messed up by it all. And his dad is a Death Eater that Theo refuses to follow. He's in a lot of danger. Sirius hid his grin, poorly, behind his tea as Remus spluttered and then subsided into flustered unhappiness that was a good match to what Lily used to do to him. Well, if you're sure, Remus said reluctantly. But you should have people with you the whole time. Oh, sure, Harry said, waving the warning off. I'm not going to risk my life stupidly. Or, without a good reason for it. The point is, are you going to be reasonable or does Dobby need to go for the bucket? No, that's fine. Remus squawked, jerking back in his chair as Dobby reached for his bucket of ice water with a huge grin. You've already convinced me that none of you are endangering Harry. Or each other. I just don't want you to be hurt. The way Harry's face went blankly smiling set off so many alarm bells in Sirius's head. He put his tea down and caught Remus's wrist, startling Remus enough that he didn't immediately ask what exactly about that had set Harry off. Moody's magic eye studied Harry closely before slowly sliding back to scanning the room. Sirius would bet anything that he was going to pin Harry down and have a very uncomfortable discussion with him later. Possibly one about stranger danger, bad touching and just exactly what the Dursleys had done to him. Potentially with detailed questioning about each one of them, Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley. He's a lot more competent than any of us were at his age, Moony, Sirius said. Leave it be. He saved Creature and I a couple of times now. Unless you want him to get all James in a snit crossed with Lily narrowing her eyes and marshalling her arguments at you, I'd let that one go. Remus stared at Sirius with horror blooming on his face. At the same time. Yup, Sirius said, popping his pea as obnoxiously as possible. His bright smile, the one he deployed at Malfoy and his mother, made Remus shudder. Well then, Remus said. The words came out an octave higher than normal, dissolving Harry's blank face into suppressed snickers. I suppose that I could go do some research on the curse in the Department of Records. Perhaps I could send a message to Mr. Knott while I'm out. Nah, I reckoned I'd have Creature take a letter to the post, Harry said, waving the offer off. And there's no point to do research until after we learn if the goblins can fix it. You just waste your time. Maybe later, though. Moody straightened up and then downed his fire whiskey in a single gulp. Come on, Potter. Let's go find the sparring room. I want to see what fighting skills you have so I know where I need to tutor you. Let's let the lovebirds here have the private chat they're trying to avoid so hard. That set both Harry and Dobby into snickers, especially as Sirius's face went flamingly red and Remus started spluttering protests again. Either way, they all cleared off, leaving Sirius and Remus alone in the parlor with their tea. I don't know what to say, Remus finally murmured. Was Moody angry or very, very sad about Harry's, responses to things? Sirius asked. Remus breathed a little ghost of a laugh. Terribly frustrated, actually. A little sad but no surprise, no real anger. He knows something is very wrong with Harry. He just doesn't know what it is or what to do about it. Sirius nodded. He downed his tea much like Moody had his fire whiskey, though with several swallows instead of a huge gulp. Remus stared down into his teacup, still restlessly turning it in neat quarter circles with his fingertips. I don't blame you, Remus, Sirius murmured. He shook his head as Remus went stone still. I don't. Everyone believed that I'd been given a trial. James and Lily were dead. Prongslet was off who knew where. Dumbledore never did know who our secret keeper actually was. He had every reason to believe it was me. Everything said I'd betrayed them. Harry. You. Remus's shoulders slumped. I still could have come to yell at you. Moony, Sirius said gently enough that Remus dared to look up at him through his blunt brown eyelashes. It was as devastating now as it had been back in school, though much more bittersweet. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you're a werewolf. If you'd gone to Azkaban to yell at me, you'd have been dead instantly. They would have assumed you were on you-know-whose side and executed you for attempting to help me to escape. Ah, Remus said, cheeks going red before he laughed and shook his head. Burke. You know what I meant. Sirius said with his biggest grin. Don't take the blame for things you couldn't fix. There were people who could have tried. You're not one of them. I'm likely to scream in Amelia Bones's face the first time I see her. She, of everyone, should have checked for a trial. True, Remus allowed. He sighed and finally sipped his tea instead of just playing with it. He's terribly emotionally damaged, Sirius. I know, Sirius agreed. The real reason I want to go back to Gringotts is to get him, and me of course, a lot of healing. He's such a mess, Moony. Outside of the curse, outside of all the chaos. Dumbledore gave him to Lily's sister Petunia. Remus's jaw dropped open as his fingernails transformed partway into claws. What? Yeah. Sirius sighed. Petunia married that racist ass, Vernon. You remember him from the wedding? Built like a brick wall, going a bit soft in the middle, balding, Remus agreed. He didn't get any better, did he? No, Sirius said, shaking his head. He tapped his teacup and it refilled with Creature's best tea, the cinnamon apple flavored one that was like drinking autumn in a cup. If anything, he and Petunia got worse. She and Lily were always stiff with each other, but since Lilza's death, it's like Petunia became someone else entirely. Just as racist and bigoted as Vernon, harsh, unforgiving, they abused Harry horribly. Raised their son Dudley to beat Harry up at every turn. They had Harry doing all the chores around the place, I think from the time he was 3 or 4. Remus shut his eyes and breathed in the slow careful way that Lily's friend Marlene had taught him to control his temper. They sat in silence, Remus breathing and perfectly still, Sirius drinking his tea slowly. Dumbledore put him there, Remus said. He's now and forever enemy of the House of Black, Sirius confirmed. Or will be once I can do the proper ceremony to make him one. We had some healing done with Healer Smethwick. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more healing that we need that the goblins can provide. Not to mention the whole Horcrux issue. I don't know why Dumbledore did it, Remus. I don't understand. My memory's still chock full of holes from school and the time just before Prongs and Lils died. I need. Oh, Padfoot, of course I'll help, Remus huffed. I didn't want to believe you were guilty, but Dumbledore said that it was done, that you'd been convicted. I had to believe him. It wasn't what they'd once had together. Sirius wasn't sure that they'd ever have that again. So much had happened. So much time had passed. Remus was almost a completely new person. Bloody hell, Sirius was a new person. Lord Black and all. But that didn't really matter. He was still Padfoot to Remus's Moony. James and Lily were gone, yes, and Peter was still out there, the traitor. There was an ancient bloodline curse to deal with, Dumbledore's plotting, and Harry's everything. Speaking of which. So, how do you think we should go about getting Theodore not away from his asshat of a father? Sirius asked Remus with his brightest, most manic smile because plotting with Moony again after all these years was going to be a joy. I had an idea about that, actually, Remus said with a sly smile that lit his warm brown eyes up with a hint of the gold of his magic. We'll have to ask Harry and Moody, of course, get 'em all involved, but I do think that a vassal should have wages, yes. Their lord supports them. Don't you think that Mr. Knott would be interested in the possibility of being free from his father's financial control? You're brilliant, Sirius said, rubbing his hands together. Let's go find 'em all. Oh, and I need to introduce you to Anthony and his wife, Lacey. They're amazing. Lacey is terrifying. It's wonderful. Remus laughed and shook his head while smiling fondly at Sirius. Never change, Padfoot. Never change. Pfft, why would I? Sirius replied just as he always had. That would be boring. He bounced to his feet and headed off to the floor room to see if Anthony and Lacey were available. They needed to be brought up to speed, and Merlin knew that they needed all the help they could get dealing with Harry's everything. Chapter 13, Allies Truth.
The Vassal Bonds? I'm pondering several new ideas you might find useful for the future we want to build. Binding people with modified vassal bonds, tying them to the greater good and then using behavior modification to sculpt their memories and personality, may be our best way of ensuring true peace in magical society.
Uncle Vernon always claimed that everyone had a price. According to him, if you knew what it was, you could control them forever and ever and ever. It was something that Harry had thought was ridiculous, but apparently Uncle Vernon wasn't as wrong as Harry had thought. When Remus and Sirius had suggested, with Amal and Lacey's strong approval, that Harry set up vaults for Moody and Theo as his vassals, it had seemed really odd. The bond that had bloomed between Harry and Moody was kind of like Moody was his pseudo-father combined with a drill sergeant. A really enthusiastic and sadistic drill sergeant, especially when they were sparring, but still a sort of fatherly drill sergeant who cared that Harry could defend himself against all the stupid stuff that kept happening to him. But Moody had nodded and commented that providing a vault with a proper income for your vassal was commonly accepted. Apparently, Harry's grandfather had paid Moody and his family a really good wage until everything fell apart during the war. Silverclaw, once they got to the bank in their disguises, had agreed with them all. He'd already set one up for Moody, based on the previous rate. After a short discussion about inflation, Harry had raised the level of compensation dramatically. He had, actually, understood the whole inflation discussion due to Uncle Vernon's rants about how small his raises were compared to the rate of inflation and what was the world coming to when a good, hard-working man wasn't paid enough to support his family and one freeloading freak taking food from all their mouths. Not that Harry said any of that. He was already tired of the concerned looks everyone gave him whenever he put on his "dealing with the Dursleys" face. Either way, they'd sent Creature off with a message to Theo that there was an opportunity for him to achieve financial independence immediately, and if he was interested, he should come to Gringotts right away. Theo had, according to Creature, promptly closed the book he'd been reading in his room at Knott Manor, packed a few personal belongings that he didn't want to give up into his trunk, and snuck out with his trunk shrunk down in his pocket. And the book in his hand, too, because apparently books were important. Now he was sitting opposite Harry, fingers tapping sharply against the black leather cover of his book while he glared at Harry like he wanted to cut Harry's throat. Moody was slouched behind Harry on a chair. Sirius was off talking to Silverclaw about even more healing for Sirius and Harry, while Lacey was working, and Amal was at the Department of Records with Remus trying to track down the whole bloodline curse thing. Not having a small army hovering while he explained to Theo was actually easier. If time-consuming enough that Harry had sent for tea so that he wouldn't end up all hoarse and incoherent before he was done. "All right," Harry said, pouring tea for Theo and then giving himself half a cup of tea so that he could have the proper amount of milk and sugar in it. "Given everything at school, I don't exactly know much about you. I presume the opposite isn't true, since everyone in the world gets to hear what I have for breakfast and what pants I'm wearing daily." Theo made a kitten sneeze of a laugh, turning his head away as if the sheer concept of smiling anywhere near Harry's vicinity was unthinkable. "You're not entirely wrong. Especially with Malfoy about." Harry rolled his eyes. "That Burke. All offended when he was the one who insulted me first. You know, I've been reading etiquette books and I had to make a special list just for Malfoy. He owes me apologies, has given blood feud level insults, has been insulted dreadfully and might be someone I could turn to for help. It's ridiculous. I'm surprised he's not the one here, then," Theo said, sipping his tea and watching with growing horror as Harry doctored his tea. "Malfoy's family aren't traditionally Potter vassals," Harry said once he'd gotten 6 lumps of sugar stirred into his tea to go with the half a cup of milk. He sipped it and nodded happily. "Just right. Your family is, other than your father who was a right Burke and went and swore to you-know-who when he was already sworn to my family. Now, I know your father was thrown out, but it wasn't a, no one in your bloodline shall ever darken our doorstep, sort of thing." Theo's lips pursed as Harry sipped his tea. He didn't quite grimace, not openly, but the delicate little shudder was clear enough that Harry had to grin at him over his teacup. "No, it wasn't," Theo huffed. He leveled a dark glare at Harry's tea. "But I've no interest in being bound to anyone. I'm no one's slave." "Good," Moody commented. "You shush, you," Harry said over his shoulder. "You're happy to serve." Theo's got every right to be nervous about this whole idea. "Wait," Theo said, eyes going wide as he stared at Moody. "Mad-Eye Moody is your vassal? When did that happen?" "Today when we were escaping out of the Department of Records pursued by an angry werewolf," Harry said in his best bright and cheerful tone of voice with the sort of grin that would get Aunt Petunia swinging her best cast-iron frying pan at him. "That was fun." "No, it wasn't," Theo snapped while leaning back in his chair, fingers locked on the edge of the table as if he wanted to run away screaming but didn't quite dare go for it. "Well, no, it wasn't," Harry agreed, letting the exaggerated smile go. He shrugged. "But it was fun dumping a bucket of ice water on his face once we got him trapped in an incarcerous spell. He's okay. He's an old friend and lover of my godfather." "Is anything about your life normal?" Theo asked extremely slowly. He'd set his teacup down to stare at Harry with abject horror. "I'd suspected that you were a bloody mess from the last 2 years, but this is worse than I thought." Harry shrugged. "Not so much. Sirius thinks it's Dumbledore's fault. He's partly responsible," Moody grumbled. "I think it's more the bloodline curse the Potters are under," Harry continued as if Moody hadn't piped up. "Either way, I was raised like a really poor, really abused muggle. I've less than no idea of how to navigate all the protocol stuff that goes along with being the last Potter and the heir to the Black family. I've got Amal as my seneschal handling the money and paperwork. I've got Moody handling defense now. And I have my godfather doing the whole raising me thing, once he's free to do so. But I still need help. I need a lot of help with all the etiquette and society and clothes and being properly social since I'm utter pants at it. I need smart help from someone who'll be trustworthy, who'll tell me straight up when I'm wrong, and who can stand up to Ron in a snit and Hermione on a full-blown rant. Theo's mouth dropped open only when Harry got to Ron and Hermione. But let's not expect miracles, of course. Harry snickered. You've stood up to both Ron and Hermione already. At the same time. I know you can do that. I believe that you would be motivated to help me navigate all the social and noble protocol stuff, especially at school, if you could be safe as my vassal. Plus I'll give you your own vault with your own income, which I'll add to as necessary. Inflation is a thing. Rates have gone up. Sadly, neither Moody nor Theo snickered at the young Frankenstein quote. That was a shame. Sometime soon, if at all possible, he was going to plunk both of them down and make them watch it. Everyone should be able to quote Mel Brooks movies. That they have, Theo said, sipping his tea again. He stared off into space, one fingertip tapping against the rim of his teacup. Eventually, after about 40 or so taps, Theo nodded. A good firm nod that went along with him pursing his lips and snapping those intense dark eyes to Harry's face. For a bloke with lush, full lips, Theo didn't look at all hesitant despite the way he'd pouted out his lips. Probably the cheekbones that could cut glass and the carefully styled hair that swooped up off his forehead like a crow's wing as it took flight. I'd require you to pay for my education and provide a home for me, Theo said. Also, I would expect raises depending on how useful I was to you. Oh, sure, Harry agreed with a casual wave of his hand. I'm thinking that you could potentially be the person I have handle the lower-level political nonsense once we grow up. So, you know, a starting rate now, then more as you get masteries or muggle degrees. I would want you to be able to navigate in the muggle world too. Theo sighed but nodded. I can deal with that, if I must. Good, Harry said. And once you decide on a spouse and when you have kids, of course the rate would go up again. I don't want you or Amal or Moody to have to take other jobs unless you outright want to. Logical, Theo agreed as if that was a foregone conclusion. Our attention should be on our Lord. True, Harry said, wagging a finger at him. But I don't want or need you to be a house elf for me. I've got creature for that. So other interests, other friends, even hobbies that bloom into full jobs, eventually, I'm fine with that. Theo turned to Moody who started chuckling. He's not got the least bit of training on this, has he? Not a bit, Moody said. He grinned when Harry looked over his shoulder at him. Sorry, lad, but you truly don't know a bloody thing. It's refreshing, honestly. Albus always made out like I was enslaved to your grandfather and his death had somehow miraculously freed me. I really don't like Dumbledore, Harry complained. You certainly aren't the only one, Theo said. He snorted. Let's work out the wording of the oaths and get it all written down. I'll want copies so that I can send one to Father to terminate his rights over me. It will be, well. I hope you have a secure location to go to. I'm not entirely certain that Gringotts is safe enough. Harry nodded as he passed over the version of the oaths he'd written up while waiting for Theo to appear. First draft here. There are Goblin War Ward bracelets that are being brought up. For me, you, Moody, Amal. Most everyone, actually. Their Black family work so serious we'll need to give them to you, but they should keep you safe from everything short of you-know-who showing up and casting a dava at you. It took about an hour to get the oaths to the point that Theo was satisfied with them. Moody joined them at the table about 15 minutes in, approval written all over his craggy face as Theo spilled so much red ink on the first draft that you'd have thought he'd killed a chicken on it. Most of that hour was spent listening to Moody and Theo debating back and forth about the minute particulars of all loyalty versus true loyalty to the Lord and render all respect to Theo versus accord all respect. The minor wordsmithing meant absolute worlds to Theo, clearly, but to Harry it was all the same thing. Theo would swear to help, educate, support, and follow Harry with an unbreakable vow to never swear to anyone else. Harry would help, educate, support and lead Theo with an equally unbreakable vow to protect Theo from doing anything like getting close to swearing to someone else. Wording was irrelevant. Sure, the magic of the vassal bond meant that the words mattered, but only in as far as it clarified everything for Theo. Harry knew what Theo would be. He knew how he would treat Theo. The only time he entered the argument was when Moody or Theo lofted ideas that would mean that Harry had to be all cold and lordly towards Theo. That just wasn't going to happen, so putting it in the bond was a terrible, no good, awful idea and Harry wouldn't allow it. You should require a certain mode of address, you know, Theo said once they had a clean copy of the vow. There are expectations. Well, sure, in public, Harry said. He shrugged away the sharp looks he got from both Moody and Theo. But not in private. I mean, I started this whole discussion with the fact that I needed someone who could stand up to me and tell me outright that I'm wrong. You've got to have the freedom to yell at me, call me a Pratt and Burke and whatever else it takes to get through my temper. So in public, sure, proper lord this and lord that, but in private, no. Absolutely not. Unless you think it'll get through to me. Then go right ahead. All right then, Theo said with a wry smile and a little shake of his head. I'm satisfied with this. Should work, Moody agreed. Let's do it, Harry said, studying the new oath. He didn't fidget as Theo cautiously came to kneel in front of Harry the way it was supposed to be done, unlike the abbreviated and ad hoc way he'd done it with Moody. When Theo put his hands between Harry's, Harry didn't let the nerves show. This was important. Very important for Theo. It might, possibly, given the high spots of color on Theo's cheeks and the way his pulse hammered at his temples, be more important than anything else Theo had ever done. I, Theodore Knott, swear all loyalty to Harrison James Potter, Lord Potter and heir Black, Theo intoned as the magic rose between them. I shall help, educate, support and accord all respect to him for so long as we both shall live. This vow shall prevent any other vow from superseding it, and I shall never, under any circumstances, offer my magic or my loyalty to another, on basis of my magic, my life and my very soul. Green, gold, and teal magic throbbed between them, pulsing in time with Harry's heartbeat which was way slower than he would have expected. Harry smiled, squeezed Theo's hands, and took a deep breath as he completed the vow. I, Harrison James Potter, Lord Potter and heir Black, Harry said as the magic between them began to spin and whip down into something that looked like a loosely braided rope, swear that I shall return and reward Theodore Knott's oath as is right and proper. I shall help, educate, support and render all guidance to him for so long as we both shall live. Where others may threaten his loyalty and his oath, I shall protect him and defend him with all the power I have. So mote it be. The loosely braided rope of magic between them flashed into a tightly braided cord that flared neon bright for a moment. Then it disappeared entirely, leaving Harry blinking away spots. He shook his head and then helped Theo shift from his knees into his chair where Theo slumped, blinking rapidly while rubbing his chest. That was something, Harry said. Wow. You okay? I think so, Theo said. A frown bloomed on his face. He turned to Moody who raised an eyebrow. Do you feel it? The way your magic is shifting? There's something. I think that bloodline curse is doing more than anyone realizes. Harry frowned and leaned forward. Tell me. Tell me everything you feel so that we can break this thing before it destroys me and the Potter line entirely. Chapter 14, Sworn Oaths.
I must admit, your advice during your last visit on how to ratchet up the effects of the blood curse were quite thought-provoking. I've spent quite a bit of time in arithmetic calculation to see if we can make it happen efficiently.
Goblin healers were even more terrifying than Lacey in a snit or going up against Voldemort in a full rage. The team working on Harry under Moody and Theo's supervision had gone past sneers into snarls and then into outright cursing in several languages instead of just gobbledygook. Silverclaw's claws tapped incessantly against each other, setting off sparks that attracted the attention of the guards protecting the healing team. Only the healing team. Apparently, it was Moody and Theo's jobs to protect Harry. In reality, it was probably Harry who'd protect everyone else. The kid was stupidly good at eliminating threats with that deadpan face. So, I'm getting that this is not going well, Harry commented in that same deadpan face and voice. He'd been unceremoniously plunked down on a crystal altar and subjected to dozens of scans that Sirius didn't recognize at all. The healer team had gone from 2 to 5 and then to 13 goblin healers as the scan results flashed molten lava red and glimmering gold. Very not good, Theo agreed. He hummed while studying the scans. Your body is an absolute mess, Potter. I'm stunned that you're able to walk around when you're this malnourished, abused and dehydrated. It's honestly better than it was, Harry said. He sighed and rolled his eyes when he got a room full of pointed glares for saying it. It is, Sirius agreed. We've both had in-depth healing sessions with healer Smethwick. He did say that we need a lot more work, with years of potions, but we're both better than we were. That's even more disturbing, Theo complained. The healing ritual room was deep within Gringotts. Sirius wasn't sure just how deep. They'd taken a lift that went down, to the left, down some more and then on a long swooping spiral that felt like they'd gone in widening loops counterclockwise. It was warm enough that Harry and Sirius had both stripped down to their pants and put on gauzy white robes with relief. Despite being what felt like miles under the earth, the room was bright from light pouring down through crystal veins shot through the ceiling, walls and floor. The room was bright enough that Sirius had had to shield his eyes when he first entered the room. Harry had squinted, grunted and then let himself be shoved up on the altar ahead of Sirius who would get his turn shortly. What's the biggest problem? Harry asked entirely too calmly for Sirius's nerves. Is it something that'll take time to fix, or can we do a ritual or something to fix it? The biggest problem, as you put it, said Bannet, the lead healer and apparently spouse of Ragnarok, the chieftain of the goblins, is that the curse is turning your magic against you and everyone around you. Large portions of your magic are being consumed by the curse. It leaves you at a huge disadvantage, Lord Potter. Sirius frowned. Wait. All the weirdness that happens to Harry, all the stuff that happened to James and his family, they fueled it with their own magic. Someone turned the Potter magic against them. Yes, Bannet agreed so grimly that Sirius had to grit his teeth so that he wouldn't snarl and offend the goblin. Exactly. Our scans are not showing a way to break it either, short of shattering his core which would kill him. Bannet shook his head and ran his fingers through his hair which was short and curly enough to look almost as wild as Harry's, just brown instead of black. Given that his claws were barely longer than his fingers, he didn't abruptly scalp himself or give himself an unfortunate haircut. No, 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 Harry said, leaning up on his elbows to glare thunderously at Bannet. That's not the important part of what you just said. My magic is affecting everyone else. I'm hurting them by being here. Don't you dare, you idiot. Theo promptly snarled at him. He shoved Harry back down sharply enough that Harry's head knocked against the crystal altar. You're not getting rid of me or Moody, so don't even think about running away to save us from your messed up magic and your stupid curse. But if I'm hurting you guys? Harry said, pouting as he rubbed the back of his head. I'm with not, Sirius said. You're staying put and that's that, Harry. They swore oaths to you. You swore oaths to them. You don't get to walk away now, not when you promised to protect, help and lead them. At this distance, Sirius couldn't hear what, exactly, Harry muttered. Judging by his extremely grumpy pout, it was something on the order of, not fair. Whatever it was, Harry stayed still while Bandnet continued working on his many and very serious issues that Healer Smethwick hadn't been able to address. They couldn't all be fixed. Bandnet had made it clear from the outset that fixing every single one of Harry's issues would require more or less rebuilding him in ritual, and all of them, Moody and Theo included, didn't think they had enough time for that. Or money. The cost would have been horrendous. Half an hour later, Sirius slid up onto the crystal altar for his turn at getting his shrunken stomach fixed, his nerve damage from the Dementors repaired, and his very fragile sanity stabilized. Unlike Harry, who'd flatly insisted on being awake for the whole thing, Sirius gratefully allowed, encouraged even, Bandnet to knock him out. Why feel Bandit's magic squirming through his innards and his mind if he didn't need to? Sirius was crazy, but he wasn't nuts. Waking up, Sirius shifted against the warm flannel sheets the goblins favored for their recovery beds. The bed itself was a damn sight harder than Sirius was used to in a bed, but it was phenomenally softer than the stone floor he'd had in Azkaban. The image of his cell, dirty and dark, slime dripping down the far wall near the hole that had functioned as a privy, didn't set Sirius to shuddering. It was distant. A thing which had happened, but which no longer controlled his life. The mess of tangled emotions that linked back into the memory spells that Dumbledore had done were less confusing. He was deeply furious at Dumbledore, but not to the degree that he wanted to go running off to curse the man in the back. Peter was less of a flashpoint, too. Sirius would gladly kill the little rat, but only if there was no hope of capturing him and bringing him to trial. Progress. Nice. He'll be okay? Harry asked in a tired tone that sounded like the millionth time he'd asked the same question. Potter, Theo drawled, for the 19th time, he's just sleeping. Healer Bandnet said outright that he needed the sleep to sort out his memories. Between the memory spells Bandnet removed and the effects of the Dementors, I'm astonished that the man was as coherent as he seemed. Well, he is a lot better than he was when I first met him, Harry said with a sigh that sounded like it came right from his toes. He was really unstable. Giggling and crying jags, flipping from horror to rage to laughter for no reason at all. Claiming the wards of the Black family home made a huge difference. Sirius let his eyes drift open. The goblin's recovery room was, of course, a cavern. Unlike the ritual room with its brilliant crystal veins providing light, this cavern was lit with torches that burned smokelessly around the room. It was dim enough that Sirius couldn't quite see the ceiling. The torches bracketing his and Harry's beds burned low and dim, giving them just enough light to see but not so much that it made it hard to sleep. Harry sat on his bed, rubbing his hands over the thick blanket covering his legs. His fingers traced the marble-like patterns on the blanket. Moody stood at the end of Harry's bed with his arms crossed over his chest, magical eye focused squarely on Harry instead of whirling and searching for threats. Not that Sirius could think of a single threat that could get them in the healing halls underneath Gringotts. Lad, you need to rest, Moody said far more gently than Sirius had ever heard out of the old Auror. Fretting isn't going to wake Black up sooner and you'll just be too tired to make effective decisions if you don't lie down and shut your damned eyes. Harry grimaced. I know. I'm not used to having anyone watch my back, Moody. Having both of you is really weird. I mean, that's entirely aside from the whole Godfather thing and his small horde of people. And Amal. Can't forget Amal. Do you think he and Remus will find anything? That's the 29th time you've asked that, Theo said in such a snippily precise tone that Harry winced, and Sirius grinned. The answer hasn't changed. It's not going to change. They may. They may not. There's insufficient information to know for sure. Prongslit, go to sleep, Sirius said. It came out husky and wrong, but that didn't seem to bother Harry, who gasped and whirled to stare at Sirius with so much worry and fear that Sirius tried to lever himself up. Lie back down, Black, Moody snapped. There. He's awake. Go to sleep, Lord Harrison James Potterblack, or so help me, I will go find Lacey and let her bind your scrawny ass to that bed. Harry squeaked and scooted down under his covers. Yes, sir. Wow, that full name thing is a lot more effective than I thought it was. To Sirius's great amusement, Harry yawned as if trying to separate his jaw from his skull as soon as he lay down. A few fidgeting tugs at the covers and then he fell asleep. Moody snorted. Theo rolled his eyes and turned a gimlet glare on Sirius that had Sirius pulling his covers up, too. Bannet said to tell you that your memories of everything are highly unreliable, Theo murmured. He rubbed his forehead and then shrugged. He does feel that Dumbledore is a threat to you and Harry, however it may not be as severe as you think. Could be the curse on the Potter blood, Moody agreed with a little nod. He hadn't uncrossed his arms or moved at all. Could be that Albus is up to shenanigans. Could be both. We don't know yet and won't know until Amal and Lupin get back. Sirius sighed. Theo snickered and glanced at Moody, who scowled. Oh, we're well aware of that. That was the third conversation we've rotated through with Harry since the healing. 11 times, in fact. Moody is taking the first shift. I'm just waiting for Amal, Lacey or Anthony to take me back to Grimmauld Place. It's the second safest place for me to be, right after here. Here. Your father will be upset, won't he? Sirius said, frowning. Of course, Theo agreed readily. He didn't seem upset at all about that. Father expected that I would follow the Dark Lord as he did. I've made it clear since I was a small child that I would do no such thing. It's been a bone of contention between us forever. I've already sent him a note explaining that I took the Vassal's oath to Harry. He's already sent back a reply disowning me and telling me that I'm not free to ever return to his house. It's expected. Father always knew this would happen if Harry offered. Sirius opened his mouth to, what? Comment? Protest? He wasn't quite sure. For all that Sirius had run away from home and abandoned his family as a teenager, he'd never been fully and properly disowned. The family magic had welcomed him. Grandfather Arcturus had made it clear, through James's parents, that Sirius could come to him at any time if he wanted to. But that wasn't a fair comparison, now was it? Theo had been fighting his parents, his father, his entire life. Sirius had hated mother, had feared father, but he'd never been told outright that he had to serve that monster Voldemort or be thrown out until the very end. By that point, he'd known that he had safe places to run to. Rather than ask Theo questions that his scowl clearly said he didn't want to answer, Sirius turned to Moody, who rolled his good eye. What about the order? Sirius asked Moody. Good question, Black, Moody replied after a moment of frozen silence. Very good. My oath to Harry supersedes everything I swore to Albus and the Order. Told Albus decades ago that the Potters would always come first for me. He didn't much like it, but he accepted that he wasn't going to get more. Not sure what will happen now that he's an enemy of my lord's adoptive family. I don't know either, Sirius said with a sigh. The enmity isn't formal, but he'd sworn oaths to Dumbledore as a member of the Order of the Phoenix. There was no weight to them anymore. In fact, Sirius hadn't felt a single thing from that oath of silence and loyalty since he took the wards back. Which was not how such oaths should work. Sirius squirmed a little, exhaustion pulling at him again. Well, see what you can find out, you two. Ask Lacey and Anthony about it when they come back. And Remus. He'll probably have already thought about that. Dumbledore used to have him out trying to convince the werewolf packs to side with us. I don't know if that's still going on or not. Moody exchanged a dark frown with Theo, who looked more puzzled by the whole exchange than anything. They would have to tell the others about the order later. After he woke up. And after they figured out just what was going on with Harry's curse. Oh, and hopefully after his memory was less of a mess. That would be lovely, thank you. Sirius snorted a little laugh and let himself drift off to sleep. If Merlin and Lady Magic could fix his memory while he slept, that would be perfect, not that he expected it to work. Sirius's luck just didn't run that way, sadly. Chapter 15, Light Threats.
If I can get access to the remaining Potters, and especially to their friends, I can sculpt the effects of the blood curse so that they die faster. You've always been brilliant on such things, Gellert. I would appreciate your help with my work on liberating my family more than I can say. Obviously, I'll do most anything you want to get your assistance.
Every bone in Harry's spine cracked as he stretched his arms up over his head and rocked side to side. The workroom that Silverclaw had arranged for them in Gringotts looked more like a fancy hotel suite. There were bedrooms for everyone with big, comfy four-poster beds with heavy curtains and two soft mattresses. The outer room of the suite had not just big comfy couches but also a nice dining room table and chairs, and 4 big work tables that were now completely covered with carefully spelled and charmed and cursed notes. The whole reason that it had taken half of forever for Amal and Remus to come back from the Department of Records was that they'd tested what it took for them to be able to keep a record instead of it quietly disappearing the instant they took their hands off it. The notes had to be written on specially spelled parchment that was protected from destruction, designed to be nearly impossible to copy with standard archivist duplication spells, and the parchment had to be pale orange. No other color worked. How they'd figured that one out, Harry didn't even want to know, but as it made a difference so be it. Then the notes had to be charmed to stick together at the top edge. Only the top edge, nowhere else. Finally, they had to be strongly cursed so that only the person who wrote the notes could handle them or read them. If all of that was done in exactly that order, and the notes were written with a special archivist's quill using indelible blue archivist ink that couldn't be erased by either magic or muggle means, then you could keep your notes. You just couldn't share them. Which was fine. Just made for long, wordy explanations of what they'd found over the hearty breakfast that Silverclaw arranged for them to eat once he and Sirius had woken up. "All right," Sirius said while stretching his shoulders and grimacing at the loud cracks. "The final result is that we don't know, yet, who put the curse on the Potter family. We do know what it does to him and to everyone around him." "Yes," Amal said. He scowled at his notes as if he wanted to set them on fire. "It's a variation of the Interesting Times curse, expanded out to cover the whole bloodline, both born into the family and adopted. Married as well. Everyone who associates with, marries into, or who's born into the Potter family will have, well, a tendency to get sucked into dangerous situations. Potentially lethal situations. On top of that," Remus continued as Amal descended into angry grumbles that Harry kind of agreed with on sheer principle, "the curse amplifies certain aspects of each affected person's personality." So James had joke thing. He loved his pranks to the point where he'd lose all common sense and take things too far. Lily, once she got involved with him, started having this. Remus paused, staring into space while windmilling his hands as if he was trying to work taffy between them. After a moment, he shrugged and focused on Harry again. His smile was rueful and a little amused. "Lily was a very flexible thinker when she was young," Remus explained. "She'd figure out the most amazing things by going in the oddest directions. Once she and James began dating instead of sniping each other all the time, she started changing. She'd get stuck on an idea and then refuse to let it go no matter what evidence you showed to her. Lily was right and everyone else was wrong," Sirius agreed with a scowl directed into his teacup. "Dumbledore and Flitwick were among the few people who could get her to change her mind." "Ha," Harry grunted. "Well, obviously, I've got a saving everyone thing. I mean, just so you guys know. It's a thing already and has been pretty much my whole life despite the Dursleys and my old school and everything. I can't seem to help myself when I see someone who needs help. Not a one of them, including Silverclaw, looked at all happy about that. There was a fair bit of grouchy cursing under his breath from Moody, and Remus looked like he wanted to fling himself in front of anything that might ever threaten Harry. Oddly, Theo was the only one who appeared to take it in stride, but then he'd spent a couple of years at Hogwarts with Harry and must have had plenty of time to observe Harry and all the nonsense he got into. Nonsense that was contagious. That bugged Harry badly. He hated the thought that just being around Harry, being friends with him, might be enough to get other people thinking and acting irrationally. Especially when there was the other half of the curse to deal with. "So, we know about what the curse does," Harry said. "Do we have any idea of who or why? I mean, people don't curse for no reason at all, especially not something this big." "Not yet," Remus said with an exhausted sigh. He pinched the bridge of his nose and then rubbed his eyes as if they were burning. "I'll have to go back and do more research. The best we can determine, the curse hit somewhere around 1937 or 1938. It had to have been directed at your grandfather Fleamont or great-grandfather Henry. There is a chance it was directed at your great-uncle, Charles Potter, or his wife Doria," Amal said, wagging a finger at Remus, who nodded as if he could allow that, but only barely. "The thing about the curse is that it affected everyone in the family, either by blood or adoption or even dating. It could have been any Potter alive at the time." "There were not many," Silverclaw said. His voice was low and grave, with a hint of rumbling gravel, like he wanted to curse some more. "Your great-grandfather Henry Potter was unfortunate enough to watch most of his relatives die before he reached adulthood." "Well." Harry paused and turned to Theo, who was frowning thunderously. "Doesn't that sort of imply that the curse happened in the generation before Henry? I mean, if they're all dying off, then it would make sense." "We just don't know," Remus complained. He rubbed his forehead again, hard enough that the skin went white and the flushed angry red. Both he and Amal looked like they'd been beaten up. Remus looked worse. A lot worse. Amal looked tired, sounded tired. His shoulders slumped and his jaw kept tensing as he fought against yawns. Remus looked like he'd been beaten up, thrown in front of a bus, trampled by Aunt Petunia and the other women on Privet Drive as they went to gossip about someone, and then expected to stand up and look like nothing had happened. "Okay, Moody," Harry said, smiling as Moody snapped to attention. "This curse. It's affecting everyone. Is that why Remus is so darned exhausted?" "I'm fine," Remus protested, only to wince when Sirius blew a scoffing raspberry at him. "I think I'm entitled to be a bit tired after all the excitement and the research we did." "No, he's not fine," Moody drawled. His human eye rolled while the magic eye spun and then focused square on Remus, who cringed away from it. "The curse is definitely affecting him. Seems to be affecting his werewolf curse, too." "Right, that's that, then," Sirius huffed. "Moony, go back to Grimmauld Place. Get some food from Creature and eat all of it. Then get some sleep." Harry pointed a finger at Remus, who froze. "I will absolutely pull out the tragic eyes at you." Remus huffed and stood, taking his bright orange stack of notes with him since no one else could look at them anyway. He muttered something like "cheating" under his breath as he left, but at least he did leave. Hopefully he would actually eat and sleep when he got back to Grimmauld Place. "So why isn't anyone else affected the same way?" Harry asked the table at General. "He's a werewolf," Moody said with a not really casual shrug. He didn't quite manage to look unbothered. His jaw jutted out too far for that. "The werewolf curse unbalances your magic," Lacey explained, scowling into her tea. "Few werewolves bitten as children live to adulthood, Harry. He's in very bad shape generally, then you add your curse onto his own curse, and he's going to be prone to bigger problems." Harry huffed as Sirius waved at him to stay in his seat. He didn't want to stay put. Something needed to be done. For Merlin's sake, he was hurting Remus. There's the expression I expected, Theo commented. He smirked when Harry glared at him. That's the saving people expression right there. There was a surge in his core right then, Moody said. Magical eye locked onto Harry while Moody's normal eye widened in surprise. Damn me, I can see it affecting you. Now, that's useful, Amal said. Sirius, I'd strongly suggest that you go talk to Remus. He was blaming himself for everything that's happened while we were at the bank. I don't know if that's normal behavior for him now, but it wasn't healthy at all. Sirius nodded and stood. I was planning on it. Prongslit, I expect you and the others to follow me back to Grimmauld Place within the next hour. I know you want to keep working here, but we need the Black family magic and our library to deal with this. Agreed, Silverclaw said. There is little goblin magic can do for this issue. Bannet has made it clear that you will both need to heal naturally for at least a year before he can do the full ritual he wants. In light of that, there is little that we can do at the moment other than guard the Black and Potter investments while making ourselves available for any other needs you may have. The big need I've got, Harry said, pausing as Sirius ruffled his hair in passing. Sirius laughed as Harry tried to swat his hands away. Is to know just how to break this curse. Or, I mean, if the curse can't be broken, can we meet the requirements of it? Is that a thing? I mean, in fairy stories in the Muggle world, you had to meet the clauses of a curse to break it. True love's kiss and all that. Amal groaned, head dropping down to his orange sherbet-colored notes. I am so done with the Department of Records. Lacey grinned at him, while Anthony patted his shoulder comfortingly. I can understand that, but it's a valid question. And yes, there's two ways of dealing with a curse. You either break it, which is generally preferred because the clauses built into a curse are normally nearly impossible to meet, or you meet the clauses and hope that you did it exactly right. Harry looked at Silverclaw and Lacey hopefully. Lacey sighed and shook her head. Silverclaw did his best to keep a rock-still face, but he somehow managed to look furious despite not moving a muscle. Great. No way to break it that you can see? Harry asked, even though Bannet had already explained a couple of times after the healing that it was tied straight into Harry's core. If we want to kill you, sure, we can break it, Lacey said in a brittle, bright tone that was as bad as Aunt Petunia at her garden party snippiest when someone insulted her roses. If you want to survive it with your magic intact, not so much. Great, Harry groaned. And we don't know when it was placed or by who or why, so we can't figure out what the requirements for it are, either. That's just peachy. Theo leaned forward, looking at Moody and then Amal. They both straightened. There was something in the bonds Harry had to the three of them, something determined and sharp as a scalpel. He breathed through the weird feeling, trying to sort out just what it was that Theo felt. But that didn't really matter, did it? What Theo felt was what Theo felt. His emotions were his emotions. Same for Moody, who was hard and scarred and somehow joyful despite all the worry for Harry brimming over into the bond. Amal. Amal was steady as a metronome set to a slow 1-2 beat, but the sound of that beat was all duty, duty, duty. Happy about it, yeah, but still duty. Weirdly, Harry could shut his eyes and know exactly where each of them were. Moody was to his left, facing Harry with one leg thrust out so that he could leap away from the table at any moment, should they somehow be attacked. Theo sat close to Harry, at his right hand, close enough that if Harry pushed his knee out just an inch further, they would touch. And Amal sat directly opposite Harry so that he could give his reports properly to his lord. It was all there in the bond. Where they were, where Harry was. That there were other people there, too. Silverclaw's magic, so quicksilver despite being as close to polished granite as anything Harry had ever felt. Lacey and Anthony, who gleamed like Sirius, all silver bright and full of the whispering power that was the Black family magic. Ha! He could feel the bond to Sirius, too, off back at Grimmauld Place. No Remus, though. You think you see something? Harry asked, eyes still shut, and arms crossed over his chest as if he'd turned into a mini Moody. Moody can see the curse working, Theo said readily enough that Harry almost opened his eyes. We know that it was affecting you at that particular moment. We know that it was affecting Remus quite directly. I think that we can figure out what it wants, possibly, with some testing. Oh, that might work, Amal breathed. Harry did open his eyes at the sheer delight coming through the bond to Amal. You think so? Yes, Amal said as he turned to Lacey and Silverclaw. There are detection spells for motives of spells on artifacts. Could we adapt one so that we could use it to see how the curse is moving between us? Well, maybe, Lacey said so dubiously that Harry bit his lip. There's a certain level of power that has to be flowing for the spells to catch it. I'm not sure you're at that all the time. Something changed when I took my vows, Theo said. It really did, Harry agreed. He waved at Amal, then at Moody. I mean, I didn't feel a single thing from Amal. Not before he took his vow or after. It was just a little bit of ceremony that made Amal feel better about the whole thing. For Moody there was a sort of surge and then I trusted him to get us out of danger. But once Theo swore, wow, it was a huge difference. I can feel them. I can tell where they are, what they're doing and what they're feeling. It's like a wall got broken down or something. Both Silverclaw and Lacey perked right up at that. Lacey's grin went sharp enough that Silverclaw nodded approvingly while Anthony went all besotted adoration at her. Not that Lacey noticed as she pushed back from the table and stood. Then it probably will work, Lacey said with her vicious grin. I can kind of feel all of you guys, too, Harry said. Silverclaw and you, Anthony, serious. Not Remus. Creature definitely. Not Dobby, of course. We don't have a bond. We can use that, Lacey exclaimed. I'll be right back. We should be able to get some good data on this thing. It will at the very least give us a better idea what we're dealing with. She hurried out of the suite. Harry leaned back in his chair and let the others talk over his head. Well, the adults anyway. Theo just leaned on the table and listened with a serious expression. His knee drifted closer, pressing against Harry's. Just a little touch, nothing to think about, if it weren't for the calm determination and iron will that flowed through Harry's bond from Theo. Harry might have a saving people thing, but he thought that Theo had a take care of Harry thing, too. Maybe. Hopefully, all of this would let them figure out how to break the curse because Harry already had too much to worry about what with his relatives, Sirius's lack of a trial, and Dumbledore's getting all up in Harry's business over everything without caring if he survived it. Chapter 16, Bright Blade.
Though perhaps I can demonstrate my dedication to you and our cause when next you visit, always presuming Aberforth will care for Ariana long enough. She gets more and more unstable as she ages. The battle with Father that resulted in that Muggle trash dying destabilized her magic quite dramatically.
Damn it, Moony! Sirius shouted as he kicked the door to Remus's borrowed bedroom. Will you open the bloody door and let me in already? Not a peep from the other side of the door, which meant that Moony was sulking and being ridiculous as if he was a threat to everyone when, clearly, Harry was the threat to everyone else. No, wait. If you're in there blaming yourself for not knowing that Prongs had a bloodline curse on him, I'm going to blast this door open and bop you one. Sirius shouted like they were 11 years old and arguing over who got to use the loo first at Hogwarts again. I am not blaming myself, Remus huffed as he finally flung the door open to glare at Sirius. I did miss it. And I should have seen it. With my senses it should have been obvious. Oh, because you're somehow infallible unlike every Potter in the last several generations, Dumbledore and oh, hey, McGonagall. Sirius replied with as much sarcasm as he could pack into the words. It must have been enough, especially on McGonagall's name, because Remus winced and then deflated to look exhausted instead of furious. Sirius rolled his eyes and pushed Remus back into his suite. Creature had given Remus the Sunlight Suite, one of the smallest ones in Grimmauld Place, but the soft yellow walls, simple wood floors and pale cream fabric on the curtains and squat, squashy little slipper chairs were nice. Soothing. Good on Creature, really. Mooney could always use soothing environments, and this suite was small enough to keep him from feeling like he was somehow wasting space that should go to someone more deserving. Damn Remus and his endless self-blame, anyway. I should have known, Remus muttered as he sat in one of the slipper chairs, hands hanging limp between his knees. Mooney, none of us knew, Sirius said, sitting in the other lovely squashy chair. I don't think James knew. How in Merlin's name could you have known? And don't tell me that you should have known because special magic werewolf senses. You spent most of our lives barely surviving month to month. You didn't have the strength or energy to do much more than survive for a quarter of the month. The rest of the time you were too afraid to breathe lest someone discover your secret. I still remember your panic attack when we confronted you about your furry little problem. It had been a full-blown panic attack, not that Remus had ever admitted it while they were at Hogwarts. There had been panting, blown-out pupils and Remus shaking so badly that his teeth chattered. He'd completely lost the thread and curled into a little ball on the floor of their dorm room, arms over his head. They'd had to spend a good hour calming him down. Every time one of them tried to explain, even with Peter shifting to his form and wiggling his whiskers at Remus, it had sent Remus off into another panic attack spiral. At least he'd calmed down after the first full moon when they'd all survived and Remus himself hadn't been as miserable, as exhausted, as torn to shreds as normal. Remus sighed. Still. No still, Sirius huffed at him, wagging a finger just like Lily used to when they were all young and idiots. You get no stills in this conversation, Mooney. I won't have it. Either the finger or the nonsense got through to Remus finally. He breathed a ghost of a laugh, smiling so tenderly and so sadly at Sirius that it just about tore Sirius's heart out. The worst part was that no matter how much Sirius wanted to take care of Remus, to stuff him full of food and wolfsbane and dress him in good new clothes, Remus would never let him. It wasn't like Remus was Sirius's vassal. He was just Sirius's best friend in the very heart of Sirius, not that Remus had ever seen it. Fine, Remus said. What are we going to do? Well, Sirius said while shaking his head and laughing through the horrified awareness that lurked in his heart after spending a few days around Harry, Prongslet is going to do something absolutely insane that gives us an idea of how to handle all this. He'll rope his vassals into it and probably drag Lacey, Anthony and even Silver Claw along with him. And he'll put on this blank, emotionless expression while doing something that terrifies everyone so bad that they damn near piss themselves. That's remarkably specific, Pads, Remus said, blinking at him worriedly. Why do you think I've been roping people in to help? Sirius groaned. He threw up his hands and slouched in the wonderful accommodating squashy chair. Prongslet makes James look even-tempered on these things, Mooney. He literally had a basilisk fang in his trunk that he used to kill a Horcrux in the downstairs parlor, specifically because he was hungry and wanted to get Creature on his side by taking care of the task my idiot little brother gave him. If Remus had been Mooney, his ears would have slid back and back until they were plastered against his skull. As it was, Remus stared at Sirius going slowly pale until he raised a shaking hand to rub it over his face, fingers catching on the scars. Ah, I had thought that was exaggeration, Remus admitted. Not in the slightest, Sirius said. I don't know what Harry's been through, Mooney, but he's as bad as I am. Maybe worse. I mean, I know Azkaban punched gaping holes in my sanity and my memory. I'm not sure Harry realizes that he's been traumatized. Add this curse on the top and, Merlin's saggy bollocks, I'm stunned he's not already dead. No surprise, that got Remus's eyes to flash gold. It was old hat to Sirius so he just nodded. Remus growled and stood to pace diagonally across the little sitting room since there wasn't enough room to pace any other way. Too small. I don't understand why Dumbledore placed him somewhere that he'd be unsafe, Remus complained. I think, Sirius said slowly and deliberately because Remus needed to hear that he was serious about this, that he was placed with Lily's sister deliberately. You remember what that ass Petunia married was like. He's not gotten a bit better over the years. Still a blustering bully, still a bigot, still a racist monster. Dumbledore did not just put Harry there originally. He made Harry go back 3 summers in a row despite everything. The only reason Harry's here now is that he bolted, and I took a chance and brought him to Grimmauld. The gold flashed in Remus's eyes much longer this time. There was a hint of fang about his teeth as he snarled and looked away. His nails seemed longer, sharper, too. Quit trying to destroy my temper, Remus growled at him. Moony, I'm not, Sirius said. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees to stare up at Remus. I need help. I need your help, certainly. Merlin knows you're the better of the two of us at all this nonsense. And the only one who can go walkabout at will. You honestly need to know this because I need your help with our Prongslet. He's a right mess and I can't do it by myself. Remus's eyes went wide. He bit his lip, no fangs at all, and then came back to flop in the squashy chair. His hands were shaking again, which was odd. Or, no, it wasn't odd at all. The curse was affecting Remus. They knew that. That was why Remus had come back here. But if it was affecting Harry and the people he was closest to, then that meant that Sirius was affected, too. So Sirius being here was passing the curse on to Remus, which he absolutely couldn't allow. Creature. Sirius called. Lord Black calls. Creature asked. He'd popped in silently, his little butler's uniform perfectly clean and so impeccable that it was an outright sneer against Sirius who'd gone all rumpled the moment he slouched down in the chair. What's Harry found out about the curse? Sirius asked. He flapped a hand at Remus when Remus rolled his eyes. I know that boy's already done something. I can feel his excitement. Creature shook his head, slow and amused. Master Harry is testing the curse. His vassals is able to see and feel the curse now that Master Harry has enough of them. Mistress Lacey thinks that the minimum number in the bonds for the curse to be obvious is 3. Elves is not counting. Our magic is not same, so does not show or feel the same. Sirius tilted his head to the side, staring at Creature. He'd spent his entire childhood hating the old elf. That creature and this creature seemed to be completely different people, though. Without his mother pouring her hatred and bigotry into Creature, he wasn't as bad. Still snooty, still judgmental, but not so awful. Add in Harry's effect, and Creature was almost reasonable to be around. Or maybe that was the bond to Creature. But there's only one elf in the bond, Sirius commented. He gasped. Oh, and I only have Anthony and Lacey. I don't have enough to be able to feel the curse working on my side either. Creature nodded. Is true. Creature thinks that maybe adding Dobby would change how the curse behaves to elves, but he is not sure, and Master Harry is not willing to force Dobby. Besides, Dobby is stubborn and very powerful and very old. He could not be forced now that he is free. I do need one more bond, don't I? Sirius said, pointing at Creature who stared back so flatly that Remus flinched. Sirius didn't. There was a thread of approval coming from Creature that Sirius had figured it out without excessive snark and poking like he usually needed to listen to Creature. Sirius rolled his eyes and waved a hand to dismiss Creature. Of course, Creature being Creature, he took a good 6 seconds before he popped away with a loud enough pop that both Sirius and Remus jumped. Clean and healthy or not, Creature was still a little troll. Very little, very much a troll with every bit of the bad temper a troll had. Less stink, thankfully. He should thank Harry for that sometime. Later. When there weren't more important things to do. I don't see how that makes sense, Remus said as soon as Sirius slumped back down in his squashy slipper chair. I've stopped questioning these things, Moony, Sirius said. It's Harry. Harry's got all of James's mischief mixed up with all of Lily's smarts, twisted around into this terrifying determination that would make even you-know-who pause. And, apparently, did. You know. Back then. Remus's flat stare for the very weak joke was a good bit better than his automatic rejection. There was no way that the whole, doesn't make sense, thing was anything other than a rejection. It was Remus, after all. He resisted anything that might whiff of charity. All right, Sirius said, sitting up properly so that he could lean forward and stare menacingly into Remus's eyes. I'd let you beat around the bush and pretend that this is a debate, but we are dealing with a bloodline curse on Prongslet. It's a threat to our boy, Moony. It's going to kill him. The curse, he paused long enough for Remus to go progressively more pale, is going to kill Harry. Right now, you can do research, but you can't help me see the curse. You can't protect yourself against it. You can't protect Harry. I don't. Remus sighed as his shoulders slumped. I don't want to be a burden on you, Padfoot. Remus, the only person you've ever been a burden to is yourself, Sirius snapped. You're my best friend, my only friend now, but you're a bloody idiot about this. James never saw you as a burden. I certainly didn't, unless you fell asleep on top of me. I don't know how someone who's consistently skin and bones can weigh as much as you do. A startled laugh escaped Remus. He shook his head, eyes wide. Sirius didn't even need to hear Peter to know what was coming. What the rat said is irrelevant, Moony, Sirius said with a decisive wave of his hand. Ignore him. Well, ignore him until we track him down and tear him apart for betraying James and Lily and Harry. He had to be a spy for ages, Moony. Don't believe a damn thing he ever said. Dumbledore, actually, Remus murmured sadly even as he nodded his agreement on Peter. Sirius glowered. I am this close to declaring Dumbledore an enemy of the House of Black. If I knew better what memories were real and what weren't, I'd already have done it. I'll want to circle back to that, Remus said, wagging a finger at Sirius as if he was telling Sirius to write it down so they could revise on the subject later. You really believe Creature? And Harry? Sirius shrugged. I have to. You had your own Harry Potter encounter, Moony. You saw what he can do. You saw how he goes sideways and up when everyone else is going straight forward. If he says that there's a thing with 3 bonds and more, I believe it. And Creature? Remus asked with a slow nod that was as reluctant as any Sirius had seen from him. He can't lie to me anymore, Sirius said. I'm Lord Black. He's my bonded elf. I can feel when he's telling the truth and when he's being a little shit. Which, for the record, is all the time. Except to Harry, but then he's still a little shit to Harry. It's just cleaning everything before Harry can get to it. Remus swallowed a laugh. Then sighed and curled inwards on himself just as he had when he finally gave in and let them all keep him company in the shrieking shack. Sirius relaxed so much that it felt like his spine melted. He offered a hand to Remus, smiling as Remus took it hesitantly. The grip was anything but hesitant. Remus squeezed his hand so hard that Sirius's bones creaked. He didn't care. Vassal bond? Remus suggested. You mean so much more to me than that, Moony, Sirius admitted. His cheeks were as red as the first time he'd attempted to kiss Remus back when they were 4th years. You always have. Would you take Lord Consort? The old blood oath bonding doubles as a marriage bond. It would protect you from Dumbledore and, hopefully, be a strong enough bond to help keep you safer, from the curse. Remus's jaw dropped open as his eyes went wide and shimmering gold. You want to marry me? Mooney, I proposed when we were 12, Sirius said, grinning and blushing as his heart pounded against his breastbone like a caged bludger. I thought you knew that by now. The long few seconds before Remus nodded, shook his head no, and then nodded much more eagerly felt like they lasted at least 1,000 years. Maybe 10,000. But Remus did nod, and he did laugh and stare at Sirius as if Sirius was the most brilliant thing he'd ever seen. Shouldn't we have the others here? Remus asked. He jumped as Creature popped in with a shimmering silver blade. Grandfather's Athame, Sirius whispered. He took it and licked his lips as how very easily it meshed with his magic. No, I don't. I don't want to share this with anyone, Mooney. I want something just for us. We'll tell them, maybe do the old-fashioned presentation party thing if I ever get my trial. But this? I want it to be just for us. Remus licked his lips and nodded. I'd prefer that, honestly. I don't know how Mooney is going to respond. He'll be over the fucking moon, no joke, Sirius said with a snort. His pack back, his mate back, the potential for revenge, a good den to live in. Mooney will love this. The old blood oath version of marriage was as simple as it could be. Creature popped away as Sirius cut his right palm. The Athame kept it from hurting. Remus took the blood-slicked knife and cut his right palm, too. Thankfully, Grandfather's Athame wasn't silver. It was mithril, which meant that it didn't burn Remus to hold it or be cut by it. He passed it back and Sirius set it to the side, out of the way. They grasped hands, pooling blood between them. Their magic already swirled between them, like the moon and the sun shattered into glimmering dust that orbited the two of them and their perfect squashy little chairs. I swear to have and hold you, Remus John Lupin, as my mate, my bonded husband and as Lord Consort of the House of Black, Sirius intoned, putting every bit of his heart into the oath. I will protect, defend, cherish and put you above all others for so long as we both shall live. Tears spilled over in Remus's eyes as he took a shuddering breath. I swear to have and hold you, Sirius Orion Black, as my mate, my bonded husband, and my lord. I swear faith and fealty to the House of Black. I will protect, defend, cherish and put you above all others for so long as we both shall live. The swirling magic spun between the two of them, forming rope that bound the two of them together. It snapped into place and Sirius gasped at the same time that Remus did. He could feel Remus. His fear, his joy, his bone-deep exhaustion and worry. Sirius pulled Remus out of his chair and into his arms, clinging to him as they both shook from the power of the bond they'd created. There was so much. So much he needed to do for Remus, for Harry, for Anthony and Lacey, too. It didn't matter. Right now all that mattered was that Remus was finally, truly, his. Mine, Remus growled into Sirius's ear. Yes, Sirius replied. Always. Chapter 17, Friendly Foe.
I'd thought that she might become an obscurial. That would at least make her useful some of the time. Think how much easier it would be to eliminate the Potters if we had an obscurial under our control.
As much as Harry wanted to solve all the problems as quickly as possible, a day off was nice. Calming. Not soothing, not with so many things to test and research, but at least he didn't have to worry about someone seeing him on Diagon Alley and realizing who he was. The disguise was wonderful, but it wasn't foolproof. Staying in Grimmauld Place and helping Theo test the whole "Moody can see the curse" thing was interesting. Theo had a mind just like Hermione's in that he was smarter than anyone else Harry had ever met, and he was just as determined to learn all the things as she was. He had the advantage over Hermione in that Theo was much more flexible in his beliefs. And he didn't worship authority the way Hermione so often did. Which was how Harry ended up in the downstairs blue parlor, not the one with Sirius's mum, sitting on a marvelously comfortable wingback chair upholstered in the most ridiculously gaudy royal blue, gold and lime green fabric he'd ever seen. Across the parlor, which was one of the smaller ones about the size of a Hogwarts broom closet, Moody stood glaring at Theo as Theo stood between the two of them. "One more test," Theo said for the 29th time. "Lad, I'm about to lose my temper with all of this," Moody replied with a not quite convincing growl for the 8th time. "Aren't you the one who goes on about eternal vigilance?" Theo replied with a snide little lift to one eyebrow while tapping his clipboard authoritatively. Harry kept his mouth shut. He'd figured out that getting between Theo and Moody when they were snarking at each other was a bad idea back at the bank yesterday. Amal had fled back to his office to do more work on getting serious a trial hours ago. Before dawn, actually. Harry would feel like Amal was abandoning him, but getting serious a trial really was the most important thing for Amal to do right now. Figuring out the curse was the most important thing for the three of them to do. Sirius and Remus, according to Creature, might be out of Sirius's bedroom sometime around dinner. There was no way that Harry was going to interrupt what was apparently a honeymoon. A really amorous honeymoon between people who'd loved each other since first year but who couldn't admit it until yesterday afternoon. If he saw Sirius and Remus before tomorrow dinner, Harry would be surprised. Moody's glower intensified. Before he could bark something fondly gruff and annoyed at Theo, an owl pecked at the single window. Harry turned and looked at the window, which was all of 6 inches from the arm of his ridiculous wingback chair. It was one of the generic post owls that Hermione used to send mail. I wonder what Hermione has to say," Harry said as he threw open the sash, took the letter which was hotter than he would have expected and then started as the owl flew away as quickly as it could. Oh. Howler. Harry hadn't ever handled any of the howlers that Ron had gotten from his mum. They'd all blown up and bellowed at him before Harry could touch them. Now he knew why Ron always got that jittery, terrified expression before he opened them. It felt like rage. Disappointment. Like that moment before Uncle Vernon started bellowing when his veins popped, and his face went red, and his lip curled up so sharply that his teeth showed through his walrus mustache. Like the moment just before Aunt Petunia swung a frying pan at Harry's head. "No," Theo breathed. He moved aside at the same moment that Moody drew his wand and lurched towards Harry, peg-leg sounding like a gunshot against the parquet floor. Not that it did any good. Harry already knew that you didn't get to escape a howler. He drew in a breath, braced himself and opened the flap. The howler tore itself up and out of Harry's hands, unfolding into a pair of lips that pursed just like Hermione's when she was about to rant about anything. "Harry James Potter." Hermione shouted through the howler, which shook the room. Might have shook the entire house, actually. It was so loud that Harry flinched back into his chair. "I can't believe you." Hermione continued. "What do you think you're doing? You are in desperate danger and you're treating it like a lark. You're every bit as irresponsible as Ron. I thought better of you, but I can see that you're no different from him, lazy and completely uncaring about anyone else's feelings. I better get an owl back from you right away or there'll be hell to pay." Her words were a knife to the heart. They hurt worse than the basilisk bite had, worse than everyone at school turning against him, worse than all those years spent silently crying in his cupboard wondering why his family hated him so much. "You!" Moody blasted the howler into a shower of ashes. "I can't believe she did that," Theo whispered, eyes like saucers as he stared at the ashy confetti slowly falling to the floor. "She's always a bossy witch, but this is ridiculous. How dare she? Who does she think she is, giving you orders and scolding you like a toddler?" Theo started off startled, moved into amazed, then to so outraged that he vibrated in the middle of the little parlor. Moody, on the other hand, glared at the ashes on the floor like he wanted to keep blasting them until there was a hole right down to the bedrock. And then maybe go blast Hermione, too. "She's my second friend ever," Harry told both of them. "You don't get to kill her, Moody. And Theo, you can absolutely yell at her, but I'm kind of curious what exactly she thinks I'm doing that's a lark. They both paused. Given that Rita Skeeter was still spinning wild stories of how Harry had been raped, killed, raped again, eaten and then resurrected as some sort of golem in the Prophet, there was no knowing just what Hermione thought he'd done. Granted, he'd know when he ran that Hermione would have a fit over him leaving Privet Drive. That he would dare to leave the so-called protection of his family and the maybe there maybe not wards over number 4 would drive her absolutely batty. It was Hermione. She was all about following the rules and respecting authority, especially Dumbledore's authority. This, though. This was ridiculously blown out of proportion from her normal way of handling things. You think she's been affected, Theo said so flatly that it might as well have been a shout. He didn't move a muscle, but the Vassal bond held the feeling of throwing your hands up in horrified disbelief. Seems likely, Harry said with a little shrug. Everyone has been. And Theo, remember, Hermione and Ron are my only friends. They're the only ones who were close enough to me, you know, other than Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon and Dudley, who could have been affected by the curse. No one else was close enough to me. Our testing's already shown that. Damn it, Moody growled. He glowered at Harry with his normal eye while the magic one whizzed in his head as if he was trying to see in all directions at once. You don't think that the curse affected your relatives, Theo commented. No, not really, Harry said. He sighed. From what Sirius and Remus have said, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon have been like that since before my mum got together with my dad. They're just horrible. They raised Dudley to be as horrible as they are. It's what it is. Ron and Hermione, though, they might be very different away from me than they are close to me. Their testing had shown quite a lot. Bonds made a huge difference in how quickly and directly the curse affected people. Dobby had helped them even though he was an elf and a free one at that. He'd been able to point out a few things that he noticed that none of them had, including the fact that none of them were seeing magic quite the way they should. Especially Harry. His innate gift for picking up spells with little to no study seemed to be a side effect of the curse. It interacted with the magic and did something. Theo had a dictionary's worth of descriptions of exactly what it was. He'd gotten half of a research paper written during the testing at the bank. Harry wouldn't be surprised if he actually finished it and published it eventually, though if Harry had his way, it would be long after they broke the damned curse entirely. We can't let that happen again, Moody said, glaring at the window. What the bloody hell was that? Sirius shouted as he flung open the door to the parlor. He was wearing nothing but burgundy pajama pants with golden snitches flying around on them. Harry would have been seeing way too much of Sirius's torso, except that his hair was loose, shrouding his chest nearly enough for Harry to not blush his face right off. Howler from Hermione, Harry explained, pointedly not looking anywhere south of Sirius's chin. Moody and Theo are pissed. I thought I'd set the wards to refuse all howlers, Sirius said with a frown. It should have self-destructed the instant it touched the wards. All three of them stared at Sirius. Then Moody and Theo shoved their way past Sirius, who stumbled backwards into Remus's thankfully robe-covered arms. Harry followed them, frowning when they went out in the backyard with its no longer massively overgrown mess of shrubbery, grass and scraggy trees. The trees were still scraggy, of course, but the grass was neatly trimmed, and the shrubs had been clipped to the point that they were like sculptures instead of like living plants. Creature had gotten here before Harry yet again. He hadn't even thought about going out in the yard, and yet here it was, clean to within an inch of its life before Harry could think of doing some gardening. He was going to have to talk to Creature about that. Gardening when he wasn't forced to might be fun. Hard to know when there wasn't a single weed to pull or plant to tend to. Are the wards wavering? Theo asked Moody. Not that I can see. Moody grumbled and then jerked his chin at Sirius, who'd followed Harry. Black. What do the wards tell you? Sirius sighed and shut his eyes. He didn't do more than smile faintly as Remus wrapped a robe over his shoulders and then pulled Sirius's hair out of the back of it so that he could braid it up for Sirius. Both of them looked better. Better was a good way to put it. So was settled and content. Grounded, maybe. Either way, their bond seemed to have done something good for the both of them. The wards are set exactly as they should be, Sirius said. Which means that the curse did something different. Or Dumbledore did, Harry suggested. He rolled his eyes as everyone frowned at him. Come on. Dumbledore is the one who put me on Privet Drive. He's the one I asked both years to keep me from going back. And, more importantly, he knows that Hermione and Ron are my only friends. He would have gone to them and asked them to send letters. You know him, Sirius. He'd be all, dear boy, this and daring adventure, that at Hermione and her temper would have gone boom. Theo wagged a finger in Harry's direction. Okay, that makes sense. If Albus gave her the Howler paper and helped her spell it, it would go through pretty much any wards, Moody agreed reluctantly, scowling up at the roof of Grimmauld Place. Would explain why it rocked the foundation. He'd have overpowered it to make sure it got through. The owl did fly off very quickly, Theo said with a tired sigh. Regardless, I do not like that she did that. It could point to our direction. It could bring Dumbledore or the DOM down on us and we can't afford that. So what do you suggest? Harry said, waving for them to come back inside. Knowing that there could be Aurors or Dumbledore or who knew what tracking the Howler made Harry far too nervous to be outside. He'd talk to Creature about the garden another time. After this was all over. For now, he wanted walls around him and his vassals. Right now. Moody shooed Theo inside, taking the rear with his magic eye focused behind them and his normal eye scanning ahead. Creepy, still, but that was Moody. Harry was almost getting used to his eternal vigilance thing, though as far as Harry was concerned Moody's jumpiness and aggression wasn't all that different from Harry's wariness and suspicion of anyone and everyone he didn't know. Maybe Bannet could recommend a healer that could help Moody. Something to remember for another time, maybe. Can't leave her wandering around causing trouble and drawing attention our way, Moody said with a stern glare that Harry automatically bristled at. Stop that, Theo snapped. He swatted Harry's shoulder, fingers just brushing Harry, but the sheer fact that he'd swatted at Harry at all startled Harry so badly that he stared at Theo with his mouth open. You hit me. If I'd meant to hit you, Theo said, that eyebrow going up, you'd be rubbing the spot I struck. I've had lessons on proper combat techniques that go beyond hexes and jinxes. No, it's my duty to tell you when you're being an idiot. We literally cannot allow Hermione to do that again. We, Moody, Amal and I, cannot let it happen. Bringing her here isn't ideal, but we could bring her to Amal's office. That might work. Or the bank, Moody agreed. We have to deal with this, lad. It's a threat to you and we can't have that. Harry sighed. Great. Okay, well, obviously, I need to stay away from them so that you guys can assess how they're affected. Let's make a plan and then go intercept them. If we're lucky, we might get both Hermione and Ron at the same time. He wasn't sure that it would happen that way. Hermione put up with Ron because of Harry and vice versa. There was no guarantee that they would be together or that they would show up together if Harry sent them a message. But he had to try. If his curse, was affecting them, then something needed to be done. Immediately. Harry wasn't going to let them be hurt by this thing, no matter what it took to break it. Chapter 18, Bound Souls.
Sadly, that is not to be. Aberforth cares for Ariana too tenderly, as did Mother before her demise. None of my comments nor the isolation I've imposed upon her since Mother died has worked. Sad. I truly thought between the isolation and Mother's death, she would become an obscurial.
Well, isn't that interesting? Theo murmured as he distinctly did not stare at Hermione Granger. Sirius didn't bother with being discreet. He stared right at her, even though Theo glowered at him. The kid was dead serious about his job as Harry's vassal. So were Moody, who was in Flourish and Blot somewhere, disillusioned, and Remus, who was waiting with Harry at Fortesques with Anthony. They'd made a right proper parade going up Diagon Alley, much to Sirius's amusement. He'd put on his best pretending to be Malfoy swagger to go with the blonde disguise that he was coming to love. It was so bloody nice to have people just glance at him, visibly peg him as someone rich in pure blood and thus unimportant to their day, and then walk on. If anyone, even James and Lily, had told him that the best disguise money could buy would be a rich ponce like Malfoy, he'd have laughed in their faces. And he would have been utterly wrong. Which he was never, ever going to admit to anyone. Either way, Remus and Anthony had agreed to guard Harry while Moody and Theo insisted on guarding Sirius as he checked out Hermione Granger, sender of building-shaking howlers of enough power to make Molly Weasley take a step back in shock. She didn't notice him staring. Hermione was far too focused on poring over a Witch's Weekly, biting her lip and twirling one wiry curl around her finger as she read. If anything, she looked like a perfectly normal young witch. A bit girly, given that she'd studied every article about cosmetic glamours and tailoring charms for shoes and dresses, but normal. What's interesting? Sirius asked finally because he really couldn't see what the issue was. She's reading Witch Weekly, Theo said as if Sirius was mentally damaged, stare of disbelief and all. That girl refuses to read it at Hogwarts. She turns her nose up and insults anyone who does. I've never seen her without a stack of books half as high as she is. Now she's got a stack of magazines and she's consulting a cosmetic charm book. Bloody hell, now I've seen everything. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Right. Very different behavior, then. Diametrically opposite to her norm, Theo confirmed quietly. Go on. I've got your back. He stayed in place by the history books, nose apparently buried in one of the thicker books on the history of magical creatures in Britain that Remus swore by. Sirius tapped his cane against the book, making Theo start and stare at him. Get that for your lord, Sirius suggested. I doubt he's read anything of that quality at Hogwarts. Theo blinked, frowned, and then looked at the book he'd been hiding behind. He snorted and nodded, tucking the book into the basket he'd grabbed as soon as they walked into Flourish and Blots. Then he grabbed another massively thick and detailed history, this one on the centaurs, which Sirius grinned at. Go talk to her, damn your eyes, Theo snarled at him. Oh, I will, Sirius said, still grinning. As soon as you go and tell Mr. Flourish that your lord, or me if you prefer, wants a copy of the catalogue. I really do need to update the library and I know Harry will want to browse it. Theo rolled his eyes and strode off to do that, leaving Sirius to saunter over to Hermione. He wasn't worried about approaching her alone, not with Moody lurking about to keep him safe. What he was worried about was the curse working through Theo to attack Hermione and change her behavior before Sirius could chat with her. All of Harry, Moody and Theo's testing had said that it worked much more directly through Harry, himself, than it did through second parties protected by a bond. Sirius was the least likely to carry the curse onwards to someone else. In all honesty, he should have brought Anthony and Remus with him and left Theo and Moody to protect Harry at the ice cream shop, but Harry desperately needed to know if Hermione was okay. Sirius desperately needed to know that Harry was okay. So they'd switched. It should work, just as long as Theo and Moody kept their distance. Pardon me, Sirius said in his poshest tones, the ones that would make his mother nod grudgingly approvingly at him. I noticed that you've got a good stack of the girly books. I need to find a good book on cosmetic charms for my cousin's wife. Do you have any you'd suggest? Hermione started and stared up at Sirius with wide brown eyes that blinked blankly at him for several seconds. Then her brown cheeks went brick red as she blushed and clutched the cosmetic charms book to her chest. Well, I'm not very good at them, Hermione said in a softer, gentler tone than Sirius had expected from Theo and Harry's descriptions. All the more reason to ask you, Sirius said with a low-key nod and a slight smile that hopefully wasn't too haughty. She's never bothered with such things and needs books with good instructions in them. Hermione bit her lip as she sorted through her stacks of magazines and then turned to the bookshelves. Well, for someone my age I'd say Witch Weekly, but you said she was married. Maybe this one? It's all about professional styles. Oh, that's quite nice, Sirius said. He flipped through the book and nodded. Ha! Good choice. Nice clear instructions, good variations of each style, Oh, look. They let you vary things according to your face shape and coloration. Thank you. This is perfect. It was perfect for the mythical gift. If Sirius actually gave Lacey the book, he'd be minus his bollocks instantly. Didn't mean he couldn't set it aside and put it in the library though. Hopefully someday Harry would find a nice young witch or have daughters who would like it. Hermione blushed and beamed at him for the praise. You're welcome. I'm glad you approve of it. No, truly, it's very good, Sirius said. He looked over and noted that Theo was on his way back over. Next to him, Hermione frowned and then slowly stiffened. The closer Theo got, the harsher her expression became. By the time Theo sauntered over to raise an eyebrow at the book in Sirius's hand, Hermione stood so straight that she looked like she had a poker through her spine. The gentle, sweet smile and soft expression was completely gone, replaced by the sort of expression Lily used to get after she and James got together. A chill went up Sirius's spine because that was Lily's "I see you misbehaving and I don't approve" expression, transplanted onto a completely different witch's face. What are you doing here? Hermione snapped at Theo. I'm shopping for books for my lord's library, Theo said, eyeing the cosmetic charms book. He passed the catalogue to Sirius, who took it with an approving nod. Good choice on that one. Daphne says that it's the very best on the market. Hermione huffed and muttered as she shoved all the magazines back into their places and carefully reshelved every single book she'd been poring over. Ridiculous waste of time. Theo glanced to the side, just a flicker of his eyes. A moment later, Sirius felt Moody's hand on his back, urging him to leave. Sirius shivered and stayed where he was for a moment longer. Every second that ticked by had Hermione's muttered complaints growing sharper and her movements more impatient. She was a completely different person under the influence of the curse. Well, thank you for your assistance, Miss, Sirius said. Good day to you. Hermione glowered at him. Well, fine. Good day, I suppose. Sirius suppressed another shiver as he whispered under his breath. Moody, monitor how long it takes for her to return to normal. Don't get closer than 15 feet if you can help it. On it, Moody muttered back. Move your arse, Black. There are Malfoys out and about on the alley. Oh, lovely. While Sirius was absolutely capable of playing snooty pure blood, he didn't want to interact with the Malfoys given how much he looked like one right now. Blonde hair and ice blue eyes were certainly not the sole jurisdiction of the Malfoy family blood, but everyone in Britain seemed to believe that it was. Unfortunately for Sirius and Theo, who was pale and doing his best not to tremble next to Sirius as they left Flourish and Blots, Draco Malfoy was standing in front of quality Quidditch supplies. His father stood proudly next to him, hand resting lightly on the snakehead cane that was a mirror to Sirius's lion-headed one. Narcissa, thankfully, wasn't there. Ron Weasley stood next to Draco, stars in his eyes as he stared at the latest broom displayed in the window. What the bloody buggering fuck? Theo whispered to Sirius, who cast a quick disillusionment over Theo. Shush and stay close to me, Sirius said. I want to test the effect again. Right. Theo's invisible hand rested between Sirius's shoulder blades as he sauntered over, carefully watching both Ron and the two Malfoys. At 25 feet, there was no difference. Once Sirius hit 20 feet, Ron shifted and rubbed his hands over his thighs as if they'd suddenly gone sweaty. Draco's lip curled up in a sneer that grew dramatically the closer Sirius got to the three of them. By the time Sirius passed them, just 2 feet away from their backs, Draco and Ron looked as though they were on the verge of beating each other bloody for the sheer insult of standing at quality Quidditch supplies together. Their fight didn't fade away after Sirius went into Fortescue's and settled at Harry's table in the corner. Anthony stood to give Sirius his seat, letting Sirius settle at Harry's side. Finite incantatem, Sirius murmured, revealing Theo, who gratefully plopped down next to Harry. That was, very not good, Moony. Very not good. Are you two okay? Harry asked at the same time that Remus did. Remus waved for Harry to go ahead, though Remus did grab Sirius's hand to squeeze and then hold on tightly. The curse is. Sirius tried to think of a way to explain it and failed. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it. Both Hermione and Ron had been completely different while under the influence of the curse than they were outside of it. The weirdest part wasn't a Weasley willingly standing next to a Malfoy. That was quite reasonable considering that it was quality Quidditch supplies. Even bitter enemies would declare a truce for Quidditch. No, the most horrible part had been watching Hermione's sweet, gentle nature disappear into the curse-driven brittleness that had overtaken Lily so long ago. You don't know Hermione or Ron, Theo said far too boldly. Their behavior away from you is completely different from how they are with you. It's scary. Very scary. Moody is watching to see how long it takes for Hermione to go back to normal. I don't think it'll be fast. Harry paled dramatically. I'm destroying them. No, Sirius snapped, wagging a finger at him. You are doing nothing of the sort. This curse is, and that is so very not your fault, young man. I'll thank you to remember that it's been in force for at least 3 generations now. Maybe 4 or 5. You were born into it, and it is not your fault. I don't care about who's to blame, Harry huffed at Sirius with that too blank expression that always made Sirius's gut curdle. I care about whether or not I'm destroying my best friends. And everyone else I interact with. Moody appeared next to Harry, startling Anthony, Remus and Sirius but not Theo and Harry. Lad, it's bad. She showed no signs of improving. I had to leave. I set a couple of spells that will monitor her to see if she changes again, but it looks like, once triggered, the effect lasts for quite a while. That wasn't what Sirius wanted to hear. At all. He gripped Remus's hand far too tightly, not that Remus even made a noise. As strong as Remus was, Sirius probably didn't hurt him. Anthony bit his lip, looking out towards the street and craning his neck as if he wanted to see through the walls between them and Hermione. Sirius kind of wanted to as well, impossible as that was. Which wasn't as bad as Harry's reaction. Harry shuddered like he'd been struck. He stared into his empty ice cream bowl, scowling at it as if he wanted to fling it at the wall. Though Sirius had yet to see Harry strike out that way. Throwing things was more a Black response than a Potter one. James, when he was that blackly furious, was more likely to put on a falsely bright smile before going off and doing something blindly stupid. Prongslet, look at me, Sirius stared at Harry until he lifted his face and met Sirius's eyes. No fake smile, but the mask of calmness Harry used was just as bad. Maybe worse because there was no real sign of what he felt other than the shimmer of magic in those green eyes. I'm fine, Harry said. Oh, don't try and lie to me, Prongslet, Sirius said with a snort of broken-hearted laughter. You're so far from fine that it's ridiculous. I need a promise from you. You are not to go herring off to save either Hermione or Ron. But. Harry snapped his mouth shut so that he wouldn't protest any more. The glower Moody leveled at Sirius wasn't half as bad as that blank face or Theo's narrow-eyed stare of doom. Sirius ignored both of them in favor of offering his hand to Harry. It took a long, long moment before Harry carefully put his hand into Sirius's. Behind him, Anthony let out a long, slow breath as if he'd been just as worried about Harry going off half-cocked, too. "We will save them," Sirius promised. "I want the promise because if you get close to them, the curse will affect them more strongly. There's still time before school starts, Prongslet. My trial can wait. We still need to get evidence. Give me your word that you won't hair off after them and we'll get this curse dealt with first thing." The blank mask shattered as Harry narrowed his eyes just like Theo. The two of them exchanged a long look while Moody shook his head and sighed as if Sirius was being an idiot. Remus, thankfully, just nodded that it was the best option for the moment, while Anthony put a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder to reassure him. "Fine," Harry said, patting Anthony's hand absently. "I promise I won't try to save Hermione and Ron from the curse, or seek them out until we figure out how to deal with this thing." "Thank you," Sirius said, relieved. "I know you hate it. I mean, honestly, both your parents would have been cursing me up one side and down the other for it." Harry snorted, lips curling up in a tiny smile. "Well, I suppose I feel better. You know, if it's a normal thing. Lily would have jinxed him so hard that he'd be begging for forgiveness by now," Remus said. He grinned suddenly. "Frankly, she would have been worse before the curse affected her than after. You come by it naturally, Harry. I understand the desire to go save them, but Sirius is right. They'll be safest if you don't reach out yet. Let us do our research and then we'll break this thing." Harry sighed and nodded. He didn't look at all resigned to it, but he made no move to leap up and run off to find his friends. It was about all that Sirius could expect. Chapter 19, Warped Minds.
Which, as an aside, your plan for Mother's death was quite perfect. I executed it 3 days after you departed to visit those worthless relatives of yours. Mother died instantly. Both Aberforth and Ariana are convinced that Ariana killed Mother in a burst of wild magic.
Harry scrubbed his hands over his face. It felt so weird when he took off the glamour that Silverclaw had created for him. While it was in place, it was fine. His face felt like his face, his hair like it was actually his hair. The longer he wore the glamour, though, the more uncomfortable he got. By the time they'd gotten home after Fortescue's, Harry had been twitching. When he took it off, his skin crawled like he had bugs all over it. Though, honestly, he'd have been twitching even without the glamour. How could he not when there was so much going on and so much that needed to be done, and Harry couldn't do a thing about any of it because of his stupid blood curse, which was destroying his best friends and everyone else. His heart raced. Every fiber in his body screamed at him to turn and run, to hide away somewhere that no one could find him. If he wasn't around, then they'd be safe, right? If they weren't bonded to him, they'd be safe. Except no, because Moody had made it really clear that once affected by the curse, it took hours, maybe days or even weeks for the effect to fade. Hermione was still being a horrible know-it-all according to Moody's carefully distant watching spells. So was Ron. And Ron affected his family when he interacted with them, so they were all acting weird, too. Creature had been able to report on that since Molly was a black descendant. Every single person he knew was being tortured by this stupid curse and it was his fault because he hadn't figured out how to free them yet. No, Harry growled while staring at himself in the bathroom mirror. This is not my fault, damn it. Every single thing they'd found, tested or researched so far had done absolutely nothing to his curse. It didn't help at all. Some of it made things way worse. The sheer fact that he couldn't do anything was driving him crazy. Which, apparently, was part of the stupid curse in the first place. Now that he knew about the way it affected people, he'd started paying close attention to his thoughts. When the little voice in his head sounded like Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon, it felt like pain and rage and suffering. It felt like the curse he'd seen reflected through the bond to Moody, Amal and Theo. When the little voice was all snarky and sly and exasperated, that sounded more like Harry and less like someone else. It felt right, too. So he wasn't being warped all the time. Just when it was convenient and in ways that were really super hard to track. Made him shudder just thinking about how little control he had over himself because of the thing. Harry huffed and washed his face in the vain hope that it would make the crawling feeling go away. It didn't. Of course. Why would anything work right for him? Nothing ever did. He should go downstairs and get something to eat from Creature. Or, better by far, make himself something while Creature grumbled and banged pots and glowered at Harry for daring to be interested in cooking for himself. Honestly, the ice cream had been lovely, but he wanted something more to fill his belly. A big serving that made him feel bloated, something heavy enough that it felt like carrying a weight in his tummy. That always worked well at Hogwarts when he wanted to distract himself from all the drama and stupidity going on. Should work now. To distract himself from the curse. Which wasn't going to go away, no matter what he did. Harry went and flopped in one of the chairs in his stupidly huge sitting room. "Dobby?" Harry called. Dobby popped in, ears drooping. "Friend Harry Potter calls." Harry stared at Dobby. "You look about as bad as I feel. Withdrawal's not going well, I take it." "No," Dobby said with a bitter laugh as he wrapped his skinny arms around his chest. "Is not going well." Dobby knows it can be done but he cannot stand. "Everything itches, friend Harry." "I know how that feels," Harry breathed, staring at Dobby who frowned at him. "When did the itches start, Dobby? When exactly?" His breath caught at the thought, the snarky thought with the sly tone that it would be just like the curse to bond Dobby all sneakily to Harry so that it had more people to affect and more torment to feed on. That. Dobby cocked his head to the side, staring curiously at Harry. "This is starting about an hour ago." Was just little itches, all over Dobby's face, but they is growing until now Dobby's whole body feels itchy. "Why is friend Harry asking?" "Because I'm itching like crazy," Harry said steadily even though his heart hammered against his ribcage. "It started about that time in just that way." Dobby's ears smacked back tight against his head as he stared at Harry in horror. Dobby does not have a bond with friend Harry. He is not wanting one. "I know," Harry said, sitting up and leaning forward with his elbows on his knees the same way that Sirius and Anthony both did when they wanted to make people pay attention and take them seriously. "I'm fine with that. But this curse of mine might, probably is, affecting both of us. Because it hits my friends first and worst, Dobby." There was a bird made of pure rage battering around inside Harry's magic, trying to get past the iron control he'd taught himself at the Dursleys. The last 2 years had strengthened that control until Harry had been pretty sure he could handle most everything that life threw at him. Sometimes it was really stunning just how often Harry could be wrong. The rage battered him from the inside. This was his friend. His friend. He'd saved Dobby from Lucius, set him free, and now Dobby was going to die in misery because of Harry's stupid curse. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. Dobby's eyebrows drew together as he started scowling as if he could feel Harry's rage. He huffed and rubbed his upper arms for a moment before standing up as tall as he could to lift his chin and glare into Harry's eyes. "Dobby does not like that," Dobby declared. "Neither do I," Harry said. "People that have bonds to me are less affected, but they're still affected. Hermione and Ron are a mess because of this curse. And now you're a mess, too." Dobby nodded slowly, eyes glowing and fingers sparking with electricity. "Dobby sees. Is very bad curse, friend Harry. Dobby still does not want bond, but he does not want to be all itchy and miserable either." "Would swearing that you'll never be my friend help?" Harry asked. "No," Dobby said with a little laugh and a wry grin. "Because Dobby would not mean it, so it would not work. Friend Harry couldn't swear it because he really wouldn't mean it. No, that is not a good solution. Dobby wants Harry as a friend and maybe as a master if he cannot survive without a bond. He does not want to be away from Harry at all, honestly. The curse makes Harry's magic all prickly and mean, but it still feels good to be close to Harry. Soothes the magic inside of Dobby almost right, drains it away gently. Harry opened his mouth and then closed it again. Prickly and mean. The curse made Hermione go from a sweet girl into a rule-worshipping harridan. It made Ron go from cheerful and upbeat into a jealous, greedy jerk. Remus lost control of his intelligence and got all obsessive. Moody had been very clear that the curse was bringing out the worst in every single person that Harry interacted with. He wasn't sure what to make of the soothing thing, but maybe the curse was feeding on everyone around Harry. Maybe on Harry, too. That would make sense of it. Or it could be two separate things. They did really like each other, and Dobby did really want a bond with Harry, if only things were different. My magic is prickly, Harry murmured as he pondered that part of things. All right. Let me know if anything changes, good or bad. He'd taken a yoga class one summer before he went to Hogwarts. It had been free and there was no way that Dudley and his gang would follow Harry into yoga when everything was decorated in pastels and lotus flowers and stuff. The class had mostly been an excuse to get away from Dudley, but he'd learned stretching that he rarely used until after he'd escaped from a Harry hunting. And he'd learned meditation. Harry focused on his magic the way Professor Flitwick always recommended, breathed the way Professor McGonagall always ordered them to before they worked on their transfigurations, and then tried to still his mind and his magic the way that long-ago yoga teacher had. Dobby flinched. Worse. Much worse. Friend Harry's magic is spiking out. Trying to grab at Dobby. Calm is worse. Harry said, surprised. What was it like just a minute ago when I was staring at you? Magic felt very calm, Dobby said with one of his firm, ear-swinging nods. Harry groaned. Okay, so it's inverting the emotions I feel. If I'm calm, the magic starts attacking people, and if I'm angry, furious, it pulls in and leaves them alone. Which means that my suffering is kind of a key to the thing. Right. Okay. Try number 2. Tell me what happens. This time Harry focused as closely as he could on every bit of rage and misery he'd felt at how the Dursleys treated him. He thought about Snape sneering at him, at the way Draco constantly insulted and taunted him. Most importantly, Harry let the black rage he felt about this stupid curse that had killed his whole family and which was trying to kill him flare inside his magic and his heart. Dobby sucked in a breath and then relaxed utterly. Oh, that is being much better, friend Harry. Dobby did not know that the curse was grabbing him so hard. Okay, can you feel the tentacles it's got on you? Harry said, gritting his teeth and raging even harder. His fingernails cut into his palms and his shoulders ached from focusing so hard on all the awful crap that he'd been through. Dobby can, Dobby said. He blinked. Cocked his head to the side. Harry could see something around the edges of his vision, but he couldn't make it out without losing his focus on the misery and pain. Whatever it was, Dobby seemed to see it too because he tilted his head left and right, squinting as he slowly raised his hands and caught something in them. Then Dobby made a little gesture like he was pushing whatever it was away from him, soft and gentle and kind. Magic whooshed around Harry so hard that the curtains billowed behind him, and the area rug curled up over his toes. The magic snapped away from Dobby in a hard wall that pounded into Harry, driving him backwards into his squashy chair so hard that he darn near toppled right out of it. Harry wheezed at the shock of that, then shouted and curled around his chest. So much pain. Stomped on, he'd been stomped on. A full leg kick straight to the ribs, to the gut, like Dudley punching him as hard as he could while Piers held his arms. Or no, more like the time Dudley had knocked Harry down 3 summers ago and then Piers had kicked him in the chest so hard that Harry had expected his ribs to shatter into little bony shards inside his body. Like he'd gotten bitten by the basilisk again, this time right to the heart. Harry moaned and pulled that feeling, that pain, that misery, deeper inside of him, clutching it tight so that his magic wouldn't grab Dobby again. That was the point. That was the whole point. He had to free Dobby, properly this time, if it was the last thing he ever did. Go, Harry whispered to Dobby who was pale and staring at him while his knees and hands shook. Dobby, go. Don't let it grab you again. Run and don't look back. I mean it. Check with creature later but for now, run. Friend Harry is, the best friend ever, Dobby whispered, tears welling up in his eyes. He popped away just as Sirius threw open the door and came in, eyes wide and face far too pale. With the whole horde of vassals, family and Remus behind him. Sirius looked utterly terrified which, justified. But he'd figured the curse out. That was good. Harry laughed a little, trying to sit up. He couldn't. The pain was just too bad. He'd had burns that hurt less, cuts that hurt less. The darn basilisk had hurt less than this. Prongslit, don't move, Sirius said as he caught Harry's shoulders and supported him so that he didn't topple right out of his chair. Don't move. Whatever this is, we can fix it. Harry laughed some more, breathless and sweaty and shaking. I saved Dobby, Sirius. I saved him. Broke the curse's hold over him. He's truly free now. He just can't be near me. But it's okay. It's okay. He's free now. I just have to be furious, to feel all the bad emotions, and it calms my magic enough that people can be freed. Theo shoved Sirius out of the way, catching Harry's shoulders as he knelt in front of Harry at just the right angle so that Harry had to stare into Theo's eyes. Amal was behind him, and Moody had 2 wands out as he stared at Harry with his magic eye whirling to search for threats. Tell me exactly what you just did, Theo demanded. Every single thought, every detail. Because the curse feels different. You did something effective for the first time and we cannot let this go. Harry nodded through a shaky grin. It wants me to suffer, Theo. That's the point. I have to suffer. If I suffer, the curse pulls in to make me dwell on it. It lets people go. The more I suffer, the less I hurt other people. The less the curse hurts them. Theo nodded slowly, turning to look at Amal and Remus who both looked horrified. Then we have a better idea of what to look for. Let the pain go, lad, Moody said so sternly that Harry pouted but did as he was told. We need you able to think if we're going to conquer this. Pain's hell on thinking. Harry laughed at that. He'd never had an adult be that honest about it before. This whole Vassal thing was wonderful. His body trembled as he let the emotional pain of his past go. The pain of the curse's hold on Dobby breaking was bad enough. It should keep the curse from hurting anyone. For now. At least they had a lead now. That was the most important part of it all. After Dobby being truly free at last. Chapter 20, Hero Thing.
Better still, none of the Aurors who came found a single sign of my magic. Oh, they found plenty of Ariana's magic. Her core nearly fractured when my control over her activated, but she survived, and Mother died.
Sirius groaned as he dropped his face into his hands. The kitchen smelled of hot chocolate and chocolate cake. Creature had pulled out every single bit of chocolate he could find, in every single form available. Milk chocolate coated Sirius's tongue and his teeth were sticky with chocolate frosting. It wasn't helping. How could it? Whatever Harry had done to free Dobby had been like a punch to the throat for everyone. Sirius had, on one very bad and forever memorable occasion, taken a solid kick to the family jewels. This, whatever Harry had done, had been worse than that. Cruciatus compares favorably, Remus murmured from behind his mug of hot chocolate. Yes, Amal said. His voice was thin and pained enough that Sirius dropped his hands. Why would he just accept that? He tried to keep the pain, to increase it. We're more important than he is, Sirius explained. Everyone glared, even Remus, who Sirius could feel through the bond, understood exactly what Sirius meant. Sirius rolled his eyes at them and took another chocolate biscuit from the platter in the middle of the kitchen table. The biggest gold platter that Mother used to use when she wanted Creature to serve a whole roasted suckling pig, it held a lot of biscuits. Half of them were already gone. Don't glare at me like that, Sirius said. He waved the biscuit at Moody and Theo, who looked like they wanted to stab him. That's why he did it. Prongslet is convinced that everyone else is more important than he is. I don't think it's all the curse, either. He found a way to save Dobby and just leapt straight at it instead of thinking about it. Just like with those damned Horcruxes. Theo sighed. I need more detail on the Horcruxes, actually. Because I think that they need to be destroyed. They, potentially, might be a key to this. What? Sirius stared at him, biscuit halfway in his mouth. He took it out and set it down as Remus put down his hot chocolate, while Amal turned in his chair to stare at Theo with a confused fluster of blinks. Even Moody frowned at him, which meant that it was a sudden leap of logic. Back up and show your work, kid, Sirius said. What? The single word came out so flatly that Sirius grinned despite the ache under his breastbone where the bond to Harry rested. You jumped from A to Z and none of us can follow your logic, Sirius said. Yes, what Harry did absolutely has to be followed up on. But I don't see how you went from Harry being a suicidally self-sacrificing and horrifically honorable young man to the Horcruxes, much less how they could be the key to this. Theo breathed a little laugh. He took one of the biscuit sandwiches with chocolate raspberry ganache filling that had been dipped in white chocolate to wave in Sirius's direction. Anthony grabbed one, too, passing it to Lacey, who leaned back in her chair and sighed as she nibbled the white chocolate off hers while staring at Theo challengingly. Not that Theo seemed to notice. My father is one of the ones that knew about the Horcruxes, Theo explained. They're a horrible sort of magic. His grandfather taught him about it before he went to Hogwarts. Great-grandfather also taught father exactly how to tell when someone had created a Horcrux or when they were under the influence of one. They're quite powerful, and the stronger a Horcrux is, the stronger the Magi who created it was. Theo paused to raise his eyebrow at the spluttering noises that Anthony made and the cursing that Lacey did under her breath as she pulled her biscuit sandwich apart to lick at the chocolate raspberry ganache. He shook his head after a moment. I've long thought that Harry, Ron and Hermione showed signs of being under a Horcrux's influence, Theo continued. Their behavior was just slightly off, you see. Now I believe that it was the curse affecting them, but between what Harry did, the research we've done so far and my family's unfortunate fascination with repulsive black magic, I think that destroying the last Horcruxes should give us the key to how to break the curse. Remus nodded thoughtfully, turning his mug of hot chocolate in carefully perfect quarter turns while staring at Theo. Interesting. But you need to explain further. What do you hope to gain by destroying another? How do we know that there are more? You sound entirely too much like Professor McGonagall, Theo complained as he fidgeted in his chair and finally took a bite of his biscuit sandwich. Thank you, Remus said. The smugness only came through their bond. What showed on his face was calm acceptance. So? Theo huffed. Father was told that the Dark Lord made 5 Horcruxes. Bellatrix and her repulsive husband were quite drunk when they let that slip. Bellatrix had one, a cup. Apparently, she put it in her vault at Gringotts. There's also a diary, a locket, a ring that was special to the Gaunt family, and a diadem. The diadem was hidden at Hogwarts somewhere that only a house elf could find. The ring is hidden where the Dark Lord grew up. I believe Malfoy had the diary, though given everything that happened last year, I think it must have been destroyed during the whole event at the end of the school year. And the locket, according to Lord Black here, has already been destroyed. Sirius's jaw dropped open. That was. What the bloody hell sort of operational security is that? Sirius demanded, sending Moody off into hoots of laughter. People just know about them. Well, some people do, Theo said with a smug little grin. He took another bite of his biscuit sandwich, then polished it off in a final bite before dusting off his fingers. Father's terribly good at drawing people out and getting their secrets. It's a familial gift. Either way, the curse is designed to hurt Harry. To hurt any Potters and anyone associated with them. At some point, we don't know where or when, a Potter so deeply offended the person who laid the curse that they decided the whole family has to suffer. To atone, Amal breathed, sitting up so straight that it startled Sirius. They have to atone for whatever it was. Right, Moody said with one firm nod. You know who was born Tom Riddle. I'll go check his old home and then check the Gaunt Mansion. That's the most likely place for the ring. Sirius and I can get into Bellatrix's vault easily, Lacey agreed, already standing to brush her simple black skirt free of chocolate biscuit crumbs. That leaves me and Remus to head to Hogwarts, Anthony said. Theo rolled his eyes. Creature. Creature has already asked the Hogwarts elves, Creature said, putting a very lovely, very creepy-feeling diadem on the table. It was wrapped in an old silk blouse with a huge brown stain on the sleeve. Has been hidden in come-and-go room for a long, long time. It is just like Master Regulus's locket, Lord Sirius. Lord Sirius is to go get Master Harry's basilisk fang right away. Creature does not want this here any longer than it has to be. Is very, very hard to keep magics from affecting everyone else. And that's exactly what I need to test, Theo said, wagging his finger at Creature. Thank you, Creature. That was perfect. I'll take this down to the practice room. You lot go get the other two. Remus, Amal, I'd like your help to set up my test ritual circles. We'll destroy them one by one and see what we can learn. Right, Anthony said, pouting only a tiny little bit at having his adventure taken away. I'll go sit with Harry and make sure he doesn't try to do anything while we get this all set up. Stunningly, it was as easy for Sirius and Lacey to get the cup from Bellatrix's vault as it had been for Creature to get the diadem. They walked into Gringotts, were escorted to Silverclaw's office, and told him what they needed. The instant that Silverclaw realized that there was a Horcrux in the bank, the goblins were ready to go to war against Bellatrix, her husband and Voldemort. All told, it took about 15 minutes to get the cup. Silverclaw did insist on coming back to Grimmauld Place with them, but that was fine. No one better than the goblins for sorting out this sort of thing, especially if Theo was right that destroying the Horcruxes would give them some ideas of how to deal with the curse. Moody arrived back with the ring, carefully wrapped in a moleskin pouch that barely kept the dangerously enticing aura of the ring under control, just after Theo, Remus and Amal finished their ritual circles. Some nasty spells over the thing, Moody said as he passed it over to Silverclaw, who cursed in gobbledygook while setting it into his ritual circle. Ah, good circle. That cut the aura right down. Silverclaw gave us advice on how to make it work better, Theo explained. Good. Now we just need Harry. Wait a minute. Sirius shouted, blocking the door so that no one could go get Harry. He's already hurt, and you want him to destroy these? He can't handle it. I know, Theo said far too bluntly, even for him. That's why we need him to do it. At least one of them, preferably two of them. If the curse is built around atonement, if the suffering of a Potter is key to the curse ending, then this is perfect. In one stroke, Harry will destroy an evil that threatens the entire magical world and he'll suffer while doing it. This is literally our best bet yet of breaking the curse. Silverclaw snarled something thoroughly obscene in gobbledygook, but he nodded slowly and definitively as he did it. The boy is right. Our research agrees with what Mr. Knot and Consort Black have explained. He'll be saved, Sirius, Remus said far too gently. This is what has to be done. Sirius's breath caught. He shut his eyes, arms still blocking the door to the ritual room. Merlin Sagibolics, what was it with Harry? Why did he always have to be the one to suffer? Stupid question. Sirius already knew the answer to that. It was the curse and Dumbledore's interference and Harry's basic personality, all mixed together. He couldn't change Harry, wouldn't even want to. And he couldn't stop Dumbledore, either. Yet. Hopefully soon, Dumbledore would be on the agenda. For now, Sirius had to let Harry do this even though it made him want to scream like he used to at Mother and then curse everyone in the room until they agreed to wrap Harry up in blankets and keep him safe for the rest of his life. I hate this, Sirius announced in a voice that came out remarkably cheerful for how blankly furious he was. We all do, Amal said. Trust me, Sirius. We hate it just as much as you do. We'll be suffering along with Harry. It'll be up to you, Remus, and Silverclaw to protect him. Anthony and I will guard the room, Lacey promised. No one will get in, not past us and Creature. We'll support the lad as best we can, Moody promised far too gently for the paranoid old man that he was. Go get him. Best get this done so that we can move on to the next set of disasters. Sirius breathed a shaky laugh for that. Bloody hell, I really wish things would calm down for him. Just, bloody hell. Moody nodded and waved Sirius to go. Climbing the stairs with Remus at his side felt like going to his own execution. The closer he got to Harry's suite, the worse he felt. Couldn't they find some other way to deal with the Horcruxes? Theo understood them. He could do it. As Sirius stood, trembling hand on Harry's doorknob, he realized that the desperate desire to have anyone else deal with the Horcruxes was external. It's affecting me, Sirius murmured to Remus. I can feel it, too, Remus said as he rubbed his chest. This might work. The curse is fighting back so powerfully now. Sirius blew out a breath and forced himself to open the door, to go into Harry's bedroom where Anthony sat on the foot of Harry's bed, watching Harry who was not sleeping at all. Harry's eyebrows were drawn together, and he bit his lip while rubbing his chest much like Remus. Hey, Prongslet, Sirius said in a too bright, cheerful tone. His smile felt so wrong that it hurt his face. Ready to do your hero thing again? We've got an idea that might just break the curse at last. Really? Harry asked, sitting up and groaning as he toppled forward into Anthony's arms. Ow. Okay, I'll do it if I can. Whatever it is. Sirius smiled a little more genuinely. It's just stabbing 3 more Horcruxes and then suffering through the wash of power as they die, that's all. Oh, Harry said, sudden amusement making a grin flit across his face. Well, if that's all. Sounds good. Be down in a jiff. We'll take care of it and have tea right after. Good plan, Sirius agreed. Neither one of them acknowledged the tears hovering in Sirius's eyes or the way Anthony shuddered. Remus's keen of pain and worry went unremarked, too. Because there was no other way to handle it, not when the curse was clawing at all of them to stay alive until Harry, himself, died. Sirius could only hope that this worked out so that Harry lived through it. Otherwise, Sirius would tear the entire bloody magical world apart in vengeance. Chapter 21, Magical Atonement.
One step closer to true freedom. One step closer to our perfect world, my heart.
So, ritual rooms were a thing. Harry looked around the granite-lined room as curiously as he could when his whole body ached, and his heart kept giving weird little lurches as if it had forgotten how to beat on a regular rhythm. It was a stark room, really. Just granite floor, walls and ceiling, all smoothed but not polished. There were spots on the floor that looked like someone had thrown a grenade at them, pockmarks and dents as if something had blown up. A few places had melted bits that had gone glassy, and there was one place on the far side of the room that everyone avoided. That spot looked like a giant had gone at the stone with a sword, hacking through the granite like it was made of warm butter. Chalk dust coated the floor. White and red and blue and green, the faint lines of long-ago ritual circles lay everywhere. Silverclaw and Theo had apparently scrubbed the middle of the room because that bit of floor had very little dust, though Harry could see the faint echoes of old chalk lines slowly reappearing as the floor dried back out. Theo's ritual circles were done in blood. Real blood, not blood-red chalk. Harry squawked as soon as he smelled it, saw it, only to wince when Theo raised an eyebrow and pointed to the little bowl that Remus explained held chicken blood from tonight's roast chicken dinner. Which, okay. Fine. That made sense. Of a sort. Still gross, though. The 3 circles were small, barely a foot across each. A golden cup sat in the middle of one. Looked kind of like one of those traditional steins Aunt Marge always liked during Oktoberfest, just made of gold with 2 handles on either side. It gave the feeling of being a pineapple or maybe a thistle, all scales on the bulbous base and then a flaring top that formed the cup bit. Drinking from that thing might just poison you. Harry was pretty sure it was tainted in more than one way, just looking at it. A really gaudy crown-like thing shaped like a bird sat in the second one. It was oddly modern feeling with a stylized bird, a raven presumably, formed from a whopping blue sapphire in the middle, diamond-studded wings forming the top of the crown and 2 dangly blue sapphires that made a tail. Ugly as far as Harry was concerned, but that might be the creepy feeling of it. Worse than either of those was the ring. It looked like a simple enough ring, gold band, smoky quartz square stone set in it, but the ring whispered to Harry. So, which should I start with? Harry asked, glaring at the whispery little ring and its stupid offers of power and immortality and great adventures. Which ones feel most powerful? Theo asked. His eyes were square on Harry's face, but he kept rubbing his hands over his thighs as if they were sweating and he couldn't get them to stop. Least to most, Harry said as he forced himself into the dealing with the Dursleys' face that always got him through trouble, that'd be cup, crown thing and then creepy ring. That's the order we'll follow then, Theo said over top of Remus murmuring, diadem. I rather thought that would be the order, but I wasn't sure how they would affect you. Affecting me is the point, isn't it? Harry asked. His chest twinged and Theo, Amal and Moody all rubbed their chests exactly where Harry's had hurt. Theo breathed a laugh that was anything but humor. Yes. For the record, I loathe everything about this, but it's our best chance. I don't know that destroying the Horcruxes will break the curse. That's why we're starting with the weakest of the 3. It does make sense that it would. We don't have much time before you recover from freeing Dobby, though. Hit while I'm hurting, Harry said because of course. Of course. He would have to suffer. He always did. Yes, Theo agreed with a black glare at the Horcruxes. Suffering and atonement, that's what the curse seems to require for fulfillment. Best get on with it then, Harry said brightly. Certainly better than the alternative. Where's my basilisk faying? Not a one of them responded well to Harry's attempt to be cheerful about what was coming. Seriously, no one ever did, no matter how positive a spin he tried to put on things. Aunt Petunia always glowered at him as if he wasn't allowed to live without being miserable. Uncle Vernon got all twitchy about plots and misbehaving behind his back, while Dudley started flinching as if he expected Harry to give him another pig's tail. Now, Moody glowered at him for the tone, Theo rolled his eyes and Amal rubbed his forehead as if he'd suddenly developed a headache. Sirius, of course, got that stricken look and started muttering, bloody hell, not quite under his breath while Remus looked deeply, deeply concerned. Anthony and Silverclaw exchanged worried looks. Gentlemen, Lacey groaned, rolling her eyes. She shook her head and thrust the carefully wrapped in dragonhide basilisk fang to Harry. Ignore them. I'm not pleased about the way you ignore your trauma, but we can deal with that after everything is done. Thank you, Harry replied with a roll of his own eyes. Seriously, there's time for that sort of nonsense later. Deal with problems first, talk about it later. Much later, preferably, but he doubted that he'd get to push it off too much. Not one of the adults around him looked willing to forget about this, more's the pity. He almost, not quite, missed the Dursleys because they could be trusted to let Harry pretend that he was fine no matter how hurt he was. Somehow, facing down the pain and fury and loss and loneliness were much worse than dealing with physical trauma, magical disasters, and epic levels of pain. Maybe they had a point. Oh, well, didn't matter right now. There was work to be done. Harry nodded to the cup. So I just stabbed the thing. I made it as easy as possible, Theo agreed, still scowling at Harry. I'd recommend kneeling and not smudging any of the lines, but other than that, you stab the Horcrux with the basilisk fang while we observe and do our tests. Harry couldn't see what those tests were going to be. He really didn't care. If killing the Horcruxes would help get rid of the curse, he'd gladly do it, no matter how much pain it left him in. He was fairly sure that it was going to be much worse than getting rid of the one that had been in his scar. Anthony and Sirius wouldn't be biting their nails if it weren't a problem. Either way, Silverclaw cast several circles around everyone else, leaving Moody free to move as he wished. Harry was the only other one with no circle, presumably so that he could attack the cup at will. He made sure everyone was secure, took a deep breath, and then stabbed straight down into the cup. The scream rattled Harry's teeth. He clamped his jaw shut, leaned harder on the basilisk fang, and fought not to stop breathing entirely. Not breathing meant passing out. Passing out meant letting up on the Horcrux. Letting up was bad. Breathing, good. Passing out, bad. He panted as he leaned harder and harder. The scream rose and rose, cutting through his head until Harry's eyes started watering and his nose began to run. Finally, when the pain in his head reached the point where Harry screamed along with the stupid Horcrux, something popped. The gold of the cup abruptly melted underneath Harry's basilisk fang like it had been doused in hot acid. He jerked and nearly fell on top of the thing, barely keeping himself from toppling headfirst into the ritual circle. Okay, I hope you got some good information on that one, Harry wheezed as he sat back and then groaned. Wow, not fun. He swiped a hand across his face to get the tears and snot off, starting when his hand came away red. Oh. Blood, not tears or snot. That's not good, Harry said, blinking several times. Don't move, Theo snapped at Harry. That set off a huge wash of power. Is Grimmauld Place on a ley line? No, Sirius said in a rock-steady voice despite the way he stared at Harry. His hands shook violently enough to convey his worry. Thankfully. Because that was worse than the ward room or the locket. They do seem to be worse each time, Harry agreed. I mean, killing the diary, I wasn't paying attention so much. Big basilisk, lots of water, pain from being bitten and all that. But it didn't seem so violent, I guess. And the locket was loud but not like this. He waved at his face. The blood seemed to have stopped, thank goodness. Lacey had on the scary, going to murder someone, face that Sirius and Anthony both seemed to like. Neither of them noticed it yet. And the one in your scar? Lacey asked while Theo nodded and pointed firmly at her. Bloody, horribly painful, but I thought that was my scar splitting open, Harry said. He sucked in a breath and let it out slowly. And, you know, the ward's having a fit about the stupid thing, too. It just seemed logical that it would have been worse when it was part of me, you know. Logical, yes, but not accurate, Theo said as he studied glowing circles floating in the air around him. If someone else killed one of them, then the strike back at you would go back to the same level as the first one. Unfortunately, if we let someone else do it, the curse will not be broken, and you'll die. Harry stared at him. Okay, not the question I want to ask, but I think I need to. How likely is it that I'll die from killing the Horcruxes? I mean, I'll still do it to save everyone and stop Voldy from coming back, but I'd much rather have a chance of surviving to adulthood, you know. Theo's shoulders sagged as he sighed and looked at Harry as if he was the stupidest person alive. It wasn't that far off of Hermione's normal, "I can't believe you're this dumb," stares when he and Ron did something stupid. Lacey's groan was about the same thing as was Silverclaw cursing in gobbledygook, not that Harry really knew what he was saying. "Lad, you're very hard on the heart," Moody complained. Harry shrugged. "I know. But seriously, that's the point here. If we break the curse, that's perfect. If we can break the curse and permanently kill Voldy at the same time, that's amazing. But if it's necessary for me to die to break the curse and stop him, well, so be it. You know I've got a saving people thing, Moody. You were complaining about it earlier." Moody snorted a laugh and slanted a little nod in Harry's direction like he was conceding the point. Which was cool. Not cool was Theo cursing under his breath as he pointed Harry at the second circle with the diadem. Harry groaned and moved to sit next to it. "This will be worse," Theo said. "I'm sorry, but it will be. This should tell me how much of a backlash we'll get from the ring and whether or not you'll survive without assistance from all of us. If you won't, well, there are things that we can do. Lacey and Silverclaw have plans." "As if that's not scary as hell," Harry muttered and then grinned when Theo stabbed a finger at him and nodded that Harry was absolutely 100% right about that. "Okay, brace yourselves everyone. Round 2 is a go." Round 2 was hell. The blood started flowing almost immediately. This time the pain was like being stabbed, like that time when he was really little, barely 4, and Uncle Vernon beat him so badly that his ribs felt like they were moving independently, and his head felt like it had cracked open, and even Aunt Petunia had been afraid when she stared at him in his cupboard. It was agony. Harry's vision went red as the blood covered his eyes. He screamed as he leaned on the basilisk fang, not caring if he landed on top of the stupid thing when the diadem died. The Horcrux's scream rattled his bones until Harry felt like his brain was shaking inside his skull. It stopped. Good enough. Time for a break. Harry groaned and collapsed, barely managing to push himself to the side so that he wouldn't faceplant right onto the fang and get poisoned or burned or whatever again. Please, let this work. He really couldn't do this again if it wouldn't work. He wouldn't survive it. Chapter 22, Shattered Granite.
Sadly, Ariana's mind reasserted itself a bare half-hour after the Aurors left. "I've enclosed some of my charms for you to check. I think if I make the changes indicated in purple, it will make them much more long-lasting."
The only reason Sirius didn't dart across the ritual room to scoop Harry up was that Theo, Lacey and Silverclaw had set his ritual circle to keep him in. He slammed a fist against the ward holding him in. "Don't!" Theo snapped at him. He was so pale that even across the room Sirius could see the pale blue tracery of Theo's veins in his cheeks and at his temple. Moody was white about the lips, stock still and so tense that Sirius was surprised he didn't smash into a million pieces when Theo breathed a sigh of relief and sagged inside his circle. "He's alive," Theo said. "Resting," Harry muttered. "That sucked." "That it did, Prongslit," Sirius said. He laughed, more than a little bit crazily. "I think you rocked the entire house." "Block," Lacey said, shaking her head as she reviewed the results of her spell. "We can't do it here, Theo. Harry will take the house down and drop most of the buildings within a 3-block range. We have to do it here," Theo snarled at her. "There's no time to set up somewhere else. This needs to be done quickly." Right, Sirius said as he reached for the house's wards. Upstairs, Creature had stabilized pretty much everything. The shaking had knocked over one set of crystal goblets, but those things had been spelled to be unbreakable since before Grandfather Arcturus was Harry's age due to the battles the family used to have whenever they got together. The house itself was fine. Same for the wards, though they felt overpowered. Sirius frowned as he realized that they were overpowered. Dramatically. The wash of power went straight into the wards, Sirius said, frowning at Lacey and then at Silverclaw, whose eyebrows went up slowly in surprise. Lacey might be right, Theo. I'm not sure that they can hold this much. If the next one is stronger, it might just cause them to implode. It wouldn't be blocks. It would be square miles devastated. Theo stared at him aghast. I'm dead serious when I say that we cannot wait. This has to be done today and it has to be done within the next 15 minutes. Fuck my life, Harry complained from the floor next to the blackened, dead diadem. Sirius grinned in spite of himself. You do have the worst luck, Prongslet. Right. Lacey, Silverclaw, would me linking to Harry as his magical guardian, adoptive father, and godfather help. I could channel the backwash into the wards properly instead of letting it just flood into them. That would help, Remus said, smiling when Sirius started. It would, Padfoot. I was watching, my wolf was. The magic wants to be directed. It requires that it be used for something useful. I don't think Harry can do it, but you could. We could, Sirius said with a slow nod, then a faster one. He grinned at Remus. You're my consort. I link to you, then to Harry, then to the wards. I channel the power and then you put it to use. Me? Remus squeaked, so alarmed that he backed off a step and ran into the wards around his circle that kept him from moving outside of it, too. Ha! Wasn't just serious that Theo didn't trust not to be an idiot. Mooney got it, too. You're the one who studied ancient runes and magical theory, Sirius said. I stopped learning this stuff when I ran away. You could have gotten a mastery in it if you'd been able to keep studying after Hogwarts. Gonna fix that, Harry muttered from the floor. One of his hands twitched, index finger flexing upwards for a moment like he wanted to point at Remus but just didn't have the energy. His eyes stayed firmly shut and he didn't so much as twitch other than that, but it was still reassuring to see Harry moving and reacting after all of that. Thank you, Prongslet, Sirius said while Remus flushed and rolled his eyes while rubbing the back of his neck. So, yes, that's your job. Anthony, Lacey, you're going to link to me, too. Your family, so you're going to help bleed it off. Silverclaw, if this is as big as everyone thinks, we probably need more wards in here to keep the house from coming down on our heads. How long will that take? And no, cost is no object here. Silverclaw smirked at the acknowledgement that payment would be rendered after all this was over. With your permission, I can do that now, Silverclaw said. While I am not the best for such things, as an account manager I have training on protecting my clients from a great many things. This is one of them. Sirius reached into the wards and gave Silverclaw permission to cast wards in the ritual room, specifically limiting it to this time. Honestly, he probably could allow Silverclaw to do it pretty much any time given that the goblins didn't extend themselves to help anyone without a clear profit, but he wasn't going to take any risks right now. As soon as Sirius opened his eyes and nodded to Silverclaw, Silverclaw nodded and bowed his head. The magic that swept around the ritual room was profoundly different from anything that it had seen before. As Sirius watched, the granite smoothed out. All the cracks, divots and cuts inflicted over the years disappeared. Then the stone gleamed as the crystals in the granite shifted and moved. Sirius's jaw dropped open as the stone itself formed jagged squares, triangles and swooping lines of white quartz, black obsidian, and gray granite. Goblin runes manifested in and around them as power thrummed through the room, prompting Harry to open his eyes and then whistle in awe. He still didn't move, but he looked more alive than he had just a moment before. "This will fade within the hour," Silver Claw announced once he was done. Only Lacey looked unimpressed. Everyone else looked as stunned as Sirius felt, even Moody, who huffed and rubbed the back of his hand over his lips before nodding gruffly at Sirius. "Thank you," Sirius said. "Let's get this done so I can pamper my godson until he throws pillows and curses at me." Harry snickered at that. As Harry worked on slowly picking himself up off the floor and shuffling over to the darkly threatening ring that lurked in the final circle, Sirius reached into the wards as Lord of the Black Family. It felt so odd for the family magic to spring to attention at his call. Grandfather should lurk in the family magic. There was no trace of him left. Death had washed his personality away. Thankfully, death had cleansed the family magic of his mother and father. They'd both been stains on the magic. And, what with the spells on Azkaban, Bellatrix was the faintest hint of cackling laughter far, far away instead of something in Sirius's face. Eventually, when they got a chance to breathe, Sirius was going to expel her from the family magic along with Narcissa. Now though, the family magic gleamed quicksilver with Sirius, Anthony, and Lacey. Remus was a bright full moon in the magic, fierce and supportive and so damn determined to make this work. Sirius could feel plans and ideas running through Remus's head as he gripped the consort bond between them and felt Remus's answering grip. Anthony and Lacey reached their magic out at the same time, perfectly matched to each other. Dark and light, serious and laughing, they balanced each other, and they balanced Remus and Sirius, too. Moody, Theo and Amal linked their magic together. They nodded to Sirius and then turned to Harry, who made a face like someone had just handed him a plate of rotted cabbage for dinner instead of like he was about to risk his life. "This is it," Sirius murmured as he pulled gently on Harry's magic. "We're behind you, Prongslet. One more thing and then you'll be done." Harry's smile went lopsided, sardonic, but his magic quivered with gratitude that it was almost over. "Right then. Brace yourselves or whatever it is that you're going to do." He passed Moody, Theo and Amal's magic over to Sirius. They settled into Sirius's magical grip with some tugging and rough edges, but all three of them seemed to take a deep breath and then deliberately stop resisting as Harry turned to Silver Claw, who nodded for Harry to begin. It was worse. So much worse. Sirius shut his eyes and focused on letting the magic pouring off Harry flow through him. That was his job. That was his only job. Just as Harry only had to kill the Horcrux, Sirius only had to channel the power to Remus and the others. The magic tore at him. It was razor blades along his nerves, jackhammers to his skull and spine. The scream of the Horcrux drove the breath from Sirius's lungs. His knees gave way, cracking against the glowing granite floor. Open, stay open, that's all he had to do. Stay open and pull the wash of power away from Harry. He could do it. He would do it. No hesitation. No flinching. Just, hold on. He'd lost track of time the instant Harry's basilisk fang touched the ring. Sirius hauled his eyes open. When had he closed them? No, open eyes. Open eyes and look at Harry. The fang stabbed at the stone. At the band. Oh, the band, that was where the Horcrux was. Not the stone. No, not the stone which glowed and screamed defiance at the Horcrux. Harry's hair stood on end like Medusa's snakes. Blood dripped down his face, pouring from his nose, his eyes, his ears, the bruised remnants of his scar. It stained his teeth, coated his lips as Harry snarled and leaned on the basilisk fang with his full weight. The magic throbbed. No. The Black family magic throbbed. The stone in the ring snapped free of the band, toppling to the floor where it glowed like grave lights on the full moon at Halloween. Death. Sirius shuddered as his grim howled for the stone. For the death. For death. For that bloody damned Horcrux to die and move on to its damnation, along with bloody Voldemort himself. The magic that blasted over Harry, that poured through Sirius, screamed of death. Death. The end of all and the certainty that immortality was impossible. Help him, Sirius prayed to death because he couldn't imagine that Lady Magic, Lord Time or Fate herself would help Harry with anything. Please help him. He's my son. He's your son. Help him, please. The band of the ring abruptly began to melt. Harry shouted as the basilisk fang cut through it like it was half melted and about to dissolve into a heap. The Horcrux's final scream echoed through the room. And then it got worse. Harry collapsed on top of the stone, the ring a melted puddle of slag around the tip of the basilisk fang. Grimmauld Place shuddered. A boiling cloud of rage-red magic roiled up off of Harry. There was a face in the middle of it, contorted in a scream that Sirius couldn't hear. He felt it. Thwarted, denied, the curse screamed that it had been cheated. He died twice for the world, you bastard, Sirius bellowed at the curse. Let him go. The cloud of rage magic whipped around and surged at Sirius. It felt like watching his mother's wand come to point at his face. It felt like battling Death Eaters alone and desperate, not knowing if there would be rescue in time. It felt like doom. The rage magic of the curse slammed into Sirius and then wailed as Remus sucked it on through into the spell he'd been building with the magic Sirius had fed him. Everything bleached into white-hot power and lightning cascading down Sirius's arms to his fingertips and then across the floor of the ritual room. Now! Remus shouted. The black family magic surged back through Sirius to Harry, pulling with it the Potter magic and Silverclaws and a cloud of magic that felt like redemption but smelled like death. Sirius sucked in a breath to scream but it overwhelmed him. His eyes rolled back in his head as the magic surrounded Harry, setting him aglow along with the stone that had been in the ring. Yes, Sirius prayed as he struggled to stay awake long enough for Remus's spell to work. Take care of our Harry. Yes. Then the floor came up and smacked Sirius in the face, sending darkness washing across him at last. Chapter 23, Destiny's Child.
None of this will do any good if we can't maintain the control, after all. People are so wild, so uncontrolled. It's aggravating.
An arm lay warm and heavy over Harry's stomach. He turned towards the body, moaning as every single inch of his body ached from the movement. The last time he'd hurt anywhere near this much had been right after the basilisk bit him. Before that, the final Harry hunting before he got his Hogwarts letter. His teeth hurt. His fingernails. Toes. Heck, even his hair hurt. Luna would have probably said that his aura was bruised right along with his poor body because Harry could swear that he could feel the tips of his hair aching along with the rest of him. Which made it hard to open his eyes. Sirius lay next to Harry, face slack and mouth open. He drooled ever so slightly on the pillow squishing his face. The bags under Sirius's eyes were back, purple-blue bruises that made Sirius look way older than he really was. Harry sighed. Then frowned. How'd they get here? Wherever here was. Last thing he remembered was screaming in frustration as the stupid ring fought him, trying to preserve the life of the Horcrux and the curse. Oh. Oh yeah. The curse should be gone. Underneath the aches and pains, Harry didn't feel much different. Maybe the curse was still there. If he'd failed to break it, that was it. He wasn't going to try to break it again. No way. This hurt far too much to make another attempt. But somehow he didn't think they had failed. You're thinking too hard, Sirius complained, eyes still shut but eyebrows drawn together. Sorry, Harry said. Just worrying. I can go back to my room. Sirius snorted as he opened his eyes. Prongslit, this is your room. Remus insisted on us sleeping together. Oh, Harry said, blinking at the drapes over the bed. Ha! Hadn't looked around yet. It looks different anyway, Sirius said. He yawned and pulled Harry even closer, burying his nose in Harry's hair. There was a good bit of damage. Creature fixed it, but it doesn't look the same. Oh. Harry had one wild moment of desperate need to pull away from Sirius so that he wouldn't endanger Sirius. Then he curled into Sirius's arms for a hug that felt like coming home. He'd never had a home before. Grimmauld Place might be a home, but it didn't feel like Harry's home. Sirius's arms did. Thankfully, Sirius didn't comment on the wet spot Harry cried into his shirt. Sorry, Harry said, snuffling and wiping his eyes on his sleeve once Sirius let him pull back a bit. Tired. And really, really sore. Pfft, no problem, Prongslet, Sirius said as he smiled and ruffled Harry's hair. Can't tell you how many times I did the same for James, Remus or Wormtail. We all went through things. It's just part of being family. I wouldn't know, Harry said. He snorted and then sighed, pulling the covers up a little only to realize that he was under the covers, but Sirius was over them. Sirius grinned. You're a blanket hog, Prongslet. I got up in the night to use the toilet and came back to discover that there was no liberating even a corner of blanket from you. No way. Red-faced, Harry protested even though he knew it was true. Clinging to the blankets he had was the only way he got to keep them. Oh yes, Sirius replied, his grin going wider. Blanket hog. He laughed as Harry hid his blush under the covers. Harry didn't stay under the covers for long. How could he when Sirius laughed so happily, if tiredly, while rubbing Harry's back through the blankets? Harry sighed and frowned at Sirius. Did it work? It did, Sirius confirmed. His smile slid away into as serious an expression as Harry had ever seen on his face. The curse is broken. All of Voldemort's Horcruxes are gone. Silverclaw is in the process of checking to see if that means that Voldemort is gone, too. He and Lacey think that it means that he is. Better still, Remus took the power we threw off between the two of us and wove a series of protective wards around the both of us. No one is going to curse you again, not that Theo, Amal or Moody would let that happen. Relief flooded Harry. He shut his eyes against the sudden prickle of tears, breathing slowly so that he wouldn't show just how huge that was. It was everything. Everything. Even if he didn't feel different, things would have to be different without his curse changing the people around him and forcing bad things to happen. Hermione would be better. Ron, too. Maybe Ron would lose his jealousy. Maybe Hermione wouldn't be such a know-it-all, though it was hard to imagine her as anything else. Wait, Harry said, opening his eyes to frown at Sirius, who was smiling at Harry like he was the cutest thing that Sirius had ever seen. We're not sure Voldemort is gone, right? Nope, not as of when I got dumped in bed, Sirius said. If he is gone, Harry said very, very slowly because his brain couldn't quite wrap itself around the concept, that means that there's no threat to me, right? No one has a reason to make me go back to the Dursleys. Sirius snorted. You're not going back there one way or the other, but yes. We gotta find out if Voldemort's actually gone, Harry huffed as he tried to sit up despite Sirius's arm going firm and forbidding across his belly. No, we do. Because if he's gone, then the next most important thing is getting you your trial. And figuring out if Dumbledore is actually your and my enemy, Sirius agreed. Which might actually be bigger. Getting you a trial will show us his true intent, Harry said. Come on. If he fights it even though we have proof that Voldemort's gone for good, then he's an enemy. If he doesn't, just goes all lukewarm, then he's under suspicion. If he's truly apologetic and helpful and pushes to get you vindicated, then he's not an enemy. Okay, that's fair, Sirius agreed. But you're still not getting up. Harry huffed at him. All he got back was a solemn shake of Sirius's head that smushed his face even worse against the pillow. Sirius snickered at Harry's narrow-eyed pout. It worked really well when Aunt Petunia narrowed her eyes at people and pursed her lips, but it didn't seem like it worked at all for Harry. "I've still got a couple of things I need to emphasize to you," Sirius said far too firmly even though his arm was draped gently across Harry's belly. "What?" Harry eyed Sirius, expecting a grin. He got a long, tired sigh instead. "All right, this is a conversation that Remus and I had with James back in I think it was 4th year," Sirius said. "5th? No, 4th, right before we went home for Yule. Potters have a long and glorious history, Harry. Your family has done some incredible things over the centuries. You, personally, have a reputation that's going to give you fits your entire life and there's not much that can be done about that now." "I know," Harry complained. He snapped his mouth shut when Sirius raised a stern eyebrow at him. "James was convinced that the Potters have a destiny," Sirius said. He grimaced. "He might have been talking about the curse, now that I think of it, but in your case, there was an actual prophecy about you. Anthony has gone to the ministry to see if it's gone dark. Dark or not, you're a child of destiny. Lady Magic, Lord Time, Fate and the other powers have plans for you." "Plans?" Harry asked. His stomach was churning so bad that he was a bit lightheaded. This was not the direction that he expected this to go. "And what does dark mean?" "Oh, right, you haven't had divination yet," Sirius said with a roll of his eyes at himself. "Prophecies are captured in little crystal orbs by the Department of Mysteries. If they're active, they glow with this soft yellow-white light. If they're inactive, either broken or complete, they go dark and just look like a chunk of milky quartz." "Oh," Harry said, blinking. "Ha, that's cool. So Anthony's going to go check on the prophecy about me?" "Yep," Sirius agreed. "We're expecting it to be dark. Killing the Horcruxes should have fulfilled the prophecy, kicked Voldemort through to death's waiting hands, and set you free from that mess. Which doesn't mean that fate is done with you. Do you feel different?" Harry bit his lip. "No. Not at all, really. Just sore. And hungry. That's all." "Fate still has plans for you," Sirius said with another long, slow, exhausted sigh. "We'll have to figure out what it is eventually, but it's never a good idea to mess with Fate's plans. Your dad called Fate a meddling bitch who doesn't like to be thwarted. It's better to just live your life and deal with problems as they come up than it is to try and fight Fate's plans." Harry nodded. "Makes sense." "The important part," Sirius continued with a little pat to Harry's belly, "is that you get to choose your path through life, Prongslet. I think you'll probably always have your saving people thing. I hope that you'll take after Lils because she was brilliant and could think and talk her way out of any problem she faced. Prongs was not as good at that. He wasn't dim-witted, not at all, but he was prone to assuming that his status as the Potter heir should get him off from pretty much everything. That was moderately horrifying. Especially given that Sirius didn't seem to be all that upset by it. His dad was like Malfoy." Harry grimaced. Ugh. That wasn't going to be how Harry lived his life. Not a chance. "Right, so, I might have more stuff Fate wants me to do," Harry summarized in hopes that this talk was almost over, "but I should do my best and live my life and not be a prat like my dad." "Yeah," Sirius said, grinning brightly. "Ask Remus about his and Lilza's pranks. They never got caught unlike me, James and Wormtail. It'll be all right. I'll be here. Remus, your vassals, Anthony. Lacey. She'll make sure to keep us all in line for sure." Harry snickered over the stars in Sirius's eyes. Black men sure seemed to have a type. Even though it hurt, Harry scooted a little closer to Sirius and then relaxed as Sirius took that as the invitation for a hug that it was. He'd never gotten so many hugs before in his life. Well, honestly, pretty much everything so far this summer was new and unprecedented. It was strange, and all because Sirius had found him outside of the Dursleys' place. "Hey, wait," Harry said. He pulled back just enough to be able to frown at Sirius. "I never asked what you were doing outside Privet Drive." "Oh," Sirius said as his cheeks went red. "Well, I was getting a look at you before I went off to the burrow to break in there." "Why?" Harry asked after staring at him for a few seconds in confusion. Sirius groaned. "Okay, so, one of the guards dropped a newspaper outside my cell in Azkaban. It had an article about the Weasley family winning a prize and going off to Egypt to visit their eldest son. I saw Wormtail in the picture. He's hiding out in their house. I couldn't let him get at you at Hogwarts, so I figured I'd make sure he wasn't at Privet Drive, go to the burrow and see if I could sneak through the wards. Didn't honestly expect that I could, but I had to try. And then I'd hunt Wormtail down at Hogwarts and make him pay for betraying you and your parents. Simple." Harry pushed Sirius's arm off his belly so that he could sit up and stare at Sirius. He tried to ask more questions, but all that came out was gibberish because what? "What? None of that makes sense," Harry said finally once he got his words again. "I've been to their house. There's no one there but the Weasleys." "Wormtail," Sirius said, easing upright and then groaning as his spine popped audibly. Peter Pettigrew was his proper name, but we called him Wormtail because he was an animagus like me and Prongs. James was a deer. I'm a dog. Peter was a rat. Harry grabbed Sirius's shirt as his whole body went cold as ice. "Scabbers. Ron's been sleeping with Peter Pettigrew for years now." "That's even more disturbing than it was before when you put it that way," Sirius said a little breathlessly. He shuddered and patted Harry's hands. "Come on. Let's get up, get some food, and see what needs to be done next." Harry nodded. He already knew what needed to happen. Sirius's trial was the next issue to address, and the best way to make that happen was to capture Scabbers and force the Ministry to face the fact that they'd thrown the wrong man in Azkaban. Chapter 24, Reverse Course.
Purebloods aren't too bad. You've commented on it before. Pure blood parents go to great lengths to ensure that their children will do as they're told, that they will fulfill their duty and uphold their family's honor.
Sirius sucked in a breath to say something to Harry, only to have it gust right back out of his lungs when Harry turned the most dramatically effective disappointed puppy eyes on him. Not sad puppy. Not angry. Disappointed. As in Lily's, so disappointed in you, Sirius, frown with the eyebrows drawn together, the bottom lip just barely caught between the teeth, and then the widening of the eyes coupled with that determined little chin tilt upwards. How the bloody hell was Lily's disappointed in you look genetic? "Sirius, we have to do it this way," Harry said for the third and most definitively final time, because Sirius was not going to be able to battle those eyes. "If you're not free, then I'm not free. Remus will be in danger. So will Lacey and Anthony. The Wizengamot will be acting on incorrect information. So will the Ministry and the Aurors. We have to get Scabbers and then get you a trial." The ballroom felt like a closet. Before they broke the curse, Harry was intense. In a very worrying way. Now it as though he'd turned the dial up to 1,000,000 and sucked all the air out of the room. Which he absolutely shouldn't have been able to do when his face was still bruised, and Sirius knew for a fact that Harry's whole body ached. The wards told Sirius that much. Hell, Harry'd said it outright before he got going on the whole trial thing. Between him and Remus doing the quietly disapproving of all of Sirius's life choices thing, Sirius was surprised there wasn't a wall against his back. It sure felt like there should be. Sirius said, even though he knew it wasn't going to work. Logically, it made much more sense to pass the news that the Horcruxes were destroyed onto Dumbledore to make sure that he would back them. Anthony had already confirmed that the prophecy orb was dark. Voldemort was completely dead this time, not sort of dead, all the way dead. Which meant that Dumbledore needed to be given a chance to prove he was actually a good man. Sirius frankly still wasn't sure. His memories were too much of a hash for him to be certain. All Sirius knew was that Dumbledore had definitely meddled with all their memories for some mysterious reason. Why? He had no clue. Maybe because of Peter. After all, Peter had definitely betrayed them all. But no, that didn't make sense. Peter being a craven idiot and an oath breaker had nothing to do with Dumbledore deciding to edit all their memories for reasons unknown. Sirius had tried to figure out the logic of it all and failed. He just didn't know. Either way, Harry was no longer cursed or subject to that prophecy, so he wouldn't be dragged back into all the same trouble as before. There was no reason whatsoever for him to set up this hugely complicated plan to get Wormtail and then get Sirius his trial far faster than anyone in their right mind should expect. Sirius shook his head and opened his mouth to try one last time to get through to Harry that he didn't need to focus on Sirius first. There were more important priorities. No, Remus said, putting a hand on Sirius's shoulder and squeezing gently while urging Sirius to stop fighting it through their bond. Harry's right. You're the next key piece of the plan, Sirius. Listen to Harry. He's come up with a really good way to handle this. Fine, Sirius groaned, throwing up his hands as he flopped down into the chair next to Harry's. He'd never won a fair fight with Remus before they did the consort bond. There was no way in hell he'd ever win one again. All Remus had to do was look at him and Sirius was going to give in. How could he fight his own husband? The kitchen table hadn't been big enough for all the stuff Harry, Theo and Remus had gathered up for Harry's plan. They'd dragged everyone, along with all the stuff, to the ballroom which had the long dining table in the middle of it. The one that Mother had used to give grand dinners back before everything went to hell with the war. Barely an inch of that table's elaborate inlaid woodwork was visible. The orange notes were now readable by anyone. No notes or records disappeared into the Department of Records, much to Amal and Silverclaw's relief. Remus's knees had almost given out when he'd seen for himself that it was true this morning. Books and scrolls bookended stacks of random parchments and receipts. There were maps and a stack of stone tablets that had to have come from Silverclaw. No one but the goblins used stone tablets anymore. It looked like, while Harry and Sirius slept off the destruction of the Horcruxes, Theo, Anthony and Remus had gathered a mountain of information that Amal had, somehow, sorted into a coherent sequence of events to explain what had happened, what was happening right now and what needed to happen to get Sirius his trial. Probably. It was a bit overwhelming, so Sirius hadn't exactly paid as much attention to the explanation of what everything was as he should have. Not even Remus's side eye had been enough to get him to focus properly on the stacks of parchments, books, and various persnickety little records. He spent far more time eyeing the small devices of mysteriously threatening origin that were scattered across the table's 15-foot length. All of them screamed that Moody had gotten paranoid and creative in terrifying ways while Harry and Sirius slept. Right, Harry said enthusiastically now that Sirius had stopped fighting the inevitable. The plan's already in motion, so I don't know why you're fighting it. Dobby came back when Creature called him. He's doing way better now. Apparently, the curse was making him worse. Anyway, he's found other free house elves in Europe and Egypt. They, once they realized what Dobby was trying, showed him how to regulate his magic properly without a bond. It's not easy and he's kind of struggling with it, but they wanted to help him out with his project for me, so they agreed to go and steal Scabbers from Ron. Is already done, Creature announced as he popped in with a bare whisper of noise. Dobby is returning now with Bad Ratman. We'll go straight to bank. Perfect. Harry said with his biggest grin. Once Silverclaw has him, the goblins extract a confession from him. Silverclaw is, motivated to get that done. Amal grinned. He really wants the Black Vaults to get back in circulation properly. Ragnarok is backing Silverclaw wholly. Apparently, his mate Bannet convinced Ragnak that this was vital to the survival of Gringotts. That, Harry agreed. Now, Theo's arranged with Moody to have a special session of the Wizengamot called. Moody got Amelia Bones on our side. He's not saying how. Moody just looked smug, which meant that he'd called in some favors and told Amelia that she might be able to get one up over Dumbledore. There wasn't much that Amelia wouldn't do to achieve that. She hated Dumbledore with the heat of 1,000 fiendfires. And, you want me to march in there, submit myself to the Wizengamot in the expectation that they'll be good and just and fair, Sirius said with more sarcasm than he really should use towards Harry. Harry rolled his eyes. As if they'd throw you straight back in Azkaban or through the veil. Moody will present his thing, whatever that is, with Amelia Bones. Then Ragnak will barge in with Scabbers and demand that they listen to the testimony. Lacey is going to be in the audience, watching. My job is to see how Dumbledore reacts, Lacey said with a smirk that Sirius liked far too much for his own good. None of you are particularly objective when it comes to him. I'll be able to tell if he's shocked or angry or whatever. It'll be chaos, Harry continued, nodding his agreement with Lacey. But useful chaos. We should be able to see who could be an ally or an enemy. Once the meeting breaks up, then we'll reassess, see what we can throw at them next. 2 or 3 rounds of it and they should bring you to trial whether you're there or not. If not, well, we'll go to the ICW and get them to land on Britain. That's not a bad plan, Sirius said reluctantly. It wasn't that bad. Not perfect, of course, but there were far too many variables to control. Especially when the curse had been affecting people in predictable ways. Now they would react differently than before and there was no telling just how many people had been affected. Or how severely they'd been changed by it all. We might as well try it, Sirius said. He laughed as Harry cheered and high-fived them all. I don't want you to get your hopes up, Prongslet. There's a good chance this won't work. I know, Harry said even though he was grinning and all but vibrating with excitement. If it doesn't, well, we'll just try something else. Sirius sat back and let Harry go at the problem. If he got in over his head, then Sirius would intervene. Harry needed the experience, and this was a relatively solid thing for him to decide to work on, even if it was probably going to fail once he went up against the Wizengamot and Dumbledore. That plan lasted all of about 2 minutes. Dobby popped in. He looked just about as excited as Harry did. He also looked 1,000 times better than he had before. Sirius had never seen Dobby that energetic or that healthy looking. There was a fuzz of hair growing behind his ears, which Sirius had never seen on a house elf before. Friend Harry, Silverclaw says that Wormtail is done, Dobby announced. They is having full confession from him. They has already posted it on front of Gringotts and they is sending it to ICW and Prophet and Quibbler and Ministry so no ones can deny truth of what they finds. Did they link Pettigrew with Ron and the Weasleys? Harry asked. No, Dobby replied with a firm enough nod that Harry relaxed a bit and Sirius mentally kicked himself for not thinking of that ahead of time. Pettigrew is not saying it in his confession and Silverclaw is not asking. Silverclaw says that Moody is to be going to the Ministry right away. One angry tirade coming up, Moody said with the sort of terrifying grin that had given Sirius nightmares as a trainee Auror. Amelia's going to be chewing iron and spitting nails over this. Make sure you're ready, lass. The Wizengamot will be called quick over something like this. I'm already on my way, Lacey drawled. She kissed Anthony, patted Harry on the head and followed Moody to the floor. They went through separately so that no one would realize they were coming from the same place. Sirius had enough time to suggest a meal for everyone else to Creature who nodded that he'd get it done, before the wireless that Theo had brought in from his trunk started squawking about an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot and traitors and long-hidden lies. Food, Creature announced. He cleared a spot on the long dining table before snapping his fingers and putting down an array of trays with small sandwiches, most of which were not beef, bowls of soup and creature special salads. Sirius made a point of pushing a salad into both Theo and Harry's hands. Theo frowned at it, but Harry was already eating his like it was the best thing he'd ever had. That encouraged Theo to try it. Both his eyebrows went up. He started eating just as eagerly as Harry. The reporter at the Wizengamot went all breathless over Amelia's calling an emergency meeting to address the lack of Aurors when there were more important issues like the continuing mystery of where the boy who lived had disappeared to. Before the reporter had the chance to do much besides imply that she was just trying to get more funding to funnel into her pockets, as if Amelia was no different than Fudge, the doors to the Wizengamot banged open so violently that it was like a gunshot over the wireless. Harry grinned. "Here we go. Listeners, this is unprecedented," the announcer said in a breathless voice that wasn't half as shocked as it should be. "Ragnarok, chieftain of the goblins, has just forced his way into the Wizengamot." Sirius raised an eyebrow at Theo, who smirked. "Of course we warned the reporter ahead of time," Theo replied so smugly that Sirius rolled his eyes and went back to picking at his food. This was going to be very interesting. Pity he couldn't be there and see what was happening personally. He'd give quite a lot to be a fly on the wall. Chapter 25, Wizengamot Outrage.
Half-bloods don't. Those vermin muggleborns are a plague on our society. Always asking questions and changing things that don't need to be changed. Why, just a few weeks ago, while you were at the market with your aunt, one of the muggles in the neighborhood bragged about his new gun.
Harry grinned at Theo as Benjamin Thornapple, the reporter they'd chosen to cover the Wizengamot meeting, spluttered mostly convincingly about outrage, this, and unprecedented, that, even though Amal had confirmed that Ragnarok made a point of barging into any Wizengamot meeting he felt like. Since no one in the magical world would be polite to the goblins, Ragnarok apparently felt no need to be polite back. Not that Harry could blame him, really, but it made for very good, very dramatic radio broadcasts. The charm that Moody had given him activated, letting Harry see through Moody's eyes. Not both, not the magical one, because wow, that was way too disorienting for Harry to handle. He didn't know how Moody handled it. Just the normal human eye. Dumbledore frowned at Ragnarok with real enough distaste that Harry bit his lip. "Chieftain, I wasn't aware that you were interested in this issue." "I haven't even introduced the issue yet," Madame Amelia Bones snapped, glaring at Ragnarok first and then at Dumbledore. "What is it?" "Your issues will have to wait," Ragnarok replied with a little sniff and curl of his lip that exposed his knife-sharp teeth. "My people in Egypt discovered a problem that the Wizengamot must deal with immediately. There are vaults held in stasis because someone—" He glared at Fudge and Dumbledore so fiercely that Dumbledore's chin went up and Fudge flinched, couldn't be bothered to do their job at the end of the war. "What?" Dumbledore said with slowly dawning horror. The horror grew as Ragnarok pulled a shrunken cage from his waistcoat pocket, tossing it into the center of the Wizengamot floor. A muttered phrase in gobbledygook and the cage swelled until it was big enough to hold a man. It held a rat. A small, trembling, rat that sat in the center of the cage instead of running out straight through the bars even though there was more than enough room for it to do so. "If you will be so kind as to cast the Animagus reversal spell on this creature," Ragnarok said to Madame Bones. Madame Bones raised one eyebrow and then shook her head as if she couldn't see the point of this entire exercise. It was amazingly good acting. Anthony had promised that they'd fully briefed Madame Bones on what was going to happen. He couldn't tell at all from the almost insultingly casual grip she had on her wand as she cast the spell at the rat, which shuddered and then rippled as it grew and turned into a man with thinning brown hair, a pockmarked face, and buck teeth under beady, terrified eyes. "Peter Pettigrew!" Benjamin Thornapple shouted over the wireless, nearly knocking Harry right out of the charm that let him see through Moody's eyes. "Listeners, Chieftain Ragnarok has just revealed Peter Pettigrew in the very living flesh." "Oh, I can't believe it." The entirety of the wizarding world thought him murdered 3 days after our beloved boy who lived defeated you-know-who. How can this be? Surely, we cannot have been so deceived. This must be a disguise, a trick of some kind. Madame Bones threw 5 fast spells at Pettigrew, which Thornapple reported as a finite incantatum, a spell to reveal hidden charms, one to dispel an illusion, a second to dispel an illusion that was only used by aurors in extreme circumstances, and then finally an incarcerus that wrapped Pettigrew up like a burrito in ropes even though he was still trapped inside of the cell. This can't be, Fudge spluttered. His face was the color of cold oatmeal, complete with the sweat dotting his face that showed up when you left oatmeal out to cool all day. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Perhaps we can have an explanation. An employee of Gringotts received information that Pettigrew was hiding as a rat in Egypt, Ragnarok explained brusquely while glaring at Pettigrew who shivered in the middle of the cage. Even with all the ropes binding him, it was quite obvious that he shook like a leaf in a storm. A team was sent, and we recovered the rat. Subsequent examination revealed that yes, the rat was an animagus. Our forms of revealing animagus are rather more strenuous than yours. He was returned to human form and questioned to determine exactly what he'd done. Harry's eyes narrowed along with Moody's as Dumbledore's face switched from sternly frowning to distinctly disturbed. Not that Dumbledore got the chance to say anything because a roar of demands that Pettigrew be tried went up. Silence! Madame Bones shouted. She obviously used a spell of some sort because it made Harry's ears ring and the wireless buzzed with feedback for a second. Ragnarok, will you share the testimony with us? Absolutely, Ragnarok said. I have it with me. The full transcript is even now being published by the Quibbler, the Prophet, and in every newspaper in the ICW. A copy has already been posted on Gringotts's doors. Dumbledore's shoulders slumped ever so slightly. Fudge made a gobbling noise as he went so green that Harry thought that he would pass out at any second. The testimony was long, as boring as it was infuriating. Pettigrew's voice in the recorded testimony, projected so that everyone could see and hear it in the Wizengamot, was monotone. Utterly flat even when he was reciting horrors like deliberately betraying Harry's parents and Harry to death. Ragnarok's investigator, a goblin by the name of Steeltooth, never once lost his temper or cursed or anything, so it was calm, dry voices meticulously examining every minuscule detail of how Pettigrew betrayed his closest friends, took the dark mark, and then turned Harry's whole family over to Voldemort. Even the people watching up in the visitors' gallery of the Wizengamot settled down after a little while. Lacey, who Moody glanced at several times, never lost her laser focus on Pettigrew's face. She glared like she was pondering exactly how to carve him into little bitty pieces while keeping him alive. Everyone else? Yeah, no, half an hour into it, most people were yawning. Not Lacey. Not Madame Bones and Moody. Certainly not Dumbledore, whose lips got thinner and thinner as the testimony went on and on and on. Fudge. He spluttered and fussed and fidgeted and trembled the whole time. That was very thorough, Madame Bones said after an hour and 47 minutes, 32 seconds, not that Theo had been counting and written it down on a slip of paper that he pushed over to Harry with a smug little smirk. Of course, Ragnarok said, staring straight at Dumbledore and Fudge, who curled inwards under the weight of Ragnarok's glare. After going to this much work, I wouldn't want Pettigrew to escape due to lack of evidence. Very commendable, Dumbledore said in a tone that meant the exact opposite. We also have complete records on Pettigrew's finances prior to the betrayal, Ragnarok said with a little lift to his chin that made Dumbledore's nostrils flare. There are several transfers into his vaults that are quite suggestive. He betrayed the Potters for money? Madame Bones asked. She sounded like someone was half strangling her, but it was pretty clearly just outright fury cutting off her ability to speak without gritting her teeth and glaring hot death at Pettigrew. Ragnarok nodded once. The entire Wizengamot went up in a roar of rage that made the wireless fuzz out again. What's Dumbledore doing? Theo asked. Glaring at Ragnar, Harry said. He hasn't even looked at Lacey or Moody once. Hasn't seemed to notice that Madam Bones is in on it either. She's a super good actor. I've only seen a couple little flickers of satisfaction so far. She is good, Anthony agreed while Sirius chuckled. Restoring order took another 15 minutes and several attempts from Madam Bones, a panicky Fudge and finally Dumbledore letting his aura flare out while he banged on the bench so hard that dust rained down from the rafters of the Wizengamot. I believe that a trial is in order, Dumbledore said once the crowd had settled down into quietly rumbling discontent. Shall we set the date for our next meeting in 1 month? No, Madam Bones snapped at him. We've heard the evidence already. Ragnar was very thorough. Goblin testimony is unimpeachable. Pettigrew has admitted on record that he betrayed the Potters and then set Sirius Black up to take the blame for his crimes. We can vote on this now and be done with it. But Sirius Black is a murderer. Fudge protested. Pettigrew admitted 18 times on record that he committed every crime that Black is accused of, Ragnar shouted at Fudge. You have the true murderer lying right there. Justice must be served. Dumbledore sighed and leaned back in his seat as the Wizengamot erupted yet again. Moody started to look away from Dumbledore, to look up at Lacey and then scan the furious crowd of Wizengamot members and gallery guests. Harry mentally nudged him to keep his eyes on Dumbledore instead. There was something there. He just knew there was. What it was, Harry didn't know yet, but there was definitely something more going on with Dumbledore. As Moody returned his eyes to Dumbledore, Dumbledore did something very odd. He pulled out his wand and began playing with it. Not pointing it at anyone. There weren't any spells at all. But when Dumbledore's wand shifted towards Fudge, he stopped quivering and started huffing and puffing like he was as outraged as everyone else. When he pointed at certain members of the Wizengamot, like Malfoy and Greenglass and Ogden, their attitudes changed. Malfoy's fury changed to a sneer. Greenglass went from a red-faced glare of death at Pettigrew into a narrow-eyed stare that seemed hesitant about condemning him. And Ogden had been biting his lip, waving his hands, and protesting as if he didn't think that they should hurry to judgment until Dumbledore's wand so casually and accidentally pointed at him. After that, Ogden was on his feet and shouting louder than almost anyone that Pettigrew should be thrown through the veil of death immediately. Dumbledore is definitely up to something, Harry reported. He frowned. Don't know what, but he just changed at least a half a dozen people's emotional responses to this whole thing. He memory-charmed people in the middle of an open Wizengamot meeting. Theo demanded, going as pale as Fudge had been before Dumbledore hit him with the whatever it was he did with his wand. Maybe, Harry said. Don't know. It wasn't a spell that I recognize, but it definitely was something. The weird part was how people had reacted once Dumbledore did whatever it was he did to them. Their responses had changed. Dramatically changed. It was like Dumbledore had completely altered their memories and opinions and personality. Which wasn't all that far off of what the curse had been doing to everyone around Harry. Harry frowned as he watched the debate through Moody's eyes. Dumbledore didn't seem to do anything other than occasionally scold people for being too loud or too profane as they cursed at Pettigrew, Fudge, and the other members of the Wizengamot. Yet every time his wand so casually, so accidentally pointed at someone, they changed. What, as Sirius had the habit of saying, the bloody hell was going on with him? Too weird. And way too suspicious. Not that it mattered. After half an hour of Dumbledore sculpting people's responses and Thornapple breathlessly reporting every single word spoken as if it was the end of the world happening right there in front of them, Pettigrew was condemned to Azkaban. Not the veil. More importantly, Madam Bones immediately pushed through a resolution that the kiss on sight order on Sirius be lifted and that he be given a trial as soon as he could be found. Harry smiled grimly at Theo and nodded. Even though for one moment Dumbledore looked as though he was as dark and evil as Malfoy with his furious glare at Madam Bones's back. Chapter 26, Black Trial.
A gun. In our neighborhood. Those nasty things are far too uncontrollable. It was a rifle, you know. One that he claimed was used for sniper work. I charmed it so that it would blow up the next time he fired it. As if I'd allow something like that in our town.
Sirius settled into the witness chair, letting the honesty spells settle around him without a bit of struggle. All Aurors were trained in the little tricks that you could do to keep a secret, to redirect your answers so that you didn't reveal too much. He had no intention of doing anything like that. The Wizengamot was going to get the bald truth. Hopefully, they'd choke on it. He flipped the hem of his robe so that it settled in graceful folds alongside his legs instead of in an ungainly and ugly lump under his rear end. Mother had always insisted that movement, etiquette, and fashion lessons would be vital for Sirius in the future. He'd go to his grave without ever admitting that she'd been dead right. His entire outfit was based on some of Mother's earliest lessons, back before she decided that he was too rebellious and a failure. He'd chosen charcoal gray wool for the trousers and jacket, a dove gray shirt with a deep garnet waistcoat that closed with muted gold buttons. His robe was deep black, with a faint reddish tone to it, embroidered with burgundy and deep forest green vines around the hem so that it lightened and softened the starkness of his traditional black family robe. Open front, with a simple silk cravat in claret, the one pop of bright color he'd allowed himself, the outfit screamed cultured pure blood lord. If only he'd been able to get his hair cut. The braid hanging down his back was so very old-fashioned that he felt like a fossil, though most of the older Wizengamot members who wore long hair made a point of wearing it loose. Like Dumbledore, who always made a point to have as long of hair and beard as possible. Dumbledore hummed. Sirius flatly refused to look at him, instead brushing his hands over his thighs to smooth his trousers even though the crease was perfectly aligned over his knees and the hem broke exactly correctly over the arch of his dragonhide boot. "Madam Bones, if you will be so kind," Dumbledore said as though this was something unimportant, something completely casual. And wasn't that just like the man? Sirius was on trial with the threat of being tossed back into Azkaban or through the veil, and Dumbledore acted like they were only going to have a polite little chat before tea. Amelia snorted, eyeing Dumbledore as if she agreed with Sirius. "Thank you for your cooperation in this inquiry, Lord Black," Amelia said while sorting through the very slim stack of paperwork in front of her. "This shouldn't take very long." "However long it takes," Sirius said with a genial smile for her and a little nod to the Wizengamot which sat staring at Sirius as if he was a circus bear about to do tricks for them. "I'd like to get this mess cleaned up. My healer strongly disapproves of my exerting myself until I'm restored to full health." Amelia took a sharp breath, glaring at Sirius as if he'd just made a problem for her. "That was one of the questions we wanted to address later, but perhaps we should get it out of the way. How exactly did you escape from Azkaban?" "I'm an animagus," Sirius replied. "I've already paid the late registration fee, just in case someone wants to complain about that. Bit difficult to register when you're in Azkaban, of course, but I'd not want to give anyone cause to throw me back in." "What type?" Amelia asked as she made a note. "I'm a Grim," Sirius said. He rolled his eyes when a roar of horrified whispers went up from the crowd. All of us turned out to be rather unique when it came to our animagus forms. James Potter was an Irish deer, the giant ones that are extinct in the Muggle world. I was a Grim. Magical animagus forms are quite common in the Black family. And Peter, well, he was a rat, obviously. His oddity was that his pelt changed color depending on the season, if he let it. He found it rather too obvious, so he taught himself not to change colors while we were still in school. Amelia frowned at Sirius. "Quite unusual." "Very much so," Sirius agreed. "So you slipped through the bars," Amelia said and noted it down when Sirius nodded. "I'm quite stunned at how rational you are. The effect of Dementors on prisoners in Azkaban is well documented." Sirius snorted. "The Dementors don't feed on Grims, Madam Bones. A Grim is a similar species to a Dementor. I won't deny that I had quite the psychotic break, but that happened before I was taken to Azkaban. I don't honestly remember the first month or so. I'm told that I was laughing and blaming myself for everything when I was captured. I have to believe that losing everyone so abruptly and then discovering that Peter betrayed us all snapped my mind, especially once he escaped. My memories are still a bit of a hash. It's part of why my healer doesn't want me doing anything strenuous. The chamber hushed as he explained, then shifted nervously as Sirius admitted the blatant truth that he'd been quite unbalanced when he was thrown in Azkaban. By law, he should have gotten a proper medical exam and given several depositions under veritaserum before he was given a trial. None of that had happened and everyone in Britain knew it. It was reported, Amelia said, slanting a glare at Dumbledore who looked politely confused while fiddling with his wand. That you were the secret keeper. Oh, I was, Sirius said. He rolled his eyes as people started shouting. It took a good 3 minutes before Dumbledore finally silenced everyone. 2 of that went with Dumbledore just looking sternly at people. You were? Amelia asked. Her cheeks were red with what had to be fury. Oh yes, Sirius said completely calmly. For all of about 20 minutes. James and Lily allowed Dumbledore to place the first Fidelius. James was, quite paranoid about the whole thing. We debated between the 5 of us for weeks, but it was decided that I would be decoy, Remus would be the guard for the true secret keeper and Peter would be the final secret keeper. We waited until Dumbledore left and I'd passed the secret on to him, Remus and Peter, then Lily recast the spell with Peter as the secret keeper. They'd decided during the wait that throwing Dumbledore under the night bus wasn't worth doing at this time. While what he'd said was absolute truth, what Sirius had left out was that he'd gone and told Dumbledore immediately that they'd switched the secret keeper, as planned. Dumbledore had known all along. Hopefully, admitting that his memory was a hash would keep Dumbledore from doing something stupid and dangerous before Sirius was free. Very clever, Amelia said with an approving nod. Oh, so very clever, Sirius drawled. Give the secret to the traitor. We knew there was one, you know. We just hadn't figured out who it was. Peter was better at secrets than we thought. Amelia winced. So did a good number of the people watching. Rather odd to sit here and recite what had happened. He and Remus had spent several hours going over what questions might be asked, what had to be covered, and in the end had decided that they had nothing whatsoever to hide. Right. Amelia sighed. Moving along, then. Why did you escape from Azkaban and go after Harry Potter? I didn't, Sirius said. This time he glowered at the shouts and complaints that he had somehow resisted the witness chair's spells. Amelia silenced the room since Dumbledore didn't look like he intended to do a thing to shut everyone up. As I was saying before everyone interrupted, Sirius said with a stern glower at the reporters up in the visitors' galley. I didn't escape to go after Harry. I went after Peter. He was living as a pet rat with a light family. They were in the newspaper, picture right on the front page. I saw it, saw Peter, and realized that the children in the family were of the right age to be at Hogwarts with Harry. That couldn't be allowed to fly, of course. I slipped out, swam to shore. Wasn't even that hard, actually. You should probably do something about that. We will, Amelia promised in a grim enough tone that Sirius had to laugh quietly. That was going to get fixed right after this meeting if Amelia's expression was anything to judge by. Do you believe the family knew who they had? Not at all, Sirius said. The goblins obtained Peter and they already testified that the family didn't know that their pet rat was an animagus. I'd personally like to see them all be tested for memory charms, behavioral modifications, and whatnot. Goodness knows, Peter was always a dab hand at making his problems go away. He wiggled his fingers suggestively and nodded when Amelia's face went pale. Interestingly, Dumbledore started as if he didn't know that. Given that he'd been the one to teach all of them memory charms, Sirius was surprised by that. If anyone should know, Dumbledore should. If, of course, Sirius's memory of those lessons was accurate. That will be looked into, Amelia said, noting it down, too. She looked at her list and took a deep breath. Before she said anything, Amelia imposed the silencing protocol so that no one could interrupt this bit of questioning. Which meant that she'd reached Harry's portion of the questioning. When did you kidnap Harry Potter? Amelia asked. Sirius laughed, shaking his head. Lovely phrasing, Madam Bones. I didn't. What happened was that I gave in to sentimentality and went to check on Harry before searching out Peter. I wanted to make sure that Harry was all right. He most emphatically was not all right. That was the night that he blew up his abusive aunt, Marge Dursley. I heard her going on and on about Harry's parents. The point at which Harry's rather stunning self-control broke was when Marge Dursley announced with absolute conviction that breeding will tell. A bad bitch, she's a dog breeder, you understand, will always throw weak and defective pups that should be put down immediately. Amelia rocked back in her chair. Behind the silencing protocols, the entirety of the Wizengamot lost their minds. Sirius shook his head as people shouted, silently, pointing furiously at Sirius, at Amelia, at Dumbledore and Fudge. It took a bit before Amelia got enough control over herself to continue with her questioning. So you took him before our people got there? Amelia asked. No, not at all, Sirius said, smiling wryly at her. Harry ran out of the house with his trunk and his wand and stomped up the street to just across from the dark alley where I was hiding. He looked like he was about to summon the night bus. Logical, of course. I found out later that Harry had no idea what the night bus was. What happened was that he saw me across the street and was considering whether or not I was a threat. Well, a grim, Amelia said, barking a little laugh that got nods from Dumbledore and Fudge. He had no clue, Sirius said, shrugging. At the time, I was filthy, far too thin and shaking. He saw a large black dog who looked abused, starved and perhaps beaten. Harry lowered his wand just as you and your team showed up. I expected that he would go to you all, but Harry dove into his trunk and pulled out the invisibility cloak James used to have. Not sure how Harry got it. Last I heard, Dumbledore had it to study it. Either way, I darted over and hid under the cloak with him and Harry just. Sirius laughed a little, shaking his head in amazement that wasn't at all manufactured. The Wizengamot stilled, quieted. Even Dumbledore leaned forward a little as Sirius continued. He made a point of just looking at Amelia, not at anyone else, as if this was purely a discussion between old coworkers and friends. He wrapped me up in his cloak and hugged me, Sirius said, heart-hurting. He was almost as skinny as I was. That was the point at which I realized that it wasn't just Marge Dursley hurting Harry. Petunia and Vernon had to be hurting him, too. No teenage boy should be that skinny. That wary. We stayed long enough to overhear a conversation about multiple incidents of people on Privet Drive being memory charmed to protect the statute, and then I shifted. I told him to trust me and then side-alonged him to the Black family manor. He's there now, perfectly safe. That was the point where Dumbledore finally sat up, focused fully on Sirius, and pointed his wand not casually at all in Sirius's direction. His breath caught in Sirius's chest as 1,000 memories cascaded through his mind of all the times he remembered Dumbledore memory charming him. None of them felt real. All of them felt real. And there was not one thing he could do in the middle of the Wizengamot to protect himself from Dumbledore if the man did it again. Chapter 27, Sacred Oath.
If Lady Magic is with me, it will kill him. One less Muggle to breed and threaten us all. Father's attack on those Muggles was wrong-headed, not in that he killed them but in that he did so publicly. I think Ariana's magic, the weight of the Vassal bond's stump and the needling of the curse just pushed him over the edge.
He's terrified, Remus said, hands pressing against the table in the pale blue parlor so hard that it creaked. It came from nowhere. Dumbledore pointed his wand at Sirius, Harry reported. It's not from nowhere. Harry wished for one wild, terrifying moment, that he could change places with Moody. Not that he could do anything to protect Sirius that would be half as good as what Moody could, but he desperately wanted to be there to protect his godfather. And not just because of the whole, never going back to the Dursleys, thing that Sirius had going. No, Harry wanted to be there so that he could charge over and pop Dumbledore right in his big nose. How dare he go around memory charming and spelling people? What kind of leader of the light was that? No kind, that's what. They'd broken into teams. Silverclaw was there with Moody and Lacey, ready to protect Sirius if they had to. It didn't look especially likely given the way that Madame Bones had been questioning Sirius, but that could easily change if Dumbledore messed with her, too. Remus and Harry were sitting at the table, eyes shut so that they could focus on their links to Sirius and Moody, respectively. Behind them, Anthony and Theo were busy coordinating with the goblins through the Floo and a linked diary thing that Anthony and Lacey had. Madame Bones hummed and noted down that Harry was safe. She looked at Sirius, whose pulse pounded visibly at his temple but who otherwise looked completely calm, cultured and unruffled. That was a surprising skill that Harry really didn't need to know about, mostly because Remus had reacted to seeing Sirius in his elegant clothes sauntering into the parlor by getting visibly red and then awkwardly covering his groin. Gross. That's good to know, Madame Bones said wryly. Well, you know, Sirius said with a grin that was just a hair wobbly, what with the prophet reporting his gruesome death in a dozen inventively new ways every day, I thought it was necessary to say so. He waved up at the watching gallery and at the members of the Wizengamot who glared at Sirius as if they didn't believe a word of it. After all, people seem to not believe that I swore a blood oath to be Harry's godfather, Sirius said. His fingers shook slightly, and to Harry's astonishment, Sirius smiled wryly at them. It's a bit stressful that people think I'm so wicked and powerful that I could break an oath, survive it and kill my own godson, much less my blood brother's child. I mean, really, blacks are powerful but we're not that powerful. Dumbledore suddenly turned his wand away from Sirius. The pulse at Sirius's temple decreased. He's calmer again, Remus said, huffing. What the bloody hell is going on? Dumbledore turned his wand away, Harry said, glancing at Anthony who frowned and Theo who stuck his head into the fireplace's green flames to report back to Ragnarok. It's pointed, nowhere now. Not at anyone. We really need to get that wand away from him, Anthony grumbled as he wrote to Lacey. In the gallery, Lacey frowned at her journal and dashed a quick note back while Madame Bones nodded and took another note. Then a second that she tapped her quill over once she was done. Those oaths were witnessed? Madame Bones asked. Oh, yes. Sirius laughed. Half of Gryffindor witnessed our blood brother oath. It was just James and me. Remus didn't feel he could, and Peter, well, he always said that he'd get around to it after we graduated. He claimed he didn't want us to be distracted while our bond was so new. Sirius rolled his eyes. So did Madame Bones. Dumbledore did not. He frowned as if he disapproved of their derision for Pettigrew's excuses. And the Godfather oath? Madame Bones asked. Unfortunately, that one I couldn't call a witness to the stand for, Sirius said with a sigh. Remus was ill that day, right after the full moon, you know. Peter was there. So were Frank and Alice Longbottom. That was it, other than James and Lily. So one traitor, 2 lunatics and a werewolf, Madame Bones said, shaking her head. Well, I'd still like to ask Mr. Lupin. Consort Lupin Black, Sirius corrected with a blazingly bright smile that radiated joy. He finally accepted. I've been after his hand ever since 4th year, but I finally got him to be my consort. Pretty much the entire Wizengamot lost their ever-loving minds. Harry rocked back in his chair, peeking at Remus, and then grinning at him. Remus was so red that he looked like he'd been boiled like a lobster. He huffed and flipped his fingers at Harry when he saw Harry peeking. "Ah," Theo drawled as reporter Thornapple howled about a werewolf being the beloved and very powerful consort of Lord Black. "That was sweet." "And cute," Harry agreed. "Get your head back in the game, Potter," Theo said, pointing at the wireless. "They won't be at that forever." "Says you," Anthony said, snickering. "This'll be in the news for months. Years. It'll be the biggest gossip around." "Shut up and focus," Remus groaned. Harry did so after sharing a grin with Theo and Anthony. They'd had plenty of time for their bit of teasing. Dumbledore made no move to calm the Wizengamot even as Madame Bones glowered at him because people had taken to tossing balls of paper at the floor of the Wizengamot. A few more enterprising ones made paper cranes that swooped in at Sirius, who just raised an eyebrow. After the first one went up in flames as soon as it got within 3 feet of Sirius, Harry realized why. The witness chair was protected against such nonsense. Eventually, Madame Bones stabbed her wand at Fudge, who glanced at Dumbledore and then pounded on his bench until the throwing things, silenced shouting and general carrying on stopped. Through it all, Dumbledore stared at Sirius with tightly pursed lips and no sign of a twinkle in his eyes. If anything, he looked like he wanted to stab Sirius straight through the heart. "Anthony," Harry said, "tell Lacey that we're going to need to research the whole Godfather thing. I'm thinking that being my godparent might be a stronger claim for Sirius than Dumbledore likes." "It would be," Remus agreed. "Sirius is creeped out by the staring but trying not to show it." Harry snorted. "He's doing a very good job not showing anything but confidence." "I can't tell at all." They both shut up as Madame Bones finally shook her head and turned back to Sirius's so-called trial. Given that he couldn't be charged with killing anyone and he'd been illegally incarcerated, the trial wasn't really a trial. It was just an inquiry, but more than a few people seemed to be upset that Sirius wasn't guilty of something. "Congratulations," Madame Bones said dryly enough that Sirius's lips twitched as he fought against a grin. "I trust you'll flirt with my staff less now that you're properly married." "But of course," Sirius said in the most insincere tone of voice possible. He even batted his eyes at Madame Bones, who shook her head and rolled her eyes right back at him. "Have the goblins confirmed the godparent oaths you took?" Madame Bones asked. She tapped her quill against her notes, eyes locked on Sirius as if she was looking for a lie. "Yep," Sirius confirmed cheerfully. "It was part of the healing they did for Harry and I. And there was the opening Harry had been waiting for." Moody tensed, going from his "so bored he might as well have been dozing" lounge to alert, focused and ready for anything in Harry's mind. He couldn't tell if Moody moved at all, but the difference in how he paid attention was dramatic. "I can understand you needing healing," Madame Bones said very slowly and warily, "but why would Mr. Potter need it?" "I'm sure we don't need to know that, Amelia," Dumbledore interrupted for the very first time in the whole process. "Didn't that just figure? Couldn't let his pawn get taken away or treated better, now could he?" "It most certainly does need to be explained," Madame Bones snapped at Sirius. "Do you know how many times my people have been called out to his home?" "How many times?" Sirius asked. The lightly teasing, relaxed tone was gone. In place of the casual, cheerful Sirius was a stern lord whose eyes cut right through Madame Bones like Sirius, Lord Black, wanted to flay her alive. Moody's approval welled up and then subsided as he noted that most of the light faction went very still while Malfoy frowned as if he was worried about the answer. "Excuse me?" Madame Bones asked. "How many times were Aurors called out to obliviate the surrounding area?" Sirius asked with a dreadfully grim expression, transforming his face into the sort of stern taskmaster that would make anyone think twice before pulling a prank. "It's relevant to my answer to your question." Madame Bones stared at Sirius, quill slowly dropping until her hand rested on the bench. After a moment, she sighed and shuffled through her paperwork to look up the answer. The entire Wizengamot waited breathlessly. Other than Dumbledore, who hummed and fidgeted as if he wanted to snatch the paperwork out of Madame Bones's hands before she could find Sirius's information. Harry was rather curious himself. He had no idea. Given that his aunt and uncle had worked so hard to keep him from knowing about magic at all the weird little things that had happened when he was younger might have been acted on. Or not. It really depended on how many were reported. "Ah, here we go," Madame Bones finally said. She shut her eyes and sighed. The total is near 100. 93 separate incidents of obliviators being sent out to deal with accidental magic by Mr. Potter. What? Fudge gasped. That's ridiculous. Most Muggleborns only have 1 or 2 unless they've been abused. Sirius finished as Fudge trailed off in the face of his realization and the glare from Dumbledore. Exactly. When I saved Harry, he'd not eaten all day. What little food he'd gotten was during a dinner where he was verbally harassed and castigated. He was wearing clothes twice his size and he was dramatically underweight. When our healer worked on him the next day, he found that Harry was covered in bruises, old scars and had serious malnutrition issues, not to mention many untreated broken bones left to heal naturally. Harry swallowed down the surge of loathing at the idea of anyone knowing what had happened to him. Bannet had been absolutely clear that it wasn't Harry's fault. So had healer Smethwick. It wasn't that Harry really believed Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. They were such terrible people that Harry had stopped believing what they said years and years before his letter came. That didn't make it any easier for other people to know. The staring alone was going to be horrific, much less the inevitable whispers and pity he'd get when he went back to school. But it would help get Sirius free and it should keep Dumbledore's hands off both of them so. The Wizengamot was much less calm about the idea. Moody went darkly amused at how many of the light faction glared outright at Dumbledore. The dark faction, especially Malfoy and Greenglass, looked like they'd been gutted. Which was odd, now that Harry thought about it. What did they believe about his childhood that they'd react that way? He was going to have to find out later. Once this was over. This after 2 years at Hogwarts, Sirius continued, eyes glaring at Madame Bones and no one else. He didn't even flick a glance towards Dumbledore. Harry Potter was severely abused and neglected by his guardians. Both Harry and I will require ongoing potions and healing work for the next several months. Harry will be seeing a healer 4 times a year for at least the next 6 years. Madame Bones set her quill down and leaned back in her chair to rub her face with both hands. The Wizengamot stilled. They couldn't really go quiet since they'd already been silenced, but everyone there waited on bated breath to see what Madame Bones would say. "I can't say that I'm surprised," Madame Bones replied finally. She turned and glared at Dumbledore, who abruptly switched from glares of death at Sirius to twinkly grandfatherly looks at Madame Bones. "I told you there was a problem. You swore that you'd take care of it." "Don't bother," Sirius said when Dumbledore opened his mouth to say something pointless and probably annoyingly vague if his wide-eyed innocent look was anything to judge by. "I am Lord Sirius Orion Black of the House of Black. Harry James Potter is my godson by oath and by choice. He has sworn it, as have I. Here, before the entire Wizengamot, I swear that I will see dead anyone who tries to take Harry James Potter from my custody, with all the ancient skills and knowledge of the House of Black." He paused and pointed one elegant finger straight at Dumbledore and Fudge. Magic glowed around him and then swept out to envelope Dumbledore in a blazing glow. Fudge lit up, but it was weaker, flickering instead of a blazing sun. No one else lit up, just the two of them, even though Madame Bones scrambled to her feet and backed away from Dumbledore and Fudge as if afraid that the magic would sweep out and engulf her, too, if she was too close. "So, mote it be." Sirius's oath rang through the Wizengamot, cancelling the silencing spells at the same time it knocked Dumbledore and Fudge out of their chairs and back into the stone wall behind them. Silence reigned for a long couple seconds. Then the Wizengamot audience roared. Chapter 28, Fallen Hero.
Sometimes I think he went mad. The longer you're gone, the more I think that I'll go mad, too. You made it all bearable, Gellert. When you come back, I'm sure that the curse and the bond scrabbling at my mind will be soothed again.
It was a right pity that Dumbledore lay slumped unconscious against the wall for so long. Sirius would have really liked for him to be awake enough to silence the chamber again. His ears ached from the roar of screams, questions, and hysterical laughter. Fudge, of course, was utterly useless. He scrambled back into his seat, panting and pale-faced with his green bowler hat tilted drunkenly on his head. It looked like he wasn't aware enough to even realize that the Wizengamot was one step away from rioting. Sirius shook his head and sighed. He stood, flipping his robes away in a nicely dramatic little gesture that Snape always used when he wanted to be a drama ghoul back at school. His robes flared and settled, letting Sirius set his hands on his hips as he stared as sternly as possible up at the Wizengamot. Lacey grinned at him. "Nice move," Lacey murmured into Sirius's mind through their family bond. "Practice it in the mirror for long." "Hush, you," Sirius replied while fighting against a sudden grin because of course he had. They all had. Lily had laughed herself sick when the four of them did the move in perfect unison in 7th year just before the holidays. Which they had, logically, done just as Snape swooped in to be cutting and cruel with Malfoy at his back. That had been one of the last good days before everything went to hell. At least the memory helped keep Sirius's face stern long enough for people to start to fidget as they calmed down. Sirius held up one hand, palm facing out. Most everyone other than Rita Skeeter and Madame Longbottom quieted down. It took a finger wagged at Skeeter and a single raised eyebrow at Madame Longbottom for them to shush. "Thank you," Sirius said as he sat back down with the proper little flip of his robe so that it would settle properly. "Amelia, you might want to see if we can get a healer in for the Chief Warlock. He shouldn't have stayed down that long." "I'm rather astonished that he was struck at all," Amelia said without snapping at him to use her damn title. Sirius shrugged. "He is the one who placed Harry with Lily's sister. I've no idea why. Lily and James both had wills and they explicitly forbade that Harry go to her sister Petunia. Because she hates magic that much." Amelia sighed while rubbing her forehead. "Damn it all, I knew I should have stuck him to a seat and made him explain why Potter was there." "It will be fine now," Sirius said, rather grateful that the Wizengamot stayed so quiet that the majority of them might be holding their breath to make sure they didn't miss a word of this private little conversation. "I was their first choice. Alice and Frank Longbottom were next. I'm surprised you weren't contacted though. They put you third, then Professor McGonagall fourth." The glare that Amelia turned on Dumbledore was so viciously furious that Sirius was mildly surprised that Dumbledore's sparkly robes didn't catch fire. "Let's get this done," Amelia snapped as she stomped back to her seat and slammed down in it so hard that the legs of her chair screeched against the floor. "I've only one more question for you." "Ask," Sirius said. "Who is the greatest threat to your godson, after you know who?" Amelia asked. She held up a hand when Sirius frowned. "I'm not going to let the boy go without protection from now on. It's obvious that he needs it." "Well," Sirius said, laughing a little because that was lovely. She had to ask that while he was sitting on the witness chair. I would have to say that Dumbledore is first, followed by any followers of you-know-who who haven't realized that he's truly dead now, and then move on to any rabid fans Harry has who don't understand that he isn't who or what his fame has made him out to be. Malfoy clapped a hand over his arm, going even paler than normal as he stared at Sirius as if he'd just said something that both terrified him and explained the greatest mystery of the universe. It probably had. The dark mark certainly must have changed since they killed what was left of Voldemort. It might even have dissipated entirely. Amelia frowned. "What do you mean, truly dead now?" He's been dead for years. Only mostly dead, Sirius said. He pointed a finger at Skeeter when she gasped. You hush. Let me explain before you go spinning your wild nonsense tales. Skeeter huffed and tossed her hair while glaring at Sirius with her arms crossed over her chest. Her pen kept on scrabbling quickly across her parchment, though, so the warning clearly did no good there. At least the wireless was still recording. People would hear this straight from him. All right, Sirius said, raising an eyebrow when Dumbledore groaned and mumbled something. Finally. When I rescued Harry, I got us into the Black family mansion. Kreacher is the house elf there and he's always been quite horrid to me. My mother set him against me when I was very young because she disapproved of me. Everyone should know that by now. It was in all the gossip rags for ages. Amelia snorted. It's still in them. Kreacher had a locket that he'd gotten from my little brother Regulus, Sirius explained, inwardly cheering as Dumbledore jerked himself upright, scrambling back onto his chair to stare at Sirius with wide, horrified eyes. Ah, I see you know about it, Chief Warlock. Well, I didn't know what it was at first. Neither did Kreacher. He'd been trying to destroy it ever since Regulus disappeared. Harry, being the terrifyingly efficient human disaster that he is, took one look at it, pulled the basilisk fang he had in his trunk from killing a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts just before the end of term, and stabbed the locket with the fang. Dumbledore silenced the Wizengamot before anyone could do more than open their mouths. You should not speak openly of such things. Sirius rolled his eyes at Dumbledore. It died. What? The locket died, screaming, Sirius said. A black cloud welled up off it that shrieked and then imploded, leaving behind a scorched, melted locket, me and Kreacher knocked back on our bums, and Harry with a bloody nose that he ignored in favor of ordering all of us to go have well-needed baths. Amelia swallowed a startled laugh that was echoed by a good number of the people in the audience. While Sirius nodded his agreement with her, Dumbledore's mouth opened and shut like he couldn't believe it. Fudge was all but having vapors next to him, clutching his chest, and mouthing terrified squeaks that, thankfully, Sirius didn't have to listen to. Better still, Skeeter's quill had finally gone still as she stared at him, mouth gaping open. I had to get him into the wards, of course, Sirius continued, so we went to the ward room and, given that Harry is a walking, talking human disaster area with the worst luck in all of Potter family history, he had another Horcrux in his scar. Now, for those who don't know what a Horcrux is, it's very black magic where a magi splits their soul in ritual and hides it in an object or creature. That was concerning. Amelia buried her face in her hands. So, Harry and I managed with the help of house elves to get to the goblins who realized exactly what we were dealing with. They and some allies Harry and I managed to gather, found Helga Hufflepuff's cup, the Gaunt family ring, and Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. They were? Dumbledore asked. Oh yes, all of them were Horcruxes, Sirius confirmed. Now, there seems to be some sort of prophecy that tied Harry and you-know-who. It's why Lily and James went into hiding, though I was never told the exact wording of it. We're fairly certain that it said Harry was destined to destroy you-know-who, which obviously ties into the Horcruxes we found. They must be handled carefully. Dumbledore gasped. The damage. He snapped his mouth shut when Sirius raised a hand at him again, using the same, please be quiet, gesture that he'd used with the Wizengamot. Stunningly, it actually worked. Sirius vowed to copy that memory so that he could come back to it again and again in the future because the look of shock and outrage on Dumbledore's face as he snapped his mouth shut at Sirius's command was priceless. They're already destroyed, exactly as Harry destroyed the other ones, Sirius said. He raised an eyebrow as Malfoy, Goyle and Greenglass all sagged in their seats. Tears flowed down Goyle's cheeks. A few other members of the Wizengamot and a good 15 or so up in the audience looked so very relieved that Sirius knew they had to be former Death Eaters, marked or not. That wasn't good. But at least none of them looked like they wanted to fling themselves at Sirius to stab him through the heart for taking their lord away. "That's..." Dumbledore whispered, voice shaking. His hands shook on his wand which couldn't seem to point at anyone or anything. "It's Harry," Sirius said with a shrug. "He just does these things and then I spend a little while cursing under my breath and asking what it is about the Potter family that makes them act this way. I'd swear that James wasn't that bad, but I'd be lying and that's not possible on this chair." Dumbledore started and stared at the chair, all the color draining out of his face. At the same time, Skeeter's hands flew to her mouth as she realized, along with the entire Wizengamot, that there was no way that this could be a lie. Sirius was literally incapable of lying right now, so every single word he'd said had to be the absolute truth. "You know who," Amelia said, because she was exactly the sort of bloody-minded witch who would nail that one to the wall and then blast it until it was vaporized. Voldemort was not fully dead until, when? "The day before Peter was brought to the Wizengamot meeting," Sirius said. "Just a few days. We've been recovering from it. Killing those Horcruxes takes a lot out of you. Harry's still a bit flattened by it." Amelia nodded, licking her lips as he picked up her quill and noted the date. "Voldemort is fully dead now." "I do believe so," Sirius said completely calmly. "The goblins could probably confirm it better than I can. I can't say for sure that his shade was evicted from the land of the living because I didn't see it. I did see his Horcruxes, all of them, destroyed. He shouldn't have anything to keep him alive anymore. If he's not dead now, he will fade soon." Amelia noted that down, too. Because she was focused on her notes, she didn't see the way Dumbledore went gray-faced. She didn't notice the glare or the pronounced shake in his hands. Amazingly, Fudge did see it. He peered at Dumbledore, eyes beetled across his brow, before he licked his lips and scooted his chair ever so slightly away from Dumbledore. Up in the gallery, Lacey frowned, too. "He's a problem," Lacey commented to Sirius. "Harry advises that we avoid hitting him with the Potter curse." "Done," Sirius agreed. He didn't want to cover that issue before the Wizengamot. A generations-old curse that had decimated the Potters? Absolutely not. Sirius wasn't going to be the one who brought it up to Dumbledore or anyone else. It was no one's business other than Harry's, anyway. Since he was free now, he could choose when to discuss it and with whom. Sirius leaned back in the witness chair, smiling calmly as Amelia raised her eyes and spotted Dumbledore's pale, glaring face. Her eyes narrowed enough that Sirius was certain that Dumbledore was going to be under watch as soon as this so-called trial was over. At least the most important part was done. The world now knew that Voldemort was dead. They knew that Harry had done it. And they knew that Harry was not at all the hero he'd been described to be all this time, though he was an entirely different sort of hero instead. That was what mattered to Sirius. His own freedom was assured given that Fudge was Minister for Magic. A proper donation to Fudge's pet projects that would be channeled away into his vault would take care of any lingering issues that might come up. Sirius settled in to answer the final few questions and listen to the Wizengamot debate until they admitted the inevitable and let him go free. Chapter 29, Reunited Friends.
Truly, if I could just get at the Potters. Mother's death made the stump of the Vassal bond burn and drag at my soul. Ariana cried for days. She swore that she would creep out and make her way to Potter Keep, that she would beg them to take her back and end all of our suffering.
"I didn't even know that Fortescue's had a private room upstairs," Harry said, carefully peering through the gauzy white curtains guarding them all from people's eyes outside. "Oh, of course," Theo said as he watched the stairs from the door. "There's any number of pure-blood kids who rent the room to have private ice cream parties. Only the common sort would eat downstairs. Or those who want to pander to the public like Draco. And you." Harry glowered over his shoulder at Theo, who grinned right back at him. "I just said I didn't know this existed," Harry huffed. "You are far too easy to rile," Theo laughed. Ah, here they come. Up here. Hurry. We're hiding from Skeeter. She's been an absolute nightmare. Nightmare was a bit of an exaggeration. The last 3 days had been crazy, sure, but not a nightmare. Skeeter's reporting had gone from wild baseless rumors of what had happened to Harry to the sort of meticulously researched reporting that won awards in the Muggle world. Frankly, Harry was kind of astonished that Skeeter was capable of it, not to mention willing to do it. Might have something to do with Amal setting his jaw and glaring at the Prophet the day after Sirius got his trial. Between Amal in Snit and Moody with that glint in his eye, the whole world would shake in their boots. Neville was the first one through the door. He nodded politely to Theo even though he eyed Theo almost as warily as Moody might have. Luna was on Neville's heels, humming quietly, hands behind her back. She had the bottle cap earrings in and a bright sunshine yellow dress with masses of flounces bouncing around her legs. "Hello, Harry," Luna said in her dreamiest tone. "You're looking much better. The Nargles are leaving you alone now. I was worried about how many of them you had." "I am doing much better," Harry agreed. "Thanks for coming, Luna, Neville. I appreciate it." "Sure," Neville said in a much more solid and calm tone than Harry had ever heard from him before. "My grandmother had a bunch of worries, but what with you killing you-know-who for real, she couldn't really say no." "Why is he here?" Hermione asked as she edged past Theo as if he was a deadly poisonous snake about to strike at her. She'd chosen a pastel blue shirt with delicate lace insertion and positively Victorian styling to the high collar, lace-ruffled front and poofy sleeves. It was something Harry wouldn't have ever expected to see Hermione in. "Not," Ron said, nodding far too calmly to Theo for the rabid Slytherin hate that Harry was used to. "That's part of why I wanted to see you guys," Harry said to Hermione. He stared at Ron, who stared back at him with a mildly distant expression instead of the earnest and open one that Harry was used to. "Man, that curse really did a number on you all." Neville stiffened. "What curse?" "Let's order and then discuss it over ice cream like civilized people," Theo said before Harry could do more than open his mouth to launch into the whole explanation. "There's a menu on the table. Just tap the item you want, and the order will be carried downstairs automatically." If there was anything that could drive home just how badly Harry's curse had affected the others before it was broken, it was Ron ordering just 1 scoop of cherry and walnut sherbet instead of a huge, complicated sundae with a dozen scoops and all the toppings in the world. "Do you feel all right?" Neville asked once their orders popped into place on the table. "Sure, why?" Ron asked. "It's the Nargles," Luna said as she plowed into a huge, complicated sundae with all the toppings that looked to be about half her body weight. Harry's Nargles are no longer snarling his thoughts. "True," Harry said. He and Theo exchanged a quick grin as every single one of the others paused, spoons hanging there in midair, to stare at Harry. As those things went, it was a pitch-perfect opening to explaining the Potter blood curse, so that's what Harry did. He expected Hermione to interrupt 1,000 times with questions, then with demands that he tell her what books to study. She didn't. Ron did. Harry expected Ron to be the one who was horrified and trying to find ways to protect Harry from ever being cursed again. He wasn't. Neville was. Hermione sat there, ice cream melting, with her hands over her mouth as Harry explained. Luna hummed and suggested books for Ron while Ron tried to sort out exactly who at that time would have had cause to curse Harry's bloodline. Scarily, Ron's knowledge of the power brokers, bloodlines and alliances of that timeframe were as detailed and accurate as Theo's. "Look, do you need us to protect you?" Neville finally said, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezing as if to emphasize that Neville really meant it. No," Harry said. He laughed a little. "Allies are always good, of course, but no, I've got my vassals. Theo's one. Mad-Eye Moody is another. So is my seneschal, Amal Swashlin. I'm fine on protection, especially with Sirius taking over as my godfather. He's got so much stuff he's doing to keep me safe. It's kind of ridiculous except for all the ways that it really isn't ridiculous at all. Harry braced himself for a surge of Ron's jealousy, but all Ron did was nod as if that made total sense. To his utter shock, Hermione was the one who pouted as if she was jealous of all the stuff Harry had going on with his family. Are you sure it's wise to, well, bind people that way? Hermione asked. What have you studied about vassal bonds? Theo asked Hermione an instant before Harry, Ron or Neville. He pointed his spoon at Hermione when she just bit her lip. Exactly. I have 6 books on vassal bonds you can borrow, only borrow. I want them back. I can also recommend 3 autobiographies of people who had vassal bonds. 1 went swimmingly. 1 was absolutely average. The 3rd was a disaster for everyone involved. That should give you a good idea of what Harry and I have going on. Hermione huffed and then nodded. That would be helpful, though I honestly don't need quite that much information. She leaned back in her chair as everyone, even Luna, stared at her. Harry grimaced and waved at them all, trying to get them to back off a bit. Seriously, it was like meeting all new people with the same faces and names as the kids he'd known at Hogwarts. They were all so different from what he was used to. Which in and of itself told him a lot about what the curse had been doing. That is so strange, Theo commented with a sharp shake of his head. Why him? Ron asked with far less hostility than normal. He did frown at Theo, but it was more of the face he made when he was plotting out moves way in advance while playing chess than his normal Slytherin is evil thing. Theo's family have been vassals of the Potters for ages, Harry explained. His father got tossed out on his ear for taking the dark mark. Theo flatly refused to join up with the Death Eaters, and when I offered, I jumped at it, Theo interrupted. My father's an idiot and a spiteful one, too. I'm much better off with Harry than I was with my father. Trust me on that one. Shouldn't you call him Lord Potter? Neville asked in an arch tone that would have done Draco or Pansy proud. Harry grinned as Theo rolled his eyes and glowered at Harry. That set Luna to giggling as she scraped the crystalline bowl that had hidden under her enormous sundae. How she'd eaten it all, and so quickly, Harry didn't know, but there wasn't anything left other than some ice cream streaks and a bit of whipped cream that Luna happily scraped up with her spoon. He specifically wanted me to be the vassal whose responsibility is to tell him when he's being an idiot, Theo explained just as archly as Neville. Amal handles the business side of things. He's the Potter Seneschal. Moody handles security. I'm the one who kicks his butt when he's being dumb and suicidal. Oh, thank goodness, Hermione said, slumping in her chair as she pushed her ice cream over to Luna, who squealed and clapped her hands. Someone certainly needs to. Got that right, mate, Ron agreed. The things Harry gets into. It's ridiculous sometimes. It should be better now, Harry said. What with the blood curse having been broken and all. You're all very different now. Everyone but Luna and Theo frowned at him. Luna nodded while Theo made a little gesture as if to say that of course they were all new people wearing the same faces. As Ron leaned back in his chair, hands on the table as if he was thinking about bolting from the room, Hermione shook her head slowly. Well, Ron and Hermione are acting differently, Neville said, but I'm no different. Am I? Way more forthright and calm, mate, Ron said. He swallowed, eyeing Hermione. And you're way nicer. I mean way nicer. I've never ever heard of you rejecting books before. Well, really, Hermione said, rolling her eyes, too much information is just as bad as too little. You have to be careful to build a solid basis of understanding before you flood your memory with too many unconnected facts. And you're far less greedy and jealous than normal. It's so odd. This is the first time I've seen you eat where you didn't take as much as you possibly could. It's the Nargles, Luna said. Hermione's ice cream was gone, leaving nothing but the empty cup and Luna's spoon. They're not twisting everyone up anymore. Harry blinked at Luna. Where is that ice cream going? Luna giggled and winked at Harry. I always share ice cream with the aliopaths. They shine much brighter when they have some, and that's so good for everyone around them. You're collecting aliopaths now instead of nargles. It should help you quite a lot in school next year. Harry opened his mouth, vaguely wanting to ask how an imaginary animal could consume that much ice cream. Except that no, an imaginary animal wouldn't be able to consume ice cream, and not a speck of ice cream was on Luna's lips. Her fingers were dry. Her spoon looked like it had barely even touched the ice cream when everyone else's, Harry included, had ice cream smears halfway up the handle. Right, Harry said. He shook his head. Maybe someday I'll be able to see them. Maybe, Luna said, squinting at Harry. But not for several years. You're still recovering from the impact of the nargles. Quite so, Harry agreed. Though I think it was the blood curse. Nargles do like curses, Luna said sadly. Anything that negatively affects the mind makes people better pray for nargles. Harry opened his mouth to ask, at least 1,000 questions, then paused when Theo kicked his ankle. He shut his mouth again and let it go. Later. Back at school. He'd ask Luna about it then, because seriously, if the nargles were as real as the ice cream eating aliopaths, they could be a diagnostic tool for finding and fixing curses. So, what have all of you been up to over the summer? Harry asked instead. Anything fun? He settled in as Ron and Neville told stories of games they'd played, plants they'd successfully grown, and Hermione primly asked questions that she normally wouldn't have bothered with, like the rules of Ron's pick-up Quidditch game with his brothers and what the Alahatzi Neville had grown was used for. It was strange, watching the three of them. They had the same faces, the same voices. But they weren't at all the same people. Ron's determination to be Harry's best mate seemed to have turned into mild indifference to Harry. The hallmark of Hermione's character, her aggressive bookishness, was gone, leaving a sweet young woman who seemed more hesitant to interact with boys than anything. And Neville spent all his time watching Harry, either directly or from the corner of his eyes. That was something to follow up on later. Maybe Harry would ask Sirius once they got home. Sirius would probably have some clue as to why Neville seemed halfway obsessed with Harry. At least Luna was still just Luna, if a bit more rational sounding than before. That was a relief. Chapter 30, Challenged Again.
As if I could allow that.
Amelia shook her head as she carefully sorted stacks of parchments full of reports on everything Sirius had told the Wizengamot. She looked blackly furious, jaw-jumping, and eyes narrowed as she pointedly glared at her paperwork instead of meeting Sirius's eyes. Kingsley lounged at the doorframe, giving off a yawn that cracked his jaw every few seconds. Have any of you slept since the Wizengamot session? Sirius asked. I don't think they could have, Remus commented in that fake mild tone that used to get Snape so incredibly furious back in Hogwarts in their early years. None of that, Amelia growled, eyes flicking up to spear Remus. Your lord here set a nunda loose in the ministry. It's no surprise that none of us has had a moment of peace. Even with Dumbledore's full support, Fudge is running scared. Is Malfoy behind Fudge or against him? Sirius asked. He smirked and Amelia's glare flicked over to him. The bags under her eyes really were spectacular. Her Scourgify must be a marvel because her clothes were perfectly clean, her hair had not a strand out of place, and yet she was so obviously exhausted that he was surprised she hadn't gone face first into her desk. Malfoy is absent, Amelia said. He's gone off to France with his wife and son. Malfoy Manor is completely shut down, wore wards up and locked so tight that I doubt that Merlin himself could get through them. Sirius nodded. Interesting. I wondered how he'd take you-know-who's death. What's Snape done? Remus asked. He leaned forward in his seat, alert and curious in the ways that had always made him one of Lily's best friends. This time Amelia snorted and then shook her head while laughing softly. Snape apparently disappeared from Hogwarts the very same day you dealt with you-know-who. Dumbledore was in just yesterday to ask me to track Snape down. Twinkly bastard, Kingsley mumbled from the doorway. He was exceptionally twinkly, Amelia agreed. She lifted her chin to level a considering stare at Sirius that he did his best not to respond to. He also had a very pointed series of questions about how you took custody of Mr. Potter, how you claimed your lordship and how we could believe such an untrustworthy friend would take proper care of Mr. Potter. Fury flamed. Sirius sucked a breath through his clenched teeth and then let it out in a long hiss that made Remus sigh and put a hand on Sirius's knee. That. No. Sirius banked the anger, refusing to let Dumbledore's manipulations push him into doing something stupid. That had to be what he was after. Weakening Sirius was about the only thing that Dumbledore could do to get things back under his control. To get Harry under his control again, more specifically. There was no way that anyone could question his right to be Lord Black. The family magic had accepted him. No governmental body or teacher had any right to interfere in matters of family magic. Dumbledore might think that he was special and all-knowing, but he wasn't. At all. Sirius had already explained in front of the full Wizengamot how he got Harry. That was a done deal, no takebacks. The untrustworthy friend thing, though, that was a low blow. Sirius wasn't the one who'd been a traitor. He hadn't turned to Voldemort. Dumbledore had to have known that Peter was a traitor, and yet he'd been sowing distrust between the four of them as if it was his whole goal in life to see them break apart. He'd certainly done everything he could to keep Sirius and Remus apart, what with all the stupidity in Hogwarts about taking care of Remus's little furry problem. I hope you cut him off at the knees for that, Sirius said finally, once he got his temper enough under control that he wouldn't wake Kingsley up by bellowing in rage. Oh, yes, Amelia said, nodding her approval for Sirius's self-control. He wasn't at all happy with my response, but I don't give a damn about his disapproval. Not after everything he's done. What's he done? Remus asked before Sirius could. Amelia shook her head sharply as Kingsley let loose a rippling little snore while sliding down the doorjamb. He jerked awake, looking around wildly. When he saw Amelia's angry expression, Kingsley immediately put his hand on his wand and pretended to be a bright, alert, determined aura intent on doing his job. It lasted all of about 2.5 seconds, which was how long it took him to realize that there were no threats, no politicians or problems. Go home, Kingsley, Amelia ordered. No, ma'am, Kingsley replied, rubbing his eyes and sniffing as he struggled to stand upright. You're still working. I'm fine. I'll back you up. The only thing you're backing up is the wall, Sirius drawled. Go home, you idiot. Grindelwald himself could march in here and you wouldn't even see him. Kingsley glowered. I'm fine, I say. He opened his mouth to continue pretending that he wasn't about to fall down, only to snap his mouth shut and run for the lifts when Amelia glowered at him with the face of doom that promised all the paperwork in the entire department, special scut work duties for at least a fortnight, and her wand up your ass so far that you saw stars. Sirius snorted a laugh. You need to go home, too. Really now, what's so important that you can't get some sleep? Your niece has to be worried about you. I'm sure Susan is fine, Amelia said, but she sighed and pulled one sheet of parchment out of her stack. This is what that busybody is up to. I've no idea how to deal with it, frankly. The single sheet of parchment was a breezy little request for the DMLE to research the laws related to appropriate assignment of magical guardians. Sirius looked at it and promptly started cackling. He passed it over to Remus, who read it, swallowed a startled laugh, and then passed it back to Amelia. Remus's hand shook from his silent laughter. What? Amelia's glare could have stripped meat from the bone. Oh, Merlin's saggy balls, Sirius wheezed. He's trying to cover his own ass, Amelia. James and Lily's will was quite specific about who could have guardianship over Harry. Dumbledore was not on the list. In fact, he was specifically barred from being Harry's guardian. Not to mention the whole thing where he put Harry with abusive muggles who were forbidden to get custody of him. Don't forget that he sealed the will instead of having it read, Remus said. I agree with Sirius. This is just Dumbledore trying to find a way to protect himself while making people doubt Sirius. Amelia dropped her face into her hands, mumbling threats against Dumbledore's magic, life, and testicles. Go home, Sirius told her much more gently than he normally would have. Get some sleep. Have your staff prepare a report that answers my questions. Send it to Silverclaw at the bank or Amal Swashland. They'll make sure it gets to me. There's nothing really urgent, Amelia. Dumbledore has no power to affect me or Harry anymore, not since I've taken the lordship. Right, Amelia said. She dropped her hands to her stacks of paper and nodded. You're right. I'll just make mistakes if I keep on this. Good, Sirius said. I'll send your aide in. Get something solid to eat, too. I know you and a tea and a biscuit is good enough thing when you're busy. He waggled a finger at her and got a much more threatening finger wagged right back at him. Sirius grinned and scooted out the door with Remus sauntering on his heels. Amelia's aide looked nearly as tired as her, but that was all right. They'd figure it out. He'd mostly come in to answer a few questions and then see if the Potter records could actually be handled now. It was the surest sign that the curse was well and truly broken. After having an angry werewolf chase them all through the ministry, Sirius was quite prepared to let other people test the Department of Records. That place was just too creepy for him. Once they reached the lobby, there was a lull in conversation as soon as people saw Sirius and Remus. A good half of the women had a speculative look in their eyes which got them peeved glares from Remus. The other half of the women looked like they were terrified. Sirius rolled his eyes at all of them. The men were split in thirds, terrified as fudge with a potential scandal coming his way, speculative and eyeing both Sirius and Remus, and then suspicious looks that were far too familiar from the way people had responded back at school. When Dumbledore was manipulating everyone to his own advantage. Do you see it? Sirius murmured to Remus as they headed for the exit. The wary looks? Remus asked. He smiled tenderly at Sirius though his eyes were hard and cold with anger. Oh, of course. Though I'm curious why so many people are looking at us like a banquet they'd like to partake of. Witches Weekly, Sirius replied and then grinned as Remus looked horrified. What? Lacey didn't toss the magazine in your lap this morning? She made a point of reading the article about our marriage aloud, complete with the bit quoting the black family expectation that the Lord can take multiple consorts to provide appropriate heirs of their blood. No, she didn't read that to me, Remus complained, 2 octaves higher than normal and blushing like his face was about to spontaneously combust. She likes you more than me, Sirius said, just to make Remus roll his eyes and huff. It worked and Sirius laughed, well aware that there were photographers taking pictures of them. He took Remus's hand and grinned at him. His heart about burst at the little ducked head thing Remus did, looking through his lashes into Sirius's eyes. Totally ruined by the women cooing at them, of course. Sirius, my dear boy, Dumbledore called from behind them. I am not your dear boy, and you are one step away from being an enemy of the House of Black and of the House of Potter, Sirius snapped at him, good mood blasted to oblivion instantly. You will address me as Lord Black or not at all. Preferably not at all. Dumbledore had the unmitigated gall to saunter closer with that twinkly-eyed grandfather look that was, apparently, supposed to make you feel so guilty about all your life choices. As if. Sirius threw up a shield between them, snorting as the shimmering wall of it transformed Dumbledore's sad face into a startled and then scowling one. I've no intention of letting you get close enough to meddle with my memory again, Sirius said. He did his level best not to smirk for the cameras or even to pay attention as flashes went off. You've done bad enough as it was. You had the power to see I got a trial at any point. You didn't even attempt it. You placed Harry with those abusive muggles and then failed utterly to follow up on how he was doing. You should have seen to money being disbursed for his care. You didn't. You ran Remus off, didn't allow the most basic of investigations into what Peter was up to, claimed that Harry was the one who defeated you-know-who when he was just a baby. You were the one who told Frank and Alice Longbottom to lower the war wards. I could hardly have known. Dumbledore started to say only to step back when both Sirius and Remus glowered at him. You knew perfectly well that you-know-who wasn't gone. Sirius bellowed at him. You just didn't want to risk ruining all your plans to turn Harry into the perfect suicidal pawn. Remus said, catching Sirius's elbow and pulling him away in the perfectly solicitous way that they'd practiced in front of Moody and Theo before they came out. Don't let him rile you. You know what your healer said. Sirius huffed and let Remus turn him away from Dumbledore, glowering over his shoulder for a moment before he nodded to Remus and smoothed his robe with hands that shook. On their own, damn it. He didn't have to pretend to shake with fury. He actually was blindingly mad at Dumbledore. I can't deal with you, you meddling old man, Sirius said after fighting with his anger and allowing it to show for the cameras and people watching. You've done so much harm to so many because you just can't admit that someone else might be able to deal with a problem by themselves. Don't attempt to contact me or Harry. Any correspondence will go through the bank, or I'll call the full weight of the ICW down on your sparkly head. Dumbledore huffed. The rippling iridescence of the shield between them did strange things to Dumbledore's expression. With its interference, Dumbledore's grandfatherly disappointment in Sirius's harshness looked more like a snarl of frustration. The twinkle of his eyes looked like an angry glitter of coal-black eyes. There was, definitely something there. He didn't know what, yet, but he was going to find out. Those scrambled memories needed to be unscrambled as quick as can be so that Sirius could figure out just what to do about Dumbledore's threat. Preferably before Dumbledore had a chance to attack Sirius and Harry again. Chapter 31, New Path.
After all of Father and Grandfather's efforts, the Dumbledore family will certainly never be vassals. I can't permit that. Aberforth hasn't yet realized that I've been potioning Ariana into incoherence. The behavior control charms work a bit better on him. Not much, but I think those changes will make it far more effective.
This is really nice, Ron said with a slow nod of approval that held not one tiny little bit of jealousy. The look he leveled on Grimmauld Place's library was cool, considering and ultimately approving, though more in that way Ron had when he was thinking over chess moves than what Harry was used to. It was so weird not getting waves of jealousy from Ron. He was almost as formal as Malfoy when he was being a ponce. The chairs were horrible until Creature and Sirius fixed them, Harry said, glancing over at Hermione who was studying the books on the shelves, hands firmly behind her back. Other than that, yeah, it's pretty amazing. There's a ton of books that I'd never even heard of before. Hermione's hair bristled. I noticed. I expected that you would, Harry said with a little grin as Hermione's hair started floating up around her head like a halo. Sirius and Lacey are pretty sure that Dumbledore pulled all these books and more out of the Hogwarts library. We're not sure why, but my mum thought it was so that Dumbledore could shape everyone's minds and keep them ignorant. Did he put that horrible curse on you? Hermione asked with a dramatic huff. She flounced over and flung herself into one of the newly squashy, comfortable chairs. Nope, he didn't, Harry said. He shrugged away the disbelieving looks on both Ron and Hermione's faces. Seriously, it's been on my bloodline for longer than Dumbledore's been alive. It couldn't be him. His parents would have been little kids at the time the curse was laid. I mean, he could have totally taken advantage of it, and I think he did, but he didn't put it there. The question is what he wants, Ron said as he slowly sat in one of the chairs, the one closest to the fireplace. There has to be a reason why he's isolated you, kept you so ignorant and then locked Sirius up that way. Power, Hermione mused. He's got so many positions. He must be working to acquire and keep power. Power's a tool, Ron said, shaking his head. It's not a goal. Sometimes, for some people, it is the goal, though, Harry said. He winced a little when Hermione went all triumphant and Ron frowned at him. Just take Uncle Vernon. He's spent his whole life working at Grunnings to get higher and higher positions. He doesn't even like being a manager, but it's a big deal for him to get a promotion. He made vice president of the firm back before first year and he's been battling to keep that position ever since. Ron nodded as if that made total sense. Yeah, but that's not power. That's rank. That's being able to lord over everyone else and make them bow to him. It's a class thing, not a power thing. I think we're using the same word to mean different things, Hermione said slowly. Because I think that what Harry's uncle wants is authority, not rank or power. Okay, Ron said slowly, nodding. I can see that, too. Either way, power is a tool. It's something that you use, not something that you gather and hoard. A tool's only good if you use it. You pin it up on the wall and then never touch it, it's worthless. What Dumbledore's done is gather all the tools he can get at, headmaster at Hogwarts, head warlock, supreme mugwump, added to as much, hero worship as he can muster, and then tossed in a bunch of stripping everyone else of all their tools. Control, Harry breathed. Hermione nodded, eyes as wide as Harry's. It made sense. Every single minute of Harry's life had been set up so that he had no control and no information. That, despite the stupid blood curse, was on Dumbledore. All Dumbledore had done was take advantage of the curse. Their teachers ranged from massively overworked to completely incompetent. The library had been stripped of all kinds of books they needed. From what Lacey and Anthony had said, Hogwarts students learned a fraction of what the kids at Durmstrang and Beauxbatons learned, especially on culture, language, and history. All of which was purely Dumbledore's fault. All because Dumbledore wanted to be in complete control of everyone and everything. He's gonna go at Sirius, Ron said warningly to Harry. You know that, right? Already is, Harry agreed. The question is what can we do? Hermione asked with just a little bit of determination and a lot of hopelessness. No, the question is why Dumbledore is so darn determined to control Harry's life, Ron said. That, I know, Harry said. He grinned as both Ron and Hermione stared at him. There's some stupid prophecy, Hermione rolled her eyes and Ron went very serious, that says that I'm destined to be the one to destroy Voldemort. Which, I was. And I did. But Dumbledore thought it had to be some grand sacrifice in battle sort of thing instead of killing all Voldy's Horcruxes. He's all wrapped up in guiding me on my path to sacrificing myself. Which you didn't do, Ron said with a huff that died as Harry grimaced. Both Ron and Hermione stiffened in their squashy chairs, their glares intensifying until Harry slouched down in his chair in advance of the upcoming lecture. Which was kind of epic. And weird. Really weird. Ron was the one ranting at Harry about heir of an ancient and noble this and irresponsible to your legacy that while Hermione huffed and glared at Harry with her arms crossed over her chest. Seriously, if anything showed that they didn't really know each other, the real Ron and Hermione and Harry, it was that lecture. Especially because Harry's glare, once he had enough, stopped Ron in his tracks and made Hermione go blazingly red, then deathly pale. The only, and I mean that absolutely literally, Harry said as he glowered at Ron, way to break the bloodline curse was for me to outright sacrifice myself to the cause of destroying those Horcruxes, Ron. If I hadn't, the curse wouldn't have died. I would have. If not that day, then definitely before I was old enough to claim my position. Trust Sirius, Remus, Moody, Amal, Anthony, Lacey, Silverclaw, Creature and Dobby on that one if you won't trust me. There was no other way. Ah, right, Ron said, rubbing the back of his neck which had to be blazing hot given how hard he was blushing. Sorry, mate. Harry shook his head. No, it's fine. It just doesn't help us figure out why Dumbledore's still so obsessed with getting his mitts on me. There have to be records or something, Hermione said thoughtfully. She made a face. Well, maybe. You said something about them getting eaten. Disappeared. By the Department of Records in the Ministry, Harry agreed. Though that's not happening anymore. Hermione pressed her lips together and then bounced to her feet. We need to go check that out. I want to do some research, see what exactly the relationship between the Dumbledore family and the Potter family was. Let's see if Amal's available, Harry said, waving for them to follow him downstairs. If he is, he can take us there and you'll get the joy of seeing the Department of Records. That bad? Hermione asked unhappily. It's Alice in Wonderland weird, Harry explained. And creepy. Really, really creepy. Predictably, Ron stared at Harry blankly. Hermione stared at him with her mouth dropped open in horror. Which didn't stop until they were at the Ministry, going down into the Department of Records with Amal happily burbling about getting to update his and Silverclaw's files with copies that would actually stay where they were supposed to for once. The man's got no sense, Moody complained behind them because of course Moody had insisted on coming with them. I know, Harry complained. But it would be good for the records to be up to date everywhere. Lord knows, my life would have been completely different if anyone could keep any sort of records on me for longer than a couple of seconds. Hermione followed along after Amal with no signs that she saw anything at all wrong with the Department of Records. She chirpily asked about how the records were organized and how far they went back and if there were fees for making copies. Amal answered her equally happily, bouncing along on the steps floating in a void of stars that absolutely had not been there last time as if it were perfectly ordinary. Ron clutched Harry's hand like he was Ron's only lifeline. Which was cool. Harry was clinging to Ron just as hard. Harry, I think I found something I like less than spiders, Ron said in a too high-pitched, cracking voice. Me, too, Harry agreed in his too bright, cheerful tone that always freaked adults out. Both of you stop that, Moody snapped, as expected. You'll just make it worse if you draw attention to it. Harry and Ron stopped on the fourth to last step before they entered the Potter Records room. They stared at Moody who nodded solemnly. Harry shuddered. Now I know why Sirius acted that way last time, Harry said. The Potter Records room looked more like a crystal globe now rather than the inside of an egg. The stars outside gleamed through the crystal, adding a lovely shimmer of light to the room. The records were neatly organized now, too, all labeled by year and subject in a way that Harry deeply appreciated because Hermione and Amal promptly put Harry and Ron to work gathering records and bringing them to the central work table. All right, Hermione said as she helped organize things for Amal, I think we have everything we need on the time period. Are you guys going to need us for a bit? Harry asked. Why? Amal replied, frowning at Harry. Well, I figured since we were here we might check on the Dumbledore family records, Harry said. Or maybe track down that lost Vassal family that you said died out, Amal. No reason for us to just stand here and do nothing while you two work. Good idea, Amal said. He jotted down 2 things on a scrap of parchment and passed them to Harry. You'll find the records for both in the Drake room. That's the name of the Vassal family. Moody snorted once they'd escaped out of the Potter room and arrived in the Drake room, which looked like someplace deep under the bank, complete with stalagmites and stalactites scattered between the banks of records. It was dark and gloomy, dank and musty, smelling like a root cellar that had begun to leak groundwater so badly that thick, slimy mats of mold were creeping up over every surface. They had to grab a lantern from the doorway because none of the lights in the room worked other than it, at least until Moody shot a lumos into the center of the room, brightening the gloom enough to reveal the records. The Drake room was a mess, in every way possible. The room was shaped like a perfect globe and there was no floor or ceiling. You walked along and the room curved around you dizzyingly as you zigzagged around toppled file cabinets and overturned bookshelves with the contents strewn about the floor. "This is a disaster area," Ron said with a scowl. "Glad Hermione didn't come with us. She'd pitch a fit." Harry nodded, looking around with a deep frown. "She'd be justified. Why does it look this way?" "It's recent," Moody said. He just looked sad. "Very recent, actually. I'd bet that it happened during Sirius's testimony in the Wizengamot." Harry turned to stare at Moody. During Sirius's testimony. That had to mean that moment when Sirius swore to kill anyone who tried to take Harry away. What was it Sirius had said? "With all the power and skills of the ancient and noble House of Black." That oath had knocked Dumbledore flat. Knocked him out. And, apparently, at the same time the oath had tossed the Drake room like a burglar had gone through it looking for every single valuable to steal. Harry bit his lip. "How old is the Dumbledore family?" Harry asked Ron. "Oh, real old but not ancient," Ron said, squinting at the roof, and then shuddering as he focused back on Harry. "About 7 generations, I think. If Professor Dumbledore or his brother had had kids, they'd be on the verge of hitting ancient status." "Do you think we could find anything in here that show the Dumbledore family tree?" Harry asked Moody. "I've got this gut feeling." "What?" Moody asked much more gently than he normally would have. Harry shook his head. It's odd, isn't it? That the same room holds the Dumbledore family records and the lost Vassal family's records. What if they're linked somehow? What if the reason Dumbledore is so hot to control me is his hope to get back what his ancestors lost? You know, like Theo, just with more weight from the time that's passed. What if Dumbledore is the way he is about me and my dad because he wants to be ours but can't because his family was, I don't know, turned out or something? Moody stared at Harry, his magical eye spinning wildly for a moment. Then his eye slowed and locked onto Harry's face as Moody went pale and far too still. Ron was equally still, though more blank-faced, like he wasn't sure he followed Harry's reasoning. "It affected not?" Ron whispered. "Like, really affected him? Made him act all different and weird?" Harry nodded. "He said it was like carrying a huge weight all the time. When he took the vow, the weight was gone. Poof, just vanished." "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. "Yeah, right. Let's find those records, why don't we? Quick like, I think." "Very quick," Moody agreed. "Let's get to work, boys. Time's wasting." Chapter 32, Lost Blood.
It should all work out once the charms are in place. Aberforth takes care of Ariana, isolating her here at home so that she can't go enslave us to the Potters. I work with you to take over the world and impose the greater good on first magical society and then on the rest of the world. And, once we have power, I will be able to eliminate the Potters that much faster, freeing us from our suffering.
Sirius leaned back in his chair, rubbing his face with both hands. The upcoming Wizengamot meeting promised to be a pitched battle between Sirius, with his blooming group of allies, and Dumbledore. At least it looked like Dumbledore was leaking support. Half the table was covered with letters from various people on the so-called light side requesting that Sirius meet with them to discuss urgent matters. All of which boiled down to none of them wanting to openly betray Dumbledore, despite the growing pile of evidence to show that Dumbledore wasn't anywhere as light or as pure as he'd always claimed. "Well," Remus sighed, "I suppose we should, I don't know, throw a party or something. That's the only way we're going to get them all together at once. There's not enough time to meet with everyone before the Wizengamot meeting." I'm not throwing a party, Sirius drawled. He rolled his eyes when Remus frowned. No, I'm not. I'd be willing to attend a party or two, but I'm not letting anyone in here until we've got Dumbledore nailed to the wall. Much too risky, Lacey agreed. She frowned at the doorway for the umpteenth time. Lacey had nearly chopped Sirius's bollocks off when she found out that Harry had traipsed off to the Department of Records with only Moody and Amal as escorts. Sirius had no intention of telling Harry, Ron, or Hermione that in Lacey's eyes, none of them were competent enough to be allowed out in public alone. They'll be fine, Sirius said. Again. Lacey snorted. All three of them went still as a herd of hippogriffs stampeded up the stairs. Harry flung open the door and ran in with an armful of records that looked kind of like someone had pissed on them, buried them in peat, dug them back up and ironed them flat by running over them with a lorry. We found out why Dumbledore is the way he is. Harry exclaimed. Ron ran in on Harry's heels with a similar pile of nasty-looking records. Hermione rushed in after him with a 3-foot-high stack of perfectly neat and tidy records that had been carefully bound with one of the Department of Records cords. It took another few seconds for Amal to bound in. Moody's thumbclack up the stairs was much slower and more reasonably paced, but Sirius could hear him cursing, so this was, possibly, quite important. I've got it, Lacey said when Amal reached for his wand. She cast a quick spell to organize the stacks of invitations, notes and newspapers on the table, shrinking them and then flicking them off to the side to one of the end tables between the bookshelves. That let Harry and Ron fling down their stacks of records, which landed a bit like a pile of composting leaves drug in from a downpour. Boys, Hermione sighed as she set her stack off to the side out of range of the dark brown fluid slowly seeping out of their stacks. What happened to these? Sirius asked. Okay, Harry said with far too much enthusiasm as he started going through his stack. We went to the Department of Records, and while Amal and Hermione worked on sorting out exactly when and how my family got cursed, Ron, Moody and I went to see what we could find out about Dumbledore's family and that lost Vassal family that Amal didn't know much about. What did you find? Sirius asked as he pushed back from the table enough that none of the fluid would drip off the table and onto his trousers. Lacey and Amal both cast spells to dry the records off. It didn't work. At all. If anything, they seeped more fluids, darker ones. Creature popped in with several very clean tea towels that he arranged like a dam around the records so that the fluids wouldn't get everywhere. They're the same family, Harry said with a huge grin. He gratefully took a fresh tea towel from Creature, wiping his hands clean. Ish. Well, cleaner than they had been anyway. Yeah, Ron said. See, Professor Dumbledore's grandfather on his mum's side was the one who put the curse on Harry's family. His mum, Dumbledore's mum, was the one who lost the Vassal position. And his sister, Ariana, was the first to bear the weight of the lost Vassal bond, right up until she died when she was our age. He rubbed his nose and got a swipe of the dark fluid across his nose. It almost looked like watered-down ink. Maybe. From what these say, Harry continued, eyes on the paperwork instead of on Hermione trying to help Ron clean his face off without touching him at all, Pierre Drake married into the Drake line. They were matrilineal. The Vassal position always went to the oldest daughter. His wife was Prudence Drake, who served the Potters as head cook and housekeeper. Prudence and Pierre had two daughters, Kendra and Honoria. Pierre hated the idea of his daughters being bound that way. Right Burke he was, Ron interrupted. I'd have to agree based on the records we found in the Potter records, Hermione said. Harry's great-grandfather was strongly against the marriage. So he worked with Percival, Dumbledore's father, to curse the Potters, Harry continued with a wave of a record that sprayed musty ink smears across the table. We've got notes all about it, letters between Percival and Pierre. It was a whole plot behind the scenes. Kendra was apparently not all that hot to marry Percival. Honoria was outright against it, but she was still in school when it all went down. Sirius shivered as he stood and studied the records that Harry and Ron had brought. As nasty as they were, they said exactly what the kids claimed. Dumbledore's grandfather and father had conspired to blood-curse the Potters so thoroughly that all the Potters would die, freeing the Drakes from ever serving them. The Potters realized it. Sirius asked Remus, who was already going through the paperwork that Hermione had brought in. Yes, Hermione said before Remus could do more than nod, stunned, as he stared at the neatly organized files. Harry's great-grandfather realized what happened and cast the Drakes out. It apparently broke Kendra's heart because she wanted more than anything to follow in her mother's footsteps. Prudence died about a month later. Just wasted away. Percival married Kendra and sired 3 children with her, Albus, Aberforth and Ariana. When Ariana was quite young, her father apparently killed some muggles for attacking her. Except not. Ron said, grinning as he pointed at his stack of papers. That's what was reported popularly, but the Drake and Dumbledore records show that Ariana got in this huge battle with her dad about the Vassal thing. She was powerful as all heck, like Harry, and she said something pretty similar to what you did in the Wizengamot. Harry fished one paper out and carefully read from it, squinting at the muddy lines. She said, "I swear on my magic and my soul that I will never forgive you if you did anything to tear my mother's bloodline out of the Potter's care," Harry recited. Since it was a formal oath on her magic, the Department of Records captured it. Had no idea that the Ministry did that, Ron muttered to Hermione, who nodded. He was struck down, wasn't he? Sirius said. Both he and his father. Yeah, Harry agreed. Not killed. Pierre was killed outright. Percival was struck down, and when Kendra called the Aurors, they took him away. The whole thing about attacking muggles was a story put out to hide the fact that Ariana was so upset she fractured her core. Albus and Aberforth tried to take care of her, but there was so much talk that they had to move. When Kendra died not too much later, Albus locked Ariana away until he got a chance to kill her. That record came out of Hermione's stack, not out of Harry or Ron's stack. It was pristine, perfect snowy white parchment with a detailed analysis done by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore on how to link a new curse into the blood curse killing the Potters. That secondary curse, if powered by the death of one of the family's current or former vassals, would make the records associated with the Potters disappear. Wiping the slate clean moment by moment for any story Dumbledore might choose to craft. Sirius collapsed back into his chair, staring at the record. This is why he wiped my memory so much. Why he sculpted all our memories. He knew that he could get away with it as long as we were associated with James. Bloody hell. Exactly, Harry agreed. But it's more than that, Sirius. The excitement that Harry had been broadcasting all over the place faded into the sort of blank-faced iron control that had marked Harry killing the Horcruxes. He stood tall, palms of his hands just outside of the dam of tea towels struggling to contain the puddle of inky fluid. Harry looked determined. Strong. Dangerous in ways that no kid his age should ever be. Which was neither here nor there, since Harry'd had to be this way since he was a little child. Since he was born, really. It was Harry's destiny to be the warrior who ended the threats pointed at his bloodline. Voldemort was gone. Now he had to deal with Dumbledore, the other architect of Harry's suffering. What? Sirius asked, very aware that everyone was focused on Harry. It felt like Harry'd sucked all the air out of the room when he went grim and determined. If we're right, Harry said with a wave at Ron, who raised his chin and stared down at Sirius like he was plotting how to stab Sirius to death, and Hermione, whose hair slowly rose into a halo around her head as her magic danced over her skin. Then Dumbledore feels the full weight of the vassal bond dragging at him at the same time he carries the full weight of the blood curse driving him away. He's the oldest surviving child of the Drake family, so the vassal bond wants to pull him in. And he's the oldest surviving son of the people who blood cursed the Potters, so magic is pounding him to atone for that. It's like he has the curse battering at him, and he's got Theo's yearning thing that was driving him crazy, just heavier. stronger. Hitting him at a deeper level so that it distorts everything he does. Sirius's breath caught. Across the table, Lacey started cursing under her breath while Moody nodded grimly. Remus looked sick to his stomach. If anyone knew what it was like to be torn in two directions by your magic and your soul fighting against each other, it was Remus. "This is what we've been looking for," Sirius said. "This explains the whole thing." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "And it lets us deal with Dumbledore once and for all. We just have to make sure that there's no way he can hide it all again the way he did with these records. Once we make this public, Dumbledore goes down," Sirius completed for him. "And we're both free." Chapter 33, Truth Shared.
All I need is you, Gellert. With you by my side, I know we can do anything. Do come back soon. We're better together than we could ever be apart.
"I have to admit that this was a brilliant bit of work," Theo said as he studied the piles of stained records sorted and arranged on Grimmauld Place's big library table. "I do wonder whether or not Dumbledore willingly did all this, but there's no doubt that he did it. Excellent research." The records were finally dry. Between Amal, Remus, and Lacey, they'd figured out that all of them were shedding alterations that Dumbledore had done to the records over the years. Layers upon layers of forgeries washed away by the magic of the Department of Records once Sirius disrupted Dumbledore's magic that had been holding his house of cards together. "Thank you," Harry said smugly. "Ron and I are really proud that we pulled this together without Hermione's help." Theo snorted a little laugh, nodding that they had cause for their pride. It was a huge stack of records and they'd found them all on their own. In the middle of chaos. Dripping wet, nasty, slimy chaos, no less. "Between what you two gathered and what Hermione and I found," Amal said as he took carefully detailed notes, "we should be able to get a good press release going. What else do we need to do?" "The nobles need to know," Theo said immediately. "So does the Board of Governors. I'd recommend informing the ICW first. They definitely need to know that the Supreme Mugwump is acting so irresponsibly. And that he's not exactly stable," Harry agreed. "Parents of the kids at school need to know as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall, too. She'll probably hex him up one side and down the other. What about his brother? Would he be affected by the whole Vassal thing?" Both Theo and Amal paused, looking at each other and then at Harry with slow, thoughtful frowns. Harry'd been thinking about it ever since they found out what Dumbledore's father and grandfather had done. He didn't think that Aberforth would be affected. Maybe. But he might be. It could extend out to him, too, since Ariana was dead. Except maybe not, since it was supposed to go to the female line, not the male line. "Come to think of it," Harry said equally slowly, "why is it affecting Dumbledore if the Drakes were matrilineal? Shouldn't the Vassal Bond's draw have died with Ariana?" "Unless the Vassal Bond decided to punish the male line," Theo said. He bit his lip, shrugging and shaking his head. "I don't know. I've never been very comfortable with the fact that magic is fundamentally alive and aware." "It is?" Harry asked, so startled that he sat up sharply, almost tipping his chair over. "Why weren't we taught that at school?" "Purebloods learn it at home," Theo said with a little snort as he went back to work on the records. "Why ever would they teach that to Muggleborns? They don't need to know that." The sarcasm was thick enough to cut with a knife. Harry grinned at Theo while Amal snickered as he bent back over his notes. Frankly, that was probably down to Dumbledore's manipulations of magical society. And Hogwarts. If there had ever been books explaining that magic was alive in the Hogwarts library, they certainly weren't there now. Harry had looked, furtively when Ron was busy doing other things, during his first year. He knew that Hermione had looked, too. She'd commented repeatedly on the lack of any books that explained what magic was and how it worked during their first and second years. along with her plans to figure it out and write the definitive textbook on magic when she was grown up. "Dobby?" Harry called. He grinned when Dobby popped in wearing a pair of house elf-sized trainers with bright red lightning bolts on the sides, jeans with cargo pockets and a black t-shirt with a single white lightning bolt on it. "Nice," Harry said, pointing at Dobby's clothes. "Friend Harry likes them?" Dobby asked, grinning. "Dobby got them because they reminded Dobby of you." "I do like them," Harry said. "Quick question for you, since you've got a long memory. Are there books on what magic is and how it works?" "Oh, sure," Dobby said, rolling his eyes. "Are many of them?" "Dumbledore removed them from Hogwarts library and got laws passed to make illegal to sell them. Books is still at Hogwarts, just hidden in come-and-go room. Think you can pop over to Madame Pants and let her know that there's books hidden in that room?" Harry asked Dobby. Dobby's grin took on an evil slant as he rubbed his hands together. "Dobby can do that. Madame Library will be very, very angry. She will get all the elves to go find all her books. It will be awesome. Enjoy," Harry said. He held out a hand for a high five. Dobby smacked his palm against Harry's and then popped off to wreak mischief in the Hogwarts library. That should make Hermione happy when they went back to school. Also every single Ravenclaw, of course, but also probably quite a few of the Slytherins, too. Theo stared at Harry. "I will never figure out your relationship with Dobby." "He's my friend," Harry said with a shrug. "If things had gone differently, you know, if I hadn't had that blood curse, I think I would have been really happy to be his master. He's happy being free, now that the curse isn't making his magic all wonky. It's still a balancing game for him. He's got a lot of stuff to learn about managing his magic and harvesting more." "Still very odd," Theo said. He shook his head. "Either way, I think we're ready. Let's go over all of this and then we'll get the others involved in putting it into action." There really wasn't a ton of time to get Dumbledore out of the way. The summer wasn't going to last forever. Harry did have to go back to school come September. More importantly, the next Wizengamot meeting was coming up. The world had to know who and what Dumbledore really was before that meeting if Sirius was going to succeed in getting rid of him. Between Theo and Amal, they had detailed plans for every sector of magical society. The newspapers, the Wizengamot, Hogwarts's board of directors, all of them were covered. Gringotts was already on board and working to put the information out in a million different ways. The final nitpicky review of their plans with everyone on hand took about 2 hours, after which everyone sprang into motion. Harry spent hours writing letters to everyone under the sun. He started with the Prophet, moved on to the ICW, then went through the board of directors and wrote every one of them individually. He worked from the blue parlor, watching and listening as Grimmauld Place hummed with voices. Sirius dashed around like an overexcited puppy, making sure that he touched everything and talked to everyone. Remus followed along behind him, fond amusement in his eyes as he made sure that Sirius's mildly incoherent orders made sense. Moody tossed stinging hexes at Sirius more than once, not really aiming to hit but still making Sirius scamper away. Ron wrote letters, too. His were shorter, blunter, but just as many. He wrote every single cousin, aunt, and uncle he had, marshalling his enormous family behind Harry. The brutal truth of Dumbledore's actions and the motivations behind them sounded even worse coming from Ron's pen. Theo and Hermione worked together to gather records and make copies of them for Amal and Silverclaw. There were so many stacks of parchment to be copied, bound, and organized for the Wizengamot, the Nobles, the Prophet and the ICW. Both Theo and Hermione looked utterly delighted to get that job. More power to them. Harry certainly didn't want to do it. Come evening, Grimmauld Place went still. Harry shook out his cramped hand and went in search of Sirius. He wasn't in the library. Or the kitchen. Or any of the parlors. Eventually, Harry went to the tapestry room and raised an eyebrow that the trapdoor was open a crack. The long stairs downwards didn't feel anywhere near as ominous this time. They were clean and well swept, as pristine as everything else in Grimmauld Place. The torches on the wall flared to life as he neared and then subsided to flickering dimness once he passed. The wardstone room was open. Sirius stood at the stone, one hand resting on its dark surface. "You okay?" Harry asked. Sirius blinked at him, eyes distant and gleaming with the black magic. "Oh, yes, I'm fine. Just, fretting, I suppose. I hadn't communed with the wards since everything happened. I came down to make sure that nothing was going to get in overnight." Harry nodded. "Makes sense. Neither of us were our best when we came down here." "That's the truth," Sirius said with a humorless little snort. "I still have gaps in my memory, Prongslet. Silverclaw said that Bandnet was pretty sure that I'll always have them." "He edited your memories so long ago," Harry said softly, sad that Sirius would never have true closure on that point. "It'd probably mess you up even worse to try to force the memories back after all these years." "True." Sirius sighed and shook his head. "Just makes it a bit hard to know that I'm doing the right thing." That was, maybe the stupidest thing that Harry had ever heard Sirius say, including the whole bit when he'd been visibly mad as a hatter back when they first met. Harry promptly shooed Sirius out of the ward room and back up to the tapestry room. No surprise, they both gravitated to the library where everything lay waiting for tomorrow's meeting. The right thing. Of bloody course taking Dumbledore down is the right thing. The man had caused so much trouble, so much pain and misery for just hundreds and maybe even thousands of people. And that was completely aside from the possibility that he needed help. Dumbledore needed to be stopped in part so that he could be shoved at every sort of healer there is. Not that Harry really cared too much about the success of any healing that Dumbledore got, but still. Dumbledore was a mess, and he was inflicting that mess on everyone else. Especially Harry. And Sirius. Who still had that hangdog look on his face as if he still doubted that they were doing the right thing. "The records say that he killed his little sister, Sirius," Harry said. "He's messed with so many people, caused so much damage. No matter why he did it, no matter if he was unduly influenced by the blood curse and the vassal bond, he can't be left in those positions. He's done this for years. Decades and decades. No one is safe while he has power. The only way to be safe is to get him out of those positions once and for all." Sirius's jaw clenched but he nodded finally. Not happily, but it would have to be good enough. "Okay, so, you know how you're going to handle tomorrow?" Harry asked. "Do we need to run through it all again?" Sirius laughed, rolling his eyes. "No, Prongslet, we do not need to go through it all again. Bloody hell, between Amal, Lacey, Silverclaw and Hermione, I'll be reciting this stuff in my dreams for decades." Harry snickered. "Can't say that I won't be dreaming about writing all the notes up." Sirius leafed through his stack of parchment, the one that he'd be taking into the Wizengamot with him. It didn't look like he was really reading any of it, at least until he stopped on one page. Harry craned his neck to see which one, even though he was pretty sure he knew which one it was. The letter. What else could it be? That letter was damning, revealing, horrifying. It showed everything that Dumbledore was, what he wanted, what he'd become over the years, scrawled down in a teenager's hand. From Albus Dumbledore to Gellert Grindelwald. From his heart, forever. "This is the key," Sirius whispered. He tilted the page enough that Harry could see it, and yes, it was the letter. "Yeah," Harry agreed. "It really is. To so much." Sirius smiled grimly. "He's been watching and sabotaging everyone all this time. Now it's his turn to be seen for what he really is." Chapter 34, Lord's Vote.
Yours forever. Albus Dumbledore.
Welcome to the Wizengamot, Lord Black, Dumbledore said with a gracious little nod of his head as if he was the one and only person who could grant Sirius the right to take his place. Pompous ass. The sooner he was in either Azkaban or the Janus Thicky ward, the better. Chief Warlock, Sirius replied sternly enough that most of the Wizengamot winced. He and Remus sauntered across the floor of the Wizengamot, mounting the stairs to the black box. Sirius had been there precisely once before when he was 6 and Regulus was 5. Grandfather Arcturus had brought them in for a short session so that they could see what the Wizengamot was like. It had been the most boring experience of Sirius's young life. Sitting in Grandfather Arcturus's seat with Remus by his side was anything but boring. Stressful, panic attack inducing, and potentially deadly if Dumbledore won this battle, but not boring. The black family magic swirled around Sirius, setting the seal at the front of his box alight. Dumbledore pressed his lips together disapprovingly and shook his head. "I really wish we could throw him out right now," Remus murmured through their bond. He folded his hands on top of the fine dragonhide folio that held all their paperwork for getting rid of Dumbledore. Without all the drama. Perish the thought. Sirius didn't allow himself to grin the way he wanted to. It would have come out like a shark's smile, all teeth and intent to kill. That was not the image he wanted to portray to the Wizengamot. Not yet, anyway. "Very well," Dumbledore said, tapping the Chief Warlock's bench with his wand. "I call this meeting of the Wizengamot to order. We begin with the old business." Old Madam Marchbanks read off the list of actions from the past Wizengamot meetings, noting that each of them had been dealt with over the last few weeks. Other than the trial of Peter Pettigrew for the murder of 12 Muggles and for conspiring to kill James and Lily Potter with you-know-who. Voldemort, Sirius called, startling everyone, especially Dumbledore. "The man's fully and completely dead, Madam Marchbanks. Say his name, please. Don't grant him any more power." She blew out a breath and nodded sharply. "A very good point, Lord Black. Voldemort, then. That's all the old news we have. We do have one new motion that, per our charter and ICW law, must be handled before any other new business." Both Dumbledore's eyebrows went up. "Really? What is it?" "I have here," Madam Marchbanks said with a sense of theater that would have put diva opera stars to shame, "a petition to vote for a new Chief Warlock due to mental instability, criminal behavior and low moral character of the current Chief Warlock. You, of course. I must say, it's about damn time." "That's ridiculous." Dumbledore thundered as his aura spilled out all over the place. Which was actually quite interesting now that Sirius could look at Dumbledore's aura and not be scared, awed and immediately apologetic. Where Remus's aura or Lacey's or Amal's auras were all smooth, unblemished things that flowed out like fine silk cast across a bed, Dumbledore's aura was rough and tumble, jagged-edged and snaggle-toothed. There were gaps, holes that bubbled through his magic in an alarming way. The color was a muddy swirl of brown, sickly yellow and a pea soup green that looked like it had been cooked for far too long. Sirius frowned that there were no places where the color of Dumbledore's aura was bright, clear, or healthy-looking. "I can see that I was quite right to put that petition in," Sirius said over the rumble of Dumbledore's magic and the sharp whispers around them. "By Merlin's beard, Dumbledore, what the bloody hell is wrong with your magic?" Dumbledore's eyes went wide. He stared at his own magic and then snapped it back inside of him as if he was Madame Longbottom and her petticoats had shone in a sudden gust of wind. "There's nothing wrong with my magic," Dumbledore said. "And this petition of yours is ridiculous." "There most certainly is," Sirius said. "This is worse than I thought it had to be. The Drake-Vassal bond must be tearing your core to shreds for your aura to look like that." "I am not a Drake," Dumbledore bellowed, so abruptly furious that his face went as purple as his robes. He slammed a fist to his bench, glaring at Sirius as if he wanted to kill Sirius on the spot. No, but Ariana should have been, Sirius said. If your grandfather and father hadn't cursed the Potters to break the Drake-Vassal bond, she would have been James's father's vassal. Perhaps James's. Though I do wonder if the damage to your magic has more to do with your murder of her so that you could be with your lover, Grindelwald. The silence was deafening. No one moved, not even Dumbledore, who stared at Sirius with wide eyes and an open mouth. Every bit of the color faded out of his face as Dumbledore collapsed back into his chair. Madame Marchbanks frowned at Dumbledore and then turned to Sirius with a grave nod. That's a very serious charge, Madame Marchbanks said. I move that we choose a pro tem chief warlock to handle this issue. The rules do allow us to move selecting a new chief warlock to our next meeting if a sufficiently important problem is brought before this body. This qualifies, Sirius said, deliberately pausing to give his words more weight. Seconded. The vote was thirded and made in moments. Amelia Bones, much to her annoyance, was put in the chief warlock's post with no other nominations being made. While she didn't look happy about it, Sirius was delighted. He'd expected Lord Ogden to be chosen, or maybe Madame Longbottom. Amelia was perfect, though. She had the legal expertise to handle this whole thing smoothly. Even if the ushers had to literally lift Dumbledore out of the chief warlock's chair by his arms and drag him over to the witness table. One of them, wisely, took Dumbledore's wand away from him before he overcame his shock. I hope you have proof of your allegations, Lord Black, Amelia said once she was seated in Dumbledore's chair. They're very serious indeed, Fudge huffed. Of course I do, Sirius said, nodding for Remus to go give the packet to Madame Marchbanks. The vast majority of this came from Harry, actually. He and his vassals researched the problem and discovered that my vow at the last meeting had far-reaching effects. Madame Marchbanks' head snapped right up, her eyes going hawk-like as she studied Sirius. You're why the Drake room is a disaster, then. It seems the most likely explanation, Sirius said. Dumbledore collapsed that day because my vow protecting Harry and the Potter legacy snapped multiple spells he had on the records in the Drake and Potter rooms. I never cursed him, Dumbledore said. Just that. Nothing more. Sirius raised an eyebrow at him and let the whispers do as they would. With how both Madame Marchbanks and Amelia glared at him, there was going to be a very long interrogation after the meeting was over. No one mentioned a curse, Amelia said, noting something down. But we'll definitely look into it. There was a blood curse on the Potters, Sirius said as Remus sat by his side once more. Across the floor, Madame Marchbanks went cherry red as she started going through the packet Remus had given her. Harry broke it by destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. It's a long story which really isn't relevant here and now. What's relevant is page 6, Madame Marchbanks. Do us all a favor and expand the copies of the packet so everyone can read it. Madame Marchbanks blinked and then huffed at herself as she found the shrunken copies of the packets that Harry, Amal and Theo had spent so much time preparing. Goodness, this whole thing has just knocked me right off my center. Right. Copies for everyone. You'll want to impose the silencing protocols, Madame Bones. Trust me on this one. Amelia's expression didn't change, but she immediately imposed silence on the entire crowd, Sirius and Remus included. The packets flew off to every member of the Wizengamot. Most started with the first page where Theo had created a dreadfully concise description of just what Dumbledore had done over the years to control, memory charm and kill the Potters. The second page had detailed lists of all the spells that had been imposed on all the kids, from Harry and his friends to Theo and his friends. Page 3 listed the same for the adults that Amal, Moody and Lacey had been able to scan. Page 4 went into all the laws and ministry edicts that Dumbledore had had a hand in. Putting them all on one page was damning, to say the least. Page 5 did the same for all the laws, edicts and policies he'd implemented as Supreme Mugwump. Page 6 was the letter. Sirius watched as people made their way through the packets. He could see the exact moment where they read the first line, where they realized that this truly was a tender letter from Albus Dumbledore to Gellert Grindelwald. Amelia put one hand to her throat as she read it, white as a sheet and shaking with what looked like horror. Madame Longbottom started shouting about halfway through the letter, not that anyone could hear a word she said. Given the profanity she spewed at Dumbledore, Sirius really didn't need to hear her. Her expression, gestures and lips made it perfectly clear. Lord Ogden collapsed in a dead faint. Malfoy wasn't there. He'd escaped to France immediately after the last Wizengamot meeting. His cronies Goyle and Crabbe started shouting at each other and gesturing wildly at the letter as if they could understand each other without words. Perhaps they could. Sirius couldn't imagine that Voldemort wanted to listen to their idiocy. They were probably used to being silenced and still having to communicate somehow. He waited until a good 2/3 of the Wizengamot made it all the way through the letter to the postscript. Really, there couldn't be anything more effective to piss the entire Wizengamot off than that postscript. It was perfect and Sirius nodded to Remus before carefully lighting his seal with a gentle tap of his wand against it. What? Amelia snapped at Sirius while glaring at Dumbledore. Two things, Sirius said with one of his bright, false, brittle smiles that always made people pause and stare at him in worry. Dumbledore cast so many memory charms at me that I will, likely never know exactly what happened in my youth. It's very likely that everyone who served on the Wizengamot with him is in similar shape. Including you, Madam Bones. He did it to the students at Hogwarts. I'd be stunned if he didn't do it to everyone who annoyed him at the ICW, as well. We can't rely on our memories. That's why the rest of the packet is copies of every single record we could find to support our allegations. Bloody hell, Amelia whispered. Her eyes were locked on Sirius's face now, pity and rage warring for dominance. Quite, Sirius agreed. Second, Dumbledore's crimes are international. He didn't do it just here. He did it everywhere he went. There are so many people who may be affected. We need more information. We need to get the ICW involved. And he has a phoenix bound to him, Remus piped up. It's making me very nervous that he hasn't called Fawkes to him yet. Dumbledore jerked to his feet and grabbed for his wand. The Aurors guarding him shouted as they tried to shove Dumbledore back into his seat. One of them managed to get himself knocked backwards into the wall and knocked out, but the one with Dumbledore's wand had the presence of mind to fling it straight at Madame Marchbanks. Who caught it like a dueling pro? She flipped it in her fingers and then stabbed it at Dumbledore. Stupefy! Madame Marchbanks shouted. Dumbledore dropped like a rock, clocking his chin on the corner of the witness table on the way down. Nice technique, Sirius said, a little stunned that she'd managed to knock Dumbledore out that easily. Madame Marchbanks grinned and swirled the wand in her fingers again. Thank you. Champion of the Hogwarts Dueling Club my 7th year. Good to see I haven't lost the touch. Sirius grinned and offered her a bow. I'm sending you roses, madam. And chocolate. Here, here, Amelia agreed. She laughed, shaky but with more color in her cheeks. Very well. You made two very good points, Lord Black. Auror Delphin, get suppression cuffs, a suppression collar and a phoenix blocking talisman on Dumbledore immediately. I want rotating shifts guarding him, pairs. No one is to see him alone, not even his solicitor or his brother. Yes, ma'am, said Auror Delphin, he of the good sense and strong throwing arm. It took 2 minutes to make sure that Dumbledore wouldn't get free. Then the meeting settled down to pick a new chief warlock who would then be responsible for managing both the Wizengamot and Minister Fudge. Whoever it was, Sirius was sure they'd do a damn sight better than Dumbledore in his insanity and megalomania ever had. It wouldn't exactly be hard. With Dumbledore as the previous occupant, even Sirius could do a half-assed job and be accounted as the second coming of Merlin, for fuck's sake. Chapter 35, Eyes Open.
P.S. Do you still think being a teacher is truly the best method for influencing people? I'm not sure about that even now. Yes, of course, it will make placing our control charms and memory alterations easier, but it seems so menial. I suppose one of us will have to do it, and goodness knows, you've no talent for dealing with children. At least with all the techniques we're developing, I'll be able to make the little monsters forget any mistakes I make. That's about the only bright spot in our whole plan. Well, that plus that you'll be the one dealing with the ICW and the Wizengamot. Those idiots would drive me to murder if I had to handle them all the time. Ah well, do come back soon, Gellert. I miss you terribly, and we've so much work to be done to make the world a better place.
What a summer. Harry hummed as he strode through the gate to platform 9 3/4 with Sirius at his side, Remus and Theo on his heels. Moody was already on the platform and had been since pre-dawn to make sure that no one got the drop on them. Amal wouldn't be there, thank goodness. He was too busy working with Silver Claw to make sure all the records were up to date, accurate, and that all Harry's investments were handled properly. That had taken ages, most of the remaining summer after Dumbledore's fall. His summers were always a challenge. When he was little, it was the time when he was hungry, exhausted, and most confused at why his family hated him so much. Once he started school, he understood that it was just the way life was. Summer was a time to survive until school started up again. He was always too thin come September. "You've got your new trunk, right?" Sirius chattered as the crowd of parents and kids parted to let the two of them through, all of them pointing, whispering, making googly eyes at both Harry and Sirius. "You didn't forget anything?" "No, Sirius, I remembered everything," Harry said with a grin that he didn't even try to hide. "I've got the library trunk. I've got my regular trunk, locked properly so no one can get into the hidden apartment we set up. I've got the elf trunk for Dobby and Creature to visit. I've even got the special treat trunk you insisted on getting me." The platform was loud and busy enough that Harry couldn't see Moody anywhere. The Vassal bond gave him a clear sense that Moody was happy that Harry couldn't pick him out. Moody must have disillusioned himself and tucked himself away in a corner somewhere. Not close to the gate, of course. Too much traffic there for him to get a good angle to protect Harry against any oncoming threats. Maybe up on the roof. It didn't really matter. Except that Moody was sure to ask Harry in their next flu call where Harry thought he'd been hidden. More training for Moody's lord. And it was kind of fun to try to figure it out. They might not be enough, Sirius complained about the snack truck. "Siri, don't be ridiculous," Remus said, shaking his head. "You bought 2 stores worth of snacks and put them all in stasis. Harry could sell them and make a huge profit. It's more than even the entire Gryffindor Tower could eat in a week. He's fine." Harry grinned as Sirius bit his lip, fretting even though they'd spent the last week packing every single thing that Harry could possibly need. The apartment was a bit ridiculous, but Sirius had filled it with weapons, dragonhide armor, and every sort of protective and detection charm known to magi. Some of them had been brought in from as far away as Japan and Tibet just so that Sirius wouldn't worry that Harry might come up against something dangerous during his 4th year at Hogwarts. "I just don't want you going hungry," Sirius huffed at Harry, not Remus, who rolled his eyes behind Sirius's back. "Maybe we should get you a sandwich or something." "Dad," Harry said, pulling out the big guns because calling Sirius "Dad" turned out to be the all-time best way to get him to stop in his tracks, usually with wide eyes and a panicky expression. "I'm fine. Dobby and Creature will be taking turns making sure that I have enough to eat. It's good. I'll be safe. There's no one left to threaten me now." Sirius shut his eyes and then grabbed Harry for a desperate hug that Harry was more than happy to return, even though he could hear Colin Creevey taking a million or so shots of him and Sirius together. Couldn't be worse than all the pictures that they'd had to suffer through after Sirius failed to escape being made the new Chief Warlock. The only person who hadn't seen that one coming was Sirius. Theo and Hermione had apparently had a private bet set up that Sirius would be nominated and elected. Theo had thought that there would be challengers. Hermione had been certain that no one would be nominated to challenge him, ensuring that Sirius was voted on and confirmed immediately. Of course, Hermione won. As if that was ever a question. Everything that Sirius had done to keep Harry safe ensured that the rest of the magical world saw him as perfect, despite the reputation Dumbledore had crafted for him. "I didn't expect this to be so hard," Sirius breathed into Harry's ear, laughing a little. "I barely got you back and now you're leaving." Harry pulled back and grinned at Sirius. "Oh, you're totally stuck with me. I'm not going anywhere. You'll be getting so many letters that we'll have to buy a fleet of owls." Sirius threw his head back and laughed. He'd yet to trim the hip-length hair that he kept complaining about. Harry was very carefully not commenting on it, mostly because he'd happened to come downstairs one evening late and seeing Remus reeling Sirius in by his hair, both of them looking much too aroused by it for Harry's comfort. That hair was going nowhere if Remus had his way, and Remus always got his way with Sirius. "We'd best get on the train," Theo said, glowering through the crowd. "Before. Oh, damn. Too late." Draco Malfoy sauntered through the crowd, sneering already. He raised his chin at Harry, one lip curling up even though his cheeks went red at Harry's stare and Theo's raised eyebrow. Sirius rested one elbow on Harry's shoulder, smirking as Draco stopped in his tracks. "Cousin," Sirius said. "Chief Warlock," Draco replied in the exact same snarky tone that implied that he thought Sirius was an idiot, just like Sirius had used on him. "Draco, just leave us alone already, will you?" Theo complained. "He stole you from us," Draco snapped at him. "Don't be silly," Harry said as mildly as he could when he really kind of wanted to laugh at all of this. "Theo wasn't part of your group. He refused to be part of anyone's group. The Vassal bond didn't allow it." Draco's mouth dropped open. He stared at Theo who glowered at him, then turned back to Harry who just shrugged. "He's really your vassal?" Draco asked in a much quieter tone. Neither of his parents were there. Harry had to think that Narcissa had delivered Draco to the train and ordered him to sit quietly until it left the station. Of course, Draco clearly hadn't listened to her given that he was on the platform being a git in public. Hermione slipped up next to Theo who went red and swallowed hard. Ron was behind her, eyes distant and expression a little disgusted. Neville was right behind Ron, pushing past all of them so that he could stand between Harry and Draco and loom a little. He had put on several inches in height over the summer and his shoulders were starting to widen dramatically. "Yep," Harry replied. "So is Mad-Eye Moody. He's around here somewhere handling security." "Ah," Draco said, paling abruptly. "Well. I believe I need to find a car. Good day, Potter." "Malfoy," Harry replied. He grinned as Draco darted off onto the train, picking up Pansy and Daphne and Goyle as he went. At least Draco's retreat started an exodus of kids getting onto the train and parents doing the "write me and be good this year" thing that always happened. "Make sure you write," Sirius murmured in Harry's ear. "Don't be any better than you have to be, though. Never understood that whole "be good" thing. Where's the fun in that?" Harry laughed and stole another hug that lasted until the whistle blew for the first time. Ron and Neville were waiting to escort him once he and Sirius managed to let each other go for the third whistle. They barely made it onto the train before it started to leave the station. Sirius ran alongside the train, waving wildly, while Harry stuck his head out the window and waved back. It was so weird and wonderful to have someone who could and would see him off to school. "Come on, Harry," Neville said. "Theo and Hermione already have a compartment. Let's get there before Draco comes and stirs up trouble again. I swear, it's like he's vying to be your soulmate or something." Harry frowned at Neville as he let Neville pull him into the compartment where Theo and Hermione were comparing notes on their planners for the year while Luna hummed and read The Quibbler upside down. Ron settled down next to Luna, leaving Harry to sit between Theo and Neville. Are soulmates a real thing? Harry asked Ron. Oh, sure, Ron said with an entirely casual wave of his hand. It's pretty rare anymore, but that might be because of Dumbledore's meddling. Who knows? You might have one. Harry groaned while Theo snickered at him. I didn't need to know that. I seriously didn't. I mean, how do you even know that someone's your soulmate? Come on, that's bullshit. Odds that Harry's soulmate is Draco? Theo murmured to Hermione. I'll give you 2 to 1 that he is, Hermione murmured back. She grinned wickedly. 5 to 1 that it's Neville and 12 to 1 that it's Ron. It's certainly not me. And how would you know that? Ron demanded as his face went as red as his hair. Oh, Theo and I already know we have a magical affinity for each other, Hermione explained much too casually. We're going to explore it this year. If it turns out that we're right, then we're soulmates already. Ron's jaw dropped open while Neville jumped to his feet to shake both their hands while earnestly and completely honestly congratulating them. It didn't take long before Ron was complaining like his old, curse-addled, self about everyone getting things and him getting nothing but leftovers, but there was an amused look in Ron's eyes, so Harry didn't take it personally. How could he? If Theo and Hermione actually were soulmates, it meant that Hermione would be kind of like his sister once she and Theo got married. He'd get to have her around all the time and Hermione would end up with someone who liked the things she liked and who cared about doing the right thing. That would be perfect. Harry relaxed and let the chatter wash over him. So much had changed. It was a whole new world. A whole new Harry, too. Instead of fear, confusion and the ever-present threat of death, Harry got to have a normal school year. He had a guardian, a dad, who loved him. 2 dads who loved him because Remus had quietly made it clear that he did think of Harry as his son, too. Plus Lacey and Anthony. Silverclaw. Moody with his lessons and his paranoia. Theo. Dobby and Creature. Instead of isolation, he had friends. Instead of powerlessness, he had control over his own life and his own magic. As the Hogwarts Express chugged out of London and into the countryside, Harry smiled at his friends. There was still so much to figure out, so much to fix. All the spells that Dumbledore had cast on people needed to be broken. Lost memories needed to be restored. Hogwarts itself needed a huge amount of work to fix the damage that Dumbledore had done to its wards in his effort to test and mold Harry into a proper martyr to the great good. Harry had a ton of things he needed to learn about his position. There was Dobby in his quest to be truly free, laws to ensure that house elves were treated properly, developing relationships with all the other heirs to the other ancient and noble houses. His classes. Figuring out what he wanted to do with his life, too. Which was fine. Good, even. Because Harry was free at long last, and he would face the future with friends, vassals, and allies at his side. Luna looked up over the top edge of her quibbler. The corners of her eyes wrinkled as she smiled at him. It was nearly a grin even though her lips barely moved. It will be fine, Luna murmured just to Harry. You fixed it all. Harry sucked in a sharp breath and then let it out slowly so that the others wouldn't notice. Thanks, Luna. No problem, Luna replied, returning to her quibbler humming a happy little song that matched with the joy thrumming in Harry's heart. Free and safe, Harry smiled as he turned back to Hermione, Theo, and Neville's detailed betting table of who might be soul bonds for whom. He shook his head. No way will Draco end up with Pansy, Harry interrupted, diving into the argument purely for the fun of it. Maybe Astoria or Daphne, but not Pansy. Pansy will end up with Blaze. What? Theo squawked at the same time that Hermione gasped and clapped a hand to her chest like Harry had just stabbed her. Neville grinned and started nodding enthusiastically enough that Harry had to fight not to laugh. Merlin, this was going to be the best year ever. The end.